episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I sure wish you could listen to this story with a glass of Petri California port right at your elbow. Petri port. That's the wine that's perfect after dinner when you're just taking things easy. And say, if you've never tried Petri port, if you've never tasted that wonderful, rich red wine, well, this is the week to do it. I'll tell you why. This is National Wine Week, sort of a celebration we're having to mark the return to good living. Your wine merchant is kind of rolling out the red plush carpet this week, and among other things, he wants to prove to you that you just couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri wine. Why don't you take him up on it? And begin by becoming acquainted with Petri Port. You'll really love it, and so will your guests. And say, you can serve Petri Port proudly, because after all, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. That's a fact. Well, here's the patio of Dr. Watson's Northern California bungalow, but where's the doctor?
Here I am, Mr. Bartell, out in the garden.
Okay, I'll be right there. Oh, sitting by the fish pond, huh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy. It's rather pleasant out here for a change. Has it ever occurred to you how stupid the expression of a goldfish is, Mr. Bartell?
Well, I can't say I've ever given it much thought, Doctor. Why?
You see this foolish little fellow here with his silly little mouth opening and closing as though he were constantly astonished?
What is this? I thought you were a fish lover.
Yes, I am. But as I was brooding over tonight's story, that goldfish seemed to be making faces at me as though it were trying to remind me of how my face must have looked on a certain June evening in 1890.
It sounds to me as if you're going to tell a story against yourself, Doctor.
I am, young fellow, my lad.
What happened?
One Sunday morning in 1890, I dropped round to visit my friend in Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson told me that he was out, but suggested that I wait in our old rooms for his return and promised me a pot of strong tea with some buttered scones as an inducement. As I walked into the sitting room, I was astonished to see Holmes standing there, a bag in one hand and a coat in the other.
My dear chap, how are you?
I'm fine, Holmes. I'm surprised to see you, though. Mrs. Hudson told me that you were out.
I have been, Watson, on a case. I just returned by my private entrance for some necessary apparatus.
Oh, could I come with you? My wife's away, you know, but my practice is quite slack at the moment.
Not even my trusty old friend Watson can accompany me on this case. It's a ticklish business. The fate of two nations hangs in the balance. I must work alone. Sorry to leave you like this, old fellow. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute. Mrs. Hudson's making me some tea and some buttered scones. Can't you wait and share them with me?
Huh? Good old Watson. You're the one fixed point in a changing age. Empires are tottering, and you talk of tea and buttered scones.
Oh, I'm sorry I must be off. Oh, goodbye, old fellow.
Oh, don't look so sad, old fellow.
Hmm?
The time is ripe. I'll tell you all about the case, and you can write it up in your memoirs. Goodbye, old boy.
Buttered scones. I haven't got any appetite for them now.
Did you enjoy the scones, Dr. Watson?
Oh, I'm afraid my appetite disappeared when Mr. Holmes left.
It did it? I see you've eaten them all just the same.
What? Oh, yes, so I did. Oh,
I've got a surprise for you, Doctor. Inspector Lestrade is downstairs.
Oh, is he?
He came to see Mr. Holmes, but when I told him he was out, the inspector said he'd like to see you.
Oh, he did? Oh, splendid. I'll ask him to come up, please, will you, Mrs. Hudson?
Aye, sir. Will you come up, please, Inspector?
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Can I butter you up a few more scones,
No,
Doctor?
thank you. I really couldn't eat them.
I'll just go and make some more the same. He'll eat them if I fix them, Doctor.
No, really, thank you. There you are, Lestrade.
Hello, Dr. Watson. Here's a pretty kettle of fish and no mistake.
Huh? What's the trouble?
Well, I want Mr. Holmes' help on a most important case. Where's he gone?
Well, he's out on a very secret matter.
You know where he is, Doctor?
Well, naturally, I know where he is, Lestrade. My old friend never keeps me in the dark, but I'm not at liberty to tell you. Perhaps I could help you a bit. After all, I'm not exactly unfamiliar with my friend's methods.
That's true, but just the same... Oh, well, Doctor, 2 heads are always better than one, even if one is a sheep's head, as my old mother used to say.
Are you suggesting that I'm a sheep's head?
No, I'm not suggesting anything, Doctor. I'm just telling you what my old mother used to say.
I'm really not very interested in what your old mother used to say. Oh. And now, Lestrade, your problem, please.
Well, it's simple enough, Doctor. A German diplomat, Graf Otto von Eldenstein is his name, is in England on a very secret mission.
Graf Otto von Heldenstein? Huh. Yes, I've heard of him. Pray continue.
Well, this von Eldenstein staying at the Manor House at Hampton Wick, not far out of London. Now, this morning, somebody slipped past his guards and threw a bomb into his study. His secretary was killed, and he would have been too, if it hadn't been that he'd left the room a few minutes earlier.
Well, these second-hand investigations are very little use, Lestrade. We must both go down to the Manor House at Hampton Wick and examine the situation on the spot.
All right.
Get out the timetable and look up the next train, will you?
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, I'll go and tell Mrs. Hudson where I'm going.
All right, you are, Doctor.
Here are the scones, Doctor. I was just bringing them up to you.
Scones? Well, who can think of scones when an empire's tottering?
Are you sure you're feeling quite well, Doctor?
Of course I am. Now, listen to me, Mrs. Hudson. If Mr. Holmes should return, please tell him that I've gone to Hampton Wick with Inspector Lestrade to investigate the von Heldenstein business.
The von Heldenstein business. Aye, Doctor, I'll tell him that.
Mr. Holmes didn't tell you where he was going, did he?
No, Doctor, he didn't.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Thank
Are
you.
you sure you don't want the scones, Doctor?
I might as well take him along. I dare say Lestrade could eat him.
Aye, you're the one, Doctor.
Yes, I suppose this is rather exciting. Just the same, I wish I knew what Holmes was doing at this moment.
You are Herr Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, I presume Graf Otto von Heldenstein is expecting me?
Ja, Herr Holmes. He was so anxious that you would come here to the Manor House.
I left immediately after I got his summons.
He's very weak. He has lost much blood from the injuries he received this morning.
Injuries that no one knows about, eh?
Nein, Herr Holmes. Only I, his old and faithful servant, knows. Follow me, please. I will take you to him.
Franz, is that you, Franz?
Ja, Herr Graf. And with me is Herr Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. Thank heaven you are here, Holmes.
I hope I can be of service to you, sir.
You can. You can be of great service. Sit close to my bed, Holmes. I have not much strength to speak.
I'm listening, Herr Graf.
You must impersonate me.
Yes, so I gathered when I received your message.
I am in England on a most delicate and important mission for the German government. Within a few weeks, your government and mine will conclude a treaty outlining the German and British spheres of interest in Africa.
I see. Obviously, that bomb was thrown this morning by someone who does not wish the treaty to be concluded.
Yeah, exactly, Herr Holmes. That is why you must impersonate me. In 24 hours' time, I shall be well enough to resume my work. In the meanwhile, you can keep the secret of my injuries and also have the opportunity of finding the assassin.
I'm quite prepared to undertake the impersonation, sir, but how can I possibly hope to deceive the members of your personal staff?
With the exception of Franz here and poor Fräulein Ullmeyer, who was killed in the explosion that injured me, my staff is new. They have joined me here from the German consulate in London. They will believe that you are me.
Very well, sir. I'll try it.
I have heard of your skill in the art of disguises, and also it seems to me we are not so unlike each other.
I was about to comment on that fact myself, sir. Yes, I think that a moustache and side whiskers will work wonders. If I can make the accent reasonably convincing.
I will coach you, my friend.
Splendid. Help me off with my coat, will you, Franz? Get me towels and a mirror.
Jawohl, Herr Holmes.
And while I'm applying my makeup, Herr Graf, perhaps you will be so good as to give me the complete circumstances regarding this morning's attempt on your life. If I'm to impersonate you successfully, I must have all the facts at my fingertips.
Wunderbar. It is amazing, Herr Holmes. Even I can hardly tell you from my master.
Yes, I think it's the wig that puts the finishing touch to my disguise. How did it look to you, Herr Graf?
Mm-hmm. Colossal. I feel as if I were looking into a mirror.
And my accent, you find it reasonably convincing?
Oh, yeah. Extremely so. Try it once again, Herr Holmes.
Ja, Herr Graf. It gives me the greatest pleasure to do what you ask of me.
Prächtig. Splendid, Herr Holmes. Splendid.
A cab is drawn up at the gate. 2 men are getting out. You can see them from the window here.
Oh, it's the police, possibly, or... Great Scott. It's Watson and Lestrade.
Friends of yours, Herr Holmes?
One of them is my close colleague, and the other is a detective inspector from Scotland Yard.
Oh, you must keep up the deception, even with your friends.
As a matter of fact, my friend's investigations will prove an excellent mask for my own search for the assassin. But, well, this is a delicious situation. I hope they won't recognize me. I am Graf Otto von Heldenstein, gentlemen. You wish to see me?
How do you do, sir? My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and this is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
How do you do, sir?
Inspector, Dr. Watson, may I ask if I have the great distinction of addressing the Dr. Watson, friend of Sherlock Holmes?
Oh, I'm very flattered that you know me, Herr Graf.
But who does not know the great Dr. Watson? In my country, many people think that you are the real brains of the combination. Tell me, Herr Doctor, is that true?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that, sir.
Of course, you have both come here to investigate what occurred this morning.
Yes, we have, sir.
Please sit down. If you can find any furniture that is unbroken.
Oh, thank you, sir. I must say the place is in a bit of a mess. And now, Herr Graf, please tell us exactly what happened.
Yeah. I will tell you everything, Herr Doctor. This morning I was working in here with my secretary, poor Fräulein Ulmer. I had occasion to go upstairs to my room to get some necessary papers. As I came down the staircase to return here, I heard a scream from Fräulein Ulmer. A moment later, there was a most frightful explosion. The concussion stunned me. When I came to, my poor secretary was dead.
What people were inside the house at the time of the explosion?
The servants were all at the church. The only people here was my secretary who was killed. My servant, Franz. I can vouch for him because he was upstairs when I went for my documents. There were 3 other people in the house, however. Madame Lisa Barona, my hostess, and the owner of this house. A young Englishman from the Home Office. His name is Hilary Adams, and the 3rd person in the house was a member of the German embassy, Colonel Schweiger.
Oh, then it's just a matter of cross-questioning the 3 of them as to their alibis at the time of the explosion. I'll take them one at a time, Lestrade. Ring for that servant fellow. What was his name?
Franz, Doctor.
Franz, that's the name of the fellow.
This is a rare privilege to watch a master detective at work.
Yes, Herr Graf. I shouldn't be surprised if my methods teach you quite a bit about the art of detection.
Herr Dr. Watson, this is Colonel Schweiger of the German embassy.
Where were you, Colonel Schweiger, when the explosion occurred this morning?
I was discussing the military tactics of Clausewitz with one of the guards near the front gates.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the guard, sir?
Carter. Mr. Arthur Carter.
Yeah, I'll check on that.
Thank you, Colonel Schweiger. Please ask Madame Lisa Verona to come in with her.
Questions, nothing but questions. Leave me alone.
I'm sorry, madam. All I want to know is where were you when the explosion occurred this morning?
Where was I? In my boudoir, listening to that stupid babblings of the young Englishman, Hilary Adams. Herr Graf, when I offered you my house, I did not know that I would have to put up with the love-making of your staff. Everywhere he followed.
No. Please don't get so excited, Madame Verona.
Questions. stupid young English puppy is making calf eyes at me. My beautiful house blown to pieces. Lord, you do it.
Mr. Adams, where were you when the explosion occurred?
In Madame Verona's suite.
You swear to that?
Of course I do. You may ask her.
I've already done so, sir. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you. That's all. You may go. Well, Lestrade, did you check on Colonel Schweiger's alibi?
Yes, Doctor. He was telling the truth. He was talking to the colonel when the explosion happened.
Dear me, Herr Doctor, your examination has not been very successful, has it, sir? Everyone has an alibi.
Yes, but the alibis of Madame Verona and the young Englishman, Hilary Adams, depend on each other's words. They might be lying. When you've been dealing with criminals as long as I have, Herr Graf, you learn to look far deeper than the obvious. Yes, Lestrade and I shall return to London now and make some inquiries. You will hear from me, sir, before the day is over.
Yes. Well, I'm much obliged to you, Doctor, for a very nice meal. Although we've been talking in circles.
Not entirely. Anyway, I have come to one important decision.
Oh, and what's that, Doctor?
Madame Verona is addicted to the use of drugs. The pupils of her eyes were contracted to pinpoints. It's an invariable indication of drug addiction. Lestrade, you go to Scotland Yard and see what you can find out about her, and I'll go back to my house. You can meet me there later. I wish Mary wasn't away. It's the cook's night out, confounded. I can't see a thing. I'll strike a match. That's better. Hello? Who's that in the drawing room? Who is it?
Watson! I thought you'd never come.
Holmes, where on earth do you spring from?
Never mind that, old chap. I've come to warn you. Keep out of the von Heldenstein business if you value your life.
Well, how did you know that I was working on the case?
I haven't time to tell you now, but I implore you. Keep out of it. There are dangerous forces at work. Forces that would snuff out your life without a thought. Please believe me, old chap. And do as I... Quick, Watson! Under the dining room! Down, Watson! Down the bomb!
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. All the time, I need to remind you that, what with this being National Wine Week, if you want to take a gift to a young lady, why not take her a bottle of Petri California Muscatel? Petri Muscatel is the kind of wine you'd serve a queen. That Petri Muscatel has the flavor of plump, sun-ripened Muscat grapes, and is it ever good? You couldn't ask for a more delicious after-dinner wine, or a more delicious wine to serve when company comes. Remember, it's Muscatel, but the important thing is, it's Petri. Petri Muscatel. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's adventure, the Manor House case. Well, that was a fine place to break off your story, Doctor, I must say.
Mr. Bartell, I thought I'd keep you in as much suspense as possible.
Well, what happened next? Were you and Holmes injured when that bomb exploded?
No, my boy. Though the concussion of the explosion knocked me out for a few minutes. When I came to, Holmes had disappeared.
And I can imagine where he'd gone. Go on, Doctor.
Soon after that, Lestrade arrived on the scene, and after a quick and fruitless examination of the premises, we decided to return once more to the Manor House. And so, an hour later, I was telling my story to the man I still thought to be the Graf Otto von Heldenstein.
But this is dreadful, Herr Doctor. The bomb might easily have killed you.
Oh, I was ready for it, sir. Quick thinking and presence of mind are my stock in trade, you know. When I heard the crash, I flung myself under the dining room table.
I'm most distressed that you yourself should be exposed to such danger.
Not at all, Herr Graf. As a matter of fact, I exposed myself deliberately to the attack. It's an old army trick, you know, what we call drawing the enemy's fire.
Calm now, Doctor. You don't mean to tell us that you expected to have that bomb chucked through the window at you?
Of course I did, Lestrade. The assassin knew that I was working on the case. He followed me to London and fell into my trap, just as I intended him to, by showing his hand.
Well, I don't see what he's got you, Doctor.
I myself must admit I cannot see that you are any nearer to finding the murderer.
On the contrary, sir, the case is nearly solved.
Well, I don't see how you figured that one out, Doctor.
Elementary, my dear Lestrade, elementary. One of the 3 people under suspicion followed me to my house tonight. The second bomb was thrown at approximately 7 o'clock. Now, it's only a question of finding which one of the 3 cannot account for his movements at that time. Then we shall know the murderer.
You want to cross-examine them again, Doctor?
Yes, Lestrade, bring them in, please. One at a time. Colonel Schweiger, where were you at 7 o'clock tonight?
Discussing the military tactics of Clausewitz with Mr. Carter of the Home Office Guards.
Great Scott, that's what you were doing at 11 o'clock this morning, too.
It would take many days of discussion for 2 students to appreciate all the subtleties of Clausewitz.
Yeah, I'll check on that again, Doctor.
Thank you, Lestrade. And please ask Madame Verona to come in, will you?
Questions, and still more questions. Where was I 7 tonight, you ask me? I was listening to more babblings from that stupid young Englishman. Ask him for yourself.
Mr. Adams, where were you at 7 tonight?
With Madame Verona in her boudoir.
There is a curious sameness about the pattern of life in this house, is there not, Herr Doctor?
Well, I checked on Colonel Schweiger's statement. It was true. He was talking to Carter at 7 o'clock, all right. Well, could the other 2 account for themselves, Doctor?
Well, once again, they alibied for each other, but this time I begin to doubt them.
Oh, why do you say that, Herr Doctor?
Well, I would accept Madame Verona's alibi for young Adams. Obviously, she loathes the boy and wouldn't perjure herself for him. On the other hand, he worships her, and I'm certain that he wouldn't have any scruples about lying to provide an alibi for her.
Well, you got a point there, Doctor.
Yes, I regard her with great suspicion. Here, come in. Yes, Mr. Adams?
Dr. Watson, I've been worrying about Madame Verona. I was afraid you wouldn't believe my alibi for her.
Indeed?
I have another, an unbiased witness who can testify that Madame Verona was in this house at 7 tonight. Come in, Franz.
Jawohl, gnädiger Herr.
Franz, did you see Madame Verona at 7 tonight?
Yeah. I take up 2 glasses of sherry to her. It was a few minutes before 7.
Thank you, Franz. Thank you, Mr. Adams. I appreciate your concern. You may go.
Yeah. Seems to me we're still traveling in circles, Doctor.
On the contrary, my dear Lestrade, the case is solved.
Indeed. You astonish me, Herr Doctor. Who is the guilty party?
You'll know in a minute, sir. Lestrade, bring the 3 suspects in here, please.
Right, sir.
When they are assembled, I will give you the solution to the mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the mystery is solved, and I must apologize for any little inconvenience that you've undergone. You, Madame Verona, you, Colonel Schweiger, and you, Mr. Adams, have all unshakable alibis. Therefore, the solution's obvious. As my dear friend Sherlock Holmes has often said, eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth. Therefore, the only person that could have thrown both bombs is you yourself, Graf Otto von Heldenstein.
Oh, George, I believe you're right, Doctor.
What have you got to say for yourself, sir?
That I, too, Herr Doctor, have an unshakable alibi.
Oh, what is it?
I was with you, Herr Doctor, when the second bomb was thrown.
What on earth are you talking about? I was alone, sir.
Oh, come now, old fellow, that's not true.
Holmes.
What?
Holmes, how could you?
Mr. Holmes. Well, strike me.
Don't be angry with me, old chap.
Oh, you made a complete
No,
fool
not
of me,
at all,
Holmes.
my dear fellow, not at all.
I've never
I
seen
suppose
any...
you got the real solution to the case, as usual, Mr. Adams.
Yes, Lestrade, I have.
Well, let's hear it, then. Might as well show me up
Oh,
for the
my dear
acid
Watson,
I've
stop
been, huh?
berating yourself. You really handled the case very well. You made only one mistake.
Huh?
May I revise that dictum of mine which you just quoted? Eliminate the possible, and then if nothing remains, some part of the impossible must be possible.
Which part?
Colonel Schweiger's alibi was valid. So was Madame Verona's, since it was corroborated by the trusty Franz. But what does your alibi rest on, Mr. Adams?
Madame Verona's told you I was here at 7.
Yes, but Madame Verona is addicted to the use of drugs. I'm sure that you spotted that fact, Watson.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
Your mistake, old chap, was in not drawing the correct conclusion. Mr. Adams' alibi depends on the unsupported word of a drug addict. Now, the use of drugs notoriously destroys, first of all, the sense of time. Any trick such as the resetting of clocks could be worked on her without her noticing. Her word on a time alibi is completely valueless.
Then Adams is the man
Fools, meddlers. Why don't you... He's a murderer and a traitor. Well, now that we're back in Baker Street, Watson, I may as well tell you that I had my suspicions of Adams from the first.
You did? Why?
Well, my brother Mycroft had told me that he was suspected of being a traitor at heart. He's been under observation for some years. He was purposely given this assignment as a definite test of his integrity.
Well, I understand it all now, Holmes. It's the same. I did make an ass of myself in front of Lestrade, too.
Don't worry about it, old chap. Please don't worry. You always can correct that impression, you know. Yours will be the last word.
Oh? How do you mean?
Well, when you come to write this story in your memoirs, my dear fellow, you can always do a little, what should we say, re-editing of your own part. Posterity never need know.
Doctor, that was really a swell story.
Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Sort of made me out of a bit of a fool, though.
Oh, nothing of the kind, Doctor. I agree with Holmes. You did a splendid job.
Oh, you really think I did?
After all, you did line up his suspects for him, didn't you?
Well, come to think of it, yes, of course I did.
And you did make the point that Madame Verona was a drug addict.
Yes, by Jove, so I did.
And you did say that Mr. Adams' alibi could be a lie.
By Jove, you're right. I did solve that case for Holmes after all. Mr. Bartell, did anyone ever tell you that you're really a very smart young man? I wish you and I could work on a case together.
We can. Starting tonight.
No. Really?
Sure. In celebration of National Wine Week, I brought you a case of Petri wine. And I suggest we start on it right now with a glass of port.
What a fellow.
What a wine. Petri wine. We know that's really good because the Petri family has been making fine wine since the 1800s. For generations. Ever since they started the Petri business, the Petri family has been turning luscious California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And during all that time, they've been handing on down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. The Petri wine you buy today is the result of all that skill and knowledge and experience. That's why you can't go wrong when you choose a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what's the prescription for next week's story?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I think I can promise you a most entertaining adventure. It concerns a famous magician, a female spy of unusual beauty, and a man even more brilliant than Holmes himself. His older brother, Mycroft.
Sounds terrific, Doctor. And before we say goodnight to our friends, I want to remind them that our men overseas need the Merchant Marine to bring them back home. The Merchant Marine got them there, and it'll bring them back if you help. Right now, the Merchant Marine needs experienced mates, engineers, ABs, firemen, oiler water tenders, and chief cooks. If you qualify, write or wire collect at once to Merchant Marine, Washington 25, D.C. Bring the boys home. Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Greek Interpreter. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
As we study the facts of the cases in police records, we are struck by the resemblance of some of them to storybook drama. They are like works of fiction. Yes, it is true that so long as men are ruled by passion, so long will there be crimes of violence and unrestrained emotion. Such is the drama that will now unroll before you. Drama of the Black Cat.
Get out of here, you black devil!
Stand Martin. Let that cat alone. Don't you throw that!
On the morning of July 17th, 1932, a woman walked into the Bureau of Missing Persons in the Los Angeles Police Department.
Good morning. May I do something for you? Well, I'd like to know how to go about finding a missing person. They told me in the homicide room across the hall that I'd have to come over here.
Well, that depends a great deal on the circumstances surrounding the disappearance.
Well, it's my sister that I'm hunting for. I'm not even sure she has disappeared. But her husband says she's just gone away for a visit.
Well, doesn't he know where she is?
No, he says he doesn't. You see, he's a very timid man. Sort of Casper Milquetoast type. You know what I mean?
Yes, I think I do.
I wouldn't want him to know that I'd made this report. It would upset him.
How long has your sister been gone?
Well, it's almost 3 months now.
3 months? And you're just now questioning it?
Oh, she's gone lots of times before without telling any of us where she was going. But this is the first time she's been gone so long.
Well, if you'll just give me a description of your sister, we'll get out a bulletin on it. We'll let you know if we hear anything.
Thank you so much. I do hope nothing has happened to her.
In the months that followed, Vera Dresden made inquiries concerning her sister. But always the Bureau of Missing Persons reported no trace of the missing woman. 3 years passed. Vera has risen steadily from an extra player to bit parts in pictures, and at last has received her first important part.
Hey, stand the chatter. I think a toast is in order.
Well, it better be good. I'm just beginning to get this cowboy interested in dancing.
Oh, shucks, Miss Vera. I can throw a steer a whole lot better than I can dance.
You're telling me?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start over. Now, dearly beloved, we're gathered here in the presence of these witnesses to do honor to a most clever and promising young actress, Vera Dresden. Now, here's to the day when we celebrate Vera's first starring party.
For an actress that's been promised a star's part, you surely look mighty forlorn, Miss Vera. You ain't going moody on us, are you?
No, Bud. I'm not going moody. I was just thinking about my sister.
You ain't never heard from her, have you?
No. Been 3 years now.
I thought you and Dolly was pretty fond of each other.
We were. I saw Dan on the street this afternoon. I brought it all back. First time I'd seen him in almost a year.
Oh, Daniel the Mouse. I don't blame Dolly for walking out on him. I'd like to tell him what I think of him.
Well, maybe you'll get a chance to. He always comes around to borrow money whenever he's in town.
Oh, well, come on. Let's drink and be merry.
Yeah, sure.
Come on. Fill 'em up. Tomorrow we may disappear. Oh, crying out loud, who's that?
Quiet, everybody. Oh, it's you, Dan. Well, I was expecting you.
Greetings, my beautiful sister-in-law. May I come into your parlor?
Yes, come in. I'm just in the mood to tell you a few things.
Well, if it ain't Daniel a lion tamer.
And drunk as a lord.
Well, shush my boots. The little rabbit is drunk.
Yeah, I'm drunk, so what? And I ain't no rabbit. I'm a man, see?
Yes, you must be. You were half a man, you'd have my sister with you, or at least know where she is.
Maybe I do, sister. Maybe I do.
Oh, forget it. Come on, let's have a drink.
Sure, I'll have a drink.
How long have you been drinking this time?
What's it to you? I'll drink if I want to. I'm a human being, see, and I got rights. All my life I've been kidded and kicked around. Well, I'm a man now, see? Sure, I'll drink. Because when I drink, nobody kids me. They haven't got the nerve. Oh, go on and laugh, you sap. That's all you got in your empty heads is foolish ideas. Stop twiddling your thumbs, very annoying.
I'll do what I please.
I said stop it! There. Now that's better. Much better. Now let's have a little music. A little appropriate music, if we can find it. Because I'm going to tell you a story.
What's wrong with the guy, huh?
Quiet, you. I'm going to tell you, brave people, a story. A ghost story.
Oh, Dan.
Be quiet. Have you ever been in an old house that creaked when the wind blew against it, huh? When the rain on the roof made a groaning noise that seemed to be a part of the damp air that made the candle flames motionless as the eyes of a ghoul? The storm had smothered every other form of light or life, except hers. And there she sat, reviling me with her eyes. I think she knew I wanted to kill her, just as she had killed my soul with her hate. And reading my thoughts, she taunted and dared me with her eyes, because she didn't know I'd been planning this night for months. No, she thought I was weak and spineless. Even when my hands were about her throat, she looked at me with such loathing it seemed I was being suffocated instead of her. You know I'm going to kill you now, don't you? I'll make you believe it. You can't cheat me out of the only moment I've ever been your equal. You're dying. Dying! Vera, why are you looking at me that way?
Now I know where my sister is. He murdered her. He murdered her. Oh, call the police. Call the police.
Daniel Markheim was taken into custody, lodged in the Hollywood police station. Next morning, Detective Lieutenant Dwight and his partner Joe Page interviewed the prisoner.
There he is, boys. Tamest killer I ever saw.
A hangover like that, bird's got to tame anybody.
Not the worst third degree you could give that guy is to hold a cup of black coffee out of his reach.
All right, come on, you. We want to talk to you.
Oh, my head.
Sit up. Come on, tell us your story, and we'll give you a nice new box of aspirin.
Go away.
Where'd you hide your wife's body after you murdered her?
Let me lie down.
Oh, no, you don't. Come on now, open up.
Tell us where you hid your wife's body, and we'll let you lie down a long time.
I don't know what you're talking about. Go away.
Come on. Stop stalling.
Don't suppose you remember anything about last night, huh?
Where am I?
In the lion's den, Daniel.
You'll have as much chance of getting out of a lion's den as getting out of this.
What am I in jail for? Oh, my...
Now, wait a minute. This is getting a little tiresome. You remember going to a party last night?
No.
You don't remember going to your sister-in-law's home and telling her you killed your wife?
Me? Tell my wife? Are you crazy? Is this a joke?
It's no joke, sonny boy. There were several witnesses to your confession, so just quit the act and let's save a lot of time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, Markheim, here's the story you told at the party. See if it'll ring the bell inside that thick head of yours. Now, according to the witnesses, you came in drunk. They started kidding you about being a mousy little guy, and you started getting tough about it.
Seems like I remember something like that.
And then you got to feeling brave. You decided you'd impress the gang, and you gave them all the gory details. Whether you remember it or not, you're being held for the murder of your wife, and you'll save yourself a lot of time if you'll just tell us what you did with her.
But I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll find out sooner or later, Dan.
But this is all a mistake, officer. You see, I like to read murder and horror stories. Well, when I drink, I get to thinking about them, and it makes me feel brave. Some of the things I've read come to my mind, and I talk about them. That must have been what happened last night.
That's a good story. Keep it up.
But it's the truth. I don't know what I said last night, but Vera and the rest of them must have been drunk, or they would have known that I hadn't really done anything to Dolly. Why, I love her more than anything in the world.
All right. We'll find out whose mistake it is when we find the body. Come on, Joe, let's go.
Well, what do you make of it, John?
About the funniest case I've ever seen. I'll bet that little runt never takes another drink as long as he lives.
You believe his story?
Yes, I do. That guy is suffering from an inferiority and a frustration complex. He gets drunk to make himself believe he's a big shot and a tough guy. Here, take a look at this report. Now, according to this statement from the witness, this guy Markheim didn't say he killed anybody. They just put two and two together.
Yes. That's about all the district attorney does. But he usually gets a conviction out of it.
But if anybody had ever been found to answer to that woman's description, we'd have a record of it. That dame probably walked up with the first he-man she met, and she figured would beat her up regularly.
All right, psychologist. Me, I'm just a plain cop that plays hunches. This may turn out to be a course in psychology for me, but I'm going to play my hunch to the limit.
Well, what are you going to do?
Let's take a run out to the place where Daniel used to live before his wife disappeared.
That won't do any good.
What makes you think so?
Well, we haven't got any howling wind or black cat.
Oh, nuts. Come on.
don't want to buy anything.
Now, wait a minute. We're not selling anything. We just want to ask you a few questions. We're police officers.
Police? What do you want here?
There isn't anything to be alarmed about, lady. Just like to know how long you've been living here.
Well, I don't know what you want to know that for.
Now, why don't you tell us and don't argue about it?
Well, about 3 years. And that's 3 years too long.
Why? Don't you like the place?
No, I don't like the place. Come inside and I'll show you why.
That's what we've been trying to do for 5 minutes.
I'm moving out of this stuff next month. I don't want to spend another rainy season here. This place gives me the creeps. The wind howls and makes funny noises, and we can't keep the dampness out. Besides, I think the place is haunted.
You mean you believe in ghosts?
Oh, no, that's just a joke. But whoever lived here before we did must have been nuts. Look here, for instance. Here's what I mean. See this button?
Sure. What about it?
Well, just watch the wall when I push the button.
Secret compartment, eh?
Yes, and they're all over the place. Here's a fake dagger we found in one of them. Here, look in this drawer.
Well, toy guns. Some old surgical instruments.
A lot of cheap detective magazines.
Well, did you notice anything else peculiar about the house when you moved in?
Oh, nothing in particular, except that it had green lights all over the place that made it look like a morgue.
You say you're moving out soon?
Just as soon as my rent's up, about 2 weeks from now.
You don't know if the house has been rented, do you?
If they ever rent this barn again, it'll be a miracle.
No, thanks.
You needn't talk too much about our being out here.
Oh, I'll keep quiet.
Thanks for showing us the place.
Oh, you're very welcome.
This is going to be good. Wait till the boys hear about your ghost killer.
Now, go ahead and laugh. You haven't heard the last one yet.
Neither of you, Joe. Neither of you.
Markheim was released because of lack of evidence. Weeks passed with Detective Page spending weary and fruitless hours studying the characteristics and mental processes of Daniel Markheim. They were apparently unvaried and seemed to lead nowhere.
Another beer, Jim.
Hello, Dan. Mind if I sit down?
Well, well, well. If it isn't my friend, Detective Joe Page. Sit down, Joe. Sit down. Are you still interested in my criminal tendencies?
No, not particularly.
No. Well, at least you understand me, even if you're not my friend. Oh, but then I haven't any friends. You are most welcome, my friend. Sit down. Have a drink?
No, thanks. I just dropped by on my way home.
Of course, of course. Now, listen, Page, I'm not a dope. I've never taken a drink without you popping up beside me. You're just like a detective in a fiction story. Oh, it's all right with me. I enjoy it. But you're just wasting your time.
Is that so?
Sure. How would you like to hear me recite?
Go ahead.
My life is but a travesty and slander on myself. I have lived to belie nature. All men do. All men are better than this disguise that grows about and stifles them.
You see each dragged away by life, like one whom bravos have seized and muffled in a cloak.
Hey, you're pretty good.
Well, I've read that story, too. It's Markheim by Stevenson.
Oh, smart guy, aren't you, Page?
Not particularly. But I've read a few horror tales in my time.
Well, here's one you haven't heard. He was a madman, tortured by the thought that she constantly reviled him. But there was one supreme moment worth living eternity for. To hear her begging for her life. Now, let's see you finish that one, Joseph.
You never can tell. Maybe I will. You're a nice guy when you're sober, Dan. Why don't you stay that way?
Sure. I'm nice. Too nice. When I was a kid, I was always so nice I got beat up by every other kid that couldn't lick anybody else. Then my old man would lick me for not fighting back. But now it's different. Look at these morons around here. They think they're my superior just because they're bigger and tougher than I am. But I know different. They haven't got my nerve.
When you've been drinking.
What's the difference? Hey, you! If you don't stop that hiccuping, I'll shove 'em down your throat.
You better sit still. You'll get a sock in the puss.
So I'll get a sock in the puss. Hey! Come on, wake up. Get up on your feet.
Hey, what's eating you? Keep away from me before he smacks you.
Yeah?
Okay, buddy. That's perfect.
Hey, Dan. Dan! Come on, snap out of it. You hurt?
Nah, forget it.
Weeks went by. Other headlines grew where the story of Dan Markheim had once flourished. But the machinery of the law relentlessly ground out its investigation. Then early one morning in December, Officers Page and White called at the apartment of Vera Dresden.
Dresden, you're an actress, aren't you?
Well, what's my opinion against so many others?
Well, professionally speaking.
I have hopes in that direction.
I don't know when I've had a tough as case as this one of your sister's disappearance. One that I was as sure of. I think I'm right in what I figured out in this case. I'm going to need your help.
In what way?
Would you be willing to try a little acting experiment along with Lieutenant Dwight here?
Oh, surely. Anything I can.
I understand you and your sister are twins.
Yes, we were often mistaken for each other.
Did she have any peculiarities? I mean little things that might make an impression on a person.
Well, I don't exactly understand you.
I think Joe means, was she in the habit of doing anything that might get on a person's nerves?
Oh. Well, as a matter of fact, she did. She used to crack her knuckles.
Crack her knuckles?
She'd sit sort of looking straight ahead and crack her knuckles. Like this.
Well, enough of that would get anybody.
Anything else?
She used to whistle through her teeth.
Did she do much reading?
No, she did very little. She just sit with that faraway look in her eyes and make you wonder what she was thinking about.
I thought so.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Did she have any pets? Dog, cat, canary, anything like that?
Let me see. Yes, I believe she did. I think she had a cat.
What kind of a cat?
I don't remember much about it.
Was it a black cat?
Well, yes, it was. How did you know?
He's been reading a book.
Have you seen that cat since your sister disappeared?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I have.
Are you sure you wouldn't mind putting on a little act for us?
Of course not. Anything you ask.
Lieutenant White here will work with you. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Dresden. We'll get in touch with you later.
Oh, it's you. Well, come on in. At least you're somebody to talk to, and I've got to talk to somebody, even if it is a cop.
That's what I like about you. Your friendly attitude. Found a job yet?
Nope.
How do you get the money for the liquor?
I manage.
Well, I've got something that might interest you. It's not a job, but knowing your queer mental quirks, I think at least you'd find it diverting.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I've spent a lot of evenings being entertained by you, and I thought maybe I could amuse you a little. You're not afraid, are you?
Well, I don't know.
Here's your chance to show that you're a man, without being stewed to the gills. Have you got the nerve, or haven't you?
Sure. Why not?
Well, you better get some warm clothes on. Pretty raw outside.
Well, can't we wait until the storm's over?
What's the matter? Losing your nerve already?
I haven't got any to lose.
All right, let's go.
Well, where are we going?
Maybe we'll open a keg of nails.
Yeah.
You're going to feel right at home tonight, Dan.
Is that so?
Here's the car. We're going to have to hurry. We'll be late.
Late for what?
You like mystery stories?
Yes, but what's that got to do with it?
I thought you might be able to help me solve one.
Well, I'm not so good at solving mysteries.
Maybe you never tried.
I've tried, but I've never solved anything.
Maybe you have. But so many people solve things the wrong way.
What are you bringing me down here for?
You recognize the place?
Yes. But why?
You told me you'd help me solve a mystery, huh?
Sure. Oh, why not?
Come on. Let's get out of this rain.
I like the rain and the wind. I understand it.
I don't. Come on.
Home again. Hey, what are you going around the back way for?
The only key I've got. Come on, hurry up.
The trees still whisper the same thing. The door hasn't changed a bit, has it? Makes the same noise.
Come on.
Why don't you turn on the lights?
Never mind. Just listen.
That whistling. It's Dolly. It's a trick. I know it's a trick. I'm sober. Not true.
Keep quiet. Do you remember the sound of that rocking chair?
Yeah. I used to sit in it. and read. She sat over there. Her. Dolly.
Will you stop that? You have to make those noises.
Turn on the lights. It is. Dolly.
Please don't drink any more, Dan. Please don't.
Well, why don't you get out if you don't like it?
You know I can't go out on a night like this.
Then stop that infernal noise. I'm reading. It bothers me. The storm drowned all noises. There was no sound that could be heard above the shrieking of the wind. You hear that? It says that right here in the book.
Why do you have to read those awful stories?
Because I like them. Don't like the noises you make.
I'm sorry.
You're just another bully that despises me, aren't you? You annoy me with your whistling and cracking your knuckles. You think I'm afraid to put you away, don't you? You think I'm a coward. Scat! Get out of here, you black devil! Scat!
Dan Markheim, let that cat alone. Don't you throw that...
And now I'll tend to you.
Dan, put down that axe.
Oh, you can't bully me this time.
Dan, don't. Don't.
Hey, serves you right. It serves you right.
No, Dolly. I didn't mean to hit you so hard. I didn't mean it. Dolly. Listen, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't mean it.
Markheim, come back here.
I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you. That's not the way it happened. It was that cat, that black devil of a cat that made me do it.
All right. You tell us about it.
Wait. Well, one day, we went down into the cellar, Dolly and I. I was going to cut up some old boxes. I had a hatchet in my hand. The cat followed me down the steep stairs and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe into her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan.
For the love of Mike.
No.
It's a swell story, Markheim. Now tell the truth.
Why? What do you mean?
That happens to be a quotation from Poe's story, The Black Cat.
Oh. Smart guy, aren't you?
I told you I'd read those stories, Dan. Now suppose you tell us the truth.
All right, wise guy. Come on downstairs. You better switch on the lights, Paige.
Oh, those horrible green lights.
Oh, you don't like these lights, do you, darling sister? Well, maybe you like this better.
The skeleton of a cat.
A black cat, Lieutenant. And here's another panel you didn't know about, did you?
Put down that gun, Markheim.
Sure, I killed her. And I hid her body where you'll never find it. But I didn't mean to, I tell you. I was too much of a coward.
Put that gun down.
Don't come any closer, Paige. Stay where you are, all of you. I'm not too much of a coward for this. I'll show you I've got some nerve left.
Well, he did it.
Yeah. I didn't think he had it in him.
Daniel Markheim was a psychological study. He had an imaginative mind and fed it by reading horror stories. This explains why Markheim enacted an imaginative crime fabricated from stories he had read and his own vivid imagination. The truth is that he did not kill his wife. She was discovered some years later living in San Francisco. Even when committed in the imagination, crime does not pay.
The police reporter brings you another true murder mystery. On February 3rd, 1929, the city of Dusseldorf in Germany was shocked to read in the daily papers of the murder of an old woman. She was walking down a dark street late at night when a man leapt out of the shadows and stabbed her 6 times, then ran off into the night. This was the start of a reign of terror which was to grip this sober, industrious city for over 6 months. Just 1 week after this first murder, a man walked into the office of the police commissioner, February 10th, 1929. Diane. Are you Herr Momber, the police commissioner?
Yes, I am. What is it?
I'm the man who found little Rosa Orlinger this morning.
You mean that 8-year-old child who's been stabbed to death?
Yes, Herr Momber.
Sit down and tell me about it.
Well, I was on my way to work 2 hours ago when I found the child's body. I took one look and ran to the police. You know, Herr Momberg, this is the body country he comes from. May 12, 1929.
X-ray, read about it. Young couple attacked by vampire fiends. Read about it. Young couple attacked. X-ray, read about it.
May 15, 1929.
Calling all cars. The body of Emma Gross was discovered this morning in her room in Crane Plot. She had been stabbed 18 times. Her assailant is unknown. Is believed to be the same one who has been perpetrating similar crimes. Calling all cars.
May 20, 1929.
Hello. Give me the city room, quick. Hello, city room. Get out an extra. The vampire fiend has struck again. 2 children were found stabbed to death on the outskirts of the north side of the city. Their names, Gertrude Hamacher, age 6, Louise Lenson, age 13. The police have one important clue. 1, the man's footprints.
June 10, 1929. A 5-year-old youngster and 20-year-old Maria Hann disappeared while visiting the city zoo. 2 days later, Commissioner Momberg's office received a letter.
You really think this so-called vampire fiend sent this letter?
Well, to tell you the truth, Commissioner, I don't.
Read that part to me again.
All right. If you don't think I killed Gertrude Alberman and Maria Hahn, look at this map and go to the spots marked. You'll find the bodies.
Let me see. He's marked 2 places in the empty fields east of the city. Send some men out with shovels immediately. We've got to do something. It's imperative.
You, X-ray. Police find bodies of 2 missing girls. You, X-ray, read about it. X-ray, read about it.
In spite of every precaution the police could take, these attacks continued. Murder followed murder, and attack followed attack. About 6 months later, a young girl of about 20 was ushered into Momberg's office.
Herr Momberg, this is the young lady you sent for.
Your name is Maria Butler?
Yes, sir.
Sit down. You wrote this letter?
Let me see. Yes, sir. I wrote it to some friends of mine. How did you come to get it?
It was wrongly addressed, and the dead letter office turned it over to us. In this letter, you say a man attempted to choke you in one of the city parks. Is that true?
Yes, sir. I'd come to the city late in the afternoon and was on my way to the YWCA to get a room for the night. While walking through the Hofgarten, a man accosted me. I was terribly frightened, and then an older man came along and drove the first man away. He was very nice to me and suggested that he walk with me to show me the way.
You went with this man?
Yes, sir. But instead of taking me to the YWCA, he took me to his own house and told me that his landlady would give me a room. But when I saw the house, I refused to go in. He then said it was quite a walk, but if I insisted on going to the YWCA, why, he'd take me there. When we came to the Gastonberg Park, he tried to choke me. I screamed, and he ran away.
Would you recognize this man if you saw him again?
Oh, yes, sir. He was slim, of medium height, wore a blue suit, and had blonde hair. His eyes were blue, and his face was rather full.
Do you think you could find this house where he took you?
Yes, sir. It was in Lampert Street.
Well, we are going to try to find that house now.
Oh, please, Herr Commissioner, if this has to be done, I'd rather go alone.
Alone? Why?
Well, if you came with me, it would only confuse me.
Well, can I trust you to come back?
Of course you can, sir. This must be important for you to want the information.
It is important. Oh, well, have it your own way. But as soon as you find the house, you come to me at once.
Yes, sir. If you wait for me here, I don't think I'll be very long.
Hello, Momberg speaking. Is that girl Maria Butler's come back yet? She's what? Just a minute. Come in. Oh, never mind. She just came in. Sit down, Fraulein Butler. Well, have you learned anything?
Yes, I found the man, and I found the house where he's living.
Good. Momberg speaking. Have a squad car brought to the front of the building immediately. We're going to make an important arrest.
But Herr Momberg was in for another disappointment. The flat in Lamper Street was empty. 2 pieces of evidence were discovered, an old pair of shoes and a dark suit. The police soon found that it was these shoes which had made the footprints near the bodies of Gertrude Hammaker and Louise Lenzen. However, the suspect's wife was found working in the restaurant. She was brought to Commissioner Momberg's office for questioning.
Frau Curtin, we want you to prepare yourself for a shock.
What is it, Herr Momberg?
We have enough evidence to charge your husband with all the atrocious murders which have taken place during the past summer.
You mean my husband is the man the newspapers call the vampire fiend?
Yes.
Oh, that's not true. My husband is a kind, gentle man. He wouldn't kill anyone.
I appreciate your position, but we have absolute proof. Your husband is the man.
How did you find out?
Then you do know?
Yes. He told me an hour ago. He came to the restaurant and said he'd seen the police go into the house where we used to live. Oh, he's a good man here, Commissioner. He must have been insane to do such terrible things.
Do you know where he is now?
No. He has a furnished room somewhere, but I don't know where it is. He's gone into hiding.
Is there any way that you can communicate with him?
Oh, must I tell?
It's your duty.
But what of my duty to him? I'm his wife. Think of the position you placed me in.
I'm sorry, Frau Curtin. All I can think of are your husband's many victims and their grieving families. I can only think of the safety of the people of Düsseldorf.
Oh, I can't betray him. I can't.
You must. Don't you realize that these murders will continue if you don't? Can't you see your own responsibility? How will you feel when you pick up your paper and read that someone has been ruthlessly murdered in the streets and know that you could have prevented it? If you don't tell me, Frau Curtin, you'll be as responsible for any further deaths as if you yourself had struck down the victims.
No, not that.
Yes, Frau Curtin. From now on, you'll be as guilty as your husband.
All right. I'll tell you. I'll tell. I'm to meet him this afternoon at Roker's Platz.
I myself will accompany you there.
If he sees me with you, he won't come.
I'll remain in the background. You'll have to give me a signal of some sort, though. What'll it be?
Well, when I see my husband, I'll go to him and kiss him. That will be the signal.
So be it, Frau Curtin. But make sure you don't forget.
That afternoon, Commissioner Momberg and his men were spread in a cordon around Rocher's Platz. In front of the impressive church which faces the historic old square, Mrs. Curtin met her husband.
Oh, Peter.
You came after all.
Oh, I couldn't stay away.
Even now when you know the truth, why don't you give me up to the police and collect the reward?
Oh, how can you say that?
I must go away and never see you again.
Then kiss me.
What? Here on the street?
Why not if I'm never to see you again?
It will attract attention.
Just as you say, then.
Oh, very well.
Goodbye, Peter. And...
Peter Curtin, I'm the police commissioner. You're under arrest.
So at last, eh? Huh. How did you find me?
We followed your wife. When she kissed you, we knew we had our man.
That was a Judas kiss. Oh, a kiss of betrayal. Come
on, Curtin. Don't make a scene. You're well surrounded.
Oh, I'll come. I'm glad it's over.
The police car is just around the corner.
Must I come with you?
I won't have her in the same car with me.
One of my men will take you home, Frau Curtin. Come on, you.
Well, your merry chase is over.
I'd hardly call it merry. No funny business, Curtin.
Oh, don't worry about me. I've been arrested before. I know how to act.
Well, here's the car. Get in. So you've been arrested before, Curtin?
Yes, but not in such style as this. When I was a boy of 12, I was marched through the streets handcuffed. I swore then I'd someday have my revenge for that humiliation. Well, I've had it.
You don't deny your guilt?
Why should I? I'm proud of it. Ever since I was arrested before with that jeering, scoffing crowd at my heels, I've hated people. I've longed to dynamite buildings and trains and kill a lot of people at once. I couldn't do that. so I killed them one and two at a time. That way I could hear them beg for mercy and cry with fear. It was worth it. Every bit of it.
How could you kill these people in cold blood?
How? Huh. When I was a boy, I was apprenticed to my uncle, the dog catcher. We killed 50 dogs a day. That's where I got used to killing. People are no different from dogs.
And what will you say, Peter Curtin, when the state kills you?
What can I say? I'll put my head on the block and hope the knife doesn't hurt too much.
And less than 4 months later, that is exactly what Peter Curtin did.
You've just been listening to another true murder mystery brought to you by the Police Reporter. This is a radio release production.
Standard of California, on behalf of Standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you need the kind of help you couldn't get from a cautious man, then you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you may have forgotten the one time we met. You were the best man at my wedding. Yes, I'm Joe Burke's wife. You won't believe what's happened to him. Easygoing, happy-go-lucky Joe. He's a pitiful mental case, and they've got him in a sanitarium. You were so close to Joe in the Army, I thought maybe if he saw
you again, it might do more than the doctors have been able to do. I thought of this when I saw your ad in the paper, like a ray of hope. Won't you try to help me? It's signed anxiously, Laura Burke.
Joe, a mental case? Oh, no, not the Sergeant Burke I knew.
Well, George's wife would hardly make up anything like this.
But Brooksy at Palermo, when everybody else was either cussing or praying, that hard-headed Irishman just sat around playing a harmonica. Danny boy.
It's funny I never heard you talk about him.
Well, you know how those things are, Angel. You swear on your GI dog tag that you're going to be sure to keep in touch with each other, but as Tempus Fugit's Old Lang Syne becomes just the name of a song.
But you were his best man.
This kid Laura came down to camp. We hopped the Jeep over to the chaplain, and it took 15 minutes for the tender vows. A minute for me to kiss the bride, and they were off. All Joe had was a 48-hour pass.
Golly, she sounds so desperate in this letter.
Yeah. What's that address, Brooksy? We'd better get right over there.
Maybe it's only one chance in 1,000, but I had to turn to you, Mr. Valentine.
The name is George, remember?
He's in that place, getting worse every day. How he doesn't even recognize me.
Laura, we do want to help you, but, honey, you're making it so much harder. Here, sit down.
I'm sorry.
I know this is tough on you, Laura, but try to tell us the whole thing from the beginning. How did this happen to Joe? When?
Well, about a month ago, they brought him home from Egypt.
Egypt? What was he doing there?
Well, after he got out of the Army, he got a job with an export company, Kessling Limited. The money was so good he couldn't refuse it. He planned to keep it for 2 years so we could put some money aside.
Oh, it must have been terrible being separated again.
Did Joe begin to lose his grip while he was abroad?
Oh, he sent letters regularly, wonderful, cheerful letters about the future. And a couple of months ago, he stopped writing.
Yes, Laura?
And then one day he walked in with Dr. Taruk.
Wait a minute. Who's Dr. Taruk?
Some kind of psychiatrist the company sent back with Joe to take care of him. Mr. Kessling, he's the president of the company. He's been very kind.
What did they say happened?
Some kind of an explosion outside the city. Joe happened to be around, and when he came to in the hospital, he...
Now, take it easy, Laura. Hey, you want to knock off and have a cup of coffee?
No, go on. I'm all right. I'll never forget it. Dr. Taruk left us alone for a minute. Joe just stood there, right where you are, looking at me, looking through me. He tried to talk, but seemed to hurt too much, so he just kept staring and staring.
Oh, George.
And he took a box of face powder from his pocket and handed it to me.
Powder?
I guess he meant it as a gift. So pathetic. A box of cheap powder. was horrible to watch.
Okay, Laura. I think we've heard enough to begin with. Where have they got Joe?
The Hillcrest Sanitarium. His company's paying all the expenses, and Dr. Taruk says in time he hopes Joe will be all right.
Yeah.
But he's getting worse, you see. I thought if you saw him and talked to him, maybe by some miracle he'd begin to remember things. He thought so much of you.
I know. All right, Laura. You want to come along with us?
No, I always seem to upset him.
Okay. Yeah, Claire and I'll drop in on Joe. And here's hoping it'll do some good. A sanitarium should have peace and quiet, but they should build it where people can find it.
Yes, it is out of the way. Gosh, and every time I look down into that valley, I get dizzy.
Kind of unusual, isn't it, Brooksy?
What?
A company going to quite so much trouble for one of their people? Sanitarium special psychiatrist who seems to stay on and on?
Well, darling, maybe the milk of human kindness doesn't curdle as easily as most people think.
Maybe not. Brooksy, I've been in some tough spots. But I think seeing Joe like this is going to be just about the toughest.
In dealing with the mind, Mr. Valentine, one is never sure what will be good or bad for the patient.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, Dr. Turok.
Perhaps this visit from a dear friend out of the past may do Mr. Burke a world of good. However, on the other hand...
Will we be able to see him soon?
In a few moments. But perhaps it would be wiser for a young lady like you, Miss Brooks, not to see him at all.
Huh?
There are just a few things I want to know, Doctor, before...
Dr. Taruk... Oh, Rodney, will you come here? Yes. This imposing but very competent gentleman is the male nurse I've hired to be with Mr. Burke, when it is impossible for me to be present.
Oh, yeah.
He's acting quiet now, Doctor.
Good, very good. We can go in this way, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks. Okay. There he is.
Hey, Joe. Danny boy. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? What did you do? Lose your harmonica?
Oh, George.
Yeah. Rodney, wipe Mr. Burke's forehead.
Yes, Doctor.
You can see, Mr. Valentine, what an effort it costs your friend to try to speak.
I'm not blind, Doctor.
Permit me to explain. The blow he must have received in that accident has injured the tiny wires that crisscross in the brain. His thoughts cannot get through, a form of motor aphasia.
Well, that's good to know, but it doesn't help Joe.
Doctor, does he know what we're talking about?
I am quite sure he does not. You see, the wires of the brain that are blocked make it more difficult for him to get his thoughts through. The theory is...
Okay, Doctor, but look...
yes, Mr. Valentine.
I'm quite sure you're a very competent psychiatrist, but I know you won't mind if I have Dr. Hunter, a friend of mine, come in and have a look at Joe. Just a consultation.
Very well, if you feel that way.
And it might help to look a little more into that accident.
Anything to help your friend, Mr. Valentine. Rodney.
Yes, Doctor?
The other case downstairs I was so interested in, I think the crisis may come even before I expected. Would you mind being there to do what is necessary? Then let me know exactly what happens.
I'll take care of everything,
Good.
Doctor.
Try talking to him again, George.
Hey, look, you big oaf. Stop holding out on me. You know who I am. Hey, we got a lot of old times to talk about. You know me, Valentine.
Oh, I suppose it's no use.
Hey, how is it, Dr. Taruk, that Joe was able to walk when he came home to his wife, and now he's flat on his back and can't use his hands or his legs? I thought he was being cured.
It is my hope to arrest the progress of the paralysis.
Yeah?
To shield him from emotional disturbances. Rid his mind of fear.
Fear? What fear? Joe was never afraid of anything in his life.
This is a different kind of fear. The fear of becoming a mental basket case with no future and no hope.
Oh, cut it out, Doctor.
Mr. Valentine, I was just stating the facts.
To have and to hold from this day forward, till death us do part.
What are you trying to say, darling?
I'm just a best man with a photographic memory.
Oh, I know how you feel about Joe
This
and Laura.
isn't death, Brooksy. Those two should be together. Something's got to be done about it.
Look, do yourself a favor, George, and listen to me. This is something you don't know anything about. You're no psychiatrist.
No, you listen to me, Angel. I know Joe looks as though his head was full of nuts and bolts, but he recognized me.
What do you mean?
We used to have a way of winking at each other, just to say, keep your skin on, brother. This man's war will be over someday.
Well?
Well, that's what he was giving me back there. I know it.
Are you sure you aren't imagining something you want to believe?
I don't care for that oily doctor, Brooksy, and I care less for that overgrown meatball Rodney hovering over Joe every minute of the day. I just have a feeling he's not getting the right chance.
You can't let it be a question of feelings, darling. Believe me. George!
Wow.
Golly, me too. Oh, a fine place to get a blowout. A few more yards and we would have gone pitching into that valley.
Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. Don't open that door. Get down.
George, what's the matter with you?
Maybe that wasn't a blowout.
What?
Just playing safe. Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone around now. You stay where you are, Angel. I'll take a look-see.
Did you find anything?
Yeah. A neat bullet hole in that tire.
What?
Somebody shot at us from those rocks up there.
But who could it be? It'd have to be somebody who knew we'd be coming back this way.
Brilliant deduction, Brooksy, but we'll go into that later. Right now, we fix a flat and then get back to town.
Hello? Yes, he's here. Just a moment. It's Walker, financial editor of the Bulletin, returning your call.
Good. Yeah, uh-huh. You hold it a second, Walker, huh? Look, now, take this down as I give it to you.
Okay.
Go on, shoot. Uh-huh, yeah. Kessling Export and Import, fined $50,000 6 weeks ago. Smuggling, diamonds.
What?
And a shipment of face powder. Since then, out of business. Gave up corporate charter. Yeah, thank you, Walker. That was very helpful. Goodbye.
George, what have we gotten into?
A very touching little situation, Brooksy. The great big corporate heart of Kessling Limited bleeding for one of its employees who was hurt.
Yeah.
In fact, it keeps on bleeding now, long after it ceased to exist. Because it was caught smuggling diamonds, no less.
Well, how do you think Joe fits into all this?
I don't know yet. But right now, we're picking up Dr. Hunter and going back to Hillcrest Sanitarium. Let him take a look at Joe. Yeah, Doc?
What'd you find out, Dr. Hunter?
I took a good look at your friend, George, and had a long talk with Dr. Taruk.
Well, Frank?
In Taruk's place, I'd have to diagnose the case exactly as he has.
Oh.
Motor aphasia. Now, progressive paralysis. The whole thing apparently started from some severe shock.
I see. Well, now I don't know what to do. His wife told me if we found anything wrong to get him out of here.
He's getting all the proper care as far as I can see. Frankly, I wouldn't suggest that he be moved in his present condition.
Okay. Okay, Frank, you know what you know, and I know what I know.
Now,
Maybe
George...
I'm wrong about Taruk as a doctor, I mean. But there are too many other things wrong about this setup, including that bullet in my tire. Yes, and I still say Joe Burke was winking at me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the great American pastime. Batter up, it's baseball season again. And here's a seasonal gift for you. It's a 48-page handbook of baseball. The title is Batter Up. To get your free copy, just ask for Batter Up at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. This guide to baseball fundamentals was written by Bert Dunn, former pro. It has 45 illustrations and photos. Boys will be keen about it. Batter Up tells how to play each position, pitching, catching, fielding, and how to bat. Girls will go for the chapter on softball. Lefty O'Doul of the San Francisco Seals and Joe Cronin of the Boston Red Sox give their views in this grand book. Another article was written by Clarence Rowland, president of the Pacific Coast League. Here's baseball written by a recognized authority. Get your free copy tomorrow. Batter Up is available at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, you go through the war with a fellow who becomes your buddy. You lose sight of him, and suddenly his wife shows up saying he's in a sanitarium, a mental case. You try to see what it's all about, a bullet comes at you from nowhere. More than that, you're told your buddy is getting the best possible care. You're not convinced, so you decide to dig deeper. In George's case, that means going with Claire to the Customs Service to have a chat with one of the agents.
Well, there really isn't much to it, Mr. Valentine, just what you see in this folder.
Uh-huh.
What does it say, George?
Nothing we didn't know before, Brooksy. Kessling Limited tried to smuggle in diamonds, caught with their carrots down and so forth.
Well, I don't know what you expected to find, but compared to some of the stunts we run up against, this wasn't anything too brilliant.
Apparently not. The company's out of business now.
Now, we've had people try to get diamonds through in glass eyes and wads of chewing gum almost every way. Hiding them in boxes of face powder, well, maybe they thought it was so obvious they'd get by.
Yeah, maybe. Face powder, Brooksy. Why didn't it hit us before?
Of course. Joe gave Laura a box of face powder.
What's that?
Yeah, it's not important, at least not yet. Say, tell me something, Craven.
Yes?
What happens to the rest of the cargo when you catch people smuggling?
We have regular customs sales like an auction. In fact, there's one tomorrow.
Oh, that's very interesting.
It'll be held in one of those loft buildings down on Fayette Street. There's a public notice in the papers today.
Good enough. Come on, Brooksy. Thanks a lot for your trouble.
Oh, don't mention it.
George, I think when Joe gave Laura that box of powder, he was trying to tell her about the smuggling his company was doing.
Could be, Brooksy, could be. But maybe we'll know more about that tomorrow. Young lady, you and I are going to an auction.
All right, right over here, everybody. Lot 114, 3,000 boxes of face powder, quality second grade, trade name Cleopatra's Secret. Sorted shades. Now, what do I hear for?
The whole lot isn't worth $100, Brooksy, but here I go, and we'll see what happens. $300, Mr. Auctioneer.
How, much did you say?
$300.
If you get stuck with all that powder, I don't know how we're going to get it out of here.
Well, I don't suppose there'll be any more bids, so, 400.
George.
Yeah, no, Angel. I'm going to hit it again just to make sure. 500.
600. The, gentleman who said 500, you, got another bid, sir?
Not me. Count me out.
Okay, if the gentleman who bid 600 is just right over
No one ever did find out Cleopatra's secret, Brooksy. What do you say we go downstairs and see if we can't make history?
George, it's getting dark. Let's make believe it's dinner, and I'll go down to that lunch wagon and get us a couple of containers of coffee.
Okay, but... Hey, hold it, Brooksy.
Huh?
That little black truck over there. They're loading something into it.
Cleopatra's Secret.
Hey, you see any name on the truck? I can't.
Oh, no, there isn't any name.
Oh, I should have known better than to ask. They would have thought of that.
Okay, take it away.
Brooksy, we're off again. We'll keep a good half a block behind them, just like this.
Darling, I never want to see another warehouse as long as I live. They could at least put some lights in the windows.
Yeah, and some fluffy organdy curtains. The only light I'm interested in right now, Angel, is that little red one up ahead.
It's turning the corner.
Hey, a dead-end street, no truck.
But we were right behind them. Truck can't just disappear into thin air.
There's only one warehouse on this whole street.
Yeah, and it's all boarded up.
Hey, that big overhead door could have been up, just waiting for that truck to get in and then closed down.
I can't think of any other explanation except magic.
Yeah, well, we're not going to go ringing any doorbells and tip our mitt.
Look out!
We're getting out of here.
That shot came from that warehouse.
This is getting monotonous, being used for clay pigeons twice in 2 days. Hey, Brooksy.
Yes?
Take a good look at that street sign under the lamp, and remember it. Listen to this, Brooksy. All the dope on that warehouse on Barrow Street. It's owned by the Fallon Trading Company.
So?
And the officers and stockholders of Fallon are the same as those of the late Kessling Limited, including the very kindly Mr. Kessling Laura told us about.
George, I can't make head or tails out of this. Why would they go and buy up all that old worthless face powder?
I don't have the answer, Brooksy, but maybe Laura has. That's why we're going over and see her right now.
Laura! What happened happened to you?
I don't know, really, Claire. Something hit me.
Well, didn't you see who it was?
No, I was sitting here waiting for a call from you, and then I don't remember anything except waking up on the floor.
George, this place is in a sham.
Well, they didn't take anything.
What's that?
No, I looked all around. My pocketbook with almost $100 in it. And all my jewelry. All that's still there on the dresser.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what about Joe? Tell me what that doctor friend of yours said. Did he think there was any hope?
Of course there's hope. You've got to believe that.
There's every hope, Laura. But tell me something. Where did you put that box of face powder Joe gave you?
Powder?
Yes, you remember. You told us about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just opened it and then I put it in that drawer over there. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
It isn't here now.
Laura, listen. That firm Joe worked for was a smuggling ring. Diamonds.
What are you saying? Joe'd never be mixed up in anything like that.
We didn't say he was. But as far as we know, there could have been a fortune in gems in that box of powder he gave you, and the one moment Dr. Turok left you two alone.
What does all this have to do with Joe? That's all I care about.
George, you don't think the sanitarium, the auction sale, the warehouse, all that was a part of a search for something that was here all the time?
Oh, Claire, I'm tired of guessing. I feel like a dime being pushed around on a shuffleboard.
What do you mean?
Somebody is in an awful hurry about getting something done, trying to meet a deadline.
What about Joe?
That's what makes me think. Turok wasn't too worried about me bringing in another doctor to look at Joe. Hunter's visit proved that. The important thing was to keep me from snooping around, interfering with their schedule. That was the reason for the double talk with Rodney and the pot shot at us.
What schedule, George? What are you talking about?
Something's coming off, and coming off soon. Look, stay here with Laura, Angel. I've developed a sudden interest in boats. Incoming and outgoing.
Oh, you again, Valentine.
Yeah, Craven, the Customs Service and I are getting to be just like that.
I'll be right with you as soon as I clear this manifesto. All right, Doherty, you can put that shipment through.
Hey, look, fella, this is really important, and time is what we don't have the most of.
Huh? Oh, if you've still got that Kessling deal on your mind,
No. Same people, but a different name. As far as you know, is there anything coming through for the company known as Farland Trading?
No, I don't know, but I can soon find out. Here, just a minute.
Well?
No, I don't see anything
Are
yet.
you sure? Everything points.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Here it is. I missed it because the boat's already in.
Uh-huh.
It's anchored out there in the harbor.
Has the cargo been cleared yet?
No, that's scheduled for tomorrow.
What's Farland bringing in?
3 crates of powdered cocoa beans from the West Indies. Shipping in on the Pandora, Peruvian registry. Captain Martin...
No, we can skip that, Craven. How soon can we get out to the Pandora?
Why? Tomorrow we'll be
I told
unloaded.
you, Kessling and Farland are one and the same trading company.
Hey, I think I see what you mean, Valentine. We'll take a speedboat, get right out there to the Pandora.
Ahoy there! Customs Service, Captain, we're coming aboard.
Come on, Valentine.
What can I do for you? I thought you weren't ready for us until tomorrow.
Something special turned up, Skipper.
Yeah, specifically powdered cocoa beans for Farland Company.
Good
Latest
Lord,
trip.
this trip. Those are some of their crates right here on deck.
Okay, let's try this one for a starter.
Say, what are you fellas looking for anyway?
Carrots, Captain.
Huh? Are you kidding?
Diamonds, Captain.
Oh,
Now, you feel around that side, Valentine. I'll take this.
Okay.
Ireland, eh? I thought I knew them all. That's new one on me.
All right, Craven, here we are.
Huh?
Yeah, it's a beauty, too. Take a look at it.
Say!
Oh, nice size. I wonder how many more we're going to find.
Oh, just enough, but not too many.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, Craven, can I take a sample of this cocoa? Just enough for a cup, let's say?
Sure, go ahead. Help yourself. I doubt if they'll miss it when we auction the stuff off. Thanks again for the tip, Valentine.
Oh, you're very welcome. But don't be surprised if I get in touch with you again. Well, Mr. Ross, what's the verdict? What does the chemical analysis show?
Powdered cocoa, huh?
Oh, never mind the suspense. What did you find?
Oh, there is cocoa here, all right, but mixed with something that sells for roughly $7,000 a pound. Dope.
$7,000 a pound. No wonder Kessling and the boys could afford to use diamonds for window dressing.
What's that?
Oh, it'd take too long to explain. Thanks. And remind me to submit your name for the Nobel Prize.
What do you want, Valentine?
Out of my way, Rodney.
You can't go in there. Nobody sees Burke. Dr. Taruk's orders.
You're a sucker for Taruk's orders, aren't you? You shouldn't have missed me when you took a shot at my car on the road yesterday. I was just waiting for that big yap to open like that so I could put my foot in.
Rodney, what is all this?
Greetings, Dr. Taruk.
What have you done, Mr. Valentine?
The scene should speak for itself. And if you don't want to join Rodney, you'll just sit right down on that bench.
Maybe you should be a patient here, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yeah, sure. I got a persecution complex. I can't rest. I can't sleep. I see things, have bad dreams. I'm afraid there's no hope for me until I hear you and your friends try to explain more than $1 million worth of dope.
I have nothing to say.
When the police and the customs men get here, Dr. Taruk, you'll have plenty to say.
Oh, can you beat that, Valentine? Using diamonds for a smokescreen.
Yep, Craven, that was the racket. They plant the diamonds, not too expensive ones, of course, in case the shipment is open.
If they're found, nobody looks any further.
And they pay the fine. And they buy up the supposedly worthless stuff at the auction for peanuts and make themselves $1 million.
Tell me, how did that friend of yours in the sanitarium fit into all this, Valentine?
Well, as I get it, Joe found out what Kessling was doing and was going to talk. All that stuff about an accident in Egypt was the bunk. Now, they gave him a brutal going over. When he came out of it, he had what psychiatrists so pompously call functional neuroses induced by severe blows on the head.
Gosh, they probably meant to kill him.
Sure, but why take chances? There might be investigations. Now, they figured it was better this way. Taruk could see to it that Joe didn't snap out of it until this shipment came through, and they'd all take it on the lam. That was their deadline. Well, how do you like your new barracks, soldier? Oh, don't try too hard to talk, Joe. We always used to understand each other without too many words.
I don't know how we'll ever be able to thank you and Claire. Dr. Hunter says Joe's going to be all right.
George, what about that wedding present? You know, the one the best man forgot to give.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Joe. You and Laura ran out on me so fast that day in camp, I didn't get a chance to give you the usual set of doilies or a percolator or something. Well, now you can at least be the messenger of some good news that may make up for that.
This customs man told us. It says right in the book, anyone instrumental in thwarting a smuggling attempt is entitled to 25% of what the Treasury gets on dutiable goods.
Yeah.
And those diamonds don't come cheap, you know.
That's right, Joe. You're really the guy who was instrumental. At ease, soldier. Hey, you know, Brooksy, this time I'm sure he winked.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. It's a safe bet that along with these first days of spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love, but it's also a safe bet that every motorist's fancy has already turned to thoughts of the open road. If you're making weekend trips at this season with frequent starts and stops for the family car, here's something worth knowing. When you've got Chevron Supreme gasoline in your tank, you get instant action every time you press the starter. It's a premium gasoline that's tailored to the season of the year and to each different altitude zone in the West. Besides saving you a lot of grinding, starting wear, Chevron Supreme gives your car speedy pickup in your stop-and-go traffic, and it assures full power for rugged hill climbing. Best of all, you're never far from Chevron Supreme gasoline. Throughout the West, you can get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Well, here we are. Now, out you go, Brooksy. You know what you're supposed to do.
Yes, George. But you don't know what you're asking of me. That Renee woman brings out the fishwife in me. Anything can happen.
Well, go on now, Angel. That gal in there didn't tell us half what she really knows. Maybe because you do rub her the wrong way, we can find out some more.
Well, okay. So so good to me. Well, now for Renee. I wish I'd let my fingernails grow.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Paul Frees, Jack Crucian, Dick Ryan, Herb Vigran, and Joe Duvall. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Police headquarters. Just a second, I'll give you the detective bureau. Detective Bureau, Captain Stewart.
Hey, Captain, this is Joe Beskis. You know Smoky Joe?
Yeah, what's wrong, Joe?
There's a drunk down here in my place that's afraid to go home. He wants me to call a cop.
Yeah, what's wrong with him?
I don't know. DTs, I guess. This guy looks like a big shot. Maybe you better send one of the boys over.
Okay.
Yes, Captain.
Got a good one for you, Andy. Want you to play nursemaid to a drunk for a few minutes. He's over in Smoky Joe's place, and he's afraid to go home. Wants a police escort, I guess.
Yes, sir. I'll go right over.
Oh, hello, officer. I'm Joe Beskis.
I'm Anderson from headquarters. Where's this drunk?
Yeah, back here in a private room. I'll show you. Yeah, this is the door.
The door's locked from the inside.
Hey, this guy's a dummy, if you ask me. Come on, open up. I got your cop for you.
Think anything's happened to him?
He passed out, maybe. Come on, you open up.
Hello, officer. This him?
Yeah.
What do you want with an officer?
It's all right, officer. I want to go home, that's all.
Well, who's holding you?
I'm not going home alone, officer. I'm scared. Come on, you go with me.
Wait a minute. What's your name?
Davis. James Davis.
Where do you live?
127 Wrexham.
What are you afraid of?
I don't know, officer. I don't know. Come on. You go home with me. You'll watch out for me, won't you?
All right. Here's your hat. I got a taxi right outside. Steady there. Open the door, Joe. Oh, here you go. 127 Wrexham, driver. Oh, it's 12:30. As soon as I get you home, I'm going home myself. Oh, all right. All right. Hello, Andy. Sorry to wake you up. Yeah, what's the big idea? Can't... Don't it mean anything to be off duty?
Not on this police force. What was the name of that drunk you took home last night?
Oh, Darris. No, Davis.
I thought so. First name James?
Yeah.
Where did you take him?
To his home, somewhere on Wrexham.
What time did you take him there?
I don't know, about 1. It's on the report.
I didn't stop the report. How old a man was he?
A young fellow, about 25 or 6. Why, what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. One James Davis, age 25, was killed shortly after 1 o'clock this morning.
No.
That's the straight dope, Andy. A friend of his found him about 8:30. Commissioner called me at home. I dropped by here on the way over.
They identified the man as James Davis, and somehow I connected him with the Davis you took home last night from Smoky Joe's.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. And the guy didn't just have the willies. He must have really had something to be afraid of.
Get on your clothes, Andy. We're taking a run over to his apartment.
Okay, Captain.
Your phone bill paid?
Yeah.
Good. I'll call headquarters for a car while you're dressing. Hello? Give me police headquarters. Don't take all day, Andy.
All right.
Hello? Mike? Stewart. Send a squad car to pick me up at Anderson's apartment and hold everybody off that Davis case till I get there. This the house?
Yeah. Same place I took him last night.
All right, Mac. All right, stand back. Open up here. Stay outside and keep this mob back, Devlin.
Okay, sir. All right. Get back, you rubberneck.
Come on, Andy. Shut the door. Which way?
Second room here.
All right, boys. I'll take charge.
Oh, that's him all right, Captain. Dressed just like I left him. I got that dressing robe out of his closet.
This 45 he's got in his hand, you gave him that, too?
Why, no, sir.
Where did he get it?
Don't know, Captain. He didn't have it when I left. It's a cinch.
This desk. Was it ransacked like this when you left?
Well, no, sir. The room was real neat. That water pitcher wasn't broken either.
I guess not. That water pitcher was used to kill him. Look, that pitcher is heavy enough to crack an elephant's skull. Hey, don't pick it up. It's probably full of prints.
Oh, yes, sir.
Looks like his pocket's been rifled, too. Look at this.
Poker chip.
Yeah, here's another one. What did this guy say to you on the way home?
Oh, nothing much. He was pretty crocked.
Say what he was scared of?
No, sir.
Did Smoky Joe say what he was scared of?
No, sir.
Know where this poker chip came from?
No, sir.
You're a great help, aren't you? If you ask me, Davis made a big winning in some joint tonight, and someone who saw him do it followed him home and bumped him off.
By heck, you're right, Captain. You know, all the way home, this drunk kept muttering, thought they'd take me for a ride, huh? Well, I showed him. I took him for a ride myself.
Well, why didn't you tell me that the first time?
Didn't think of it, Captain. Too sleepy, I reckon.
Think of anything else?
No, sir.
All right, Ed. Send in the photographers. Yes. Get that broken picture for prints, Murphy. Yes. All right, boys. Back out of the way.
Here, wait a minute, Captain. Look at this.
Well, I'll be...
I want to see Joe.
Hello. Who is calling, please?
All right, don't try to be funny.
Mr. Biscoe, she's not in.
Don't give me that. All right, now where is he?
Where's who? Oh, it's Dalton, sir. It's all right, Uncle. Come in, Mr. Anderson's the name, ain't it?
Yeah.
Have a chair.
Thanks.
Smoke?
Nope.
And, now what can I do for you, Mr. Anderson?
We want you to help us, Joe.
Sure, you know how I feel about you boys. Anything you want, the sky's the limit. You know me.
Good. You remember that drunk you called me to take away last night?
Yeah, sure.
Somebody bumped him off about 10 or 15 minutes after I took him home.
Huh?
I say somebody bumped him off about 10 or 15 minutes after I took him home.
Well, what do you know? Then the guy wasn't buggy. Someone was after him.
Yeah. And I think with your help, I can find out who it was.
Oh, yeah? Well, why me?
Because the guy was in your place, Joe.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I never set eyes on him before.
How long had he been there?
Oh, not long. About 30 minutes, maybe longer.
Was he drunk when he came in?
Yeah.
What'd he do?
I wasn't paying much attention to him. He went back to the private room and ordered a bottle and some sandwiches.
I see. Say where he'd been?
No, I didn't talk to him.
Was he alone all the time he was there?
As far as I know, I didn't take much notice of him.
When did you first take notice of him, Joe?
When one of the waiters called me in and told me that he had the door locked from the inside.
What'd you do?
Well, I went back to the door and asked him what was wrong. He said he was scared and told me to call a cop. I tried to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't open the door till I called you.
Did he say what he was scared of?
No, he wouldn't say a word.
Maybe he saw somebody he was afraid of.
Yeah, maybe so.
I wish you'd tell me the truth, Joe.
The truth?
Sure, it wouldn't hurt you.
What do you mean? You think I bumped him?
Did I say that, Joe?
No, but...
I know you don't like to have it made public, Joe, but you run a set of games back at your place, don't you?
Oh, sure, but it's just a social club, that's all. You can't pin nothing else on me.
I'm not here on a gambling charge, Joe. I'm just trying to get you to help me discover who killed the guy.
Oh, okay.
That's why I want you to tell me the truth.
I've told you the truth.
Yes, but not all of it. Now, listen. I found out that Davis, that was the man's name, was playing the wheel in your social club last night, right?
Yeah.
I also found out that he hit the bank to the tune of 10,000 smackers.
How did you find that out?
That's my own business right now, Joe. Somebody saw him clean the bank and followed him home.
You can't hold that against my place.
I'm not trying to. Whoever followed him home after I left went through his rooms for the 10 grand. Davis woke up, reached for a gun, and somebody gave him the works.
So what?
I want you to tell me who it was.
I don't know who it was.
Yes, you do, Joe.
What makes you think that?
Because you did it, Joe.
I did it? Why, you...
No, you don't. Stick him up, Joe. You too, Oku. Drop that gun. I've known you were behind that curtain ever since I've been here.
I'll get you for this, you dumb flatfoot. You ain't got nothing on me.
Oh, no? I've got enough to hang you.
Why, what?
Listen, you. We found a blue chip, a blue poker chip in Davis's pocket. That chip had some queer scratches on it. I took it and tried it in your chip machine, and it fit exactly.
There's a lot of
Don't interrupt me. I pried my way into your office and discovered that Davis had cleaned you to the tune of 10 grand. You didn't like it. You heard Davis give me the number of his house, so you decided to get your 10 grand back.
But how do you...
How do I know you did it?
Yeah.
Because years ago, Joe, when my dad was on this force, they brought you in on a fight charge. It seems you nearly killed a man. After that, in 2 other fights in your joint, you invariably chose the same weapon, a water pitcher.
You phony copper! You can't convict me on that evidence!
No? But you see, Joe, you very conveniently helped me. When you bent over Davis to search him, your fountain pen slipped from your pocket. And, Joe, I'm awfully sorry, but that pen had your name on it.
Police headquarters. Okay, Andy. Hello, Captain. Cancel your card on the Davis killing. Andy just got a confession from Smokey Joe Brescos. Police headquarters.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos.
And no other cigarette gives you this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make a note. Think of your throat. Try Camels. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Now, in my business, I run into a lot of people, make a few friends, and a lot of enemies. I remember a few weeks ago when one of those friends walked all the way over from 31st Street to tell me about his trouble and leave me a share of it. His name is Angelino Giuseppe, and he runs a butcher shop. Little guy with a big, broad stomach and a smile to match. I met him when I was on the force. He used to stop in and buy some cold cuts or a pound of bacon. I liked his smile, and I always hung around for one of his bad jokes. But when he came into my office that afternoon, pushing his big stomach in front of him, I spotted trouble right away. The smile was gone. Well, Angelino.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Haven't seen you in a long time. Come stai?
Sto male.
Well, I can tell. Now, what's the trouble? The pig's knuckles got arthritis?
Pig's knuckles?
That's better now. That's more like my answer.
You always kidding. You make it easy to smile.
Yeah. Accetti.
Grazie.
All right, Angie, let's have it. What's wrong?
Well, I'm going to ask you to do something. I can't pay you.
We'll talk about it later.
You can take it out in a trade.
That'll run into a lot of ham hocks, Angelino.
Well, I want to pay you.
Well, I can always throw a barbecue. Now, tell me about it.
Well, you see, it's like this. I come to you as a sort of a representative from all the other butcher shops, the independent ones.
I see.
I ain't the only one that's worried, so all the butchers got together last night and decided to do something about it.
All of the independent butcher shops?
That's right. Every week, a couple of guys come around and collect. Now, if we don't pay, we get our shops bust up, and if that ain't enough, we get our heads busted too. Look, see, I still got 3 stitches right here in the top of my head.
Oh, I see. Well, it's a nice job. Doctor must have used a loom.
I got this last week when these 2 guys came for the money. I couldn't pay, so one of them hit me with a blackjack.
Oh, that's too bad. What about the law, Angelino? That'd give you the right kind of protection.
Well, we discussed that at the meeting, but we decided it was too dangerous. We've been warned. If we go to the police, we get hurt too bad. Well, we all got families, Mr. Diamond. We can't take the chance.
Now, have the 2 men who beat you up been back?
No, but they will be.
Okay, let's go.
Well, we're going someplace?
Yep, we are going someplace. You don't know it, Angie, but you just hired yourself a new assistant.
I have?
You certainly have. Come on, I want you to show me how to carve a lox. Well, that's what happens when your reputation gets around the butcher shops. I'd been telling Angelino what a great detective I was for the past 10 years, but I should have known he'd never take my word for it, so I had to prove it. We went out, grabbed a cab, and 15 minutes later I was standing behind the butcher shop counter. Angelino handed me a white apron.
I don't get it. Why you want to be a butcher?
Angie, you want me to get a line on these guys who do the collecting, don't you?
Well, sure.
Well, I can only think of 2 ways I could watch them and not look suspicious. Make like a butcher, or crawl in with the ground round.
Crawl in.
Think of what would happen if someone looked down for the price of ground round and caught it staring back at them.
It's gonna start. That's so funny.
Oh, now, come on, Angie. It wasn't that funny.
Well, Oh, customer.
Oh, nothing like learning firsthand. Let me handle the sale.
Well, you think you can?
Sure. Here she comes.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Hennessy.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Angelino. Well, business must be good. I see you have a new butcher.
Oh, yes. This Mr.
Hangtooth.
Mr. Hangtooth?
Hangtooth?
Good morning, Mrs. Hennessy. Something I can do for you?
Oh, yes. How much is the lamb shoulder today?
Which one?
What?
Look, maybe you better let me...
relax, Angie. I'll make it. Which shoulder would you like, Mrs. Hennessy?
Is there a difference, young man?
Oh, yes. You see, this lamb here is really a ram.
A ram?
That's right. Hurt his shoulder playing against the Cardinals last season. We're also selling his shoulder pads at 21 cents a pound.
Mr. Angelino.
You'll find him hanging in the back with the spare ribs. Now, Mrs. Hennessy, if you can tell me which shoulder you want, I'll wrap it up and send it off tackle between the liver and the...
Well, I never...
Of course you haven't. That's the trouble with you people. Here's a nice little ram that played his heart out. And... Oh, by the way, the heart is special today, 11 cents a pound. Angie.
She's gone, huh?
Like laundry in a tornado.
But what do you want to do that for, Mr. Diamond? She was one of my best customers.
I wanted to get her out of here, and I wanted to get her out in a hurry. Just as she came in, I spotted 2 guys heading this way. When they saw her, they backed off. Look, they're standing across the street right now.
Where?
Right over there. You see them? In front of the drugstore.
Yeah, that's them.
It is?
They're the ones that hit me. They're the ones that come around collecting.
Well, they're coming again. You better duck. I'll take care of it.
Well, listen, please, you be careful. They're pretty rough monkeys.
Go on, Angie, and beat it. They're almost here.
All right. I'll be in the back.
Okay. How mile can a cigarette be? Make the camel 30-day test and you... Well, good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Hey, where's Angelino?
Oh, well, he's out buying some old buffalo. I'm the new assistant.
Buffalo? Shut up. Well, tell me, new assistant, when'll he be back?
Well, it's hard to say, gentlemen. These buffalo are in Wyoming.
Oh, yeah? Carl, I think this guy's trying to be funny.
You, my friend, win yourself a lamb chop. How'll you have it, with or without the bloomers?
Hey, you know, some Red, I think you're right. Hey, what's your name, laughing boy?
Hangtooth.
Hangtooth?
Oh, I'm going to have more fun with that. Blows everybody.
Well, look, Hangtooth, you know who we are?
How many guesses?
You won't need even one. We're in a hurry. We're collectors.
Oh, well, we put all the scraps out and back in a can. You can't miss it.
I don't like you.
Well, I have a friend. Maybe we could double date.
Look, let's stop the clowning. If Angelino didn't tell you about us, it's going to be too bad for you. We're here for some money. We get every week $25.
Yeah, last week Angelino didn't have it, so he accidentally hit his head. We figured that all that blood would make him remember it this week.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Angie didn't say anything about it. Tell me, what does he pay you boys for?
Oh, little things. Protection, mostly. You see, if he paid us last week, he wouldn't have hit his head.
You know something? I know a big, fat cop who would just love to hear all about this protection Angie's paying you for.
You do, huh?
Yeah, I do, huh?
Well, look, seeing as how you're a new boy around here, maybe we ought to tell you first.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, let's go in the back.
I like it here. I listen better.
Oh, you do, huh?
Is that all you guys can say? Now get out from behind that counter.
I want to explain the thing to you.
Yeah. Go on, Red. Explain it to Mr. Hagtooth.
Hangtooth.
You'll have to partner me. He don't hear so well. How's your hearing, Hangtooth?
Depends on what I'm listening to.
Well, listen to this real good. Seeing as how you're working for Angelino, you're going to need protection, too. So let's have the $25.
I want to know what I'm buying.
Oh, sure.
Hit him this time. Hey, a rough one.
Yeah, you're bleeding.
Yeah. Want to get rough, Hangtooth?
Hey, you're liable to kill him.
Yeah.
Let him alone. Hey, we better get out of here.
Yeah. We'll come back for Angelino later.
Well, you really can't blame brave little old me for going to sleep at that point. One I could have handled. But in that cramped space behind the counter, with both of them coming from different directions, I had to give it up sooner or later. And I did for about 20 minutes. When I finally snapped out of it, I looked up and saw 3 heads staring down at me. 2 herring with Angelino in the middle.
Hey, Mr. Diamond, you're right.
Oh, lovely.
Here, let me help you get up.
Swell. Now, look for my eyes, will you, Angie?
I didn't know what to do. I guess I should have called the police.
Oh, fine time to tell me. Let me sit down.
When I thought about calling the police, I also thought about my family. Those 2 men might beat up my family just like this.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Mr. Diamond, please, you better forget about this. It's too dangerous. When they come back, I'll pay them the money and nobody gets hurt.
Look, Angie, I can understand why you're scared. Those 2 headhunters aren't kidding, but you can't let them get away with it.
I can and I will. I ain't taking no more chances. First they bust up my shop, and then they bust up me, and now you. No thanks. I got enough.
Okay, Angie, but not me.
What are you going to do?
Well, I got a sore face and a nasty disposition. I won't get back to normal until I find those 2 guys and tie their necks in a bow. I left Angelino's shop and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. I wanted to look up 2 sure bets for the police gallery. One named Carl and the other Red. 2 guys who went around scaring poor little businessmen like Angelino. By the time I reached the station, the aches from the beating were making me very unhappy. And when I walked into the squad room, I spotted something that didn't make things any better.
Yeah, what are you... Holy cow, Diamond.
Well, Sergeant Otis, I'm glad you noticed. Means I put myself together all right.
What happened to you?
Don't be silly. I always bleed just before lunch.
Well, how did it happen?
It wasn't easy. Is the lieutenant in?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Say, Otis, when are you going to start shaving in the morning?
Why? What's wrong?
Your 5 o'clock shadow is 4 hours fast.
Oh.
Hiya, Walt.
Wow. What hit you?
Wait till the bruises show up. I come on in Technicolor.
Someone sure did a good job.
Yeah. That someone is 2 guys, Walt. One named Red and the other Carl.
Red and Carl?
Yeah. I got closest to Red. Name matches the hair, busted nose, about 190, very nasty with a sap.
And Carl?
Dark, greasy, well-dressed if you like the type. Big boy with a scar under his right eye. I gave Walt the complete descriptions and briefed him on what had happened in Angelino's shop. We went down to the mug file and started going through pictures. 20 minutes and 8 dozen charming photographs later, I found what I was looking for. I showed them to Walt, and he said, "Oh, you know him?"
Yeah, Carl Tate and Red Dillon. Here's the package. Dozen arrests, half a dozen convictions between them.
Very impressive.
Couple of muscle men. What do they go after you for?
I've been pulling a protection racket on some of the independent butcher shops. Who do they work for?
He used to work for Jack Arno before he got sent up.
I know they're not working this setup alone. It's too big.
No, there wouldn't be. Hey, Tiny Easter's in town.
Tiny Easter? Oh, used to be Arno's right-hand boy.
That's right. Came in about a month ago. I'd love to get something on him. Nobody's ever been able to nail him.
Well, it adds up. Easter worked for Arno, and so did Carl Tate and Red Dillon.
Oh, we can't pick him up just because 2 of his boys worked you over. He'd just say they weren't his boys.
I don't want him picked up. I want Carl and Red. If Easter goes along with the deal, you can have him.
What are you going to do?
Get cleaned up and pay Mr. Tiny Easter a visit. What's his address?
He's got an office on East 48th Street, 804.
Thanks, Walt.
Tiny's a bad boy.
I'll take along my .38 just in case I have to spank him. I left Walt, went back to my office, took a clean shirt out of the closet, washed up. Locked up again, went down to the street. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later I was standing in the reception room of Tiny Easter's office. A big guy with a bulge under his arm was trying to be as unreceptive as possible.
So you want to see Easter? You have an appointment?
No, I haven't got an appointment. Now tell Easter I'm out here.
What's your name?
Oh, you're going to get hung up on this.
What do you mean?
The name's Hangtooth.
What?
I see. Now make like an office boy and tell Easter I got a message for him from Carl and Red.
You're a pretty fresh guy, aren't you?
Yeah, and I'm going to spoil if I have to stand around much longer.
You can spoil rotten for all I care. You're not going to see Easter. He's busy.
Okay. You know, you get so excited you'll ruin your stomach someday.
Oh, I don't think so.
You don't, huh? Skeptic.
What are you on?
I'm collecting scalps.
How'd you get by Lefty?
He's tied up with a stomach ache. Swallowed a fist.
Okay, so you got muscles. Also, you got a pushed-in face. Lefty do that?
Carl Tate and his blood brother Red.
Oh? What you come to me for?
They're working for you, aren't they?
You smell like a cop.
Name's Hangtooth.
I doubt it.
And good for you. I'd hate to go through that again. I'm a private cop.
Well, now, good for you.
I was in a butcher shop when your 2 boys wandered in and started playing squash with me. I don't like to get pushed around, Easter, and I don't like your racket. I want Carl and Red, and if I get you along with them, the state will hang a medal on me.
Looks like you got nothing to lose.
Don't look at it any way you like. Now, what about your 2 playmates?
I don't know what you're talking about, Shamus. Never heard of those 2 guys.
I don't think you understand, Tiny. I'm pretty mad. I'm going to find these 2 guys, and I'm going to do it even if I have to be unpleasant with you.
Just what do you mean by unpleasant, Mr. Hangtooth?
You break a leg, that's unpleasant. Ow! Don't try to pull a gun on me.
You busted my hand. Take your foot off.
Drop the gun in the drawer. Okay.
My hand's busted.
Now take the hand out, empty.
Oh.
Now let me explain it again. If you go out and shoot 12 people tomorrow, I'm going to be sore about it. But when you start intimidating a bunch of hard-working little guys and their families, I go off like a skyrocket. And then when a couple of your cheap gunsels push me around, I explode.
I tell you, I don't know these guys. Oh!
Look, Easter, please believe me.
I don't know them.
You worked with them in Chicago.
Ah!
I'm telling you the truth, Easter. I'll work you over till you look like an eggplant in a subway.
Look, whatever your name is, I got boys. They'll take care of you.
Who's going to tell them to do it?
I am.
With your jaw broken?
Oh!
Now, where do I find Carl and Red?
Oh, you knocked all my teeth loose.
I got 31 to go. I guess you really don't understand.
Yes, I understand. Oh.
Now, where are they? You still need some encouragement?
No, in the warehouse by the 14th Street docks.
What warehouse?
Rogers and Sons. Big sign on the top.
You mind if I use your phone?
Go ahead.
Don't you know it's not polite to listen, Easter?
Well, what do you want me to do?
Go to sleep.
No!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
That's right. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Behind Camel's great popularity are the two things that mean steady smoking enjoyment: flavor and mildness.
No other cigarette has the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos that are properly aged and expertly blended.
And no other cigarette gives you this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible test, based not on a puff or a sniff, but on day-in, day-out smoking. You'll see how flavorful Camels are and how well Camels get along with your throat, pack after pack.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you will see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I put in a call to Walt and told him what had happened. He said he'd send a couple of men down to pick up Easter and agreed to meet me at the warehouse. It was getting late in the afternoon when my cab pulled up near the river and I got out. A cold breeze was kicking up little patches of white on the water, and the light fog was moving in from the Atlantic as I started down toward a big building with a sign on the top that read, Rogers and Sons Importing. The place was boarded up, but a window in the basement showed signs of recent use, so I jimmied it open and dropped down on the dark, cold pavement. I held my breath and listened. The place was as quiet as a tomb, so I moved across the room until I found a flight of stairs and went up to the main floor. I opened the door and listened again.
It sure is getting cold in here.
Yeah.
How long are we going to have to stay here?
Till Easter tells us to leave. Now relax.
It was Carl and Red, all right. They were somewhere in the warehouse, so I kept on my toes and moved as quietly as possible toward the voices.
You want to play some cards or something?
Yeah, it's okay with me.
I don't know why we got to hide out like this.
Because Easter said to, that's why. We gotta stay cool till he finds out about that guy we worked over this morning.
Hagtooth?
Yeah. Might have been a cop.
So what? We were cops over before. I'm cold.
Look, just steal the cards. Yeah? What? He did, huh? Hey, what's the matter? Boss! Hey!
What's the matter?
I don't know. That was Easter. The guy we worked over was in his office, tied him up. He got loose, but the guy's headed down here. Hagtooth? Yeah. Just as Easter was going to say what to do, sound like he got in a fight. The cops? Yeah. I think we better get out of here.
Afternoon, boy.
Huh? Hagtooth.
Hangtooth. Come back here, Carl.
Help me.
You shouldn't have pulled a gun, Red.
Since when do you butchers carry rods?
Since we get pushed around by guys like you.
You're the doctor. I'm shot bad.
I can't take it back. They'll all be here in a minute.
You're a lousy butcher. I hope Carl pays you good.
I'll see that he gets the chance to try. I left Red lying on his face and ran toward the front of the building. The only way out was that window in the back, and Carl was sure to be hiding somewhere in the dark, hoping to get around me and head for the basement. There were a dozen places to hide in that warehouse, but I had one advantage. He couldn't see me any better than I could see him. I stopped and listened. Come on, Carl. Red's hurt pretty bad, and the law's on the way. You got to get me before you can get out of here. Carl. Come on, Carl. Give it up. You're stuck and you know it. Carl! I had his position pretty well spotted. By his gun flashes, I could tell he was edging his way toward another large pile of packing cases. I moved off to my left, still keeping his approximate position in line with my gun barrel. It was my idea to circle him, but something changed my mind. A metal ladder stretched down from the ceiling and led up to a catwalk overhead. I went up, one rung at a time, half-turned to keep Carl in line in case he made a break. After what seemed like hours, I reached the catwalk and started crawling on my hands and knees toward Carl's position. I was nearly over him when I heard the door open.
Rick! Lieutenant? Yeah? Here's one of them. He's shot up pretty bad. Rick? Come on, Otis. Maybe he's up that way.
I couldn't answer him, and he was heading right for Carl. I kept looking down, hoping Carl would show himself. Walt got nearer, and I held my breath. Just then, Carl stepped out and aimed his gun at him. I beat him to it.
Lieutenant, shut up.
It's okay, Walt. I got him.
Where are you?
I'm up here on the... Oh.
There he is up there. Rick. Good grief.
Yeah, good grief. Get Otis out of here, will you?
What's so funny, Lieutenant? If you knew Otis, you could rib Diamond for the rest of his life. Yeah?
Walt.
Come on, tell me what it is.
Walt?
Okay. Get out of here, Otis. Oh, Lieutenant.
You heard him, Otis. Now beat it.
Yeah, go on, Otis. Oh, gee, Lieutenant, won't you even...
No, he won't. Now you beat it. It's real funny, isn't it?
It sure is.
I just saved your life, and you stand down there and you... Oh.
Well, don't look down.
Get the fire department.
Don't you ever think about these things before you start climbing ladders?
Well, it was the only way I could get in a position to shoot. I just didn't think.
For a guy who can't stand high places.
Walt.
Well, it's your own fault.
Fault, smalt, get me down. I'm getting dizzy.
It's only about 50 feet to the floor.
Walt!
Great big boy like you.
If you don't get the fire department...
Okay.
Oh, you big fat ox. I hate you.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
According to a repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Again, doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country have been asked what cigarette they smoke.
Again, the brand named most was Camel.
Friends, make the sensible cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days, and you'll see why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
And remember, your best buy is Camels by the carton.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, many men who have served valiantly in our armed forces are hospitalized. And as a tribute, the makers of Camels send them gift cigarettes to hospitals in the country and overseas. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Dallas, Texas, and Phoenix, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Pensacola, Florida, and to all hospitals operated by the European Command of the U.S. Army. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the RKO film Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
Men, whether you buy the handy pocket tin or the big 1-pound tin of Prince Albert, you're in for real smoking joy. PA's Choice Tobacco has a rich taste and delightful natural aroma. It's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut for smooth, even, cool smoking. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When the winter moon dips low over Broadway and hides again behind the scudding mists, Broadway is numbed. The year's ending is too swift. There's too much nighttime in December, as if the dimness of the subway had moved one flight up. As if the lights were not quite lights, but yellow things that drain off into shadows. It's a time of the muffler, the hurry up, the time of the wind. The dreams are dying, and it's a long while before April comes again. The place where I was, also one flight up above the street of the tired apartment houses and hotels. The avenue leased to anybody on the premise that home is any place where the rent is cheap. Hotel Savannah. And the man who walked beside me and explained it all to me.
After all, Lieutenant, after all.
What?
The Do Not Disturb sign has been hanging on the front of the door all day. And here it is almost midnight.
So?
So, a place like this, rent a room for $350, pull out the old pills, leave the world to its own sorrow. The Savannah's getting quite a reputation for... Oh, this is the room. Now, that's how I found her, right there on the bed. I could tell right away she wasn't a suicide. That bullet hole, no gun.
Who is she?
Took the room yesterday. Registered as Mary Smith. I keep a straight face as long as the payment is made in advance. Even she didn't have luggage, so what? Quite a few of my friends have not a presentable suitcase to their names.
What about her visitors?
This is her home away from home. That's our philosophy here at the Savannah. Why shouldn't she have visitors?
Asked you, did she have any?
I don't know. People come and go. A regular little world in itself, this Savannah. I remark this to myself often as I stand at the desk. Like I was looking on into a regular little world. That's why I always
Don't say it, Mr. Burgess. I'll take it from here. And consider the place where a girl lies dead. A room of transients, a cubicle, allotted, sold to the passer-through. The mark of their passing, the scars where cigarettes were ground into the desktop. The hotel stationery, the postcards with the scenes of gaiety tinted in, ink-stained, finger-smudged, blank. The sign, please turn out lights when departing, leave key at desk. The bed, where passing sleep is sold at the current rate. And in it, Mary Smith, dead by violence. Phone it in, check other hotel personnel. Be told for the day she'd been there, the girl was quiet, discreet, no trouble at all. Visitors? Maybe, maybe not. Policy not to notice things like that. And take it home with you. Try to sleep against the image, desolate, lonely. Not quite make it. And welcome the coming of day, somewhere to go, someone to talk to.
You have a bad night, Danny. You have the look of someone who has slept with rocks in his bed, head to foot.
That's your morning's greeting to me, Sergeant Tartaglia?
You see? Other mornings you refer to me as Gino. But this morning... Danny, why is this morning different from all other mornings?
You got something for me, Gino?
Goes without saying. Sure I got something. We coded that girl's fingerprints, that Mary Smith. Put them on the wire to the chums of the FBI during the night.
Had an answer?
Those chums of the FBI are veritable Johnnies on the spot, Danny.
You had an answer, huh?
On the spot. According to the info lately come to hand and now contained in my breast pocket, Danny, this Mary Smith was not a Mary Smith. Oh, no, not at all.
All right, Gino. Who was she?
A Peg Ramsey, formerly of the Women's Army Corps, which makes her a former WAC, which makes it easy for our Washington co-workers to check such things as fingerprints flying through the night. Such things as...
As what?
As the occupation of the deceased prior to sale. This Peg Ramsey, heretofore known as Mary Smith, was a member of the publishing firm, Taggart & Ramsey on Lower Madison. It brightens the morning for you, Danny, this info?
You tried, Gino. You really did. Thanks.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Get around to believing it, Mr. Taggart. Miss Ramsey was murdered in a cheap hotel named the Savannah. We want you to help us.
What was she doing there? Was she registered?
Look, Mr. Taggart...
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Let's try it this way. What did Miss Ramsey do here at your publishing house?
At our publishing house, Mr. Clover, Peg is as much responsible for the success of Taggart and Ramsey as I am. Of course, I'm directly responsible for a book club's choosing 4 of our novels. Peg only had 3, but then...
Just tell me what she did.
Had final say on what we would publish and what we wouldn't, along with me, of course. Also the discovery of talent and so forth and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Friends?
Every unpublished author in the world. You must understand, Taggart and Ramsey enjoys an enviable reputation. We publish stuff that others wouldn't even touch. Of course, sometimes we take a loss publishing literature, but we make up for it. Put out a crossword puzzle book...
Yeah, but what about special friends, Mr. Taggart?
Oh, working on the premise that special friends can be special enemies, huh? That happens in our latest mystery, Kill the Murderer Dead. It'll be released for publication in May.
Mr. Taggart...
Peg had a very special friend.
Who?
William Walter.
Who is William Walter?
A writer.
Where do I find him?
I don't know. I have no idea. Peg handled him.
What made him so special?
Well, according to Peg, he was special because he was talent. The once-in-a-lifetime talent. Personally, I've heard that phrase too many times. Last year, after such a talent, we had to publish jumbo crossword puzzle books 5, 6, and 7 in a hurry.
And that was the relationship between Miss Ramsey and this William Walter, publisher and writer.
Oh, I think more. I think Peg had her times to be a publisher and times to be a woman. It's my belief from observing Peg that she mixed the two up for this boy.
What else about this William Walter?
He was brought here from North Carolina.
Brought here? You mean your firm subsidized him?
A writer's dream, but no. He was brought here by a Mrs. Janice Kirk, a self-styled discoverer of talent. Knew Peg slightly, brought him to her with a couple chapters of a novel. Peg believed in this boy and gave him an advance.
Where do I find this Mrs. Kirk?
Oh, I can tell you that easily. At the Ruxton Hotel. I've had cocktails with her there. An attractive woman, the way those women from North Carolina can be. Now, will you pardon me, Mr. Clover?
And at the hotel, ask for Janice Kirk. Be told she's been seen entering the cocktail lounge. Go there. The head waiter raises his eyebrows. With an effort, tilts a patrician head slightly to the left, and that way indicates the woman sitting alone, sipping the colorless drink, sipping the colorless music, weaving its frightened way through potted palms. And on her face, the smile of acceptance for the music, for the furtive cocktail-time laughter, for the glances of men, attached, unattached.
Hello there, and all that.
Mrs. Kirk?
I saw Alec tilt his Roman coin head, and that brought you to me. Whatever the reason, I'm glad. It's been lonely.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Kirk.
You didn't have to tell me that. You could have let me believe you'd walked in here and seen an interesting face sitting alone with her lost thoughts, and you took pity in it. You could have let me believe that.
I've just come from Alfred Taggart of Taggart and Ramsey.
Alfred, you tell him I'm very disappointed in him. He hasn't asked me to cocktails in, it must be hours now. You tell him that.
He said you knew Peg Ramsey.
Miss Ramsey, I've taken notice of her. I've talked to her, I remember. I wouldn't call that knowing a girl. Now, why did he go and tell you I knew her?
She's dead, murdered. She gave her name as Mary Smith and was killed in a hotel room.
Why? Didn't she have a home of her own? I didn't mean to say that. Truly, I didn't mean to be flippant over death. Not a death like that, but an empty way to die.
Taggart told me something else.
I'm sure he did. It was about the boy, wasn't it?
He told me about a boy, a young writer, William Walter.
William, sweet William, sweet, sweet William.
Maybe you can tell me more about him than Taggart did, Mrs. Kirk.
Well, I know I can. I know more about him than I know about myself. Wasn't it I that discovered the burning tree of talent in him? Wasn't it I that beat him, tortured him, soothed him till he put it all on paper? Figuratively, that is. I did that to him, figuratively. Wasn't it I that brought him here, so his poetry could cry out across your metropolitan skies?
Where is he now?
I don't know.
You said that...
I said I don't know. First, William stayed here, right here in this hotel, close to me. And he took to living in all kinds of places, dismal places, dirty little furnished rooms, and tenements, sordid hotels. Left me just high and dry for months, so as he could taste your city.
Then you haven't seen him
There
in
is
such
a phone call for you, Mr. Clover. You can take it here.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
You want it, Danny, right away. Savannah Hotel.
Why, Gino?
A boy shot to death in one of the rooms. Savannah Hotel, Danny. The same one.
I hate your telephones. They interrupt just when... Something bad's happened, hasn't it? I know it from your face. Something real bad.
And I'll tell you another thing, Mr. Clover. I should have kept my big mouth shut about the reputation of the Savannah. Right down here.
Same floor, same hallway as the last time I was here.
Not only that. Same room. There he is, Mr. Clover.
You know who?
Yeah. Registered about noon. Gave his name as William Walter. Said he was a writer. First time we ever had a writer.
And in the room of transience, yet another one, sprawled there across the bed, a boy, like a tired puppet, discarded. And the bullet hole in his temple gave him another quality, an attitude suddenly and forever caught in an instant of time, and the gun held in his dangling fist. The end of him, the death of William Walter.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A titled Englishman wined and dined at a swank Park Avenue address is then mysteriously murdered. It takes no less than Mr. Chameleon, master of disguises, to make a dent in the Hand of Fate murder case. Follow Mr. Chameleon on this engrossing police operation tomorrow. Yes, that's tomorrow on CBS Radio. Mr. Chameleon is now heard at a new time, Sundays, on most of these same CBS radio stations.
On the eve of the merry holidays, Broadway treats itself to a 10-cent sprig of mistletoe, stands under it, watches the women walk by. They hug the warm fur close. Let the December wind riffle it against their mouths, their cheeks. Let the wind breathe them away from you. And for background, the music flowing out of the tinseled metallic throats of loudspeakers. And the kids standing carefully away from the assorted street corner Santa Clauses, eyeing them, studying them, lifting great puzzled eyes to the grown-up who holds their hand. Good, huh, kid? Makes you glow, so find the coin, drop it in the pot, pay off for the year that never was. And in a room, again, the place of the dead. Be alone with it for a little while. Be alone with the boy with a bullet wound in his temple. The boy who'd come to the great city with poetry to offer, and in return had been given this, the end of searching, the end of pain. Be alone with it until Detective Muggerman comes back.
I had a little talk with Burgess, the manager, Danny, like you told me.
Yeah?
Says the boy made a big to-do when he registered.
Burgess tell you why?
Uh-huh. Seems this kid, William Walter, insisted on having exactly the same room where the girl was killed. Manager tried to talk him out of it, offered him other rooms. Kid wouldn't have it any other way.
I think I know why.
Sure. Boy was a writer. That gives him a right to emotions the rest of us aren't privileged with. That's why he has to die in a room
You through, Muggerman?
Yeah. I guess I've been in it too long, Danny.
Here's why he wanted this room. Found it in his pocket. Marriage license.
I look at it, Danny? Thanks. Issue to William Walter and Margaret Ramsey. That'd be Peg Ramsey, the murdered girl, huh, Danny?
Yeah. A place like this probably going to keep the marriage a secret.
Uh-huh.
Hey, come over here, Muggerman. Found something else. Here on the desk.
Oh, it's written so fine. Wait, I gotta put on my glasses.
Sure, go ahead.
Peg, beloved Peg, all of it is done, finished. For you, now for me. For someone you breathed life into, then dying, took it from him. Done, finished. He wrote this, Dan?
We'll check it at headquarters. I think we'll find he wrote it.
With a gun in his hand like that, this note, how he insisted on the same room. Suicide, huh?
Call it in, Muggerman.
Danny?
Come on in, Muggerman. Been down to technical?
Yeah, for an hour, more or less. Took me that long to get out of Gordon what he knew as soon as I walked in. Guys like Gordon give mothers a bad name.
Gave you a rough time, huh?
Yeah, had me looking through microscopes, gave me a short lecture on the theory of spectrochemical analysis. Then when I didn't applaud, he got angry. Anyhow, the gun that William Walter allegedly killed himself with also fired the bullet that killed Peg Ramsey.
Murder and suicide, huh, Muggerman?
I guess so. What do you think?
Take a look at this suicide note.
Well, I saw it, Danny.
No, I know you saw it, but look at it again.
It's a suicide note.
Is it?
Hmm?
Show me where he says he's going to kill himself. Show me where it says that he... What is it, Gino?
Lady outside to see you, Danny.
What lady?
Name's Janice Kirk.
Show her in.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Thanks. That'll be all, Sergeant. Well, please sit down, Miss Kirk. This is Detective Muggerman.
How do you do?
Mrs. Kirk?
I'm going to leave town tomorrow, Mr. Clover.
I see.
Yes. This is a lonely city now. I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of it because so many things, mostly...
William Walter?
Yes.
Oh, I want to say, Mrs. Kirk, how sorry we are.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kirk, one thing I'd like to ask you. Just what interest...
The way you said Mrs., the little glance that just happened between you and this other gentleman. The Mrs. means I was once married. My husband is dead.
I see.
And just what interest I had in William. He was a great writer. I said I was lonely. Now that William's dead, the world's a little bit more lonely, too. Though it'll never know it.
Just why did you come here?
I want to ask something of you, may I?
Of course.
I brought William here. I want to take him home. I want to bury him.
We've already sent notification to North Carolina to his next of kin.
But in this case, don't you see, it should be me who should take, well, call it responsibility. Call it whatever.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kirk. Until we hear from the next of kin, we have no authority.
I loved him. Is that what you wanted to hear me say? Go ahead, exchange glances again. Snicker a little bit behind your hands.
Mrs. Kirk, what the lieutenant said simply
Very
means
well,
that
you see, it really makes no difference at all.
And for a moment, Consider her fury at being deprived of the dead boy. And understand it. Understand it because of the sudden statement of love for him. Blurt it out, bitter, explosive, no longer to be contained. But let it also open a door onto new questions. The finding out of why a boy's life must be taken. A boy of talent. A boy who was about to be married. A boy who had apparently scrawled a note against the insistent calling of death. Murder? Suicide? Make sure which. Let it take you to a place you'd been before, to a man you'd talked to before.
Can't tell you how glad I am you came back to me, Mr. Clover. I just can't tell you how glad.
Why, Mr. Taggart?
Well, this is perhaps an uncalled-for thought after those dismal doings at the Savannah Hotel. Even tragic, you might say. Peg and that boy.
Just tell me, Mr. Taggart.
Well, I was wondering, just a fleeting thought, mind you, did you happen to find the manuscript of the boy's novel? Did he perchance die with it there in the hotel room?
No, we didn't find it. Why?
Well, you must forgive me for this rather scavenger-like idea I've had, but not that we won't take care of the boy's estate, mind you, but it seems a provocative publishing stunt.
You want to publish the work posthumously. A boy kills himself, leaves a novel. That will make a splash in the literary world, huh?
Yes. I would have tried to put it more tastefully, but that's it exactly.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Well, then I can't for the life of me imagine what else we have to talk about.
The reason why I came. I'm not sure the boy killed himself. He was going to marry Peg Ramsey. Did you know that?
Marry? No, I didn't. Imagine.
You said you met the boy when he first came here, that you...
Quickly, a quick introduction from Peg. As I said, his work impressed her, so I okayed an advance for him. That's why if you find the manuscript, I feel it rightfully belongs to me.
And that's all you knew of him, the advance, Peg Ramsey's interest in him, sponsoring of
that, and the money I've already expended on him. For advance publicity on Peg's newfound genius, I even hired Tonto Jones.
Who?
Tonto Jones, ace blurbist. The Guy de Maupassant of book jackets. Told him to stick with Walter, get to his marrow, find out everything about him, and write it in 100 words to fit the back of a book jacket.
I'd like to talk to a man who knew all about William Walter. You have his address?
Greenwich Village, somewhere. The girl will give it to you on your way out, Mr. Clover. You were going, weren't you?
So downtown now, to Greenwich Village. Turn off 11th Street onto Bank, past the bargain basement bars where the floor shows chuckle at the customers, and the local color is prefabricated. And find an address, another basement, where the door is a painted mural of pink and satyrs with a motto in French over the brass knocker. When the door opens, the man puts a finger to his lips.
Shh. It's the last side.
Huh?
Schoenberg bought the records today. Come on. Come on, everybody's inside.
All right.
Grab yourself a hunk of floor and sit.
If you don't mind, I'll stand.
What did you bring?
What?
I told Barbette to tell everybody to bring a record. Didn't she?
I brought a badge.
Hey, who are you? Aren't you one of Barbette's...
Police. I'm looking for Tonto Jones.
Why?
Where is he?
Me? What do you want me for?
A few questions, Tonto. By the way, where'd you get that name?
Well, I spent a summer in Mexico trying to write. The natives gave me the name affectionately. It stuck.
All right. Now tell me what you can about William Walter.
I was going to do his dust jacket for him.
You mean that stuff on the cover of a book that tells how good it is?
What do you mean, stuff?
Just tell me about William Walter.
I could have done it, too. Have somebody to support me. I could have written a novel.
Did William Walter finish his?
About a week ago. Pretty good, too. Oh, not that I would have approached his subject matter that way.
Then you read it?
Parts of it. Other parts he read to us.
To us?
Mm-hmm. People who drop in from time to time. We had varied opinions as to the novel's significance. Of course, if you're the type who's satisfied with sheer entertainment value...
Where is the novel?
Manuscript?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he left it here for me to look over. A couple of days ago, Janice picked it up.
Janice Kirk?
She said Willie sent her for it. I gave it to her.
Hey, Tonto.
We're disturbing your guest, Tonto. Go back to him. I'm just leaving.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover.
May I come in, Mrs. Kirk?
Well, you don't want to talk to me now. I've been crying. I look a mess.
It'll only be a few minutes.
You promise?
Yes.
Well, then, come in. You wait right here. I'll go in the next room and do my face. We can talk. Well, go on. Talk to me.
I've just come from Greenwich Village, Mrs. Kirk.
I hate it, don't you?
I spoke to Mr. Jones.
Tonto?
That's right, Tonto Jones.
You know what Tonto means?
No, I don't.
Well, I didn't either till I looked it up. It means crazy, fatuous, stupid. No one pays any attention to what Tonto says.
I do.
How do I look, better? Of course I look better. Can you tell I've been crying?
No.
Now we'll talk.
Did you like the novel?
Well, be more explicit, Mr. Clover. I'm always reading. What novel did you mean?
William Walter's novel.
You know something? I told you I loved the boy, and I did. Even after he was so cruel to me.
What about the novel, Mrs. Kirk?
Well, that's what I mean. He didn't even let me read it after all I did for him.
Maybe you didn't understand me, Mrs. Kirk. I said I saw Mr. Jones down in Greenwich Village.
Well, he's a liar.
About what?
About anything, he told you.
He said you picked up Walter's novel a couple of days ago. I don't think he lied. Nobody else has that manuscript.
And I suppose nobody will ever read it.
I suppose not. Mrs. Kirk.
Yes?
You told me how hard you worked to foster the boy's talent, how you brought him here to New York, how everything was wrapped up in that boy and his novel. Doesn't it bother you that the manuscript is missing?
Well,
Do you have it?
No, I don't.
Did you destroy it? Did you?
Well, what difference does it make?
I'm just curious to know what the novel is about, that's all.
I burned it before I read it. As soon as I got it here, I tore it up and burned it.
That was the first part of it, wasn't it? Huh?
What?
To destroy everything about the boy.
Destroy somebody you loved? How can you say that?
You loved him all right. Only he was going to marry Peg Ramsey. Did he show you the marriage
Oh,
license?
he was never going to marry that girl. He just wanted his novel published, that's all.
I don't know. Marriage license usually means marriage. They were going to keep it secret, but they told you because you deserved to know.
Deserved to know. Do you know why they told me? To be cruel to me. To laugh at me. To slap me in the face with it.
So you killed her.
Do you know what she said to me? Do you know what that girl said to me? I'll pay you for the train fare you spent to bring him to New York. Even if I had killed her, could you blame me?
But the boy, you said you loved him.
Him. Sitting there when I came into the room. I was ready to forgive him everything. I walked over to him, put my hands around his back. He shrugged them off. Kept writing. Writing a note to a girl who was dead. Did you ever hear anything as crazy as that? Note to a dead girl.
We thought it was a suicide note.
And he went over to the bed and he sprawled out and put his hands behind his head, and then he stared at me. He stared hate at me.
Because you'd killed Peg Ramsey?
He knew it and he didn't go to the police. That made me think he still loved me.
Why didn't he go to the police?
Because he knew I'd crawl back to him. He wanted me there so he could tell me how much hate he had for me. How much he despised me.
You didn't give him the chance. You destroyed him. Everything that he touched, you destroyed. The final thing to ride on the train.
And he'd be back there with the baggage, the litter, and the animals.
Let's go, Mrs. Kirk.
No one's going to do that to me. What he did. Not to me. Who did he think he was?
Let's go. Night bursts open like a sudden flame on Broadway. The crowd swarm dances between the silhouettes of 1,000 buildings. Dances its fury away against the time of morning until the night soaks up the sound and pain and color and turns it into dawn. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Betty Lou Gerson was heard as Janice Kirk. Featured in the cast were Stan Waxman, Steve Roberts, and David Wolfe. poets sing the praises of running brooks, babbling brooks, and he who brooks no evil. But you'll sing the praises yourself of Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, Sunday nights on most of these same CBS radio stations. As Connie Brooks, Eve Arden is sometimes running after a man, often babbling about men, and she brooks no evil that interferes with her pursuit of a man. So maybe the poets should sing her praises, too. Our Miss Brooks is fun to hear Sunday nights on CBS Radio. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy open fire on your funny bone Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Calling all detectives. Private detectives work for some people and against others. But I once had a client whom I first sent to jail. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, occasionally gets a case that's strictly off the record. And the little man who shuffled into my office obviously had a record, and a recent one. He had the pasty pallor that spelled prison. And when he spoke, "I'm Stevie Mellon. Remember me, Browning?" I'll say I remembered Stevie Mellon, the smart little crook who'd finally been sent up for 5 years on my evidence. I swallowed hard, started inching my hand toward my hip pocket. "Don't do that, Browning. I'm not holding a grudge. I'm here on business. Okay if I sit down?" I motioned him into the chair opposite my desk. Then I sat back and listened. "I just got out. Served my whole time. And believe it or not, Browning, I'm going straight." "Good for you, Stevie." "Yeah, I'm okay. Even got a job over at the Atlas Box Factory. Warden Clarkton arranged it. What I'm here to see you about is a pal." "A pal? Yours?" "Stevie, you have changed. You always bragged about having no friends. Who'm you so clubby with?" "Guy named Larry Markle. My cellmate. He leveled, Browning. Even proved to me why I shouldn't have no hard feelings against you." "Well, tell Markle thanks for me." "That's just it, Browning. I can't. Markle's dead. Kicked off right before his parole came up. I think he was murdered." Stevie reached in his pocket, produced a brand new 10-spot. "See this? It's what they give a Connie when he leaves, a tenner and a railroad ticket. I want you to take this money, Browning. It's all I got now. I'll have more on payday." Gravely, I accepted the money. "This is plenty. It happens that $10 is my regular fee. Stevie, you work hard on your new job. And if your pal was murdered, I'll find out who killed him. That's a promise." I promised an ex-convict that if he'd go straight, I'd solve the mystery of his cellmate's death. At State Prison, Warden Clarkton combined a fatherly manner with a quiet efficiency. "Look, lad, you can do all the investigating you want. I'm proud of the way this institution is run. But if you think there was anything unnatural about Larry Markle's death..." "I don't think anything yet, Warden. I'm just telling you how and why Stevie Mellon came to me. The guy's going straight. And maybe from you, maybe from Markle, he learned loyalty. I think it should be encouraged." "I agree with you. Fact is, there was more than the alphabet that threw Markle and Mellon in the same cell. I knew that Markle, older and really a gentle person, could be a good influence on Stevie. Worked out that way. Yeah, except for Markle. Tell me, sir, what was he in for? A grand larceny. Markle worked for the Fabersham Corporation. The electric appliance outfit? That's right. Markle worked in the drafting department. Well, he took to staying in the plant nights, and then things started disappearing. They finally found $2,000 worth of equipment in Markle's room, things he claimed he'd borrowed to experiment at home for the company. That's an awful old alibi. Yes. Well, Markle would have been out by now on parole. The morning of the day he died, John Corey, the lawyer, saw him, showed him his final papers. A tragic thing, Browning. But the prison is full of tragedy. With that happy thought, I paid another call. Dr. Randall, in your official capacity as prison medical attendant, did you notice anything peculiar about Larry Markle's death?
Nothing whatever. The man had a definite heart condition. We knew it, treated him accordingly. Actually, the regular regimen, plain food, regular hours, quiet, seemed to have done him good. But the heart is a tricky machine. You can't predict when it'll just give out.
You suppose maybe the thought of his parole was too much for Markle?
I doubt it. Good news never killed anybody.
In the prison workshop, I spoke to the foreman, a trustee named Swenson.
Oh, Markle was a great one for tinkering. Cooked up the little gimmick, pocket-sized rheostat that could have had big commercial possibilities. Told him to see what he could do about patenting it when he got on the outside. I think he did talk to his lawyer about it.
Next, I drove to John Corey's office. Yes, I intervened for Larry Markle, went before the parole board for him, spent weeks pleading his case. And then when I had the good news for him, well, I suppose his heart just couldn't take it. A patent? He never said anything to me about wanting to take out one. Where I was getting was no place. But I had one more avenue to explore, the parole board.
Larry Markle, yes, we received an application for his parole. John Corey, the attorney, presented it just last week. Why, Mr. Browning, you look rather startled. I thought you knew all about this case.
I did know all about it. Or at least I was beginning to. Now, I knew that parole boards don't work fast enough to secure a man's release within a week. I put in a long-distance call to the patent office in Washington, and then I made another call, this time in person, to a place I'd visited only a few hours before. All right, Corey, you're all done, finished. You lied. You lied to me and to Markle. Let him think you were working on his parole while you stole his invention, applied for a patent in your name. You couldn't let Markle get out of prison. You had to kill him to protect the fortune you knew you'd make from his invention. Corey was smart. He didn't try to fight me. Instead, that's a ridiculous charge, Browning. Maybe I did present Markle's device in my name, but only to protect his interest. A convict would have no chance to market an invention. As for murder, he died of a heart attack. Ask the prison doctor. I did. Sure, Markle had a bad heart, and that's what you worked on. Built up his hopes of a parole, though you never went near the parole board except once for the record. Then, when he was counting on freedom, you let him have it right between the eyes, told him his parole had been refused. That's the shock that killed him. Corey yawned. Oh, very interesting conjecture. You should have been a lawyer, Browning. And if you were, you'd know none of this can be proved. I got up. You're right. I wouldn't even try to prove it. I'll just give all the facts to Stevie Mallon, Markle's former cellmate, and let him figure out what to do about you. Corey turned white.
Wait a second, Browning.
I am waiting, Corey. You can come down to headquarters and confirm what we've discussed, or you can take it up personally with Mallon. I'm waiting, and I won't wait long.
I'll go with you.
He made a full confession of stealing the patent and of misrepresenting the parole appeal to Markle, all of which got him a 10-year sentence. Like I said, maybe you can't prove for the record everything a crook has done, but you can usually prove enough to put him away for a long, long time.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The
The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. It was Gilbert and Sullivan who said, quote, "A policeman's lot is not a happy one," end quote. But tonight, just on the stroke of 8, Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite ferreter of felonies, is seated in his apartment. He looks down on the bay at the masthead lights rising and falling with the swell, as Phyllis, his easy-on-the-eyes associate, does things with eggs in the tiny kitchen. A kitchen which hangs like an eyebrow on the forehead of Telegraph Hill.
Yes, Angel?
How's the shoulder?
It's fine. It's pretty good. Why?
Because I think you're using it as an excuse to get me over here every night to fix your dinner.
Well, Angel, some fellows have etchings. I use scrambled eggs.
Uh-huh. Well, from tonight on, if I come over to your apartment, it's to be as a guest. You're going to do the cooking.
Oh, Angel.
I mean it. I'm through being a detective by day and a cook at night. All right, come and get it.
Oh, boy. Hello.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
What are you doing?
Well, I was just going to sit down to a plate of scrambled eggs. Why?
I got a body.
You sound like something out of a horror film instead of Inspector of Homicide. What kind of a body?
It's been in the water a week or so. It looks like an accident. Autopsy surgeon seems to think it was an accident. Sergeant here says it was an accident, but...
You think it's murder?
Could be, Mike.
Where are you?
You know where Oleum is? Right on San Pablo Bay?
Yes.
I'll have the police boat pick you up at the jetty.
Oh, swell.
The sergeant will pick you up as fast as he can get there.
Well, give me 2 more seconds.
2 more seconds?
Yes, Inspector. 1 second for each egg.
There she is. Pull alongside.
Are we going aboard that yacht?
Yeah, inspector's aboard.
It's a trim-looking craft.
Yeah, about $200,000 worth.
Hi there. Can you make it up the ladder, or do you want a bosun's chair?
Oh, half an hour aboard ship and he talks like an admiral. We'll use the ladder, Inspector. Oh, what's the matter, Angel?
Can't cook his own dinner because of a bullet wound in the shoulder, but he can climb a ship's ladder.
Well,
Okay, you go first, Mike.
Okay.
Well, kid, you made good time.
Mm-hmm. Sergeant brought us up the bay as if he knew every wave.
He does. Born and raised at San Rafael.
Well, where's the body?
On the engine room hatch.
Mm-hmm. Any wounds?
One blow on the head, which could have been made if he had fallen off the rocks.
Water in the lungs?
Yeah, Phil.
Oh, so he was alive when he hit the water.
Yeah.
Dressed in sailor pants, a reefer jacket, scarf. Shoes don't look like a sailor's. What besides the shoes make you suspect murder, Inspector?
The dead man's hands, Mike. No calluses. And the nails have been manicured. Sailors don't have soft hands and manicured nails.
Well, good work, Inspector, good work. But how come you're aboard this ship? Is the owner aboard?
No, Mike, but we've sent for him. We came aboard because the Bay Patrol found the body near the ship. And because of this. We found this note in the dead man's pocket.
The North Star, owner Nelson Carter.
And this is the North Star?
Yeah, Phil. Autopsy surgeon said the body has been in the water about 10 days.
Oh, it's pretty hard to identify him now. Any missing persons reported?
I don't know. The sergeant checked with the Missing Persons Bureau when he went back to pick you up.
Yes, sir. Nobody reported missing, Inspector.
Say, who's aboard? I noticed the anchor light is trim and clear. No smudge on the glass. Must have been lighted tonight.
That's right, Mike. Captain is aboard, also the quartermaster.
Oh, I don't see any cabin light.
No, Phil, the portholes are covered with heavy green curtains.
Did you question the captain and the quartermaster?
Yeah, Mike. Very non-committal gents. Said they didn't know the dead man. Never seen him before. Didn't know anything about him, and then they both retired to their cabins.
Well, that's a little suspicious, don't you think?
Not particularly.
Well, most people are inquisitive, Inspector, especially about anything that smells of murder.
Inspector, did you search the ship?
Yeah, they're doing quite a bit of repair work.
Huh?
Placing all the paneling in the stateroom and so on.
Oh, Inspector, did you take a look at the ship's log?
No. After all, Mike, we really haven't anything definite to go on, not even a legitimate reason to suspect murder.
I think we have.
Well, so do I. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent for you. But to try and tie the murder up with the captain or with the ship even.
But I do tie it up with the ship, in a way.
What do you mean, Mike?
Point number 1. We're agreed that this dead man isn't a sailor because of his hands.
Agreed.
Point number 2, we think that these sailors' clothes aren't his clothes, all except the shoes.
Oh, yes, Mike, but I still don't see how
Dead men can change clothes, Angel. So that suggests violence. Now, take a look at the inside of that right trouser leg. You see that smear of orangey red?
Yeah, Mike.
So what?
Well, that was made by red lead. The stuff they use to keep iron and steel from rusting.
Go on, Mike.
Now, take a look at these stanchions on the port side.
Freshly painted with red lead. I didn't notice that before.
Well, neither did I until right now. But you'll notice, Inspector, that there's no trace of red lead on the inside of either of the dead man's shoes.
I see what you mean. To get that smear on the pants legs, whoever was wearing those pants would be sure to get some on their shoes.
Right, Inspector, if he were wearing them voluntarily. Now, that smear suggests that he was carried. So I give you a suggestion. The murdered man was stripped of his own clothes, then these sailors' clothes were slipped on him, and he was dumped into the bay.
And these sailors' clothes came from this ship?
Yes, Inspector, yes, these clothes are from this ship. And for that reason, I think we should question our 4 suspects.
4 suspects? I don't get you, Mike. 4 suspects?
Yes. The captain, the quartermaster, the owner.
Yeah. And the 4th?
The 4th is the ship's carpenter.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the news you've all been waiting for. Post-war gasoline is here. Right now, as we speak these words, Union Oil Company's huge new 100-octane refineries are shifting to civilian production after long months of exclusive military service. That means that within a very few days, you'll be able to buy a new 76 gasoline that will knock your hat off. As fast as this new super gasoline can be blended, our trucks are hurrying it to your Minuteman stations. Some have it already. If your Union Oil Minuteman hasn't received his first shipment of this powerful new gasoline yet, he will within the next 2 weeks. And just as soon as he does, he'll post signs announcing its arrival in his station. Watch for these signs to go up, and then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tankful of the new 76 gasoline. Soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are still aboard the yacht North Star. The dead man's body still lies on the engine room hatch as Mike knocks on the captain's cabin door.
What do you want?
This is the inspector of homicide. I'd like to talk to you again.
Well, I won't say glad to see you because I'm not. I won't say sit down because I'm hoping you won't stay long.
We've sent for the owner, and I thought we could save time by asking you a few questions.
Who are you?
I'm Mike Shayne, private detective.
I don't know that I got to answer any of your questions.
Oh, you don't, of course, but I'd like to ask one question anyway.
Well?
Where's your master's certificate?
Why, you wouldn't...
And don't tell us it's in the chart house, because we looked there.
Now, Captain, you may not like to answer Mike's questions, but I think you'd better answer mine. Where is that certificate?
Here in the drawer. I haven't had time to put it up yet. I only took over this ship yesterday.
Oh, only yesterday, huh?
Yes. I answered an ad in the paper. The man wanted a navigator to be captain of his private yacht. I got the job.
What about the crew?
Only need 3. I'll pick them up in San Francisco tomorrow.
What about your quartermaster? Is he a new man, too?
Yes, I hired him yesterday.
Ahoy there, North Star! Throw us a line! Here you are, Sergeant!
Who have you got there, Sergeant?
Ship's carpenter named Wilkinson.
What about the owner, Carter? Couldn't you find him?
No, he's down in South America. Been there for 3 months.
What's that?
I said the owner of the North Star's been in South America for the past 3 months.
But that's impossible. I spoke to him a couple of days ago when he hired me.
That's what Carter's secretary says, and he ought to know. I brought him along in case you wanted to ask any questions.
Who else is that in the police launch?
Well, the woman is Mrs. Carter.
Oh. Has she heard from her husband lately?
No, not for 3 weeks.
Mike.
Yes, Angel. You and I have the same idea.
I'm beginning to have the same feeling, kids. Well, let's have the secretary up first and have him look at the body. What's his name?
Jackson. Mr. Jackson, will you come up the ladder, please?
I wonder.
Yeah, Mike?
I wonder if the ship's carpenter is one of the old crew or a new man. Did you know him, Captain?
One of the old crew. I didn't hire him.
You wanted me, Sergeant? Yes. This is Inspector of Homicide.
How do you do?
Mike Shayne.
Hello.
Miss Knight.
How do you do?
I wonder if you'd come over this way, Mr. Jackson, to the engine room hatch. Okay, Sergeant.
Oh, why, that's...
Mr. Carter?
Yes, that's Mr. Carter.
Inspector.
Yes, Mike.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Shoot.
I think we should take the body back to San Francisco.
Yes?
Then we should take everybody, and I mean everybody, to police headquarters.
Sit down, Mr. Wright. You're carpenter on the North Star.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, how long since you were aboard?
Well, nigh 3 months, sir.
Not since Mr. Carter left. Is that right?
That's right, miss.
Mm-hmm. Now, take a look at this reefer jacket.
Hey, that's mine, sir. I left it in me bunk.
And these pants?
Mine, too. But there wasn't no red lead on them when I laid them on the bunk.
Did Mr. Carter say anything to you about redecorating or repairing the paneling in the staterooms?
No, miss, not to me, he didn't.
And you think he would have, if that's what he wanted done?
I think so. But Mr. Carter was always one to be full of surprises. He could have done it without saying anything to me.
You don't know of any reason why anyone should want to kill him?
Not me, sir. I didn't know anything about his private life, only as the owner of the North Star.
Did he and his wife use the North Star much?
Oh, yes, quite a bit. Sailed a couple of times to Hawaii with her, lots of trips to Vancouver, BC. He was in the shipping business, you know.
Yeah. Well, Mike, unless you have any more questions...
Yes, just one. Where was the North Star anchored the last time you were aboard?
She was tied up at her own jetty, 3 miles northeast of Oleum.
Oh, so she's been moved in the past 3 months.
Yes, miss, out into the middle of the bay and about 3 miles south.
I see. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Wright.
The sergeant will show you out. And bring in Mrs. Carter, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mrs. Carter. I know this has been quite an ordeal. You identified your husband?
Yes.
We suspect murder, Mrs. Carter. Have you any reason to suspect anyone?
No, my husband hadn't an enemy in the world that I know of.
You thought he was still in South America?
Well, yes, although I haven't had a letter for a month. I used to hear from him regularly every week.
I suppose you inherit your husband's property, Mrs. Carter?
I suppose I do. Half of it is mine anyway. I inherited it from my mother.
Did your husband say anything about repairing or redecorating the paneling in the salons?
No. But that reminds me of something.
Yes, Mrs. Carter?
Well, I heard Mr. Jackson talking to someone on the phone the other day about paneling. I didn't know what he was talking about, but then I paid very little attention to my husband's business.
I see. And you can't help us anymore?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid not. If I think of anything, I'll call you, Inspector.
Thank you. The sergeant will show you out. Bring in the captain, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
We may be out to call on you, Mrs. Carter. It might be necessary to search your husband's papers.
Certainly, Mr. Shayne.
Sit down, Captain.
Thanks.
I take it that if you only took over command of the ship yesterday, you haven't given any orders?
No, I spent yesterday and today checking supplies, looking over the ship's gear.
You knew nothing about the replacing of the salon paneling?
Oh, yes. The man I thought was the owner told me he was having it replaced, and the workmen already knew what to do.
And this man that you thought was the owner, what did he look like?
I don't know. I never saw him.
But you said you spoke to him when he hired you.
I spoke to him on the phone.
Aha. Now we get somewhere. What was his phone number?
I don't know. He called me. I wrote him an answer to his advertisement and put my phone number in the letter. Called me on the phone and told me to report aboard yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And that's all you know?
That's all I know. I saw the ad, answered it, and he told me the berth was mine. I came aboard, and that's that.
Well, thanks a lot, Captain. I guess you'd better get back aboard ship.
I'll wait for the quartermaster. I'm sure he doesn't know any more than I do.
As you wish, Captain.
You're quite certain that the quartermaster doesn't know anything?
Oh, can he? I picked him up on the waterfront this afternoon. He's only been aboard a few hours.
I see.
All right, Sergeant. We'll see Mr. Jackson next.
Just a second, Inspector.
Yes, Mike?
I think maybe we ought to take a trip out to Mr. Carter's home before we talk to Jackson.
All right, Mike. Keep Jackson and the quartermaster till we get back, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Inspector.
Get out into the corridor and see if the captain and Jackson or the quartermaster get to talking.
Right, Inspector.
Attaboy, Inspector.
Are you serious about going out to Carter's place?
Well, yes, honey. Why?
Well, I've been following your advice, Mike.
Yes, Angel?
I've been listening to the tone of these voices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
And I think the captain is lying. Or at least not telling the whole truth.
Why, Phil?
Well, he said he hadn't given any orders since he went aboard.
That's right.
Yeah. He said he'd been checking stores and looking over the ship's gear, but...
Well, then
why
who painted the stanchions with red lead? The captain? Those stanchions were still damp.
Well, it takes red lead quite a time to dry, but Angel, I think you have something there. I don't know quite what it is, but you have something.
Thanks, Mrs. Carter, for waiting up for us.
Oh, not at all. Naturally, I'm anxious to do anything I can to help find my husband's murderer. I'm afraid I hardly realize he's dead.
Yes, there isn't much we can say, Mrs. Carter, except that we'll get his murderer if anybody can.
This was my husband's office, his home office.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Jackson always worked here when my husband was out of town.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'd better check the desk first. Phil, you take this drawer, Inspector.
I don't know anything about shipping schedules.
Say, Mike. Phil.
Yeah? What is it?
Here's the North Star's clearance to leave her jetty on an anchor in the bay. Dated the 26th of last month.
Well, it might mean something. We'll remember that.
Hey, what have you got there, Mike?
Well, something not quite on the up and up, I think.
In the fireplace there?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Burned envelopes and letters. Here, Inspector.
Yeah.
Here, if that isn't part of a Panama stamp,
Panama?
then I don't...
That's where my husband was when I last heard from him.
Well, this was mailed the 21st. Airmail.
The last I received was the 18th.
Mailed the 21st, and the North Star changed her moorings on the 26th.
Yes, Angel, yes. Just time to receive this letter and change the ship's moorings.
Does that mean something?
It depends, Mrs. Carter. It depends. Inspector.
Yeah, Mike?
I think we should pay a visit to the North Star's jetty, 3 miles northeast of Oleum, as I remember it.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who may have tuned in late, we are repeating the announcement made earlier in the program. Post-war gasoline is here. Union Oil Company's huge new 100-octane refineries have been shifted to civilian production after long months of exclusive military service. That means that within a very few days, depending on your locality, you'll be able to buy a powerful new 76 gasoline that beats all pre-war performance. As fast as this new super gasoline can be blended, our trucks are delivering it to your Minuteman stations. Some have it already. If your Union Oil man hasn't received his first shipment of this sensational new 76 gasoline, he will within the next 2 weeks. Just as soon as he does, he'll post signs announcing its arrival in his station. Watch for these signs to go up, and then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tankful of the new post-war 76 gasoline. Soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Watch for it.
Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are facing one of their most baffling mysteries. A murder with apparently no motive and no clues. We pick them up at the jetty where the North Star is usually tied up.
Well, there's not a thing that I can see. Bare jetty.
Odds and ends of rope, freshly painted stanchion.
Yes. Everything connected with the North Star seems to lead to stanchion.
What is it, Mike?
Look.
Look, a piece of red glass. Looks like part of a ship's lantern. Port lantern.
A natural deduction, Inspector, since we're on a jetty, but look again. Then look at the railing here.
A long scratch with paint rubbed into it.
Yeah. A scratch made by an automobile bumper and rear fender.
Yes. When the car was backed up to turn around, whoever was driving scuffed along the rail and broke this tail lamp glass. Sergeant?
Yeah, Mike.
Check with Mrs. Carter's car, Jackson's car, and the captain's if he has one.
Yes, sir. Mike.
But first get hold of Chips.
Chips?
The ship's carpenter, Mr. Wright.
Oh.
Get hold of him and tell him to meet us aboard the North Star as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And then?
And then bring everybody back out to the ship, but not before you've checked all the automobiles.
Yeah, Mike.
And what's our move, Mike?
Back aboard the North Star and lay a trap for a murderer.
Constant creaking of the ship gets me.
I think we're in luck. I don't believe the captain or the quartermaster are back on a boat.
No, Mike. Captain said he was going to wait for the quartermaster, so they're both back at headquarters.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot.
What are you looking for, Mike?
I don't know, but I'm giving these port stanchions the once over. Say.
What?
You see that dark stain on the deck?
Yeah.
Sure. What about it?
You know what made that?
No. Do you?
No, but I'll make a good guess. Fresh water.
Fresh water?
Yes. Decks should always be washed down with salt water. It leaves them white and sparkling. Fresh water makes them dark.
Yeah, but even so much.
Shh. I hope this is Chips, our ship's carpenter.
Ahoy there! North Star!
Yeah. Here's the line. Tie up and come aboard.
All right.
All right, mate. Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me, what will dissolve red lead?
Red lead? Why, oil will if it ain't too old. And you've got to scrape it.
Take a look at the stanchion.
I'll wipe that off in no time.
You've got oil aboard?
Sure thing.
Okay, let's get going.
All right, sir.
Now for a quick look at the salon. You know, this was a pretty cleverly conceived murder. If that body hadn't been found for a week or two, there would have been no trace of this murder at all.
There isn't much trace even now, Mike.
Well, not enough for your district attorney or grand jury, but enough for me. And I think we can trap the murderer without too much difficulty.
Well, this is the salon in here.
Oh, what a beautiful place.
Yes. Doesn't seem to me that the paneling needs redecorating.
But I tell you what it does look like, Mike.
Yeah?
Looks as if the paneling had been torn out in the search for something.
The ship's safe, perhaps?
Could be, or something hidden behind the paneling.
There goes Chips.
Why do you call him Chips? His name is Wright.
All ship's carpenters are called Chips. At least in the books I read.
Well, here we are. I found these rags in the captain's cabin.
Good.
Look like they've been used for the same job before.
Let me see those.
Blood?
I think so. Here, use this one.
All right, sir. This is going to make a mess of the deck, though.
That's all right.
Do I hear a boat coming?
Yeah, I hear it too, Phil.
Hurry, Chips, hurry. Get some more of that red lead off.
All right, sir. I'm going like the roaring 40s, I am.
That's the stuff.
You got it down to the old paint there in spots.
Peels right off when it's still soft this way.
Ahoy, North Star!
Tie up and come aboard, Sergeant. Bring everybody aboard with you.
I think this ought to do it.
Hey, what's going on there? You'll ruin that deck.
I think this deck's already been ruined, Captain. But let that go for a moment. The inspector had you all brought out here to see what we were doing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
We're taking off the last few layers of red lead that somebody put on this stanchion. Now, would you know who did it? You did it, Captain? You've been aboard 2 days, and this red lead was still soft and wet. Could it have been put on without your knowing about it?
Red lead often takes a week to dry. That stanchion hasn't been painted since I came aboard.
That stanchion is the clue to this killing.
What do you mean?
Mr. Carter was killed aboard his own ship.
On this ship?
He was probably hit on the head with a marlin spike, but that's beside the point. The main point is that while his killers were changing his clothes, putting the ship's carpenter's clothes on him, he bled quite a bit. Some blood was spattered on the deck. The killers tried to clean that with fresh water.
Yeah?
Then they were afraid that some of his blood was on the freshly painted stanchion.
So after they'd thrown his body overboard, they repainted the stanchion.
But not before they got a smear of red lead on the pants leg as they heaved him overboard.
Oh, but who would do such a thing? My husband...
The captain, for one, Mrs. Carter, and I think the sergeant has the answer to the other. Right, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Mike, we found the car.
The car? What car?
Yes, Captain, the car which was used to take Mr. Carter out to the jetty while the North Star was still tied up there. That car has a broken taillight and a badly scraped fender.
And it is where, Sergeant?
In Mr. Jackson's garage.
Jackson, you fool, I told you...
Shut up, you idiot. Cut out the arguing. You'll need all the arguments you can scrape together when you face the jury.
Okay, Sergeant. You can handle them.
This is going to taste good. Nearly 6 a.m, and I'm hungry.
You know, I was afraid that the inspector wasn't going to get a confession from those two, the captain and Jackson. They were tough monkeys.
Oh, not so tough, really. They had just spent so much time plotting and carrying out this murder that they couldn't realize they were trapped.
Oh, such a senseless murder, too, Mike.
All murders are senseless, honey. But I don't think they started out with the idea of murder in mind. As I see it, the Secretary Jackson had made several trips on the North Star. He knew that wherever they went, Mr. Carter always had plenty of ready cash. He just got the idea in the back of his head that the money was hidden somewhere on board. He didn't know where, but when Carter went to Central and South America, he determined to make a haul.
So when the crew was on vacation, he got together with this man who called himself the captain. They started taking the salon apart, huh?
Right, Angel, right. Jackson needed someone who knew something about ships.
And then when he saw from the mail that Carter was coming home, he got panicky and destroyed the letters to Mrs. Carter?
He met the unsuspecting Carter when he arrived, took him out to the jetty where the North Star was berthed, set out into the middle of the bay and killed him.
Dressing him in the carpenter's clothes so if he were found, nobody could identify him. I see. Have some more coffee, Mike?
Sure thing, Angel.
How's the shoulder after the night's excitement?
Oh, pretty good, but I still think you'll have to come over for a few nights and fix dinner for me.
I will not. You can eat out if you're too lazy to fix your own dinner. You know, I've been thinking, Mike.
Yes, Angel?
Wouldn't it be nice to have a yacht like the North Star and go any place, anytime you wanted to?
Oh, I don't know. Look what happened to Mrs. Carter. She lost her husband on account of the North Star.
Of course, darling. I don't have a husband.
Well, don't give up hope, Angel. Now, if you were to fix my dinners for the next few weeks...
Mike Shayne, I believe that's all you think about in a wife, a good cook.
Oh, no, Angel, not quite. But being a good cook is a good recommendation.
Before we sign off, I'd like to repeat the special announcement made earlier in the program. Post-war gasoline is here. As fast as Union Oil Company's trucks can haul it, a powerful new 76 gasoline is being delivered to your Minuteman stations. Watch for the signs to go up at all Union Oil stations announcing the first shipment of the new 76 gasoline. Then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tankful of powerful post-war gasoline soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Watch for it. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Written and produced by David Taylor, tonight's story was based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Charles Dent. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Time now for Rocky Jordan.
Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Race.
I was sitting in my office at the Tambourine, trying to beat the terrific afternoon heat. Like everyone else in the cafe, I was too shot to even raise a finger. Then in came this girl. She startled me a little because she darted in under the tables in high gear, like she was searching for someone. When she began yakking at Chris, my bartender, my curiosity got the best of me. Someone jumping up and down in this heat deserved attention. As I walked over, I noticed she was nice-looking in a quiet sort of way, in spite of the fact she looked as if any moment she might spring right through the ceiling.
But he has been here, hasn't he?
I haven't seen him all day.
What's up, Chris?
Oh, Rocky.
I've got to find Abdullah, Ben Abdullah. They said he was up here at the Tambourine.
You know, Ben Abdullah. He owns that little pawn shop up on the corner.
Yeah, sure, I know.
It's very important. There isn't time to explain. Just tell me where I can find him, please. Every second counts.
Well, I haven't seen him all day.
I tried to tell her,
Do you know where he is, then?
He could be one of 1,000 places.
Why don't you try the pawn
He's
shop?
got a sign hanging on the door, out to lunch. A water vendor at the corner said he'd be up here. It's desperate, don't you see?
No, I don't.
If I don't get into that store in the next few minutes, there isn't going to be anything left of this whole block.
Maybe the heat's got her, Rocky.
It's too late to look for it. If I could just get into this shop.
Hey, take it easy, lady. Oh, that won't get a thing accomplished. Now, come on, tell me what it's all about.
I'm afraid it's even too late now to break into his shop. I wouldn't even know where to look for it.
Look for what?
A high-powered explosive.
A what?
A bomb. It's in the pawn shop.
Bomb?
She's nuts.
Maybe you'd better start from the beginning.
There's not time to explain. It will be going off in a few minutes. What we'd better do is clear the entire area before everyone is killed.
Sunstroke, if you ask me.
Chris, I don't know whether she's loony or...
Don't stand there. Tell everyone to clear the streets. They listen to you, not me.
Look, lady, I don't like to have my leg pulled.
Every second counts now. Please believe me. Anyone within 100 yards of the pawn shop is in danger.
Okay. Chris, we better play it safe. Call the fire department, the police, and what have you. There's a bomb going off. I think. Well, maybe Chris was right. Maybe the dame had got too much sun and blown her top. But who could take chances on a bomb going off? I dashed down the street like a poor man's Mel Patton, and in what must have been the world's record, the block was completely empty. The girl had tagged right along with me. And once the block was cleared, we made a run for the safety zone where the crowd had formed 100 yards away. When we were about 60 yards from it, the girl began to tug my arm and scream wildly at me.
Down! Down! You need to run any further!
What?
Down! Fall on your face, quick!
I'd fallen flat on my face and curled up like a clam. Outside of my eardrums almost breaking and a torn pair of pants, I was in pretty fair shape. After the thunder stopped, I looked back down the street. There was a black hole that was once Ben Abdullah's pawn shop. None of the shops on the block got off easy. As for the Tambourine, there wasn't a window left in it. I turned to congratulate the girl on her king-size bomb, but she was nowhere in sight. It was the sweetest job of vanishing into thin air I'd seen in some time. I started to get to my feet when I noticed that where the girl had been lying was a crumpled pawn ticket. As I picked it up, a pair of familiar feet stopped in front of me. I looked up in the face of Captain Sam Sabaya of the Cairo police force and his erstwhile shadow, Greco. Hi, Sam.
Your bartender called us.
Give me a hand up. Thanks. Sam, just goes to show you. Never underrate a woman.
Your bartender explained the entire proceedings. Where is she?
Looks like she took a powder.
You mean?
I do.
If I may say so, my captain, it sounds too rehearsed.
Good old Greco. I hate to disappoint you, but I never saw the girl before in my life.
Jordan, did she give you any hint as to what was behind the explosion?
Nothing. Oh, this pawn ticket might help. I'm sure it was hers. She must have dropped it when she fell to the ground.
I will take it. Thank you, Jordan.
Should have her name and address on it.
It has a name and address, all right. Only it's a man's name. Rollo Bendata.
Well, that's one on me.
Rocky, you want it on the telephone.
Oh, all right, Chris. I'll be right there.
I want to ask you some more questions, Rocky.
Check with me in the tambourine, Sam. You won't have any trouble finding it. It's the only bill in the block in one piece. I hurried back to my office and picked up the phone. From the other end of the wire came the voice of my late friend, the young lady whose specialty seemed to be high-powered explosives.
Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry I had to run out on you.
Well, so am I.
You must understand, I couldn't face the police.
Where are you now?
I won't waste words. I'm in terrible trouble. I need your help. I'll pay anything for it.
Well, you can pay for the broken windows in the tambourine.
Anything. Will you help me?
I'm afraid tossing bombs is a little out of my line.
Believe me, I'm not asking for myself. It's for hundreds of innocent people who may be harmed.
You know, I could back that line with hearts and flowers.
Mr. Jordan, if I weren't on the level, would I have warned you about explosive in the pawn shop?
All right. You tell me and I'll listen.
I can't over the telephone. I'll give you an address where you can meet me.
Okay. But look, lady, I'm leaving word with my bartender where I'm going, just in case you got more bombs up your sleeve. She gave me an address that was on the edge of Cairo. As I hung up, I saw Sabaya and Greco coming in the front door, so I took off the back way. I took a taxi, and we drove for an hour. The address turned out to be a small house set 1 mile out in the desert. I paid off the hack, went up and knocked on the door.
Are you alone?
Yeah. You couldn't have picked a closer place.
I'm sorry, but I live here. Come in.
Right? Oh, looks more like a laboratory to me.
It is. I'm an explosives chemist. I live in the back.
Dangerous address.
I'd better introduce myself. I'm Suzanne Durand. Won't you sit down?
No, thanks. Not on a keg of dynamite. And stop jumping up and down.
I can't help it. We only have 11 hours left.
Hey, look, I've had enough riddles for one day. What's this all about?
I'll start from the beginning.
But it would help.
A man by the name of Negri Sear hired me to develop a time bomb that would have a 24-hour action delay.
Why?
He heads a combine that wants to blast for water in the desert.
What?
You can imagine what it would mean if you could bring an incessant water supply to Cairo.
Well, sure, but why not a regular time bomb or dynamite?
He wanted an explosive that would need no wiring so that his company wouldn't attract attention.
Why all the secrecy?
Why, it's like digging for gold. He thinks he's found a spot where there might be water, and he doesn't want anyone to know till he's staked his claim.
Well, I think he's crazy. Where does the pawn shop come in?
I made 2 bombs, which I was going to test today. I was afraid my servant might accidentally spoil them, so I hid them in the base of an old clock. I went shopping, and when I came back, the clock was gone.
Mm-hmm.
The servant must have needed money, so he stole the clock, never realizing the bombs were in there, and pawned it.
Is your servant's name Rollo Bendata?
Yes. How did you know?
You left his pawn ticket on the street. It looks to me like Rollo's in trouble, not you.
Only one of the bombs went off in the pawn shop. Oh, don't you see? The other one will go off.
You mean we're going to have to go through that all again?
The bombs were set to go off at different times.
Well, but the blast of one could have exploded the second one.
Yes, but you only heard one explosion, didn't you? Only one exploded, Mr. Jordan. I could tell by the force.
Well, maybe Rollo's got the other bomb.
I've already talked to him. He swears he knows nothing about them.
Oh, fine.
I don't know where to look for it, and according to my calculations, the bomb should go off in 10 hours and 46 minutes.
Well, what's this bomb look like?
A small object made of lead with a screw arrangement. When it's screwed down, the process begins. 2 liquids. One eats through the separation.
Oh, I get it.
Hundreds of people will be killed.
Look, if you want me to help, you got to promise me one thing.
Name it.
Stop jumping up and down.
I promise.
This guy, Negri Sear, you mentioned. You know where he lives?
Yes.
Come on, let's pay him a visit.
I'll call a taxi.
You're bouncing up and down again.
I'm sorry.
Now relax, will you? We've still got 10 hours and 46 minutes.
10 hours and 44 minutes.
We taxied across town to Negri Sear's apartment house. Negri let us in. He was the oddest little guy I'd ever laid eyes on. short and skinny, but he had a huge head that should have gone with the body of a giant. He looked so top-heavy, I had to control myself from wanting to hold him up so he wouldn't topple over. His apartment was cluttered with bric-a-brac and large packing cases. The latter, I gathered, must have had something to do with his water project. When Suzanne told him about the bomb, he got quite irked, to say the least.
Really, my dear, I don't know what you expect me to do if you've lost one of your ghastly bombs.
Well, coming here was my idea.
And just who are you, Jordan? Suzanne, who is this man?
He's trying to help me.
You didn't tell him, I hope.
I'm afraid I had to.
You were sworn to secrecy. How could you? Well, Jordan, you'll never find out where I hope to get water.
I'm not interested in your plan for digging water. I'm only trying to locate the bomb.
Oh, this is dreadful. It will be all over Cairo. Everyone will be digging for water.
No one outside of this room will know. Besides, you're the only one who knows the locale where the water might be.
Huh? So you're going to blackmail me, huh? Or maybe you're going to torture me till I tell you the exact spot.
Look, for the last time.
What will my partners think? I will tell you nothing.
Rocky, we can't afford to waste all this time.
Look, Negri, if you'll just answer a few questions.
Never.
Were you out at Suzanne's place this afternoon?
Yes, but she wasn't home, so I left.
I was probably tracking down Rollo.
What time were you out there?
Our appointment was for 2. I'm always on time.
Did you see anyone or notice anything that might help us?
No. Is that clear?
Very.
There are only 8 hours left, Rocky. What are we going to do?
All right, hang on to yourself.
Suzanne, I want you to take this man out of here right away, or I'll call the police.
We're going.
So help me, I warn you. You'll never find out where I'm going to get water. Never.
What I'm wondering is if we'll ever find out where to find that other bomb. Ever.
You are listening to The Race, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. May we suggest that you vary your CBS listening? Education is one of the most important phases of life today. Starting Monday, tomorrow night, Harvard University's President James Bryant Conant will discuss America's free public school system in a series of 5 talks each evening next week. As a thinking citizen, you'll find this series informative and important. So find out when the CBS program You and Education will be heard over your local CBS station and tune in. We think it will be well worth your while. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, The Race.
It all began when a dame chemist named Suzanne Duran mixed up a couple of bombs for a character called Negri Sear, who had himself a great scheme. He was going to blast for water in the Sahara and make Egypt a garden spot. It sounded sort of screwy, but the noise of one of those bombs exploding sounded anything but. Well, that took care of one, but there was still another bomb someplace in the Near East, and Suzanne figured it'd go off in 8 hours. Where was it? You tell me. Negri Sear couldn't. We asked him. Well, when we came out on the street, Suzanne was hopping up and down again and on the verge of tears. And she looked at me as though I could supply all the answers.
Mr. Jordan, there must be something we can do.
You know where the office of the Cairo Mail is?
Yes.
Good. Now listen. And stop jiggling.
We have a plan then?
Maybe. We're going to have to split up to save time.
All right.
I'll get down to the newspaper office and ask for Ed Stack. He's a friend of mine. Give him a description of the bomb.
What else?
That's all. He'll get out an extra and see that it's broadcast, too. That way, everyone will be warned and on the lookout.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And when you finish there, go to the Tambourine and wait for me.
Where are you going?
Where can I find Rollo?
Native Quarters, number 6, Oakar Street.
Check.
Rocky, I
Look,
don't...
will you stop worrying? It's going to be okay. Take my word for it. Yeah, it was going to be okay, sure. Only I wish I could have believed it. I was stymied from ear to ear. I put Suzanne in a taxi, and she was whisked off toward the newspaper office. I wanted to cross the street to get a taxi myself when up roared Sam Sabaya, taking the corner on 2 wheels.
Jordan,
Well, this is a coincidence, Sam.
I traced you through this taxi company. Where's the girl?
On her way to the newspaper office.
Rocky, I'm losing my patience. You said you did not know the girl. When I finally traced her, I learned she has been with you.
Sam, hang on to your brass badge. Got something to tell you.
Well, Jordan, I'm waiting.
She's working for a character named Negri Sear.
Negri Sear? Yes, I've heard something of him. He's a dealer in fine art, a collector and such.
Fine arts, eh? Well, he's got a sideline.
What do you mean?
The girl's a chemist. He hired her to make a couple of tickless bombs to blast for water in the Sahara.
Jordan, are you serious?
So help me, Sam. That's a story I got.
Blast for water in the Sahara?
Shh. It's a secret.
Jordan, this is not an amusing matter. Water in this part of the world is nothing to laugh at. There are those in these desert lands who make of it a religion. Yet is it possible to blast for water in the Sahara?
Negri Sear thinks so. Or so he says.
What could be done to all this arid land? Jordan, is this a trick?
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
Then I'm inclined to think it is.
Well, the bomb was real enough.
Yes, of course. We must make every effort to locate the other... But still...
Yes, Sam?
Jordan, if that girl is not at the newspaper office as you say, I'm going to hold you responsible for aiding her escape.
Sam took off, and I checked the time and shuddered. Then I headed for the home of Rollo Bendata, Suzanne's servant, for my talk with him. I knocked hopefully on his door. No one answered, so I tried the door. It was open. The room was kind of dark. I took a few steps and stumbled. I didn't have to look twice to know I'd stumbled over a body, and the body was real dead. That's when a door slammed behind me. I wheeled around and right into a native holding a gun.
Your hands in the air, Fender.
Hey, what is this?
You kill my brother Rollo, yes?
Rollo?
Why you kill him?
You're making a mistake, buddy.
No, you kill him, you despised Westerner. I told Rollo to keep away from you.
Stop waving that gun around.
First working for the despised Effendi with a big head. Now this. I kill you to avenge his death.
I dove on him as he fired. The shots went wild. We rolled around for a while, fighting for the gun. Then I pulled away and caught him with a hard right. He dropped to the floor. Well, there was no sense in hanging around, with one of my hosts in the refrigerator and the other in the deep freeze. So Rollo was really working for Negri Sear. I raced up the street till I came to a public telephone and called the tambourine. I wanted to tell Suzanne what I found out about her servant.
Tambourine.
Chris, this is Rocky.
Boy, I'm glad you called. Sabaya just left.
Oh, what's up?
He missed the girl again, and he thinks you gave him the business.
Well, that's why I'm calling. Where is she?
She was only here a minute, then left with some guy.
Who?
I don't know. He was a little guy with the biggest head.
Negri Sear.
What's going on, Rock?
It beats me. But there's a noise that's going to rock Cairo in a couple of hours, and I got a feeling Sabaya's going to be looking at me. Well, there were a lot of lies in it someplace. I raced for Negri's apartment, but the place was deserted. Negri was gone. Suzanne wasn't there, but neither were the packing cases that belonged to Negri Sear. That took me to the railroad station, double time. I pushed through the crowd till I came to the gates for departing trains. Waiting in one of the lines was Negri Sear.
Jordan, what are you doing here?
Looking for you. You better step out of line.
Do not be too hasty, Jordan.
Come on, out of the line before I drag you.
Dear fellow, let us talk this over where no one may overhear us.
All right. All right, over into this corner.
There. Now...
You listen. I'm going to do the talking.
But, my dear fellow, I'll
Where's
show
Suzanne?
You... But how should I know? Oh, I know. You're still trying to trick me into revealing secrets
Close
that
it.
will...
Rollo Bendata, Suzanne's servant, was working for you. That means he took those bombs from Suzanne's place purposely, on your orders. That means also he knocked one bomb, the one on the clock, at that pawn shop on your orders, too.
Lies, deceitful.
All right. One bomb hot, one bomb still on the loose. All on purpose, too, Negri. You figured if one went off, Suzanne would think both of them went off. Meanwhile, you'd have one to toy with.
Go ahead, persecute me. Persecute me if you wish.
Ah, come off it.
So what if I say you are right? What then?
So the bomb's going to explode in an hour and a half. I'll make you a head ring until you tell me where it is.
That would never succeed. I will never tell you. I will never tell you where the bomb is or why I have placed it there.
That water blasting's a phony deal.
Indeed.
I bet your packing cases will give me some answer.
I am the only one who knows the whereabouts of the bomb, and I will not tell. I will not tell unless...
Huh? What's the deal?
Allow me to leave Cairo. Allow me to leave Cairo, and I shall reveal the...
Either one of you.
Well, Greco.
Jordan, you have trapped me. You have deliberately led the police to me.
Come, the both of you, to police headquarters.
Put away that gun, Greco. You're attracting attention.
Come, I say.
No, you will not capture me. You will not take me, indeed.
Don't shoot, Greco. Don't shoot him. He's the only one.
No! I told you, you will not take me, indeed.
You did it up right, Greco. He's dead.
I had no choice. He reached for a gun. Everybody, stand back.
You'll probably get a promotion for this.
It was me or him. I had no choice. Attention, everyone. Stand back. Now, Jordan, where are you?
I dove into the crowd and got lost. Well, I was free of Greco, but I was right back where I started. I checked the time again. In an hour and 10 minutes, that bomb would go off, and the only man who knew where it was dead. Well, I mulled the whole thing over for a while. All that was left were those packing cases of Negri's. It took me 10 minutes to find them. They were being loaded into a baggage car at the end of the line. I hurried up to one of the native porters and tried to con him. Oh, look, I want to check my baggage to see if I forgot anything.
Yes, Effendi. Which are yours?
Those packing cases over there.
Yes, Effendi. Your luggage checks?
Luggage checks?
I cannot let you look into the cases without them.
I left them with my wife.
Sorry, Effendi, but I cannot do it. It is against the regulations, and I cannot...
I didn't want to hit him, but who had time to argue or explain? I began ripping into the packing cases marked fragile. The first case had some figures carved in marble and some pictures, but they didn't ring any bells. It wasn't until I got inside the second case that I saw the light. It contained a green jade vase that I knew I'd seen before. And right then and there, Negri's whole deal became clear. I knew where the bomb was and why. I scrambled out to the street. When I looked at my watch, I broke out in a cold sweat. It was less than an hour. 50 minutes, to be exact. I dashed up to a taxi and shook the sleeping driver. Wake up, will you? Come on. Palace of Fine Arts. Come on, let's go. Look, money. Maybe this will wake you up.
The night is so hot, Effendi, for such energy.
This dough, all of it's yours, you understand? Step on it.
I will try. Where to?
The Palace of Fine Arts.
It is closed at this hour.
I know it's closed. Let me worry about that.
Yes, Effendi. Get in. It is too hot to worry.
Can't you go any faster than this?
In this weather, the motor gets hot.
Well, excuse me. I didn't mean to keep you awake. Between yawns, we lumbered along, and it was 20 minutes later before we pulled up in front of the Palace of Fine Arts. I threw the money at the driver, raced up the tier of steps that led to the entrance. The joint was dark, but I saw a woman waiting in the shadows of the doorway. Suzanne.
Rocky, is that you?
Yeah.
I was beginning to get worried. Negri said you had located the bomb and instructed me to meet you here.
No, double talk. Now, don't start jumping. The bomb is in this building.
But Negri said
Never mind, Negri. I'll explain later. We've only got a few minutes.
This building covers a square block.
There's be a guard around.
Inside.
Look, start screaming. I'll bang on the door. All right, that's enough. Here he comes. I said that's enough. Stop it. Sorry, I had to hit you.
It's all right. My nerves. I couldn't stop.
Oh, here's the guard. Oh, open up. We got to get inside. There's a bomb in there.
Go away. We are closed.
Open up. There's a bomb in there.
It is after hours. Can you not read?
He can't hear you.
I stand back. I'm going to smash the glass with my foot. There.
He's got a gun.
You are under arrest.
For the last time, there's a bomb in here.
What are you saying?
Someone has planted a bomb here.
It's going to go off in about 11 minutes.
You mean the bomb they have been talking about over the radio?
Yes.
Oh. Come in.
Now that we're in, Rocky, what are we going to do?
Come on, follow me. Look out.
There's a million places to look.
All right, here. Here's the jade room. Come on. There, over there, that green jade vase. It's the same as the one Negri had in the packing case. Yeah, wait a minute, I'll fish down into it. There. Well, here's your bomb.
That's it.
All right, do something to it, Suzanne.
Loosen the screw, then pour off the top liquid.
Uh-huh.
It won't go off now.
Oh, where's the guard?
Back there. He fainted. I guess he couldn't take it.
Suzanne, this is no time to leave me standing here alone. Well, that was about it. Negri had himself a fine little deal. The water blasting, of course, was phony. That was just his way of getting Suzanne to make a couple of bombs, tickless ones. The first explosion was to make it seem as though both bombs went off. But the live one that Negri kept, he planted in the Palace of Fine Arts to cut up his robbery. Negri was to walk off with a lot of priceless art objects, leave some phonies in its stead, then blow up part of the building so that no one would ever know the real art object had been taken. And the tickless bomb was necessary so that it wouldn't attract attention, sitting there real quietly in the green jade vase. Yeah, art can be a pretty interesting subject, I guess. I'll never forget the life class I once took when I was a kid. Funny thing about it, though, it was a pretty fascinating class, but somehow I can't remember that I ever had any time in it for painting.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Just another reminder to all our CBS listeners. You and Education, a series of 5 talks, begins Monday and will be heard each night next week on your local Columbia station. Consult your newspaper for the broadcast time. You and Education brings you the views of a distinguished American, James Bryant Conant, president of Harvard University, in a discussion of the free public school system. Be sure to listen to CBS for You and Education. Rocky Jordan, starring Jack Moyles in the title role, is produced by Cliff Howell and directed tonight by Gordon T. Hughes. Original music was by Richard Arant and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Tonight's story by Bernard Gerard was edited by Gomer Kuhl and Larry Roman. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Very funny. Certainly took you long enough.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Well, do you like them? My curls?
Yeah, I guess so. It's your own hair, I trust.
Oh, yes, Sam. When it's brushed out, you'll never know anything happened.
Whenever you're ready, curly.
Oh, gee, you like it that well?
Yeah, very cute.
Well.
It's a business.
Yeah.
To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596, subject the Bouncing Betty Caper. Dear Dundee. It all began on a Wednesday. My secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, tiptoed into my office and laid an engraved calling card on the desk in front of me. The name on it was Randall Carruthers. She said he looked like money, so I said, show her in. Or him in. She did.
Good morning, sir. Do you wish the morning paper?
Thanks, I've read it.
Dear me.
What's the matter?
This ashtray, sir. Have you a silent butler?
I don't even have a noisy one.
Oh. In all my years of service, it has been my constant endeavor to keep things neat and tidy, down to the smallest detail.
I see. Well, if it bothers you, just dump those butts into the wastebasket.
Very well, sir. If you will pardon the presumption, sir, you could use a well-trained servant in this establishment. Wastepaper baskets clean and empty at all times. Never allow refuse to accumulate.
That's not refuse. That's this month's bills.
So I noticed, sir. I also noticed that you have not opened them. From this, I conclude that your services are immediately available.
Yeah, and I conclude that in spite of your glad rags and fancy handle, you are somebody's butler.
Oh, that is correct, sir. I am first butler in the household of Dr. Mark McGraw.
First?
Yes. Bleak Cliff is the name of the estate. It's near the village of Squid Beach, some 50 miles in a southerly direction on the Pacific coast.
You know, I think I'm going to like you as a client, Mr. Carruthers. I mean, it's refreshing to get a few accurate facts without, shall we say, priming the pump.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
To continue, not counting the staff, there reside at Bleak Cliff 3 persons. Dr. McGraw, master of the house since the death of his wife, his stepson, Mr. Anthony McGraw, of whom more later, and Mr. Anthony's sister, Miss Cathy. It is on her behalf that I've come to you, sir.
What is her problem, Mr. Carruthers?
The correct form of address is Carruthers, sir, not Mr. Carruthers.
Check.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now, as to Miss Cathy's problem, sir, someone is attempting to murder her. Specifically, she has upon several occasions been shot at from ambush. Twice she has awakened in the night to feel the hands of an assailant closing about her throat. And only yesterday, she narrowly escaped death when her motor car went out of control owing to some blackguard tampering with the steering mechanism. And upon numerous other occasions...
That's enough. You have convinced me that she indeed has a problem. What do the local police think?
No one has been to the police, sir.
Why not?
It's a delicate situation, sir. Miss Cathy's brother, Mr. Tony, is undergoing treatment for nervous disorders.
Mm-hmm.
The family did not wish to place him in an institution, and since Dr. McGraw, his stepfather, is a psychiatrist, he is allowed to remain at home.
I see. He's flipped, huh? Where do I fit in, Carruthers?
Well, sir, if a reputable gentleman such as yourself were to come to Bleak Cliff and witness these persistent attempts upon that girl's life, perhaps they could be forced to put the boy away where he belongs.
It's possible. I'm willing to try. For money.
Oh, splendid, sir, splendid. I took the liberty of drawing, in your favor, a draft upon the First National Bank of Squid Bay, 1 week's remuneration in advance of your services to the Bleak Cliff estate in the capacity of chauffeur.
Chauffeur?
Yes, sir. I thought that might be a capital disguise. Have you a better suggestion, sir?
Well, no, that's okay. This check.
Yes, sir.
$200. It's a pretty big weekly salary for a chauffeur, isn't it?
Well, you will be allowed to shop for the vegetables, sir. Your cut has been added in.
I told him I didn't know one vegetable from another, that I was a lousy driver, and in more time than it takes to tell, I was installed at Bleak Cliff, in a room above the garage, and told to wait there until summoned. I put on my pearl gray uniform with the brass buttons and leather puttees, looked in the mirror, and decided I had missed my calling, but not by much. Nothing happened for nearly an hour, and then I got my first buzz. Yeah, I mean, garage.
Phillips, the car, quickly. The main entrance. Keep your motor running. I have him locked in the living room, and he's breaking on.
Okay. Yes, miss. Let me see.
Get that door open. Open that door. Why didn't you have the door open?
I'm sorry, miss.
Well, get going, please.
Darn it, miss. Where's the spark on this?
What's the matter with it?
Well, it's flooded. The housing, you know.
He's got the meat cleaver again. Can't you get this door?
Well, I'm trying.
Get out, I tell you! Get out! Stop it! You're hurting him.
down, kid. Put it down. Come on. Give it to me.
What's going on?
Tony.
I say, who are you? Haven't you been instructed not to disturb my patient?
I'm sorry. I'm new here. When I saw him coming at Miss McGraw with that meat cleaver, I naturally thought
Oh, well, no harm done. Come along, Tony. Come along now. Come along, boy. We'll have a nice long talk.
What shall I do with this now?
Oh, we'll put it back.
Oh.
You all right?
Oh, sure. I should be used to it by now. By the way, you're new here, aren't you? What's your name?
Sam.
Sam? Nice. Turn to the left outside the gate, Sam, and drive straight out to the shore road.
Well, if I can just... Hey, I just turned that little key. Look, Ma, I'm driving. I adjusted the rear view mirror so that it showed more of her and less of the rear view. A mile from the house, she ordered me to stop, moved up to the front seat with me, and asked me to drive on. By the time we got to the shore road, she was driving, and I was resting my head on her shoulder. Where are we going?
I've got a little hideaway down the coast. It's right on the beach, the foot of a tall cliff. There's a fireplace, a little bar, some records.
Got some bop?
It's wonderful there with the surf pounding outside, hidden away from the world. You feel so safe.
Don't stop.
You'll like it there. You feel as if there's no one else on earth. Time standing still.
Oh, if I could just be sure that Mother wouldn't worry about me.
You're impossible.
Okay, Kathy, I'll be serious. What's with that brother of yours?
Tony? I'd rather not talk about that if you don't mind.
Well, maybe I can talk about your stepfather. I really should know what kind of a man my boss is.
I go for these drives to forget all that. Please don't spoil it for me.
Okay, Kathy, okay.
Please. The sharp turn into this driveway. Now, we get out here.
Yes, ma'am.
Down this path.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? You afraid of high places?
Yeah, you just pushed me off of one.
Oh, Sam, don't be like that. You're pouting like a little boy. Come on, I want to show you my little house.
What's so special about your little house?
Oh, Sam, if you only knew what my life is like.
You only knew what mine is like.
I need someone so much to talk to, Sam.
As long as you can steer the conversation, you mean.
Come on, Sam. I'll show you the house.
The path led to a flight of wooden steps that clung to the face of a sheer cliff. There was something like the stairs you find yourself falling down in nightmares. They dropped maybe 200 feet to a crescent of white sand.
Watch out for that one step. It's broken.
Yeah. You have to make your dream house this hard to get to?
Because of Tony. He has vertigo.
What?
When we were kids, he used to chase me, and I'd run down here, and he was scared to follow me. Afraid of heights. He still is.
Oh.
Well, you light us a fire, Sam. The wood's there in the box. I'll go make us a drink.
Fire? Who needs a fire? I'm hot.
What'd you do before you took up driving?
Oh, I was a private eye for a while.
Oh, how exciting.
Nah, it's a sour racket.
Tell me about it.
Nah. Let's talk about you.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Well, what do you want to know about me?
Oh, me? Come here. The scent she was wearing was 20 carat, but the story of her life was heavy melodrama. It seemed that Dr. McGraw, a handsome fortune hunter, was a folly of her mother's middle years, but she had come to her senses shortly before she died and cut him out of her will. But that was not the end of it. When Kathy's brother had been faced with the alternative of entering an institution or remaining at home under his stepfather's care, she had begged the doctor to remain in spite of his warnings that her brother might take a notion to kill her. But get this, Dundee, it's real deep. In spite of visible evidence to the contrary, she was convinced that her brother was not out to kill her, but that the doctor was. I couldn't sell myself on that part of the yarn, but she looked so awfully pretty while she was telling it. Then suddenly she didn't look so pretty. An expression of terror was on her face.
No!
Get down! I rolled her onto the floor and kicked the lamp out. By the glow of the embers in the fireplace, I could still see the gleam of the gun barrel shoved in through the broken window. I hoped he couldn't see so much. knocked over a chair to give him something to shoot at. He was already halfway up the face of the cliff on those rickety wooden stairs. At the top, he turned and looked back.
Who was it? It was Mark, wasn't it?
The doctor? You know better than that. It was Tony. I thought you told me he was afraid of heights, couldn't come down those stairs.
He never did before. Don't you believe me?
Yeah, Kathy. I may wind up believing the rest of your story. I took Kathy back to Bleak Cliff and stashed her in my quarters over the garage. Then I went into the main house via the back stairs, found her room, and shook it down. In a cabinet, a bunch of war souvenirs, German helmets, grenades, rifles, and other lethal gadgets. In a desk drawer, I found a letter headed U.S. Army, Office of the Surgeon General. It certified that one Anthony McGraw was unfit for military service. Vertigo. Origin, childhood injury to middle ear. Downstairs in the library, I found a shelf of medical books. Vertigo. Vertigo was almost incurable, and there was certainly no quick cure. But some patients had lost their symptoms temporarily under hypnotism. Then it said, see narcosynthesis. I did.
Spade. I beg pardon, sir. Mr. Spade. Yeah, whatever are you doing in the butler's pantry, sir?
Looking for a butler. Namely you, Carruthers.
May I serve you, sir?
Yeah. How do I get an interview with Dr. McGraw?
Well, sir, Oh. Strange. After all my years of service, I still start as a master summons. Hey.
You did it again.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I'd better see what Dr. McGraw wants.
Forget it. I'm answering this one.
You're not going to drop your disguise, sir.
Why not? Who am I kidding, anyway? You rang, Dr. McGraw?
Oh, I didn't ring for you. I rang for Carruthers. I ordered him to tidy up my office while I was at dinner. And look at it.
Looks neat as a pin to me, Doctor.
Oh, yes, you're new here. Chauffeur, eh?
I'm only wearing his uniform. Here's my card.
Oh, detective, eh?
That's right, Doctor. And this one's just about ready to wrap up.
Well, you interest me. Go on.
I will. I think you've been trying to use that boy as a murder weapon against his sister.
Oh, and you call yourself a detective?
If you can call yourself a doctor, I guess I can. You've been treating him with narcosynthesis, haven't you?
Yes, that's right.
Hypnotic drug. While he's under it, you brief him on his activities for the day, and he follows through, including assaults with deadly weapons.
That would be possible with certain very suggestible patients, but I'm afraid impossible to prove.
I think I can prove it, Doctor. You shouldn't leave your textbooks lying around loose. I found out the only way Tony could have walked down that stairway to Kathy's beach house without falling would be temporary relief of his symptoms due to hypnotic suggestion. Unquote.
I see. What do you intend to do about this theory of yours?
What do you suggest?
You see this row of buzzers here on my desk?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this one is for my secretary. This is to summon Carruthers, and when I press this buzzer, two of the most hideous plug uglies you've ever seen will rush into this office, beat you to a pulp, and dump you outside the front gate. That's what I think of your theory.
Buzz away, Doctor. I think I like them better than I do you.
As you wish.
From where I was on the other side of the room, I didn't know what had happened at first. All I saw was a lot of paper gushing out of the wastebasket. The doctor sure was dead. His midsection was perforated like a shower drain. And in the walls, fanning out around the end of the room, about a yard up from the baseboard, there was a straight line of holes. I dug into one. What I took out wasn't a bullet. It was a perfectly round steel ball. Then I remembered the wastebasket, the paper flying out of it just before the explosion. In the bottom of it, I found the answer. The base of a steel mechanism with German lettering on it. It was a wartime anti-personnel mine that the GIs called the Bouncing Betty.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
I didn't wait for the Squid Beach law to arrive. Who could? I went straight back to San Francisco. You, Lieutenant Dundee, were waiting at my office.
Morning, Sam.
Hello, Dundee.
About that McGraw killing, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
The chief down at Skid Beach has asked us to cooperate with the department down there at Skid Beach.
Squid Beach, Dundee.
That's right. They say you caught a bus at Skid Beach.
Squid.
That's right. At 1:45 in the company of a young woman answering the description of the McGraw girl.
They say that, do they?
They say they got a statement from that butler,
Carruthers.
Yeah, well, it's open and shut anyway. The butler hired you, the girl is wanted, and you're hiding her out. Why?
Why not?
Well, it's established that the girl hated the deceased and bickered with him constantly. The doctor and the boy were pals. That girl's guilty as
You've been able to place her in the murder room?
Well, no, but here's an item. She worked with an Army ordnance during the war in research. Subject, I made a note of that. Enemy landmines, anti-personnel. One of the reports she helped put out was on the Bouncing Betty.
Yeah?
Definitely. Hey, where you going, Sam?
Sam, it's been so lonesome cooped up here all day.
Why didn't you tell me you were with Army ordnance during the war?
I don't know. I suppose it thought it was unfeminine or something.
Try again.
All right, I'll tell you the truth. I had a copy of that report with instructions for the operation of the Bouncing Betty in the desk in my room.
What the devil are you doing with a thing like that?
I don't know. I was proud of it. It was the only report I worked on with the general.
Should have got rid of it.
I did. I burned it in the fireplace as soon as I learned what had killed him.
You didn't burn it good enough.
Sam, they found it.
Yeah.
Have they arrested Tony?
Not yet, but he's definitely sane. He'll have to take the rap for anything he's done.
I see. Well, I guess there's no other way. Tony didn't do it, Sam. I did. I want to make a confession.
Not to me, please. Not to me.
After what happened down at the beach when I knew I was no longer safe anywhere, I realized I had to do it. For Tony's sake as well as mine. When we arrived back at the house, I looked into the dining room and I saw Dr. McGraw eating dinner. I knew it was my chance to get into his office.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, the Bouncing Betty was in my room. There was some wire in the tool chest, and I knew that Carruthers always went to tidy up while the doctor was at dinner. So I waited until I saw him come out, and then I went in. And I looked around for a place to plant it, out of sight. Then I saw the wastebasket full of paper. It was the perfect hiding place. The whole thing didn't take more than 5 minutes. Well, say something. Go on, say you hate me. Say it.
I don't. Wish I did.
Oh, Sam. Help me. Help me.
I'm sorry, baby. I am sorry. I don't know how long we sat there. I held her in my arms until she cried herself out, then we just looked at each other. I knew if I put it off another minute, I wouldn't call you at all, Dundee. So, with my arms still around her, I reached for the phone.
Homicide.
Lieutenant Dundee, this is Sam Spade.
Lieutenant Dundee. Hello? Hello?
Give me that. Lieutenant, this is Catherine McGraw. I wish to make a full confession in the murder of my stepmother.
I walked out while she was still talking to you, Dundee. I knew she'd wait for you, and I didn't want to be there when you took her away. As I walked over to my office, everything she'd said kept coming back to me. I could see her sneaking into her brother's room and getting a contraption out of the cabinet. I could see her hiding behind the door until Carruthers came out after tidying up McGraw's office, dumping ashtrays, emptying wastebaskets. And that's as far as I got. I went back to my office to wait. And sure enough, 20 minutes after the papers hit the streets with Kathy's confession, the door opened and he came in.
Well, sir, I believe it's turning a bit raw out of doors. Gardner was saying only this morning that we should order out some shrouds for the Sapiglos to see no after. Am I discommoding you, sir?
No, Carruthers, I've been waiting for you.
With your permission, sir, the ashtray.
Just dump it in the wastebasket.
Well, I am gratified to note that your secretary has been looking after things and has emptied your waste paper basket. This is right and proper.
Quite.
Yes, sir. And, speaking of waste paper baskets...
Allow me, Carruthers. You have come to apprise me of your part in the death of the late Dr. McGraw. Am I in error?
You've already divined my purpose, sir. Yes, it was I who placed that infernal machine.
In the wastebasket, Carruthers, yes, I know.
It struck me as a bit of poetic justice that the buzzer, which that dreadful man used as a symbol of his despotism, should be the instrument of his own destruction.
I'm sorry, Carruthers. I'll do all I can.
No need, sir. No need. I'm aware that there is no final justification for taking the law into one's own hands. Every man is entitled to trial by jury of his peers. But where, Mr. Spade, where could be found 12 good men and true who would allow themselves to be called the peer of that monster, Dr. McGraw?
Period. End of report.
Sam, there must be some mistake.
Mistake, Effie? Mistake? No?
Well, the butler can't be guilty. That's old-fashioned.
He was an old-fashioned butler, sweetheart. Where today can you get help like that? Somebody who empties the ashtrays, keeps the waste paper baskets clean, tidies up around the place.
Well, I'd be only too happy to do the same for you, Sam.
I know you would, Doc.
Considering what happened to Mr. Carruthers' employer,
Effie, you mustn't allow your mind to dwell on such matters. It's wicked.
Sam! Who emptied an ashtray in that wastebasket that I just finished cleaning out?
Pay it no heed, sweetheart. I'll buy you a silent butler. I'll go type that up.
Here it is, Sam. I hope I haven't made any mistakes. I'm in such a hurry.
Whatever did you do to your hair?
Well, I brushed it out, Sam.
What happened to the pin curls?
I told you, Sam, when it was brushed out, it wouldn't be noticeable.
Hours of torture sitting under a hot dryer for something nobody will notice.
But, Sam, it puts bounce in your whole makeup.
I get it. The bouncing Effie caper.
Oh.
Eyeshadow, new shade of lipstick. You look real gone.
Oh, no.
Whom is it tonight?
Well, it's this friend of Maud's, Sam. Of course, she's not really serious about him, so it's all right.
Your conscience bothering you?
Oh, no, Sam, no. He's definitely not serious about her. I mean,
Well, have fun, sweetheart, while Maud burns.
Oh, well, she won't. And I suppose you'll be seeing that girl, what's her name? Oh, yes, Kathy.
Well, at least if I'm not playing in someone else's garden.
No. Well, have fun anyway. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Private Detective, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is Harry Branson of Philadelphia Mutual.
Harry, what are you doing in town?
I'm not. At least not in your town.
But you've got a case for me.
Do you know anything about violins?
Oh, don't tell me. So he opened up his fiddle case and out came a submachine gun, that it?
John, that technique went out with Prohibition. Now, seriously, this case contains a genuine Amati.
Good. What's an Amati?
One of the finest, most expensive violins ever made. This one was insured for $30,000.
Was?
Yes. Now, someone has to find it for us. What's more...
Okay, Harry, I'm on my way.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. The following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 1, $12.40, train fare and incidentals to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I took the train because Harry Branson didn't seem to be in any particular hurry, and I kind of like a slow look at the countryside this time of year. When I got to Philadelphia, I checked in at the Bellevue Stratford, shaved and showered, then went over to Harry Branson's office in the Security First building on Walnut Street.
You deceived me, John. I thought when we talked long distance that you'd be here right away. But instead of flying down, you took
Old
the
sober-sides Branson
Possibly
hadn't
a loss of
changed a
valuable
bit.
time. I don't
Hair
know.
a little grayer than the last
I hope
time
to
I'd
know
seen him,
as soon
perhaps.
as I hear further from Amerigo.
But still the same serious lad
You see,
who
what, if
always
anything,
acted
he
as
can
though
tell
he
us.
was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Now, I feel a deep personal concern over the whole matter because it was a man I put in this office myself who issued the policies, both of them.
2 policies on this fiddle you were talking about?
No, John, one on the Amati violin, $30,000.
Yeah?
And one on Ricardo Amerigo himself for $20,000.
Who is Ricky?
Who?
Well, isn't that what you said his name is?
I'm sure I didn't mention anyone by the... Ricardo Amerigo, yes.
Well, where's he playing? The Purple Cat or maybe Wee Willie's joint over on
John,
Fifth Street?
this man is a concert violinist, or was. He's disappeared. Now, please, no more levity.
Sorry, Harold.
It's Harrison.
Sorry, Harry.
All right. I'm quite all right. Now, I realize that you have quite a sense of humor, John, but in a matter as important as this...
Yeah, sure. Now, let's have the story.
Very well. A few years ago, Ricardo Amerigo was one of the world's leading concert violinists, as famous in London, Paris, Rome, as in the concert halls of this country.
Uh-huh.
Such virtuosity, almost unbelievable. I shall never forget one evening here in our Academy of Music. He had just finished a perfectly brilliant Wieniawski. Amazing technical performance.
Yeah, well...
And for an encore, he played Sarasate's Zapatiado. Even more brilliant.
Harry...
But the audience wouldn't let him leave the stage. Ricardo Amerigo...
has disappeared.
Oh, yes.
And you're in a hurry to get on with the case.
I'm sorry. Now, thinking of his superlative performance that night carried me away. Yes, he's dead. Disappeared. And the violin? No trace.
Dead? You didn't say that before.
I know. You see, there's no proof of death. No body. Disappeared.
Well, don't let me shock your finer sensibilities, Harry. Murder?
We have thought of that, of course.
Who's we?
The Port Morris police. Port Morris, New Jersey, that is.
Oh.
Yes, you see, since Amerigo's car went through the bridge rail, crashed right through it, and plunged into the river, stream...
Trying to tie Harry down to pertinent
Port
facts
Morris
that would
police
help me in
came
my
in.
investigation was, futile. At least 3 times during the next half hour, he went off on glowing descriptions of violin recitals he had known. Heifetz, Selman, Chrysler, and so on. But he did come up with 1 or 2 things I wanted. First, Amerigo and his fiddle had been driving down from Philadelphia to some spot on the South Jersey seashore. Crossing an old wooden bridge over a little stream, an inlet from the ocean, the car had smashed through the guardrail and gone to the bottom of the inlet. The car, of course, was found. Amerigo and his violin, no. Second, and just as important, the name of the beneficiary of Amerigo's policies. Item 2 on expense account, $1 even. Taxi to the Harnell building, also on Walnut Street, in the office of Peter Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent. The building was plush, but Corbin's office was about as bare as I'd ever seen. An old beat-up desk, a battered filing cabinet, and a couple of straight chairs. That was it.
Come in, Dollar. Come in. Sit down.
Corbin was chewing the stub of a cigar that he'd forgotten to relight for at least a couple of days. We made with the usual howdy-do's.
Well, your man Branson told you exactly right, Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo's sole and only beneficiary.
Well, isn't that a bit unusual for a man's agent to be his heir? Or, was it because you were old personal friends?
I'm going to give it to you straight. I brought Amerigo over to this country. Myself, my own sole expense. I actually gave him the build-up. I started his whole entire career. I kept him on top, all at my own expense.
Well, didn't you collect a regular agent's commission on his earnings?
Oh, sure. Plenty more. Why kid about it? Sure, while he was working.
What's that supposed to mean?
Bottle.
What?
Yeah, started hitting the bottle. Bad, not good. And believe me, the word gets around fast. Instead of making me money, himself too, because he started costing me money. But you see, he never saved anything, even when he was earning big. You know how these artists are.
Yeah, I've heard.
Well, it's the same with all of them. He got in debt actually up to his ears.
And nobody, no family, no relatives, nobody to pull him out. Nobody but me. Big-hearted Corbin.
So you had him take out a lot of insurance and name you as beneficiary?
Well, that was his idea, actually. Of course, he always did have the Amati insured. That's his violin.
So I've learned.
Oh, you know about violins?
No.
Oh. Well, but the life insurance, that was his own idea. Double indemnity, all that sort of stuff.
Double indemnity?
Oh, yeah. But guess who had to dig up the moolah for the last couple premiums?
Big-hearted Corbin.
You're right.
Not a bad investment, though, was it?
What? Hey,
Couple
wait
of
a
thousand in
minute.
premiums, and you stand to collect plenty. If we can find proof that he's dead, and if we can't
Oh,
recover
I don't
the...
like that, Dollar.
I don't either, Corbin. It doesn't smell good.
Oh, you think me, his own agent, actually rigged something like that for one of my best friends? You think that... Listen, wise guy. Even if I did have any of a such idea, it'd be crazy. Anything actually as obvious as that.
Well, sometimes the most obvious is the best cover-up.
Oh, get out of here, Dollar. Unless you want somebody to start collecting on your insurance.
Even if it isn't you, huh?
Get out! So help me.
Yeah, pretty obvious. And every time you open your mouth...
Oh,
no, you don't. Why is it that people who telegraph their punches are always the first to start swinging? I don't know. Anyhow, I left Corbin to pick himself up and start thinking about some alibis he might need. And in the cab back to my hotel, I did a lot of thinking myself. Sure, the obvious off times is the best cover-up, and yet it might be too obvious. Far too obvious.
Branson here?
Johnny Dollar here.
Oh, John, good. Listen, at least there'll be no double indemnity to pay in the Amerigo matter. For accidental death, that is. You see...
Wait a minute. About an hour ago, you weren't even sure he's dead. Did somebody find the body?
No, unfortunately, but I've just received a call from the Port Morris police. They completed their examination of Amerigo's car. After they pulled it out of the creek, of course.
I hope so.
John, they found conclusive evidence of murder.
Harry, I'll call you from Port Morris. Expense account, item 2. Subway, ferry, train, and bus fares to South Vineland, New Jersey. South Vineland because Ad Bowles lived there, and I knew that if anything at all happened in the heart of sunny southern Jersey, Ad would know about it. Retired and raising some of those wonderful South Jersey sweet potatoes and peaches with plenty of hired help, he amused himself by moseying around, getting to know everybody and everything that happened in his section of the state. He had an insatiable curiosity and money enough to keep it satisfied.
Hi, you conniving, chiseling son of a gun. I've been waiting for you to get here. What took you so long?
Hey, what was that conniving, chiseling crack, son?
We're still on expense account, aren't you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, and so help me, nobody in history ever had the knack of padding out an expense account the way you can. And collect those fancy commissions on top. When I was a private investigator...
Who is retired?
You call this retired 270 acres of sandy soil from which to try to wrestle the poor living?
Oh, no, wait a minute. That Cadillac Eldorado out front, that belongs to one of the hired hands.
983 peach trees.
And isn't that a landing field I see out there through the window?
A lot of sweet potato land to be cultivated? Well, yes. Say, why didn't you fly down or let me know and I'd have picked you up? Look, with all the time I have on my hands...
I thought you said you were very
busy. Yeah. How long are you going to stay? So I can figure out where we'll go, what we'll do.
Ed, I'm on a case.
Well, sure. Ricardo Amerigo and his priceless fiddle.
Oh, no.
It was easy. When I heard about him going over the bridge, I contacted Barney Peters of the Port Morris PD. From Barney, I learned all about the next of kin. His agent, that is.
Pete Corbin.
Right. And that boy at Philadelphia Mutual, Harry Branson. And I knew Branson wouldn't call anybody but you in on the case. So here you are.
Still a private eye, aren't you, Ed?
Gotta have some way of killing time.
And I suppose you have the whole case solved.
Yep.
Well, according to Harry Branson, who heard from the Port Morris police just before I left Philly, it was murder.
Oh, you point killer. I thought I'd be the one to tell you that.
No, sorry. The cops knew it first.
Second, I told them.
Huh?
Yeah, I showed them where somebody'd used a hacksaw on the steering arm of Amerigo's car when they dragged it out of the creek.
Uh-huh, so that was it.
Yep.
And who wielded the hacksaw?
Well, Pete Corbin. Who else?
Why?
Who else stood to benefit by Amerigo's sudden trip to the great beyond?
No. It's too easy, Ed.
What's more, he's the only one who had constant and complete access to Amerigo's car. Why, he not only mothered little Ricky, clothed and fed him and kept him in booze, but he paid his rent, swept out his apartment, serviced his car.
No, it's too easy.
And Johnny, that car was even kept locked in Pete Corbin's own garage. And Corbin had the only key.
Where did you learn that?
From Corbin's landlord, by phone, of course. Said he thought Corbin did that so Ricky couldn't go out driving when he was drunk. And me? I think it was the other way around.
He'd only let him drive when he was drunk, huh? Instead, a good chance of smashing up what would look like accidental death.
So that Corbin would collect the double indemnity. It's open and shut.
Any proof, Sherlock?
Just get to Corbin, throw it all at him, and break him down. Maybe he'll even find the hacksaw tucked up his sleeve.
Too easy.
Any bets that it isn't Corbin?
Yeah, I'll bet you.
You name it.
My commission on the case.
I'll match it. Oh, and plus your expense account.
Look, Ed, I want to see that car and the bridge and the creek, anything else I can find.
Sure, I'll fly you down there. Then we can go on over to Atlantic City, hit some of the night spots. Your treat. You know, so we can build up the expense account enough for me to collect plenty.
Ed Bowles had been a pretty good investigator in his day, seldom gone off half-cocked. Yet all his evidence was purely circumstantial. And where was the body? What's more, Pete Corbin acted anything but scared. Or so I thought until I put through a routine call to Harry Branson. He was worried. He had a right to be. Pete Corbin had packed a bag, jumped into his car, and disappeared.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a soggy day in a soggy South Jersey swamp. And a discovery almost too good to be true. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Sergeant Barney Peters, Port Morris Police.
Oh, hi, Sergeant.
Thought you and Adam Bowles were coming over here to look at the evidence in the murder of Ricardo Amerigo.
We are. Ed's out warming up his plane. That's why I answered his phone.
We got a visitor here in Port Morris.
Who?
The guy Ed thinks did the job.
Pete Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent?
That's right.
In Port Morris?
That's right.
Well, are you holding him?
I can't. No legal reason to, in spite of Ed's suspicions.
Well, what's Corbin doing there?
I don't know unless Ed's right about him.
Huh?
And Pete knows you're on his trail.
Well, what's that mean?
What could mean he's down here gunning for you.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Port Morris, New Jersey. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Item 3, $1 even. For whatever it was, the local druggist recommended to pull my stomach back together after the flight in Ad Bull's private plane from Ad's farm in South Vineland to Port Morris. In a sense, I'm glad we flew. In a car with Ad at the wheel, we'd have been all over the road. As it was, we were only all over the sky.
Oh, beautiful day for flying, isn't it, Johnny?
Can't you hold a straight course, Ed? What's the matter with this ship?
Not a thing. I like to weave around a bit. I like the feel of it. You know, all that power under you.
Yeah. Sure you're not just trying to scare me into welching on our little bet?
I'm going to win that bet, Johnny. Your commission on the case, plus all that goes on that well-padded expense account of yours. You just get busy and find the body.
Why don't you forget your dark past as a private eye and stay retired?
What? And leave an old friend like you floundering around with a case that's...
Hey! You don't watch your steering, we'll be floundering around in those salt marshes down there.
Sorry. But can't you see, Johnny? Pete Corbin, Amerigo's agent, has to be the heavy. He's the beneficiary of Amerigo's policy. Amerigo owed him a lot of money.
Too easy.
And Pete's the only person we know of who was with Amerigo constantly. You got motive, opportunity.
Too easy, I tell you. But I wonder what under the sun Pete's doing in Port Morris.
That we'll be finding out. We'll land there in a couple of minutes now.
The little town of Port Morris was set on the edge of one of the wide salt marshes that border a lot of the South Jersey shore. Just a vast expanse of salt hay indented with little coves and inlets. Soggy, swampy country. Ideal breeding place for the famous Jersey mosquitoes. And I guess for me, the ideal breeding place for trouble. Sergeant Barney Peters met us at the mucky little landing strip just outside town. And we headed out on a narrow, muddy road across the marshes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dollar. If I were you, I'd try to pin down this Corbin.
Where is he now?
Back in town. Got Alf McCracken keeping an eye on him. Alf's the boy you saw Amerigo crash through the bridge that night, you know.
Barney, I still wish you'd cooked up something to hold him.
But what, Ed?
Sure, Ed. Every bit of evidence you think you've got on Corbin is purely circumstantial.
What else have you got to go on, John boy?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. After I have a look at the bridge Amerigo busted through in his car.
It's just up ahead a bit. Crosses the Lucky Hoe Creek.
I'd also like to know who could have... Well, I'd like to know what could have happened to his body. To that $30,000 Amati violin.
You'll see. Just keep in mind that there's a mighty big flow of water in the creek from the tide coming in and going out.
Tell me, Sergeant.
Johnny, I checked it.
Huh?
Tide had just turned, was on its way out to the ocean at the time Amerigo's car went over the bridge. Right, Barney?
That's correct, Ed. Right now, though, it's probably about as low as it'll... Whoa!
What's the matter?
Just pulling over to let this car that's coming pass us. Otherwise, one of us might sheer off into the swamp.
Yeah, these roads weren't meant for two-way traffic.
Darn fool's coming pretty fast for a road like this. If he isn't careful...
Hey, look, Pennsylvania plates.
Huh?
He's right.
That's Corbin's car.
Corbin, huh?
Swing across the road. Block him. Quick!
Son of a gun.
No, where's Corbin, all right?
Well, then swing around. Go after him.
On this road? He'd slide off into the swamp so fast. By the time we go on up to the bridge and turn, he'll be halfway back to Philadelphia, blast him.
Well, we had the bird in hand and didn't know it. What are you going to do now, Johnny?
Just exactly what we started out to do.
You're losing valuable time. Now, if I were still in this...
Ed,
racket...
why don't you stay retired? We drove slowly on up to the bridge, stopped and got out. And although the tide was almost low now, it was easy to see how that rush of water would easily carry a violin or a body or most anything right out to sea. Or could it?
The tide was running this same way when it happened. Out.
Yeah.
And the current was a lot stronger than it is now, so you can imagine what it would... Huh?
Yeah. What's the matter, Johnny?
Well, that big bird nest, whatever it is, down there at the side of the creek, 50, 60 feet.
Oh, that's just where the reeds and hay got matted up. It does look like... Hey.
Yeah. If that isn't a fiddle case propped up on top of it.
Sure looks like one.
Sure it is. Sure. The tide was higher then. The fiddle's stuck in those reeds. Wait here.
Well, now, Johnny, don't you come back here.
Dollar! Dollar, it's like quicksand. Stay out of it.
Oh, you darn fool.
It was
Come
like quicksand, too.
You'll never make it.
Black, gluey muck. And I sank into it up to my knees. I almost had to swim through it, hanging onto it, pulling myself along by the reeds and bulrushes. but half of this case hung on that $30,000 Amati violin. I wasn't going to let it slip out of my hands. A couple of times I dropped into soft holes, almost up to my shoulders. But somehow I kept going. Pulled the fiddle case off the pile of matted weeds and started back. I had used up most of my strength. With only one hand to pull myself along. Ed!
Johnny! Johnny, try and grab this rope. Here!
Can't reach!
Try it again, Ed. Drag it back. Try it again.
Johnny, use the violin case. It'll keep you afloat.
I'll try.
You all right, Dollar? Dollar!
Here, Johnny. The rope again. Johnny! Johnny!
I hadn't passed out. So help me, I hadn't. Not entirely, that is. Or I'd never have been able to grab the line that Ad Bowles threw to me. Needless to say, I took a lot of kidding from Ad and Barney Peters on the drive back to Port Morris, especially since I didn't really know what had happened until I came to in the back seat of the car, clutching the fiddle case.
Jerk. If you'd held onto the rope with the death grip you have on that violin case, we'd have got you out of that muck before you swallowed half the salt water in that inlet.
Yeah, sure.
I'll say this for you, Mr. Dollar. You don't give up easy.
The fiddle. The $30,000 Amati. At least I had half of this miserable case in hand in my hands. There'd be no insurance collection on that violin. And then I saw it.
What's the matter, Johnny? You passed out again?
No, Ed. You should have cleaned me up before you piled me into this car.
What?
Look.
Oh, what is it?
Piece of shirt. Ricardo Amerigo's shirt.
Is that?
Yeah, look. Monogram on the pocket, R.A. And what looks like bloodstains.
Hey, you're right. Where'd you get that?
I must have picked it up when I picked up the fiddle.
Well, at least it proves that Amerigo went down with his car. No doubt of it.
What I didn't tell him was that the piece of cloth from Ricardo Amerigo's shirt was fastened to the violin case. Deliberately put there. But by whom?
By Pete Corbin, Johnny. That's your man. Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Beneficiary, confidant, caretaker of both Ricky Amerigo and his car. Who else could have sawed through the steering bar that made the car run off the bridge? And a guy who was smart enough to have it happen in this godforsaken salt marsh.
Now, just a minute, Ed.
Okay, Barney. In the heart of sunny southern Jersey, where he expected nobody'd find car or body or even the fiddle until long after the insurance claim was met. Thanks to a tide that'd carry everything out to sea. For indeed, my friend, if your deputy, Alf McCracken, hadn't actually seen Amerigo's car slip through the bridge rail... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. If Pete Corbin had planned this whole thing, he would have made sure the corpus delicti would be found.
Johnny, that's why he had the accident happen where somebody saw it.
Yet that somebody, Alf McCracken, didn't see the fiddle float away, didn't see the body float away from the car.
Oh, stop it, John, boy. You know as well as I do that this whole thing was engineered by Corbin.
All right, tell me, investigator, what was he doing down here today?
Well, Lord knows, and I don't care. Probably to plant that piece of shirt. Johnny, I've given you all the help I'm gonna on this case. From now on, you either follow my tip and lose your bet to me, or you don't and give yourself a black eye with insurance company.
Johnny.
Oh, yeah, Barney.
Ed's a good detective. He'd have to be to retire on that nice farm of his over in South Vineland. Even broke a burglary case for me once here in Port Morris a couple of years ago, one I couldn't break myself.
Pastime.
But you've got guts. I like you for it.
Thanks a lot.
And to me, the Pete Corbin theory looks, well, too easy.
Oh, not you, Barney.
That's what I've been trying to preach to that stubborn egghead sitting beside you.
I'll lend you a suit of clean clothes, and you can chase this thing down in the way you want to, without the dubious help of somebody who's just trying to win a bet from you.
Traitor.
And if I were you, I'd hunt up a few other people who knew Ricky Amerigo besides his press agent, Pete Corbin.
You are a mind reader.
Gentlemen, I have only one thing to say. And, Johnny, it's addressed to you. When you finally find that Pete Corbin done it, you know where to send the check to me.
At Port Morris, we learned that Alf McCracken had lost track of Corbin when the former dropped in at Osborne's oyster house for a dozen of the half-shell. Hadn't even seen him take off in his car, much less leave in a hurry after spotting us on the road to Lucky Hole Creek. I took advantage of Barney's offer, borrowed a suit of his clothes, and accepted a ride from him to the crossroads of Woodbine where I could get a bus back to Philadelphia. Sure, half my job was done. I'd recovered the $30,000 Amati violin, but I could still hear the oh-so-pleasant voice of Ad Bowles, ex-investigator, not so retired.
You know where to send the check to me, Johnny boy.
Expense account item 5, $4.95. Bus fare from Woodbine to Philadelphia. And believe me, it's a long bus ride. As soon as I got to my hotel and changed into my own clothes, I called Harry Branson at the insurance company.
Mr. Branson here?
This is Mr. Dollar, Mr. Branson.
Yes, Mr. John.
Yeah, I'm back at my hotel, music lover. And I've just won the $30,000 Amati.
What?
Yeah, I got the fiddle for you.
Well, thank heaven you recovered it. What of Ricardo Amerigo?
Later. Do you want the Amati?
I'll be right over.
Where is it, John? Where is it?
Right here, Harry, right here. Case, bow, and all.
Oh, thank heaven.
And by some miracle, it's dry as a bone and all in one piece. Voila.
Oh, thank heaven. John. John?
What's the matter?
This? An Amati? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the results of a poker game. And believe me, there are times when the cards can be really stacked against you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Pete Corbin, Dollar. I found your message when I got in, but I don't know why I'm returning your call after that lacing I took from you.
Well, at least you haven't run out on us.
Why should I?
How would you like to explain what you were doing in Port Morris, New Jersey yesterday afternoon at the scene of the so-called accidental death of your client, Ricardo Amerigo?
Oh, yeah, I thought that was you I saw in that car down there.
It sure was. Are you in your office?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you wanted
Well, stay
to know...
there. I do want to know. That and a lot of other things. I'll see you in about an hour after I've made another call.
Okay, I'll be here.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 6. $33.75. Dry cleaning and new shirts, socks, and so on, including one pair of shoes to replace the ones I lost in the South Jersey swamp, while rescuing what I thought was a priceless Amati violin in a muddy tidewater inlet called Lucky Hoe Creek. But when I showed it to Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual, well, at least he promised to have an expert look it over and pass final judgment. That's the reason for item 7, 85 cents. Taxi to Harry's office in the Security First building.
Oh, come in, John, come in.
Hi, Harry. Well, what have you found out?
Nothing yet, but I should hear from the violin man any minute. John, I do hope I was wrong. Sit down.
Thanks. Harry, I could have committed mayhem when you told me that fiddle I picked up in the swamp isn't the Amati.
To think you nearly drowned retrieving it.
Oh, brother, that's putting it mildly.
But I'm sure Foresto will know.
Foresto?
Foresto Nigliario, however he pronounces it, the violin man.
He really an expert?
Well, he's the one who okayed the $30,000 policy on Amerigo's violin.
Let's just hope this one's it.
Did you learn anything in Port Morris?
Only confirm what you'd already learned from Sergeant Peters down there.
That someone had sawed through some steering connection on Amerigo's car before it crashed through the bridge.
Yeah.
Still no sign of the body?
Nope.
Oh, a man named Adam Bowles called.
Oh, he's an old friend. Used to be a private detective and just can't get it out of his system.
Oh. Well, he called me, you know.
I know.
And I must confess, John, that I'm inclined to agree with him.
That Peter Corbin, Amerigo's agent, did it?
Agent and beneficiary, John. And apparently the one person who knew Amerigo well enough.
I said it to Ad Bowles until I was blue in the face, Harry, and I say it again. Too easy.
But who else?
I don't know. That's what I came back here to find out.
All the evidence.
Circumstantial evidence. The kind of man that'd be a fool to let pile up against him if he really was guilty.
Even so.
Harry, let me do it my own way, huh?
What if this Corbin tries to skip out?
Then will be the time to...
Excuse me. Yes.
Mr. Cherniero to see you, sir.
Cherniero. I knew that was it. Send him in. Our man is here, John.
Foresto?
Yes, sure. Oh, well. Come in, Foresto. Meet Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, how do you do, Mr. Dollar?
You brought the fiddle?
Yeah.
Right here on the desk. Well?
Thank you. I'll open up the case.
Well, is it?
Mr. Bronson, Mr. Dollar, I'm sure.
Well, Mr. Cherniero?
Cherniero. Look, you've only got to look now that I've cleaned away some of the mud and the salt from the swamp where it was found. We're lucky it did not do any real damage to change the appearance. But nobody could tell the way you gave it to me.
Well, how about now that you've cleaned it up?
Yes.
You see here. The shape of the F holes, the curve to the belly.
Yeah?
The beautiful shape, the signs of age, and above all, here, you see, the label.
Label?
Through the F hole, you can see it. There, Niccolo Amati.
Then it is Amerigo's.
See.
You're sure, Mr. Cherniero?
The label says.
And Foresto says.
Well, look, I talked with a fiddle player in the orchestra at my hotel last night. He told me there are literally thousands of imitations of every important violin ever made. Shape, size, label, and all. Now, listen, Foresto.
Yeah.
Tell me the truth. Do you really consider yourself an expert?
Well, I'm a seller violins in my store. Violins, harmonicas, ocarinas, victrolas.
How good are the violins you sell?
Oh, so good ones. Some as high as $65.
Harry, do you mean to tell me... With all due apologies, Foresto, do you mean to tell me he was your authority for a $30,000 policy on Ricky Amerigo's violin?
Well, of course, a representative from the Wurlitzer collection in Chicago verified Foresto's opinion at the time.
See, the Wurlitzer know every good violin in the world.
Yeah, Harry, let me have it. I'll give you a receipt for it. I'll bring it back when I'm through with it.
Whatever you say, John. I assume you want to check further on the authenticity.
And you are right.
John.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly... You've still not accomplished very much insofar as Amerigo himself is concerned.
With this fiddle under my arm, I think maybe I will. See you later. Maybe Harry'd been right in the very beginning. Maybe I should have known a little more about music, or more specifically, violins. Or maybe I should have left this aspect of the case to someone else and concentrated on the disappearance death of Ricardo Amerigo. Maybe I... well... Expense account item 8, 80 cents. Taxi to booking agent Peter Corbin's office.
All right, Dollar, let's not waste either your time or either mine. You want to know what I was doing?
That's right, Corbin. The Amati. I found it right where you planted it, in that swamp near Port Morris.
You actually found it. What do you mean where I planted it?
What else were you doing down there in the South Jersey swamps?
Is that where you found it?
Well, you ought to know. But frankly, Corbin, I think you overplayed it a bit when you tucked part of one of Amerigo's monogram shirts there with it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, I mean it.
Then what were you doing down there? And, brother, you better make it good.
The same thing you were. Trying to find out what happened to Ricky Amerigo. I tell you, Dollar, I was his best friend. It's a true fact. If his fiddle was down there, too, I didn't see it.
I wish I could believe you. By the way it looks from here, you were willing to have the Amati violin found lying out there in that salt marsh because you couldn't get rid of it without exposing yourself. It didn't put any money in your pocket the way you figure Amerigo's death will.
The way it looks from here, Dollar, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah?
Yeah, actually wrong. If Amerigo's dead, I collect on his insurance as his beneficiary.
That's what the policy says, but believe
me.
me...
All right. But you think I wouldn't collect on the Amati fiddle, whether it was found or if it wasn't found. That's where you're wrong.
What are you talking about?
Because I'm also a beneficiary to his will.
How do you know?
Because I'm not only the sole and only heir in his will, I'm also the executive of his estate, too.
Oh.
Yeah. So if I was the heavy, what would I take a chance leaving a $30,000 fiddle laying around in some swamp?
Cover up?
$30,000 worth?
All right, what did you do with the hacksaw?
You mean somebody sawed up the fiddle? Oh, no, let me see.
No, easy, will you? Somebody sawed partway through a steering arm on Amerigo's car to make it crash.
Murder?
That's a pretty fair question.
Oh, no, Dollar, no. Oh, no, who would murder a nice, sweet guy like Ricky? Maybe he was a drunk, maybe he hit the skids, but he had no enemies. He couldn't have.
Okay.
Maybe he was just a drunken bum, worthless. He threw away a concert career, but he was a gentleman. An actual gentleman. And he was a sweet guy. Nobody could have murdered him. Oh, no, Dollar, not Ricky.
Pete, would you?
Who was it? Tell me, huh? Who was the lousy punk? I'll kill him.
Okay, Pete, I believe you.
I don't care whether you believe me or not. Will you tell me who done it?
Pete. Pete, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Now, look here. Look here and tell me. Is this Ricky's Amati violin?
Yeah, that's it. Ah, poor Ricky. Poor drunk.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
All right, Pete, I'm going to give it to you straight.
All I ask is you
now,
tell
listen to
me
will
who...
you? We don't know who killed Ricky Amerigo. We haven't even found his body. The Port Morris police are still trying, of course, but it could have been carried by the tide through that inlet, the Lucky Hole Creek, right on out to the sea. Or, of course, it may appear somewhere along the creek. It'll take weeks to search that swamp thoroughly. Anyhow,
if they do find him, I want to see he gets a decent burial. Will you promise me?
Okay, I'll try, but listen, will you? Because of the sawed-through steering arm, his death was made to look accidental. Double indemnity. And you're the beneficiary. He not only wasn't making you any money because his drinking kept him off the concert stage, but he owed you money, plenty. Now, that's a motive. As for opportunity, who else had as much as you?
Nobody. But I love the poor guy. I try to keep him alive, to get him back on his own.
You told me, and I believe you. But the fact remains that the insurance company, the police, even a pretty smart private detective I know, all figure you for number one suspect. And they hope to accumulate enough evidence to move in on you.
And you're with them, huh?
No.
What? Yesterday right here you told me...
Sure, I know I did. But I've had time to think it out. Now, pinning it on you is just too easy. Much too easy. I'll say it to your face, Pete. You're no mental giant. But only an utter fool would let circumstantial evidence like that pile up against him and then commit a murder like that. I may be wrong. Lord help you if I am and find out. But I think you're clean.
I swear I am.
And I'm going to play it that way unless I find solid reason to change my mind. Because, Pete.
Yeah, Johnny?
You're the one person who can help me in this case.
I'll do anything. Actually, anything. Just ask me.
All right. Now, first tell me where you were last Friday evening when Amerigo's car made that dive off that bridge.
Alibi?
That's right, brother, and you can be sure I'll check it.
At Willie's.
All right, who's Willie?
Willie Elliott. He's a saxophone player, one of my clients. He was a friend of Ricky's, too.
Well, where can I find him? What's his address?
I'll write it down for you. We had a four-handed poker game.
Who else in the game?
Jerry Goldsmith, 120.
He know Ricardo, too?
Oh, yeah. Composer, conductor, violin player.
Fiddle player, huh? Who was the fourth?
Eric Snowden.
Who's he?
He's a fiddle maker. He lives at his shop. I'll write that down.
Fiddle maker, did you say?
Yeah. Here you are. Yeah, he was the sole and only man Ricky would ever let touch his Amati for repairs and fixing up, you understand?
Who else were good friends of Ricardo's?
While he was making it, plenty. Lately, nobody.
You sure?
Oh, nobody, Johnny, I know. Of course, he hung around a lot of bars. He was a regular.
Give me a list.
Well, let's see. There's a little place over on Pine Street called the Yellow Lamp.
Expense account item 9, $370. A quick sandwich for Pete Corbin and myself and a flock of phone calls to Pete's poker pals. Just to make sure they were in and available when I could get around to see them. I had to phony up an excuse for seeing each of them. A friend of Pete's, just in from out of town, suggested I give you a call, that sort of thing. And apparently it didn't arouse any suspicion. At least it was a start. And for the first time, call it a hunch or whatever you like, I felt I was going to get somewhere in this case. As it turns out, I was. Believe me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a trio of musicians. The question, which one's story was playing a little flat? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
You are investigate.
Hello? What'd you say? Who is this?
You are investigate Ricardo Amerigo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm investigating the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Who are you? Hello? Hey, listen, do you have some information, a tip on the case? Who are you? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what is this, a gag?
Yeah.
Or is this supposed to be some kind of a cockeyed threat, a warning for me to get off the case?
Believe me, this is no gag.
Hello? Hello?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 10, $21 even, for drinks, for me alone. And believe it or not, I'm cold sober. But the least I could do was buy one at each of the bars on the list Pete Corbin gave me. A list of all the places Ricardo Amerigo used to hang out before his disappearance in a South Jersey swamp. In spite of all the circumstantial evidence pointing his way, I still wasn't convinced Corbin had engineered an accident to kill Amerigo. Pete had also given me a list of Amerigo's closest personal friends, 3 of them. I told him I'd see them later. Meanwhile, I hoped to learn something helpful from the places where he apparently spent most of his time during his last few months on this earth. But the result can pretty much be summed up by the last bar on the list, the Hangover Club.
There you are. Cost you 80 cents.
Here, keep the change.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just like I tell you, mister. He'd come in here, buy a few drinks, sit and drink them, leave.
Well, didn't he ever talk to anybody?
Not even me. Just sit there and get plastered. Till one of his friends would come in and drag him away.
Who? Did you know any of them?
Oh, sure. Willie Elliott, saxophone player at the Crystal Room.
Oh. Who else?
Jerry somebody, fiddle player.
Jerry Goldsmith. Yeah, they're on my list.
Huh?
Anybody else?
No. Oh, yeah, wait, sure.
His agent, Pete Corbin.
Yeah, that's... Hey, if you knew that, why'd you ask me?
I've heard the same thing exactly 20 times so far today.
Yeah, well, I'll say this for him. They must have loved Amerigo. They might have fought and argued with him when they caught him in here, but it was all for one thing, to try and straighten him out. But, mister, he was too far in.
Yeah.
Yeah, shame for a talent like him, concert violinist, to hit the skids the way he'd done, but nobody couldn't seem to help him.
The story had been exactly the same in every bar on the list. Apparently, the only friends, the only associates that Ricardo Amerigo had were those Pete Corbin had named. Expense account item 11, 110, cab fare to the apartment of William Elliott over on Callowell Street. Same story. No new names of friends or even acquaintances. He and Corbin and Goldsmith and the old English violin maker, Eric Snowden, had known Amerigo for years, good times and bad. Had all tried to help him, straighten him out, were deeply grieved over his death. Item 12, 570, cab to a suburb called Lanark to see Jerry Goldsmith, where, I'll admit I expected to get the same story, the same names, no more, no less. This time I took the Amati violin with me.
Hi. Who are you?
I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, you called. Come in. Friend of Pete Corbin's, you said. Sit down.
Mr. Goldsmith, I'll get right to the point. I'm an insurance investigator, and I came in...
That violin case. That looks like Ricardo's.
It is.
And the Amati?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
I found it down in a South Jersey swamp where Amerigo's car plunged off the bridge. It had been lying there, hidden by the marche for several days.
Is it all right? May I see it?
One reason I brought it along was so you could substantiate identification.
I make no bones about it, Mr. Dollar. I coveted this violin like nothing else in the world. I've played many fine instruments, Strads, Guarnieri, even this, my Stainer.
I see.
But Ricardo's Amati, there was something between that violin and myself that could exist for no one else. Not even Ricardo Amerigo when he was at his greatest. And when he started his terrible downfall.
You, wanted it even more, huh?
Yes, more than anything else in the world.
Enough to kill for it?
Mr. Dollar, I should kill you for even thinking such a thing. I loved Ricardo.
Okay, sorry. The fact remains somebody sawed through a steering arm on his car.
I still can't believe that. No one could have killed Ricardo, no one. Only 3 others beside myself even knew Ricardo these past few years. Corbin, Elliott, and Eric Snowden. Pity him, feed him, clothe him, try to fight him away from the liquor that had ruined his brilliant career, yes. Even hate him at times for what he'd done to his life, but murder...
I'm sorry.
May I?
Sure. It, is the Amati.
Yes, I know it as well as I know my own. May I play it?
Sure. What's the matter?
I don't know. Mr. Dollar, it isn't here. The tone, the brilliance, the response, it isn't here. Something's wrong.
You're sure this is the Amati?
Oh, of course I'm sure, but something's wrong. Something's happened to it. It isn't the same.
Well, you think the dampness of the swamp might have done...
No, you can see. It's all right, but it isn't.
Well, I don't know anything about violins.
There are no cracks, no marks, no damage. Even the sound post.
But you're sure it's Ricardo Amerigo's Amati?
Yes, I told you so. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. But something is... Mr. Dollar.
Well?
I don't know.
You know something? I don't either. I'm afraid I left Jerry Goldsmith rather abruptly and in a rather distressed condition. But I had plans, and the sooner I could carry them out, the better. Item 13 on expense account, $4.20 taxi fare back into town to the shop of Eric Snowden, violin maker. The only man who'd been allowed to touch Ricardo Amerigo's Amati, except, of course, for the music store owner who'd cleaned it up after I found it in the swamp. Yeah, it was possible he had done something to it that would destroy its tone. But for some reason or other, call it a hunch if you like, I hope not. Snowden's shop was located on a colorful little side street. Really not much more than an alley called Eisminger Street. Right in the middle of one of the busiest sections of the city, surrounded by skyscrapers, office stores, and all the traffic that goes with them. This one little alley. Except for Snowden's place, the tiny buildings packed side by side are all residences, left over from years gone by when this was a residential section, and still unspoiled by the bustling activity around them.
Thank you, Mr. Romandi, and I'll be sure to hear you at the Academy of Music Saturday night. Sir!
Mr. Snowden?
Yes, I'm Eric Snowden, but that violin case...
I'm Johnny Dollar. I phoned you.
Oh, please come in. Mr. Dollar.
That's right. It's Ricardo Amerigo's.
It's been found. Please let me...
Mr. Snowden, I'm an insurance investigator. Part of my job has been recovery of this violin.
It's possible loss was the most heartbreaking thing I ever contemplated, but you found it.
I think so.
You think? I don't understand.
Well, here, take it. Examine it.
Yes, but not here. Come, we'll go up to my workroom on the second floor, where I can check it thoroughly. I'll lock this front door so we won't be disturbed. Now, come with me, please. I can't believe it. It's so wonderful you found it. It would have been a terrible loss to the world.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're not a violinist yourself?
No. I'm afraid the only violin music I know is what I hear in...
Now, here we are.
Oh, quite a shop.
Most of the finest violins in the world have been here, one time or another. The Stradivarius of Yasha.
It was quite a shop.
The violins
The
of...
walls were lined with fiddles in the making and with tools. Some familiar and some that were... Wait a minute. Hacksaws. A couple of them small and delicate, but one a big one and dirty. As Eric Snowden turned away to open the violin case, I ran my fingers over the blades. There was grease on one. Axle grease.
Now here.
Well, Mr. Snowden?
Yes, Mr. Dollar. This is Ricardo Amerigo's violin.
You're certain of that?
Eh? Do you think that I, of all people, wouldn't know? Mr. Dollar, aside from Ricardo himself, I am the only person who has touched this magnificent instrument for years now. I must confess I resent your least question of my judgment.
All right, I'll be honest with you. I don't pretend to know much about violins, so I had somebody play it a while ago.
Sacrilege.
All right, be that as it may. It didn't sound to him or even to me like a $30,000 violin.
And whom did you permit to lay hands on this priceless instrument?
A friend.
Should be horsewhipped. Only an artist, a great artist, should be permitted to handle a thing like this. But I suppose you understand that, Mr. Dollar. I don't suppose you...
Well, go on.
Mr. Dollar, someone has tampered with this.
Oh?
Of course it doesn't sound right. Did this friend of yours presume to be a violin maker, too?
What do you mean?
The sound post, the placement of the bridge. Of course it doesn't sound right. Now, why does somebody have to...
Do you want to answer that?
No, let them wait. This is more important. No wonder you or your friend or anyone else question the validity of this instrument.
Hey, whoever that is down there, he really wants you.
Look here, a simple adjustment here and here. Oh, bother.
Go ahead, I'll wait.
All right, I shall be right back.
It was a quick suspicion when I spotted the hacksaw on the wall, and I couldn't forget the warning over the phone. While Snowden waited on his customer, I poked around the shop some more, looking for goodness knows what. And I found exactly nothing. No doubt Snowden was telling the truth. Until I started to sit down to wait for him, and as I pulled over a stool, I knocked open the door of a cabinet next to his workbench. I started to close it again, and then I saw it. Hanging there on a hook was a violin. I grabbed it out of the cabinet and held it under the light beside the one in Amerigo's case. I held them up together. It was unbelievable. The shape, the color, the markings, nicks on the little pegs you tune them up with, a spot of stain on the scroll, even a tiny, almost indiscernible scratch on the back, an old pencil mark on the inside near the label. It was impossible, but it was true. These two violins were absolutely identical.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, it's a wind-up. But believe me, a wind-up with a real twist. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is...
Don't tell me. Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual.
Yes, it is. Listen, John, I know you found his Amati violin.
Are you sure?
But Ricardo Amerigo himself, nothing. And after all, there's not only the $20,000 policy on him, but... What do you mean, am I sure?
Are you sure it was Amerigo's Amati violin I found?
Why, of course... What do you mean?
What if it wasn't? What if it was just an imitation?
John, stop it. That's What do you mean?
That $30,000 well-insured fiddle I picked up in the South Jersey swamps may be a phony.
Oh, no. For heaven's sakes, come over here to the office and tell me...
Oh, take it easy, Harold boy, until I've had time to find out a few things.
John?
See ya.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is a final accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. When Ricardo Amerigo's car was hauled out of a swamp somewhere near Port Morris, New Jersey, there was no sign of his body. Only a sawed-through steering arm on the car that indicated somebody had done him dirt. However, I did find the fiddle, the $30,000 Amati that had helped him become one of the world's top concert violinists. Anyhow, with a fiddle under my arm, I ended up at the shop of violin maker Eric Snowden for final confirmation that it was the genuine Amati that I'd found. This Eric confirmed. However, while we were in the second-floor workroom of his shop on Eisminger Street talking about the fiddle, Somebody pounded on the street door downstairs.
Oh, bother. I'll be back in a moment, Mr. Dollar.
And that's when I accidentally, and so help me it was accidental, I knocked open the door of a cabinet and discovered another violin, identical in every respect with the one I'd found in the swamp at the scene of Amerigo's accidental death. Okay, so I did exactly what you would have done. I put the one in the cabinet into Amerigo's case and the one from the case into the cabinet. One of them was the genuine Amati. But which one?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but he was so insistent. I thought he was one of my, shall we say, better clients. As it turned out, it was just a youngster who wanted to see one of the new G-strings.
A youngster?
Oh, I see you're joking. But now, let me take this magnificent instrument, readjust the sound post and bridge so that...
No, wait, Mr. Snowden. It's later than I thought. There are some things I must do immediately. Suppose I come back here later.
Very well. Meantime, I shall make the adjustments on the Amati to restore its
No,
tone.
I've got to take it with me.
But I don't understand.
There are a few things in this case I don't understand right this minute, but I hope to before very long.
Mr. Dollar, you talk in riddles. Why don't you leave the violin?
No, thanks. I'll see you later.
But please be careful with it. If anything should happen to that priceless...
Don't worry. Nothing will happen to it. I found that I'd almost spoken too soon, for I pounded down the stairs, across the floor of the store, and out of the door without the caution the book says one should exercise when leaving a suspect in a case. I'd no sooner got out on the street. It was a flower pot big enough to have killed a horse in its fall from the upper story window ledge.
Oh, no. Good heavens, wait, Mr. Dollar. That was an accident.
But I didn't wait. Expense account item 14, 10 cents. Phone call to Harry Branson at the insurance company to have the police put a man on Eric Snowden's shop immediately to make sure he wouldn't try to skip. Item 15, $7.50 for a cab to the house of fiddle-playing Jerry Goldsmith out in Lanark.
Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Goldsmith.
I didn't expect it. But you left in rather a hurry earlier.
Sorry, I had to keep a date. Hey, look, Jerry, when I was here before...
You still have the violin?
Yes, when I was here earlier and you played it, you didn't seem to think it was really Ricardo Amerigo's Amati.
No, I didn't say that. At least
at least it didn't sound like it when you played it.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, that's right.
Oh, now, think a minute. You were a bit upset, excited, whatever you want to call it, when I brought it to you.
Yes, that's true. Nevertheless...
And I think you were also afraid I might have suspected you of Amerigo's murder when you admitted his violin was the one thing you wanted more than anything else in life.
Except, of course, to have Ricardo straighten out. Become himself again. Become the artist again. Deserve to have this... Oh, I don't know. Whatever I say seems to make it sound like a... I don't know.
I know. Look, Jerry, calm down, will you? I'm not trying to pin a murder rap on you. Calm down and do something for me, will you?
Well, yes, of course. What?
Here.
Have you had something done to it to restore the tone it used to have?
It hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. But I want you to play it again.
Yes, of course I will. But didn't you say that some old fool with a music store cleaned it up?
Jerry, it hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. Now play it.
All right.
Go ahead, Jerry. It's the Amati, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's the Amati. A beautiful, wonderful...
Funny. I never realized what a violin could. Can you hear me, Jerry?
Yes. Yes.
And to think it's taken something like this to lead me to a killer. Expense account item 16, $4.20. Cab to Philadelphia Mutual, the office of Harry Branson.
But if you're right, John, you mustn't go out there alone. Don't you understand if he's the man who planned the murder of Ricardo Amerigo, he wouldn't stop... Yes, I had the police put a man out there to cover his shop. But, John, I still think it's...
Expense account item 17, $1.60. The buck was a tip for going through a couple of red lights. Back to the shop of the violin maker, Eric Snowden.
Mr. Dollar.
Hi, Mr. Snowden. I'm afraid I left you rather abruptly a while ago.
Mention it, Mr. Dollar. It's you. That near accident when you left that flower pot. I don't know how it possibly could have shifted on the window ledge up there.
On the third floor window ledge of this little combination store, workshop, and home of yours. That much I did notice while I was ducking it. If it had come off a second floor window, you know I might have suspected you of giving it a helpful shove.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Dollar, you can't possibly mean that.
All right, forget it for the moment.
But how can
Let's go up to your workshop on the second floor. Come on.
Well, yes, of course. But may I ask why?
I want to show you something, and I think you know what.
No, I certainly don't. Unless something has happened to the Amati.
Oh, something certainly has.
You damaged it since you were here.
No such luck.
Mr. Dollar, please, what are you talking about?
Okay, here. Now tell me the truth. Is this Ricardo Amerigo's Amati violin?
Yes. I've told you so.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
You know something? You aren't, but I am.
What?
Now open that cabinet there beside your work table.
What for?
Because I tell you to.
But I... just what are you getting at, Dollar?
Are you going to open it or shall I?
No. Get out of here. This is my shop, my place. You can't do this sort of thing to me.
Would you rather the police did? They're on their way.
The police? But I...
Well?
There's no need to open it. Ricardo Amerigo's Amati is in it.
Well, that's where you're wrong. This is the Amati. In this case, the one in the cabinet is the identical copy of the Amati that you made.
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Why, Snowden?
Because the loss of this priceless instrument would have been unthinkable.
$30,000 insurance on it.
Oh, money doesn't buy a violin like this. It must be played by an artist, by many artists, like the artist Ricardo was. So when Ricardo disappeared...
Or was murdered?
When Ricardo disappeared, I had to make sure that the Amati would still... I didn't murder him.
Isn't this the hacksaw that cut the steering rod on his car? Well, Snowden, isn't it?
Yes. No, I
mean... And
mean...
because of it and your crazy plan to keep the real Amati, you and you alone are going to take the rap for Amerigo's murder.
No, please. Ricky.
No use, Eric. That's right, Mr. Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo.
You're what?
The dirty, drunken has-been that started all this. Sawed through the steering rod on my car, wrecked it in the swamp, left some of my clothing there. That phony fiddle was my idea. Not to collect the insurance on it, not that alone. But to make sure it could come back again. Be played again by somebody that deserved to play it. The way perhaps one time I deserved to play it.
But, Ricardo...
A man disappears, murder, or whatever. There's a fuss about it for a while, and it's over. But this, no, this must live. This violin, it will now. And the world will be the better for it.
But you, and this apparent murder...
The insurance was my last hope of paying back Pete Corbin, my agent, and the others who tried so hard to straighten me out. Pay back some of the money and the heartbreak they spent on me. Or let your insurance company pay them back. Because I never could. I couldn't even leave my hiding place here in Eric's house. Because I knew that sooner or later he'd pity me enough to give me more of the drink that's been all I've been living for. Eric, God bless him, Eric knew, of course, but only he. Be kind to him. If you can.
Ricky.
That's all, Mr. Dollar. Oh, unless... Will you buy me a drink before you call in the police?
Expense account item 17, $8.50. One bottle of the best I could buy before I called in the police. Item 18, hotel in Philadelphia, miscellaneous fare back to Hartford. Total expense account, $182.65. Remarks? No insurance payment necessary on either the Amati or the man. And I guess he really was a man. more than he knew. What the courts will do about him and about Eric Snowden, well, the courts will do. And I'm glad I have to have no part in it. You know, it's funny. Somehow I think I have a little better appreciation for music now than... Oh, well. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, the Duke Red matter. A racehorse that could only be stopped by a killer. And the killer didn't stop with horses. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Victor Perrin, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, Eric Snowden, Herb Vigran, and James McCallion. Musical supervisor and violinist, Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Calling all detectives. A blind alley, a silver coin, and the fourth dimension. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. I, Jerry Browning, private detective, don't claim I can solve any crime. All I claim is that there is a solution. Sitting alongside of me in my car, Eddie Integrity kept twisting around to watch the traffic behind us. Take it easy, Eddie. Nobody's following us. I made sure of that. Eddie nodded without conviction.
Okay. Stop the car here.
We were in a warehouse district of narrow streets and nameless alleys about a quarter of a mile from the riverfront.
Frankie Eastman's holed up in that loft building down at the end of the alley over there. He's got 2 bullets in him. But you better be careful. Hey, give me my money now.
Eddie Integrity didn't get his name by selling false information, so I took the envelope of money from my pocket, handed it to him.
Thanks, Jerry.
He glanced toward the dark, uninviting alley.
I'll walk with you. Wait and make sure you take him, Jerry.
I grinned. Eddie wasn't being brave, just making sure he wouldn't have to face Frankie Eastman, the bank robber, around some corner and alone. The 3-story loft building at the end of the alley was dark, boarded up at every window. A somber hulk barely outlined by the light of a street lamp at the entrance of the alley. We walked up to the building doorway, a big, rusty iron door. I tried it carefully. It was locked. Eddie was a few paces behind me.
Jerry, look.
I stepped back, followed Eddie's gaze to some bright object in the street. I bent down, saw that the object was a silver dollar. Picked it up, glanced around, and suddenly didn't see Eddie. In the perhaps 3 seconds it took me to pick up a coin from the street, Eddie Integrity had vanished utterly. In the time it took me to pick up a coin from the street, a man standing alongside of me vanished.
the door down.
The ancient iron door collapsed under the battering ram blows, and we all jumped aside, waiting for the gunfire we expected. And that didn't follow.
Throw a searchlight on here.
Light blazed through the doorway, revealed nothing beyond.
Frankie Eastman, we know you're in there. Come on out and we'll open fire.
No, don't do that. Eddie Integrity must be in there, too. There's no place else he can be. Don't shoot. I'm going in. I went in slowly, held my flashlight away from my body, expecting to have it shot out of my hand. I needn't have worried, because I finally found Frankie Eastman on the second floor, huddled in a corner beneath one of the boarded-up windows. He was dead. At the police lab, Dr. Morton looked at me queerly.
This man Eastman has been dead from 12 to 24 hours.
A uniformed cop touched my elbow. Mr. Browning, you're wanted in Captain Monahan's office right now. I grinned. So that's how it is. Okay, let's go. Monahan and a detective were in his office when I walked in.
Sit over there, Browning.
I took the chair indicated. Gonna grill me, Monahan? The big captain flushed.
This ain't my idea, Jerry, but the district attorney is burning. That story you told about Eddie Integrity disappearing. The DA doesn't like it.
That's what happened, Monahan.
You're talking yourself into trouble, Jerry. Whatever happened to Eddie, we know Eastman didn't do it. He was dead long ago. The DA thinks you knew that.
I knew it. The captain looked unhappy.
Yeah. You went into the building alone. The DA says you wouldn't have done that unless you were sure Eastman was dead. The DA thinks you got money to give Eddie for telling you where Eastman was. Only you knew Eastman was dead, so you kept the money.
The DA thinks I killed Eddie Integrity? Monahan wouldn't look at me.
Well, he didn't put it exactly that way, but...
Monahan suddenly got up.
Jerry, you're a square guy. If you say so, Eddie disappeared, maybe into the fourth dimension. Go on home, go to sleep.
I went out, but not home. I was in a bad spot. Changing my story about what happened to Eddie wouldn't do any good. Sooner or later, somebody would want to know where he was. There was only one thing I could do. It was almost 3 a.m. when I got back to the loft building at the end of the alley. 2 cops were on guard.
Hello, Jerry. What's new?
The fourth dimension, and I aimed to find it. Hours later, I was still looking. The alley had absolutely no hidden exit. Its 2 sides were formed by tall, windowless warehouses with a 3-story loft building closing off the far end. No other doors of any kind opened on the alley, and there were no manholes or sewer traps in the street. It was almost dawn. And with the first light, a thin rain began to fall. I looked up at the graying sky and never felt more earthbound than in that tight, miserable alley. The fourth dimension. Earthbound. Hey, Michelson, did anybody look up on the roof? The cops exchanged glances.
On the roof? No, Jerry, what for?
For a bird, or a man who flew like a bird. There was nobody on the flat roof, and nothing to be seen, except a few thin strands of manila hemp caught on the jagged iron ledge that surrounded the roof. Just a few strands of cord, but I now knew what had happened to Eddie Integrity. He'd gone the one way earthbound people never think of, straight up. That should have finished the case. Actually, it was only the beginning. There was still Eddie Integrity's body to be found, and the person or persons who'd chosen that peculiar way of killing him. The body was found 3 days later, washed up on the opposite bank of the river. Eddie had been stabbed several times. If you didn't look for the thin red mark of the cord around his neck, you might have overlooked it altogether. I looked for the mark and made sure that the medical examiner saw it, too. I had nothing to do with finding the body or finding the killers, either. They were 2 members of the dead bank robbers gang, and they were taken in the course of another holdup a week later. Under questioning with a lie detector, they admitted having strangled Eddie Integrity by dropping a noose over his head
and hauling him up to the rooftop of the loft building, then lowering themselves and the body on the opposite side for a complete getaway. Why do they do it? Not as a fancy way of executing a stool pigeon, but as a way of killing me and putting the blame on Eddie. They knew Frankie Eastman was dead. They let the news leak to Eddie, who would certainly sell it to me, bring me to the spot. Everything went off according to schedule, except that I saw a coin in the street, bent down, and in that moment the noose fell over Eddie's head instead of mine. Like I said, when a case looks impossible, as though it makes no sense whatever, there still has to be an answer, even if it's in the fourth dimension.
And now, Grape Nuts, the heart of your BEV, presents Gangbusters.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Hey, mister, you sitting in front of your radio, and you, madam, do you feel droopy in the morning? Wouldn't you rather feel on your toes, full of zip, and ready to go?
Hey, who wouldn't?
Then what you need is BEB.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
And the best BEB includes Grape Nuts.
Gangbusters presents the case of the surprise safecrackers who looked for an easy fortune in stolen cash, but who didn't know that vigilant police officers had a preview of everything they plotted.
Gangbusters is happy to return to the Columbia Broadcasting System, where it started the first of its 565 broadcasts exactly 13 years ago. During the past few days, scores of telegrams and letters have been received wishing Gangbusters continued success in the part it plays in dramatizing the war against the underworld. Mayor Delesop S. Morrison of New Orleans, president of the American Municipal Association.
It is a genuine pleasure to congratulate Gangbusters on your 13th anniversary on the air, and through you, the many local and federal heroes of the never-ending fight against crime whose achievements have been dramatized on your program. Gangbusters has rendered an important public service to the nation and to law enforcement agencies everywhere.
Police Commissioner Thomas F. Sullivan of the city of Boston.
The Boston Police Department desires to express its appreciation of the cooperation you have given us over the years in which Gangbusters has been broadcast. Your radio presentation each week has been extremely effective in assisting all law enforcement officers.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan of Boston and Mayor Morrison of New Orleans. And now Gangbusters presents the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate tonight's case. Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Tonight's case deals with a highly specialized police technique called surveillance. This consists of skillfully training a known criminal for days, weeks, or even months until that criminal commits or attempts to commit a crime. A small group of detectives, part of the New York City Police Department and known as the Safe and Law Squad, are recognized experts at this work. A typical case in which this famous group of investigators was involved had its beginnings one afternoon last spring at a race course on Long Island. A man and woman were sitting on the clubhouse lawn between races. The man was studying his only Bible, the daily racing form, and she listened to an announcement on the public address system concerning the next race.
In the fourth race, a change of jockeys. Jay Lewis will be up on number 5, half-track, instead of Divine as listed in your program. Post time of the fourth race, 3:07.
Change of jockeys. That means something?
Yeah, it means this kid will ride the 5 horse instead of the other one. Now, let me alone, will you? I'm trying to come up with the figure horse. 4, 11, 16, 24, 32.
Al,
What?
I like this one, this Uncle Jack here.
What's the matter? Can't you read? He's 30-1.
I like him.
Why?
Because it says here, what does out of mean?
That's the name of the horse's mother.
Well, the horse's mother is named Blue Jersey, and I look good in blue jersey.
That's the reason, huh?
That's as good as any reason you got. All those figures and everything. Well, you play horses, you had to get an A in arithmetic.
Look, if you like this horse so much, Mona, just take your $2, walk up to the window, get yourself a ticket, that's all.
Place a show.
Or be a sport for your $2. Play him to win. Now, leave me alone. 8, 11, 19, 30.
Oh, Al. How you doing?
Well, Ryan,
What do you say?
Nothing much. Didn't know you were out yet.
Oh, yeah. I joined the Sing Sing Alumni Association 4 months ago.
Haven't seen you around, Al.
And you won't see me around either. I'm a square John now. I got a used car lot in Brooklyn.
What's the matter? Don't you like the other?
I like the fresh air.
My name is Mona.
Oh, yeah, Mona. Meet Ryan.
Glad to know you.
Pleasure's all mine.
Well, how about it, Ryan? You got any information on any good things this afternoon?
Have you? Well, glad to hear you're out.
Thanks. And give my regards to all the boys. You lousy, no-good clown.
What's the matter? Looks like a real nice guy to me.
No, he does he? That's the guy that stepped me away for 3 to 5. He's a cop, a sergeant.
Oh?
Coming around here with that glad to see you, how you doing routine.
Can't blame him for having an interest in his past clients.
I'll give him an interest. Now, look, don't say nothing to Tommy about me running into a cop.
What's the matter? Tommy ain't too young to know the facts of life.
Just don't say nothing to Tommy. I don't like him to worry. This Ryan guy's asleep on his feet. That was pure luck he grabbed me before. Pure luck.
Horses in the 4th race.
Now, come on, we better get our bets done.
Okay.
Safe and Law Squad, Captain Hanson.
Sergeant Ryan, boss.
Oh, hello, Ryan. Where are you?
I'm out at the track, checking around.
What's up?
Ran into an old friend of ours, boss.
Yeah, who's that?
Al Gardo.
Oh, yeah. When did he get out?
4 or 5 months ago, he says. Says he's been playing it square. Says he's got a used car lot in Brooklyn.
You think it's so, Ryan?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. He's been patronizing that $100 mutual window all afternoon. And the used car business ain't that good, unless he's the smiling Irishman, which he ain't.
Yeah. Where is he now?
Adler's got his eye on him, and the girl. The clubhouse yet. From Sing Sing to the clubhouse out here.
Say, Ryan, that gang that's been giving us the trouble lately. You think Al has any connection?
Well, Al's a safe man, and those weren't cracker boxes that got busted into.
All right, Ryan. You and Adler stay with him a while. See where he goes.
This horse has got a mother named Blue Jersey. That's all I know about him. Ask Al. So I put
Mona.
Yeah, Tommy?
Go out in the kitchen and fix some drinks. Yeah, Mona, I could stand a drink.
Hey, since when have I been a barmaid around here?
Go on, will you, baby? The bottle is on the sink. The ice is in the icebox.
Thanks. I'd never think of looking for ice in the icebox. Imagine ice in the icebox.
Didn't I tell you to take a look around down in Greenpoint this afternoon? Well, Tommy, I started. So you went to the track instead. I'm sitting here waiting to hear that you got a box to crack and you're out in the sunshine at the races. Listen, either you're a safe man or a sport. Now make up your mind, Al. I got no time to kiss away. Okay. I'll have a look around tomorrow afternoon. What's the matter with the morning? Now, listen, Tommy, I got to put in some time at the used car lot. If I got a front, I got to take advantage of it. All right. Locate that safe. Didn't I say I would? Boys are getting anxious. Ain't had a touch in a week now. Last one wasn't as big as we figured. I'll line up something I need to do myself. Bad day at the track, huh? Wasn't good. Only Mona hits. Out of the dark, she picks this 30-1 shot, and only $2 she had on it. A lousy $2 ticket. Okay. Now, scout up something, will you? Watch out for those safe and loft cops. Could be 2 feet behind you. You never know they were there. Oh, Tommy, if you worry about cops, you die young. Those safe and loft cops you got to worry about. Now, you're sure nobody's been behind you? Now, look, wouldn't I have said something if there was? I ain't seen a cop since I got out, not even one on a motorcycle. Now, don't worry about it. Listen, Al, anytime you figure yourself smarter than those guys, you're a dead pigeon. Believe me, those safe and loft guys are operators.
Hey, Giano.
Yeah, Sergeant Ryan, what?
Captain in there?
Yeah, Ryan, he's been asking for you.
Hello, Captain.
Come in, Ryan.
Well, Captain, Al and the girl went right from the track to this house on 111th. Adler and I stuck around until the relief came to take over. Al's still in there.
Did you find out anything about the guy Al's visiting?
Well, the mailbox says Tommy Fay, but you can't go by mailboxes, and what the janitor said.
Tommy Fay. Doesn't ring a bell with me.
One of us will get a look at him when he steps outside.
I don't think we ought to wait that long, Ryan. Did Adler come back with you?
Yeah, he's out there.
Yes, Captain.
Tell Adler to step in here.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got some information on Al for you, Ryan.
Yeah?
Yeah, that used car lot of his. Couldn't support a guy that drinks nothing but milk.
Uh-huh.
It's a 2x4 affair. This morning there were just 2 jalops and a beat-up panel truck on sale, that's all. The Motor Vehicle Bureau says he registered sales on only 2 cars out of there since the 1st of April.
Well, that settles it for me, boss. Al's out on the make again.
With this Tommy Fay?
Yeah, whoever he is.
All right, Ryan. Keep somebody on Al around the clock. He's our key man until we find out who this Tommy Fay is.
Yeah, Captain.
Come in, Adler.
What's up? I got to go back and take over from Donahue tailing Al.
We'll send somebody else, Adler. And look, tomorrow morning I want you to go out on the 111th and knock on the door. See if you can get a good enough look at this Tommy Fay to make him.
How?
How about the magazine subscription routine?
No, he wouldn't even open up the door.
The, Giuseppe Garibaldi Society?
We don't know for sure he's Italian.
Janitor said he might be.
Okay, Adler. Try that. But watch your step.
Yeah? What do you want?
Io represento la società di Giuseppe Garibaldi.
No. Go home, will you? I got no interest in society.
La nostra società.
Speak English, will you?
This society is in the desperate needs of funds for its work, neighbor. We would like a pledge from
Now,
you.
get your pledges off somebody else. I don't believe in charity.
Please.
No. Now, go on home.
Captain Hanson.
Adler, Captain.
Did you get in?
I didn't get in, but I saw him. Tommy Fay is Tommy DeLucia.
DeLucia?
I'll take an oath on it.
Get in here as fast as you can, Adler. Ryan. Sergeant Ryan.
Yeah, boss. What is it?
Adler just called. Fay is Tommy DeLucia.
Well.
Yeah. I'll detail 4 or 5 more men to work on this thing. Tell them to report in my office in half an hour for instructions.
You betcha, Captain. Right away. Well, gangbuster listeners, Tommy DeLucia was a well-known safecracker, and the Safe and Law Squad had lost track of him for many months. Now, though it took a gun battle in a darkened corridor, they were never again to lose track of him.
Madam, I wouldn't be so bold as to ask how old you are. But tell me, round 11 o'clock in the morning, how old do you feel? About twice as old? Do you wilt? Then what you need is a BEB.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
BEB means Basic Energy Breakfast. The kind of breakfast food experts say everyone should eat every morning. The kind of breakfast that gives you energy and zip, that makes you feel like licking your weight in Wildcats. What should a Basic Energy Breakfast consist of? Fruit or juice, toast and your favorite beverage, and cereal. And that's where Grape Nuts comes in. Grape Nuts is a cereal that gives you Nourishment Plus. Why, it's a fact that just 1 serving of Grape Nuts with milk and sugar gives you more nourishment than an egg and a slice of bacon. Plus a wonderful flavor that says, give me more. Give me more Grape Nuts. Grape Nuts, the cereal that's different, with those satisfying little kernels that stay crisp to the last spoonful. Remember, Grape Nuts give you plenty of healthy nourishment and a fine, tempting flavor you can really enjoy. And if you want to beat that mid-morning letdown, be sure you get your BEB and make Grape Nuts the heart of your Basic Energy Breakfast. And now Grape Nuts takes you back to Gangbusters. And here again is tonight's narrator, the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Police Commissioner of the City of New York.
As you know, the famous Safe and Law Squad of the New York City Police Department had picked up the trail of Tommy DeLucia, alias Tommy Fay, one of the most notorious safecrackers of recent years. So Captain Hanson of the Safe and Law Squad ordered detectives to keep him under surveillance, waiting for a move. After several nights of inactivity, police followed Al Goddard and Tommy DeLucia to a bar in the Coney Island section of Brooklyn.
Should have taken Mona with us tonight, Tommy. She'll be mad.
Yeah, let us stay home one night. Rest will do her good. Besides, we got to talk about how we're going to take that warehouse.
Oh, yeah. That watchman they got. I don't like watchmen. Suppose I scout around for another safe.
Yes, what's a watchman? There'll be 4 of us, and we'll have heaters. He's old, ain't he?
He's not young.
So he won't be a problem. Problem is, will there be much dough in this thing?
There usually is.
How do you know?
The drivers make collections. Where they're going to put the dough until the bank opens in the morning in the sugar bowl.
Uh-huh. When's payday there?
Fridays.
Okay. Safe ought to be loaded Thursday night. That's when we take it.
Oh, not Thursday night, Tommy.
Why not Thursday
Well,
night?
the Dodgers got a night game with the Braves. I promised Mona.
Listen, there's a baseball game every day.
Yeah, but Tommy, this game's important. It's a crucial series.
Uh-huh. Okay. Get 5 seats.
5? Why 5?
Ebbets Field's a good place to have the boys meet us.
Yeah, that's right, it is. But what about Mona?
What about her?
Well, I promised to take her to the game.
And take her.
How about the job, eh?
So, she can give us a little help.
How?
She can sit in the car outside the joint with Nick. Anybody comes along, think they're a couple of lovers part.
I don't know if she'll go for it, Tommy.
She'll go for it. She's been riding the gravy train long enough. Better start shoveling some coal into the boiler. Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, Captain, don't look like tonight's the night.
No, Ryan, I guess they're headed home.
I ain't sorry either, boss. Not that I wouldn't like that Tommy nailed as fast as we can, but my feet are killing me.
Watch it now. I think they're going to turn at 110th.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, all right.
Yeah. Hal's taking Tommy home. Well, I guess they won't crack into any place tonight. But keep behind them, Ryan, just to make sure.
Okay, boss.
Hello?
Al?
Yeah, hello, Tommy.
Where you been? I called this number 3 times.
You wanted me to give the ball game tickets to the boys, didn't you? That's where I've been.
Are you all set?
Didn't I tell you it was a crucial series that tickled to death?
I don't mean about the game. I mean about the other.
Yeah, Tommy, that's it.
Vince will bring the tools?
Yeah, he's got them. We'll drive to the ballpark in our car and leave it. Vince will meet us at Ebbets Field. He'll have his car parked on Bedford Avenue. We'll use that for the job. It's all worked out. But I don't see no sense to it.
Listen, there's plenty of sense to it. These safe and loft guys are everywhere. How about Mona?
Well...
You told her, didn't you?
Yeah, Tommy. I told her, but she don't care too much for the idea.
Well, tell her again and make her care for it. You got her around enough, she ought to help out once in a while.
Okay. She'll help out. I'll see you at Ebbets Field, tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I got 8 to 5, says the Brooks take the Braves.
I ain't interested in the ball game. Just be there.
You don't have to worry about me, Tommy. I'll be there for the batting practice. Number 6, batting in place of Hodges. For Brooklyn, Perello, number 6, batting in place of Hodges.
Ryan, keep your eye on Tommy.
We won't lose him, Captain.
Well, this will probably be the last batter. Get set to take out after them.
You know, you think they'd leave early if tonight's the night. Especially with Brooklyn so far behind and 2 out in the ninth.
Yeah, well, maybe tonight isn't tonight. Where's Adler?
He went down closer to them. Uh-oh. He's going to pitch to him.
There it is. It's a pop-up. It's all over.
And there they go, boys.
Okay.
Hey. They've got out across the field.
The car's on this side. So maybe they're changing cars. Come on. Pardon us, please.
You see Adler?
No, I don't see him. Can you still see Tommy?
Yeah. Yeah, I can see Tommy, but I don't think we can get to him. Pardon us, please. Excuse us.
Hey!
Excuse us, please. Coming
We're
through.
lose him. Coming through here, please. Coming through.
What do you suppose they're up to?
This must be it, Ryan. Here, coming through here, please.
Excuse us, please.
Coming through, please.
Coming
through.
Excuse us, please.
Honest, Tommy, I couldn't enjoy the ball game thinking about changing cars and all this crazy business.
At least we're sure there's no safe and loft guys behind us. Right, guys?
That's right.
And speaking of the ball game, Al, how about paying off your little bet with me? The Brooklyns can't be beat. Ha!
Okay, I'll pay it off later. We got more important things on our mind tonight.
Listen, now, don't you try to Welsh on me,
He'll
Al.
pay you off later. Now, you all set on what you got to do, Mona?
I'm all set, but I don't like it none.
All you got to do is sit in the car with Nick and get a little close. Now, that's all.
I don't see why you have to drag me into it.
You're in it, so that's that. All right, boys. You got it straight how we're going to take care of the watchman? And do it just like I told you. We got nothing to worry about, except how we're going to spend the money.
No. No sign of them, Captain.
Well, they must have switched cars. That means tonight's the night. Have you seen Adler?
No place. It's tough we lost him after all this work.
Yeah. All right, look, Ryan. You stay here and watch the car Tommy left. I'm going to get the office on the phone. As soon as Mackey shows up, meet me in that candy store.
Right. You betcha, Captain.
Okay, old timer.
Hey.
Now, don't try nothing unless you want a lead slug in your belly.
I'm not going to try anything.
That's the way to cooperate, old timer.
We're after the safe, and we're going to take it without any trouble from you.
All right. I won't give you any trouble.
Okay, boys. Get them tied up.
But I got to ring in on my calls. If I don't, the alarm company will be down here.
All right. Just be sure you don't ring in anything phony. You get that slug in the belly for sure.
Yeah.
Which way's the next call box, old timer?
It's straight down there.
Hey, you go with him. See, don't pull anything.
Yeah.
Go on, mister.
All right, I'm going. Go on.
All right, come on, boys. Safe's in there. Who's got the tools?
I got 'em.
Then let's go get it.
Safe and Loft Squad, Detective Jano.
Hello, Jono. Adler, listen.
Adler, Captain Hanson's calling in on the other phone. He wants you.
And I want him.
Well, hold on. I'll cross-connect you. Captain Hanson.
Yes?
Adler just called in on the other phone. I'll cross-connect you.
Good. Make it snappy.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Captain, where are you, Adler?
Listen, Captain, I managed to stay behind him in a cab.
Good. Where are they?
They broke into the Atlantic Terminal Company warehouse, 362 Masper. You got it?
Got it.
They're still inside.
Okay, we'll be there in 5 minutes.
Now, listen, Captain. The girl and one of them are parked on Maspeth as lookouts. You better come down, Stewart.
Can you handle those two?
Sure.
All right, take care of them. We'll be along in about 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are two things you want in a breakfast cereal: lots of nourishment and a wonderful flavor. Grape Nuts gives you both. Why, just one bowl of Grape Nuts with milk and sugar gives you more nourishment than an egg and a slice of bacon. And that's why Grape Nuts is the best cereal for your BEB, your basic energy breakfast. The kind of breakfast that gives you more energy to beat that droopy morning letdown. And you'll like the taste of Grape Nuts tremendously. They have a malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut flavor that brings you back for more. So if you droop before noon, if you don't feel lively in the morning, make sure you get your BEB. And make sure you make Grape Nuts the heart of your basic energy breakfast. Ask your grocer for Grape Nuts tomorrow.
Tomorrow is Sunday.
Oh, so it is. Go to church tomorrow and buy Grape Nuts on Monday. And now Grape Nuts takes you back to Gangbusters.
There's Adler, Captain. Right by that car.
Okay, Ryan, pull up alongside. Come on, boys.
Right, Captain.
Everything okay, Adler?
Just perfect, Captain. What do we do with these two?
I didn't do anything. Honest, I didn't do anything.
We'll see about that later, sister. Mackie, keep your eye on these two. Come on, men.
Right. They got in through the freight entrance, Captain. I think we can make it the same way.
All right, hold it here. You. Go around, cover the other side of the building.
Right.
Okay, Ryan, let's go. Adler.
Yeah, Captain.
We'll go in first. You back us up, okay?
Right. Watch it going up on the freight dock, Captain.
Yeah. All right, go on up.
All right.
Adler?
Yeah.
All right, here I come. Okay, let's go. Watch this Tommy, fellas. He's always carried a gun on jobs.
Don't worry, boss.
That door there.
Okay, open it up.
light back there.
Yeah, that's them. Let's take them. Okay.
Come on. Can't be all night with this box.
They're in there. Let's get them. Open the door.
All right, get him up. Get him up, all of you.
Not me, copper.
What?
Okay, well, that's enough.
All right. All of you, stay where you are. Get your hands in the air. Come on. Watch them, Ryan.
Don't worry, Captain. Ah, here's Tommy. Looks like he's through.
And I'm hit. Help me, will you, guys?
Sure, we'll help you, Al. Right back to Sing Sing, where you came from.
All right. Now, Ollie, get over against that wall and sit down. You got to see what's what around here.
Go on, he said. Against the wall. Well, gangbusters listeners, that was the end of this syndicate of dangerous safecrackers. Their leader, Thomas DeLucia, was dead, and the second in command seriously wounded. All convicted members of this gang are now serving long terms in Sing Sing.
Thank you very much, Commissioner John J. Sullivan, for this memorable insight into the work of the famous Safe and Lock Squad of the New York City Police Department. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the courageous and hardworking officers who participated in this investigation. Now, Gangbusters is proud to present the Honorable Fred A. Roth, Chief of Police of Morristown, New Jersey, and past president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police.
Thank you. I congratulate Gangbusters on its 13th anniversary and wish it continued success in dramatizing in an authentic manner the achievements of our nation's police forces. Today, face to face with a mounting wave of crime, America's police need as never before the understanding and the enlightened cooperation of the citizens of our country. Those who are tempted to break the law must be convinced that crime does not pay. Those who are law-abiding must learn generously and wisely to give full cooperation to their police forces. Earlier in this program, you have heard messages from Police Commissioner Thomas F. Sullivan of Boston and Mayor Delaceps S. Morrison of New Orleans. Now, a message from the Honorable Thomas D. Alessandro, Jr., Mayor of Baltimore.
As Mayor of the City of Baltimore and Chairman of the Standing Committee on Legislation of the United States Conference of Mayors, I heartily congratulate Gangbusters radio program on its 13th anniversary and wish it continued success in informing our citizens of the splendid work of the federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who so zealously guard our safety. With enemies boring from without and within, we must be ever alert to the danger to our national security, and our nation is fortunate in having fearless, efficient, and vigilant protection by the duly constituted law officials of the nation.
And from the Honorable Edmund G. Brown, District Attorney of the City and County of San Francisco.
Congratulations on the 13th anniversary of Gangbusters and continued success in bringing to the attention of the public the splendid work of the nation's police and other law enforcement bodies.
And here is a telegram from the Honorable Donald S. Leonard, Commissioner of the Michigan State Police.
Congratulations to Gangbusters on the 13th anniversary of its series of programs dedicated to proving the truth of the oft-repeated warning that crime does not pay. The influence which this has exerted in behalf of law enforcement deserves the commendation of enforcement officials.
I know these fine messages to Gangbusters express the considered opinion of many other law enforcement officials in all the 48 states, their counties, and their cities.
Thank you, Chief of Police Fred A. Roth of Morristown, New Jersey, past president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police.
Next week, the case of the masquerading gunman who staged the biggest bank robbery in Oregon history, but who found that when the masks were down, the prize for the best performance went to the men in police uniform.
Listen next week, same time, same CBS station, to the amazing facts in the case of the masquerading gunman on Gangbusters. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Frank Reddick and Larry Haynes in leading roles. Jay Jackson speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters has been presented by Great Nuts, the delicious malty-rich cereal that gives you Nourishment Plus, So make Grape Nuts the heart of your BEB, the heart of your basic energy breakfast. Grape Nuts. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you're up against something you can't handle and it has to be kept strictly confidential, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the day after tomorrow, a boy 16 is getting out of a work camp after a year. Instead of trying to get a new start, he swears he's going to do something that'll take him right back there again, or even worse. You've got to help him. You've got to save him from himself. I don't have much money. I'm only 16, too.
Only 16, too. But I'll work the rest of my life paying you if you'll do everything you can to help Eddie. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning at 7 in front of the Lincoln statue in Chelsea Square Park. And it's just signed Emily, George.
Yeah. Chelsea Square Park, huh? Brooksy, that's right in the middle of that slum jungle where those so-called wolf packs have been running wild.
Yes, and kids just about this age.
Always good for an editorial. Young hoodlums, a challenge to society. Well, that's where it usually ends. Brooksy, looks like we're going to be on the job early tomorrow morning.
George, wait a minute.
What is it, Brooksy?
Over there, sitting under the statue of Lincoln. There, feeding the pigeons.
Oh, yeah. Looks like our girl, all right. Come on, Angel. Let's see how unlike an editorial we can be when we talk to her.
Now, that's all the crumbs I have. No use hanging around. Go on, scoop, go on.
Emily?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, that's right.
Gosh, I didn't really believe you'd come, and I...
Hello, Emily.
This is Miss Brooks. We work together.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Brooks. If things weren't so terrible for Eddie, I'd feel pretty silly. I don't have anything in the world, and there's no reason for you to help me.
Well, let's just say you write a darn good letter.
Now, what about Eddie, Emily?
He's a boy I know. He gets out tomorrow.
Why was he sent away?
The police found him in a stolen car.
I see.
But he didn't steal it. He thought he was delivering the car to a second-hand dealer for somebody, just to make a little extra money.
Well, didn't he tell that to the police?
No. He just kept insisting over and over that he didn't steal it. He wouldn't even tell me who got him into that trouble. But he says that since everybody is so sure he's no good, he's going to prove they're right. You know what that means.
Oh, now, Emily.
Well, I know Eddie. He's lost his temper a lot of times, and he got into scrapes, but, well, he's not bad, not really.
Emily, you're pretty sure of that, aren't you?
I suppose when you believe in somebody, you just do, that's all.
All right. Now let's see what we can do.
He has no place to go, Mr. Valentine.
What do you mean?
He only has his father, and Eddie was supporting Mr. Prokosh, selling papers.
Yes?
Well, when Eddie was arrested, Mr. Prokosh told him he never wanted to see him again. And Eddie's very proud. He'd never go back home now.
Well, people change a lot in a year.
Do they? My mother and father haven't. They still think Eddie's no good. And even now, when I went to help him, I have to meet you in the park before I go to school.
All right, Emily, suppose you leave Eddie to me.
I'm going to secretarial school now, and in another year I'll start working. And if you don't mind waiting, I could...
suppose you leave that to Mr. Valentine, too.
Then you mean you'll do everything you can?
That and a little more, Emily. Now, suppose we go and have some breakfast so you can tell me all about Eddie. Then I'm going to have a talk with his father.
I don't care who you are. I want to hear nothing about my son. I got no son. Now get out of my house.
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Prokosh.
Look at me, mister. You see this crippled leg? I got that making honest living. Honest living.
I know. That's dreadful, Mr. Prokosh. But there's still Eddie to think about.
I get few pennies from the company every month. I even bite my tongue and take charity from the Morrissey Association. But better I should hate myself than take one dirty penny my son steals. I don't need it.
But maybe your son needs you.
I told you, lady, I got no son.
Okay. Okay, let's just call him another boy, age 16, a boy in trouble and headed for more. But not everybody's sold off in the way you are. His own father.
You know, Mr. Prokosh, you can worry so much about being right that you can be wrong.
Right? Such fancy talk I don't understand.
Hey, Prokosh, I want... Oh. So you got company, huh?
What you want in my house?
Tell these characters a blow. There's something I want you to tell me.
Just who is this imitation Bogart?
Huh?
His name is Stan Lucas. He's the worst hoodlum of them all.
Look, Pop, Eddie's time's about up. When's he getting out? I gotta know.
I tell you nothing.
You heard me. I gotta know. And you're gonna tell me all right.
You what? Let go. That flashy tie you're wearing. You don't knot it half tight enough, so I'm gonna help you. And it's not good manners for a tough guy like you to be pushing helpless people around.
Stop it, will you?
Now, you see what I mean, Stanley?
George, look out!
I'll take that.
See the kind knife he carries?
Yeah. Not the kind you peel potatoes with. Why, I ought to...
George, let go of him.
I just got one thing to say to you, mister. Stay out of this neighborhood after dark if you want to live.
Which way do you want to go downstairs, on your head or on your feet?
I ain't through with you. You need a Prokosh.
Beat it. Take that collapsible stiletto with you. Let's hope the cops find it on you. Still have nothing to say to us about Eddie, Mr. Prokosh?
Nothing. You see the kind friends he has? I would rather die
We
than...
know.
All right, let's go, Brooksy. There's one more place I'd like to stop before we meet Eddie tomorrow.
What do I know about Eddie Prokosh? Just about everything, Mr. Valentine.
Good. That's why we dropped in to see you, Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Prokosh says you and the Chelsea Square Association have been helping him out every month.
Well, Miss Brooks, we're sort of a political club, as you know. But we believe in really taking care of our own down here.
So I understand.
Naturally, we hope to win votes. But in a tough neighborhood like Chelsea Square, there are other things that are more important.
Giving out turkeys come Thanksgiving and arranging a boat ride in the summer just aren't enough.
Oh, we do much more than that. We cooperate with the police. Even get to the judge when one of our boys gets into trouble. We've been talking about putting up a playground, too.
Well, I could get the bare facts of what happened at juvenile court. But I thought a man like you, whose business it is to know what's going on, could tell us more than that.
We understand Eddie didn't even try to defend himself on that stolen car charge.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm afraid there was very little he could say. He was caught red-handed. Very unfortunate case. But I'm afraid not at all unusual.
Say, tell me, Morrissey, why would a young hooligan like Stan Lucas be interested in knowing when Eddie gets out from the work camp?
Lucas? Oh, that one. There's really a neighborhood problem.
I can imagine.
But Stan's almost a man now. I don't see what he could have had to do with Eddie Prokosh.
Apparently he had a lot to do with him, Morrissey. But it looks as though we won't get the real picture of Eddie till we talk to the boy himself.
Hey, how about a lift, mister, huh? Hey, you going into town? How about a...
Why knock yourself out, kid? I'm going back to town. I'll give you a lift.
What? Oh, I didn't see you parked under that tree.
Hop in, Eddie.
Okay, thanks. What? How did you know my name?
I've been waiting for you, kid. But we'll go into all that later.
I don't listen to Emily. She's just a crazy kid.
And I suppose you're a brainy old man.
Yeah, well, I know what I'm doing. And you can let me off at the next cross and I can get a bus, you know.
No, just keep your shirt on, Eddie.
That kid gets crazy ideas. I know what I'm doing. I don't need anybody's help.
Okay, so you're on your own. Well, let's set it up this way. Look, I live by myself. What do you say we go home and have some chow? You might decide to bunk over with me until you know what you want to do.
I know what I want to do. Hey, mister, you sure you're not a cop?
Well, some of them are my best friends, Eddie, but I don't happen to be one. No, it's just like I said. I had a little talk with Emily while she was feeding the pigeons in the park.
You mean Emily still sits by that statue and... Well, okay, I guess there's no reason why I shouldn't eat your food.
Thanks, Eddie.
There's only one thing a woman likes better than to see a man clean up that last drop of gravy on his plate.
Oh, what's that, Brooksy?
Two men doing the same thing.
Yeah, I sure packed away a lot, didn't I?
That's why I was here, Eddie. Go on, rave some more about my cooking to Mr. Valentine. It may help. See you in the office in the morning, George. Glad to met you, Eddie.
Yeah, me too, Miss Brooks.
Well, thanks, Angel, for being chief cook and bottle washer.
Where do you see those dirty dishes in the sink? Good night, George.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, Eddie?
Thanks a lot for the meal, but I gotta get going now.
No, Eddie, no. You're going to stay right here tonight.
Now, look,
Now,
I said it.
You're stewing about something. You can't wait to get it out of your system without thinking of the trouble it's going to cause everybody, including yourself.
Will you stop preaching at me? You got no right just because you give me a meal. I'm getting out of here.
Not tonight, you're not. Now, look, kid, give yourself a chance to sleep on it. You may feel differently in the morning.
I'm leaving by that door, so get out of my way. Now, I don't want to have to get tough with you, but
Yes?
Okay, you asked for it.
Sorry, Eddie.
No.
Asked for it, too.
Oh, what happened?
Just a little judo trick I had to learn once.
Oh.
Yeah, it came in pretty handy in Salerno.
Hey, you mean you were in that fight in Salerno?
That's right. And the guy coming at you wasn't supposed to land on a nice, soft couch like you just did.
Oh.
Well, Eddie, there's no reason why we shouldn't settle down and listen to the fights now. Oh, yes.
What?
When you do go to bed, just remember, I'm a very light sleeper.
So?
So, don't get any fancy ideas about running out on me. Okay, Eddie, time to get up. Hey, Eddie, did you hear me? Rise and shine. Oh, that kid. Say, Eddie, if you want to try my new electric razor, you can... Why, that little... Now, where... Oh, great. Well, he did leave me a note. That's something. I wasn't asleep like you thought when you went in to take your shower. I even washed the dishes to pay for my room and board. Now, you and Miss Brooks and Emily better stay away from me. You were so anxious to know what I was going to do. Now I can tell you. I'm going to take care of Stan Lucas.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about wear and tear. Most motorists believe, and quite naturally, that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running. But that's not true. Your car faces its biggest danger when it's standing cold. For that's when rust, caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders, starts to work. And that's where RPM motor oil can help you avoid a repair bill. RPM's special compounds keep a rust-proof oil film on all engine parts all the time. Whether your car's running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points. And consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. While you're there, ask for a free copy of Batter Up. It's a wonderful handbook on baseball, a gift to you from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine and to Chelsea Square, a jungle of tenements in the middle of the city and a wolf pack of boys stalking the streets. That's the background for George's present job. The specific challenge to keep 16-year-old Eddie Prokosh from committing a serious crime as he promised.
Good morning, George. Hey, you only shaved on one side of your face this morning.
Okay, so that's the side you can kiss me on. But look, we're in trouble, Angel.
What?
Yeah, playing Big Brother a la Spencer Tracy didn't work out. Eddie beat it while I was shaving.
All right, darling, take it easy.
He left this little note. He's out on the prowl. To quote, he's going after Stan Lucas.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I've got to stop him somehow, Brooksy. If I only knew where to find him down there in that Chelsea district. What pool hall, what dark alley, what hallway.
And Stan with that knife. What can we do, George?
Well, I'm going to have another talk with Eddie's father. Look, you find Emily.
But where?
Well, she gave us the name of the secretarial school. Call her. Get her to meet you in the park. Maybe she can give us a clue on how we can find Eddie.
Okay, George.
And remember, Brooksy, it's a race against time.
But Eddie can't do that. He mustn't.
Emily, stop crying.
Yes, Miss Brooks.
Emily, I'm not going to talk to you like a child. If you're old enough to fall in love with a boy, this is no time to let him down.
I know.
You came to us for help. Now we need yours. Can you tell us some of the places where Eddie might be looking for Stan Lucas?
It could be anywhere, but
Yes, dear.
I should have told you this before, but I couldn't. I mean about Stan.
Stan? Did he have anything to do with that stolen car business?
I'm not sure, but that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Miss Brooks, you said you weren't going to talk to me like a child. Well, I'm not going to talk to you like I was one either. All this year, Eddie was up in that work camp. I've been going around with Stan.
Oh.
But I had to. Everybody does what Stan tells them to. I wasn't afraid just for myself, but what he said he'd do to Eddie when he came out.
Does Eddie know that?
No, you know how men are. And I wouldn't want him to know.
Oh, you poor kid.
Well, what could I do, Miss Brooks? Stan said he could even stop the few dollars Mr. Prokosh gets from the association. And he needs that money to live on.
Stan was just talking. But you don't have to worry about him anymore. Mr. Valentine knows how to take care of him.
I'm only thinking of Eddie. If I could only talk to him. I've got to find him.
Wait, Emily, I'll go with you. We'll both look for him.
All I want to know, Mr. Prokosh, is whether Eddie's been here or not.
He knows better than to come here.
Oh, yeah. And I suppose that makes you a great father. Hey, look, Eddie's wandering around. A few words well chosen might save his whole life. And all he gets is a door slammed in his face.
I got nothing more to say, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I have one more thing to say. Your son's out to kill somebody. Kill. That's the kind of thing you get the big rap for, even a kid of 16.
My Eddie, he would not... First a thief, then a murderer.
Okay, Prokosh, I can't waste any more time on you. A 16-year-old girl had more faith in your son than you have. And I've got to keep faith with her. Well, that stubborn old...
Remember me, big shot?
Well, at least I didn't have to look for you, Stan.
No, you didn't. Because I was looking for you. Jumping, boys, jump. Hold against that wall.
Okay, Stan.
Hold him. Twist his arms back, Slim.
Yeah.
I want to do this right.
Hey! No!
I owe this mug something. Imitation Bogart.
Oh.
You had something to say about my knife, didn't you?
No.
How do you like it now? I ought to carve my initials all over that face of yours.
Hey, don't do it, Stan.
No, I won't do it. It's really going to be a pleasure to work him over so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him.
I know my diction isn't very good, Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, what's the matter with you? Where are you?
Just about got to the hall phone. Look, you got to do me a favor.
Yeah, sure. But what's wrong with you?
I thought I could keep the police out of a boy's life, but it's way over my head now. I need your help, Lieutenant.
Okay, shoot.
Look, pick up 2 boys down on Chelsea Square fast. Eddie Prokosh, about 5'8", freckles on his nose, wears a leather jacket. And Stan Lucas, get it?
Stan Lucas, yeah?
He's a dirty, vicious little... Oh.
Valentine, you stay where you are.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. I can't help myself. Hello, Angel.
George,
I know what you mean. Guy doesn't look his best in these hospitals.
Oh, darling, your face.
Look, what about Eddie? Did they pick him up?
Yes.
Before he got to Stan?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good.
Not quite so good.
What happened, Brooksy?
Lieutenant Riley has Eddie in jail.
Huh?
They found a gun on him.
But if he didn't get to Stan,
The gun was taken from a watchman in a holdup this morning.
Eddie?
No question about that gun.
But, Brooksy, with that guy's record and now this...
I know. But, George, what do you think you're doing? Where are you...
Oh, I'm getting out of here and have a talk with Eddie in jail. Eddie, you gotta talk. What about you and that watchman?
What difference does it make what I say? Nobody will believe me.
Come on, Eddie, come on.
Oh, I bought that gun from Swenson, the pawnbroker, just a couple hours ago.
What?
Yeah, I was going to use it on Stan.
Well, didn't Lieutenant Riley check with the pawnbroker to see if your story was right?
Yeah, sure, but Swenson told him he hadn't seen me since I was sent away.
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't be any surprise to me. I should be used to getting framed.
Now, look, you told me the truth, huh, Eddie?
I tell you, I was nowhere near that factory this morning. I was out looking for Stan.
And it was Stan who framed you on that hot car deal.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you say so when you were arrested?
Well, what proof did I have? He would have lied his way out of it. And he wanted to get rid of me so he could have Emily for himself. Yeah, I know all about her going on with him while I was away. One of the kids up at camp told me.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. You got Emily all wrong.
Yeah,
You know why Emily was going out with Stan? She explained all that to Miss Brooks.
I'm not interested.
She was afraid of what Stan would do to you when you got out. And he said he could stop the allowance your father was getting every month.
What? What's that?
You heard me, Eddie. If Emily were giving you a runaround, she wouldn't come to me to keep you from making a darn fool of yourself.
Yeah, but... nobody does anything for anybody unless there's a payoff in it somewhere. Nobody gives a good hoot about me anyway.
Look at me, tough guy. My face, I mean.
Stan and the gang did give you a good going over, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Very artistic job. You think I'd look like this if I didn't give a good hoot about you?
Well,
And I suppose the payoff in this for me is going to be $1 million.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, Eddie, we understand each other. Now, I'll show you how much I believe in you. Here, take this.
A knife?
Yeah, that's right. Wolfpack style. A la Lucas.
I don't get it.
I'm going to talk to Lieutenant Riley. And you're going to have a chance to talk to Stan alone in his cell when they bring him in.
You mean you're going to let me loose with him? With this?
That's right, Eddie.
Oh, that'll be just dandy with me.
Now, look. We've got to get Stan to talk, and he's not giving out for the police or for me. You're the only one who can make him talk. Now, you listen closely.
All right, I don't mind playing ball with you, Valentine. I'm all for helping the kid.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
But you realize the spot I'm putting myself in, letting Eddie have a knife when he talks to Stan?
We'll be right next to the cell door.
Go right in, Mr. Morrison. The lieutenant's waiting for you.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to see you, Morrissey.
How are you, Lieutenant? Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Morrison.
I see they're keeping you stepping down there at Chelsea Square.
I'm afraid so, but we do our best.
Well, Valentine thought you ought to be in on this Prokosh case. Eddie's one of your boys, you know.
I know.
Yeah, we're going to hear Eddie's side of the story.
And if it sounds convincing, we know you'd want to help.
I'm glad you thought of me.
Okay, let's get going. Sergeant, bring the Prokosh boy to cell 9. We'll be right there.
Okay, Eddie. The lieutenant says you can talk to this guy 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Well. How'd you get out, Prokosh? You didn't stay out very long, did you?
No, you saw to that, Stan.
Come on, you're talking through your head.
Am I?
You want me to give you regards to anybody when I get bailed out? Emily, for instance?
You're not getting out of here.
What are you doing?
You ought to know this trick. How to hide a knife in your shoe so they don't find it when they search you.
Hey, Eddie, put that thing away.
I've been waiting to catch up with you, Stan.
Look, stay away from me.
You framed me, running those stolen cars. Well, now you're going to pay for
it.
it.
Look, kid, take it easy, will you?
Didn't you?
Look, I didn't mean to frame you, Eddie. It was all a mistake. Help! Somebody help! He's going to... Stop him!
You bet I was looking around for a gun, and sooner or later I'd wind up at Swenson's, so you planted that hot gun there.
Yeah, that's right. But look, kid, help get this guy out of here. You hear me? Get him out of here!
We'll get him out of here, all right.
He was trying to murder me. Hey, what are you doing here?
You got a good memory for faces, Stan, especially ones you've been working on.
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, it worked. You heard him, didn't you?
Yes, Eddie, we heard everything.
Look what's going on here. You got no...
Shut up.
Mr. Morrissey, get me out of here. I didn't do nothing.
Well, the less you say, the better, Stan.
Look, you can't let him railroad me like that.
I'll do everything I can, same as I would for everyone else from our district.
I guess you're going to stay put, Lucas. And the rest of your gang will be sent to a place where they can learn to do something useful with their lives. Come on, everybody.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Isn't it going to be kind of crowded in here for Stan and Mr. Morrissey?
What are you talking about, Valentine?
What do you mean, George?
That was some nice double talk between you and Stan a second ago. The less he says, the better. The better for you meant, didn't you, Morrissey?
Now, look, Lieutenant,
and you, Stan, you said, you can't let them railroad me or I'll...
Well,
or you'd give away the whole works, wouldn't you? Morrissey was the real guy behind the stolen car racket and a lot of other rackets down in Chelsea Square. Morrissey, you were using Stan to bully the other kids into line.
That's why Stan boasted he could cut off the little money Mr. Prokosh was getting from the association.
Well, you don't seem to have much to say, Morrissey.
Everybody knows my reputation.
Oh, yeah, the big power of the neighborhood. Big enough to make Swenson, the pawnbroker, perjure himself so you could be rid of Eddie. I think you can get Swenson to talk now, Lieutenant.
I told you he sold me that gun.
You got this all wrong, Valentine. This Lucas boy here has caused all kinds of trouble. If he tries to implicate me, surely no one is going to believe
Look,
him.
Morrissey, you're not going to walk out and leave me holding the bag. Valentine is right. I got lots of proof.
Keep quiet, you little rat.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? On second thought, it wouldn't be safe to leave them both in the same cell.
Mr. Valentine, what's that saying about an old fool?
Well, I don't know about that saying, Mr. Prokosh. Why not settle for another one? Better late than never.
Except for you, I would have made a terrible mistake. Thank you.
George, come here.
Oh, what is it, Brooksy?
Look down there out of the window.
Huh?
There's Emily and Eddie sitting on the stoop.
Oh, yeah. Offhand, I'd call that romance, Angel.
And offhand, I remember a saying, too.
Hmm?
Speak for yourself, John, if you know what I mean.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. The merry month of May means a merry vacation for a lot of folks. And if you're one of them, here's the way to start out safe as well as happy. Just make sure your car gets a vacation check at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Do this a day or two before you start out. When the men at these service stations inspect your tires, battery, crankcase oil, spark plugs, all the vital parts, they give your car the same thoroughgoing care they'd give their own. While you're getting this important vacation check, get a new keyless gas cap, too. It has a simple combination lock, no key to lose. And it guarantees your gasoline is safe from theft during your vacation trip and whenever you park your car. Keyless, self-locking gas caps are another better motoring item available at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Oh, hello, Angel.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never open your eyes.
Oh, why doesn't somebody turn that radiator off? It's hissing.
We're back in the manlock at the tunnel, George.
Huh? Oh, what happened?
Well, you were down here this morning, and you must have come up too quickly, and you got the bend.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Then coming up, and then everything went blank.
There was another accident in the tunnel.
What? Oh, hey, I'm beginning to remember a few things now. And I'm pretty sure I know what causes these accidents. Brooksy, quick, help me over to that phone.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Mary Lou Harrington as Emily, Jay Novello as Dr. Prokosh, Tommy Cook as Eddie, Tony Barrett as Stan, and Herbert Butterfield as Morrissey. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. The Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
the makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the one sensible, thorough cigarette test. You'll enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos. You'll see just how mild a cigarette can be day after day, pack after pack. And you'll know why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Ham and Mayhem.
It's mayhem.
Not if it ruins a gag. Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, trying to spot a client. I've done everything to get somebody up here. Set traps. Hung out of the window by my toes. Nothing.
Oh, is it that bad, Rick?
Has been for a week. Can I come over tonight and cry on your shoulder?
I'd love it.
Better wear a bathing suit.
Are you going to cry that much?
No, but the bathing suit will sure make me feel a lot better.
You idiot.
Yeah, I can't help it. I try so hard.
Are you really coming over?
If I cry long enough, I'll work up a heck of an appetite.
I'll have Francis fix you a good dinner.
I'll pay you back with the first client I get.
We'll eat out?
No, I'll have Francis fix you dinner.
What time will you be over?
Mr. Diamond?
Rick?
Shh. I think I've spotted one.
Client?
I'm afraid to ask. It might scare him away.
Are you Richard Diamond, the private detective?
Are you interested in hiring him?
I certainly am.
Rick?
We just made a score, baby. I'll see you tonight.
Oh, wonderful. Bye.
Well, come in, sir. Come in. No sense in standing in a draft. Might catch pneumonia before we get around to my fee.
My name is John Alistair.
Well, sit down, Mr. Alistair. Pull up a wallet. A chair.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Quite a lot, I hope. 2 days ago, I made arrangements for my own assassination.
Huh?
It's really very simple.
Well, so am I sometimes. Maybe you better be a little bit more specific.
Well, I was bankrupt, in danger of going to prison. I have a family, a wife and 2 children.
And an insurance policy.
That's right. If I was to be killed, my family would be well taken care of.
You said you were in danger of going to prison. Why?
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. I embezzled money from my firm.
Oh, embezzlement. Well, you can get a lot of years for that.
Yes. So I decided to do away with myself, leaving instructions for my wife to replace the stolen funds. She could live quite comfortably on the rest. I knew suicide would revoke the insurance policy, so I went to the only underworld character I knew, a man named Gimpy. A long time ago, he'd been my bootlegger.
Oh, yeah, I know him. Nearly poisoned me once.
I told Gimpy I wanted to hire a man to kill me, a professional assassin. Gimpy said it could be done, and I gave him $200. I told Gimpy to take care of the arrangements and not to tell me anything about the man who was going to kill me. I didn't want to know a thing, how it would be done or when.
Well, what do you want me for?
Well, something has happened. My wife's brother arrived last week from South America, a very wealthy man, and advanced me enough money to pay back the firm and make a fresh start.
Well, then go tell Gimpy to call the gunman off.
Have you read the morning papers, Mr. Diamond?
No.
Here, front page. Gimpy was shot to death last night.
Oh. Well, it's kind of tough, then, to tell Gimpy to call it off,
I want you to find whoever Gimpy hired and stop him from killing me.
Find a man with the only clue to his identity lying dead in a morgue? He could be one of 50 professional killers wandering the streets. One of 50 who would make it tough to be found even if you just wanted the time of the day.
Can you find him?
I don't know. I can try.
You must find him before he kills me.
Well, I'll try my best. In the meantime, you stay here and lock yourself in.
In this office?
Yep, right here. Don't even let your wife know where you are.
All right, if you think it's necessary.
No, I think it is. And, by the way, I charge $100 a day in expenses. I guess his brother-in-law had given him enough money for a high-priced private detective because he handed me $100 and agreed to lock my door and not answer it for anyone but me. I left the office and headed for the Skid Row Bistro where Gimpy had died on the dirty floor. It was called the Black and Red, and the bartender was wearing an apron that looked like he'd been making hash on it.
Yeah, Gimpy got killed here. Right over there, the clean spot near the bar. He bled a little.
You know who gunned him?
What am I answering your questions for?
Because I'm asking him.
That ain't enough. I got a fetish for living.
I'm a private cop.
Well, that's the worst thing you could have said. You better buy a beer or take a walk, huh?
I'll buy. You don't even have to change the $10.
You think I'd tell you something for a lousy 10 fish?
Yeah?
Well, you're wrong. I don't know nothing.
You were in here, weren't you?
Yeah, on my stomach behind the bar.
You saw it start, didn't you?
You want me to tell you as much as I know?
Unless you want to play another tune. We could dance.
$10 for what I know?
You don't think it's worth it, huh?
Nah. But I seen the 10 and it made me greedy.
Okay, here. Live a little.
Thanks. Well, Gimpy was standing over there drinking a beer. These two guys come in and one of them walks up to him.
What did they look like?
Two guys, big guys, hats, coats with their collars turned up, the whole bit. Looked like just what they was. This one guy started arguing with Gimpy about some money.
You hear the conversation?
Yeah, something about wanting all the 200. Well, Gimpy gets a little nasty. He was like that, you know, a nasty little guy. Well, the guy gets tired of arguing and pulls a gun. Gimpy tries to climb the bar, and he must have been halfway over when the guy cut him in two. By then, I was flat on my face waiting for mine. But these two guys took off, and I called the cops. Wait till 10.
You don't remember what either one of the guys looked like?
Nah, I was minding my health.
Okay, thanks.
Hey.
Yeah?
I don't know whether it means nothing, but the guy who killed Gimpy was wearing a small red flower in his buttonhole. A red flower like a rosebud. I remember it. Funny a guy like that should be wearing a pretty flower.
Oh, what do you want?
Why, Sergeant Otis, you've been taking your ugly pills again.
Can't you ever do anything without the department's help? I thought you were supposed to be a big, smart private detective.
Well, we all make mistakes. I thought you were supposed to be a gorilla.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, but gorillas get bigger.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. What can I do for you?
I got a little problem. Your department handled that killing over in the Black and Red Saloon?
Skid Row?
Yeah.
Yeah, a small-time guy named Gimpy got himself blown up.
Any line on the killer?
No, we questioned the bartender who runs the place. He was lying on his face. Couldn't give much of a description. We're checking up on Gimpy's friends and associates.
The killer wore a small red flower in his buttonhole. Maybe a rose.
How do you know?
Bartender told me. Thought maybe you knew about it.
Well, he didn't tell me. What are you interested in Gimpy for?
He contacted the killer. I've got to find the killer, and I don't know who he is.
You think maybe this guy with the flower is your boy?
Well, he might be. Bartender said he was arguing with Gimpy about $200.
Well, no, he didn't tell me that either. Just said they were arguing.
You should have slipped him $10.
What do you have to find him for?
Client.
You got a client who wants you to find a killer?
Yeah, and that's all I'm going to tell you. Now, give me what you got on Gimpy and his friends.
I don't know why I should.
Oh, stop pouting, fatty. I can't tell you anymore. Besides, if I find this killer, you solve the Gimpy killing, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Well, then let's have it.
Okay. Gimpy didn't have many friends. The only sure one we've come up with is a woman named Belle DeCanto. Runs a small dancing school.
Have you talked to her?
Yeah, but she knows less than the bartender. Here's the address.
Walt gave me Belle DeCanto's address, and I went over. It was an old two-story building on the east side with a rickety flight of stairs leading up to the dance studio. Belle DeCanto was sitting at the piano. I stood there smoking a Camel, watched one of her young pupils perform a pretty sloppy set of turns.
All right, Jeannie, that was fine. Over to the bar.
Okay. Hey.
Huh?
Oh, somebody.
Oh, what can I do for you?
I want to talk to you, Belle.
$20 for 10 lessons.
I just want to talk.
Why don't you take the lessons, mister? Gives you grace and balance.
I'd look a little silly in tights, dear.
Go do your exercises, Jeannie.
Okay, but I still think you'd look great in tights, mister. We could do Swan Lake and things.
I bet we could.
Talk him into it, Belle. He's real cute.
What do you want to talk about?
Gimpy,
You a cop?
private cop.
I entertained the whole 5th Precinct all morning.
I'm looking for the guy who killed Gimpy.
I told the cops all I know. I don't know who killed Gimpy. Back straight, honey.
Okay.
I can't help you, mister.
You know a man who wears a red flower in his buttonhole?
Huh?
Do you know a man who wears a red...
I'm busy, mister. I got a lesson.
Look, Belle.
I don't know nothing. Now beat it.
Maybe if I bought a course of lessons.
I'm full out. Now get out of here. I told you to keep your back straight.
Okay. I'm keeping it.
Belle.
You gonna get out of here, or do I call the law?
Oh, Belle, what you throwing him out for?
You shut up and keep your back straight.
Listen, I'm paying good money around here.
Get out now, mister.
Okay.
What you climbing on me for, huh? So what are you yelling?
You get up there and do your bit, or I'll bust this cane over your skull.
You'll do what?
I told your old lady I'd teach you how to dance, and I will if I have to cripple you trying.
You don't yell at me like that.
Bye, you lovely people.
Bye, honey. You don't yell at me. I paid my money. Who do you think you're? Who?
Get up on that bar!
Drop dead!
It was pretty obvious my mention of the man with the red flower had set off Belle DeCanto's charming temper. And it was even more obvious that to Belle, the man with the red flower spelled some kind of trouble. The third and most obvious point was that I wouldn't get anything out of Belle even if I dropped her in a pit full of enraged mice. I started down the steps of the dance studio, heading for the street, and I stopped cold. Something on the third step set off little bells in the space in my head reserved for danger. There, on the third step, was a small red rose, and it hadn't been there when I went in. I stopped and thought about it. Maybe the man I wanted was in the building. I looked around. Only one other door besides the studio, and that led to Belle's apartment above. I went up there and looked around. Nothing. Then I got a pretty scary thought. Maybe the man with the red rose had tailed me, waited around listening at the door. If he'd found me, maybe he'd found my client. I spent the next 20 minutes making myself hard to follow, and when I was satisfied no one was tailing me, went back to my office. Alistair. Mr. Alistair.
Who is it?
Diamond, open up.
How do I know it's Diamond?
Well, you are being cautious. You gave me a $100 retainer. I told you to lock yourself in my office and not to answer to anybody but me.
Did you find out anything?
Close it and lock it.
Is something wrong?
The man who killed Gimpy was wearing a red flower in his buttonhole. I met an old biddy who runs a dancing school, and when I mentioned the flower, she froze up like a clam in a barrel of glue.
Who is this man with the flower?
I don't know, but before he killed Gimpy, he argued with him about some money. $200.
Well, that's the amount I paid Gimpy to hire the assassin.
Yeah. I think the man with the flower is probably your killer. And when I left the dance studio, I found this.
A red rose?
Uh-huh. I think maybe he's tailing me.
He knows I came to see you.
I don't know. I think he's found out I'm looking for him. Maybe figures I'm trying to catch him for killing Gimpy. Anyway, you're not the only one on the spot now.
But what'll we do?
If he's looking for me, there's no sense in letting him find you, too. You got to get out of here.
But where?
Well, an out-of-the-way hotel I know. Manager's a friend of mine.
But what if this killer finds you?
That's a good question. I hustled John Alistair out on the fire escape, and we climbed down to the floor below, just in case our boy with the red rose was waiting outside my office. We climbed into the 7th floor hall, made our way to the service elevator and down to the alley. A half an hour later, I'd deposited Alistair in room number 11 of the Bunker Hill Hotel, in charge of the manager, a one-time safecracker named Herman Clipp. I'd done a lot of favors for Herman, and he assured me Alistair would be safe, and that no one would be allowed to see him unless his name was Diamond, and he had the bluest eyes in the private detective business. It was 6 o'clock by the time I left the hotel, and I kept to the side streets in case the man with the red rose might be close. It was certainly one way of finding him, letting him find me. But I wanted to be ready for it, and I didn't want to be around my client when it happened. I went back to my apartment on 51st Street.
Hello, chum. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, that's nice. Lonesome?
For a while.
You had that nice big gun to keep you company.
Sure.
You forgot to wear your rose.
You got the wrong boy, Diamond. Drago's busy.
Drago?
Name won't do you any good. I'm going to kill you.
Drago's the boy with the red rose?
Turn on the radio.
You were the guy with him in the bar when he killed Gimpy.
That's right. Turn on the radio.
Okay. Look, tell Drago he doesn't have to kill John Alistair. Alistair says to call it off.
The radio.
Oh, sure. Will you tell him?
See, I tell him. But I don't think it's going to do any good. You see, he knows Alistair talked to you. We know you've been trying to find him. And we don't want anybody who can pin Gimpy's killing on us.
I didn't tell Alistair anything.
Sure. Where you got him hidden out, huh? We find out. Drago shouldn't have knocked off Gimpy like that, but he gets excited. Like running out of the bar before he knocked off the bartender. If we had knocked off the bartender right then, he couldn't have told you nothing.
What about the bartender?
He's in the river. Turn the radio up.
I turned the radio up slowly, my mind working triple time. The guy behind me wanted the music to cover the noise, like a funeral march with a one-gun salute. I heard him get up behind me.
All right, turn around.
It had to be quick. I turned and gave him the radio right in the face. I had twisted his gun right into his stomach. He looked up at me like a kid who was going to bust out crying because somebody had dumped over his blocks. Then he slid down on his face and died without a sound. I put in a fast call to Walt, told him to check his files for a killer named Drago. I told him what had happened and about the bartender who was probably floating on the river. Then I took off for Bel DeCanto's dance studio. The man I'd just killed had said Drago wasn't going to leave anyone around who might pin the Gimpy killing on him. And Drago had left his red rose on the steps outside of Bel's studio. When I got there, the big dance hall was dark. So I went up another flight to Bel's apartment. Well, here goes. Bel was there all right, and Drago had been there. He hadn't left a rose, but he left a bullet instead. It was somewhere in Bel DeCanto's heart.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here's an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
One puff won't tell you.
One sniff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how well a cigarette agrees with your throat. Only Camels offer you this day in, day out smoking proof.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the one sensible, thorough cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and let your taste tell you how rich and flavorful Camels are, puff after puff, pack after pack. Let your throat tell you how mild Camels are, how well Camels get along with your throat as a steady smoke.
You'll see why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, here's all the information, Rick. The only man we got on file named Drago is a well-known hood named Tommy Drago. 7 arrests, 2 convictions, assault and armed robbery.
Can you find him all?
Well, I put out an APB. Maybe we'll pick him up.
You find the bartender?
They're dragging the river now. The guy in your apartment has been identified as Giulio Bassadi, arrested once with Drago. Supposed to work together.
Yeah.
Why did Drago kill Bel DeCanto?
Well, probably thought I told her something.
Now, we gotta get this boy. He's killed 3 people in 2 days.
And he wants to add 2 more to his list. Me and my client.
Where is your client?
Oh, he's staked out in the Bunker Hill Hotel. He's safe.
Well, we better pick him up and give him protection.
He doesn't want the police brought in. But you can stake out a couple of men near the hotel in case Drago shows up.
Right.
Look, Walt, if this Drago likes red roses, he must buy them someplace.
Yeah?
Well, have some men check all the flower shops. Have them circulate the description. For the rest of the day and into the evening, the entire precinct turned out to look for Drago. Each man had a photograph, and they toured every flower store in the city, showing the photograph and asking questions. Walt and I even took one section, wore out a lot of pavement and several good inches of shoe leather, trying to find someone who might have been selling the roses to Drago. By 6 o'clock, we were back in the precinct, discouraged, and, as Walt said...
Oh, I'm beat.
Yeah.
You want some coffee?
Yeah, might as well.
We took in 12 shops. Here.
Thanks.
Looks like the guy grows his own.
Well, maybe he does.
Swell. I'll put out a general to pick up every window box and flower pot in the city. We're bound to catch him in 10 or 12 years. Yeah, what do you want, Spikehead?
Spikehead?
Just thought it up.
Oh.
Well, did you just want to see if the buzzer works?
No, I got an address on that guy Diamond shot.
Giulio Bassotti?
Yeah.
Well, do you want us to hold a seance while you give it to us by telepathy?
456 River Street, apartment 7. And you sure are getting grouchy.
Walt and I piled into the squad car and took off for 456 River Street. There was a chance that the man who wore the roses might live with his partner, Giulio Bassotti. We found the manager. He led us into the apartment, and after 15 minutes of pretty extensive house wrecking, both Walt and I came to the same conclusion. Giulio Bassotti lived alone and liked it. We hit the street pretty discouraged.
Well, come on.
Hey, Walt.
What is it?
Look, that old lady down the street.
Well, what about her?
She's selling flowers.
Oh, well, let's go.
Fresh flowers, 20 cents a bunch. Flowers, gentlemen?
Do you have some red roses?
Yes.
Single red roses that I could wear in my lapel?
Yes, 25 cents.
Have you ever seen this man?
What man?
Here.
Yes, Mr. Drago. I sell him a red rose every evening, fresh.
You know where we can find him?
Well, what do you want him for?
Police.
Has Mr. Drago done something?
He's wanted for murder.
Oh, no, how terrible. He seemed like such a nice man, so generous. He dressed so nicely.
He's killed 3 people.
3 people?
Do you know where he lives?
3 people? Yes, he lives in the next block. I don't know the number. I'll have to show you.
Here, I'll take all the flowers you've got. The old flower woman showed us the building, and again we dragged another manager out to let us into Drago's apartment. This time we went in low, ready to shoot if Drago happened to be home. He wasn't. And once again we tore another place apart.
Find anything?
No, not yet.
Get a load of this closet. Drago really dresses.
Hey, Walt.
Yeah? You find something?
Look at this telephone pad.
What about it?
The writing. Read it.
Bunker Hill.
Bunker Hill Hotel. That's where my client is. Drago's found him. Walt, go check with the men you got staked out and see if they spotted Drago going in. I'll go in and see if my client's all right.
Right.
Herman. Herman. Oh.
Rick?
Over here, Walt. Herman is out cold.
Herman?
Yeah, the manager.
Oh, he looks pretty bad.
Yeah, he's really out.
Drago?
Your men see anybody?
No, but he could have slipped in.
Now, let's get up to my client.
Well, come on.
I'm looking for the key.
What room?
11. Now, let's go on. I had my client locked in. Come on. 2nd floor. Here it is. Alistair. Alistair, it's Diamond.
Diamond, get me out of here. He's been here. He's got a key.
Where is he?
He tried to get in, but I had the chain lock on. Then he tried to break it down. I pushed the furniture in front of the door. Get me out, please.
Just take it easy. We'll try and break it down.
The furniture's still there.
Well, get it out of the way.
Yes. I don't know where he went.
Is there a fire escape?
Fire escape? Yes. There's an escape right outside my window. Good heavens, Diamond.
Just keep moving the furniture.
But the fire escape...
Just move the furniture. Walt.
Yeah?
You stay here. I'm going out on the fire escape. It figured. If Drago couldn't get past the furniture, he'd get in another way. I ran to the end of the hall and out on the escape. I turned the corner of the building and started for my client's room.
He's on the escape. He's coming down. I can hear him. Get me out. Get me out.
At first, I thought my client had heard just me. But then I saw him climbing down from the floor above, a gun in his hand, the polished barrel shining in the moonlight. As he reached the window, Alistair went crazy.
He's outside the window. No, please.
I leaned against the building and steadied my arm just as he broke the window.
No.
You killed him.
Yeah. Funny.
What was done?
Shot him right through his red rose.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
Across the nation, doctors in every branch of medicine have been asked this question.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, and Camels are the favorite cigarette of many stars whose throats are their fortune. Risa Stevens, Mario Lanza, Martha Tilton are a few of the singing stars who choose Camels for mildness.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this week we add a new name to the list of recipients of gift Camels for hospitalized servicemen and veterans. It's the Military Air Transport Service, United States Air Force, which evacuates virtually all overseas wounded servicemen. Camels are also on the way to veterans hospitals, Lake City, Florida, and Nashville, Tennessee. U.S. Naval Hospital ship Haven. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the RKO film Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
PA stands for two things, Pipe Appeal and Prince Albert. They go hand in hand. For Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco has a rich flavor and a delightful natural aroma. PA is crimp cut for smooth, even burning, and it's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the FBI. Follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
From somewhere beyond the threshold of neon, the happy holidays beckon to Broadway. And the wilderness of plastic and chrome dons its ribbons of tinsel. Garlands of evergreen are hung against the shriek of subways, and behind plate glass, puppets with shrewd mechanisms perform their frenetic dance. The metallic music flows out of the horns of loudspeakers. The women walk slow, sway gently to its holiday rhythms. And everywhere the image of gaiety is reflected in spangles that whirl on winter's wind. So paint the grin across your mouth, kid. It's the merry time. And somewhere within it, a phone call, a drunken voice that leads you into a desolate, wind-littered street, into a tenement scarred with shadows, into a room also desolate. A man sprawled on the floor in drunkenness, his arm flung toward the woman who lies away from him, his fingers reaching, trying to touch her dead face. And the other man who clings to your lapel has waited there only so he could tell you about it.
That proves I had nothing to do with it, doesn't it? I called it in. I waited here for you. Me, along with those two, just so as I could tell you about it.
Who
that
are
proves...
you?
Bob. Robert Coker. I got a wife and a good name. I don't want to get mixed up in this, mister.
The woman?
That's Mrs. Baker, Charlie's wife. Boy, has that boy got a hangover waiting for him when he comes to. Imagine, you and Charlie, you're enjoying yourself. You get invited in for a little nightcap. You walk in, and there's Mrs. Baker lying on the floor, her head all twisted like that.
She was strangled.
Yeah. That's how I figured it, too. When we walked in and saw her, I said, "Look, Charlie, boy, look at your missus." And Charlie kind of yelped, like a dog or something. Tried to make it to her. But he passed out on the way. I never touched him, mister. Honest, I didn't...
You and Mr. Baker were out together, then you came home?
Yeah, but not like you think. We were to the office party. Charlie and me, we got adjoining desks. Big deal, office party. Booze and paper cups, dance a little with the steno you've been wanting to touch all year. Then you take Charlie boy home and look, mister, okay if I go home now. I done everything could be expected.
Call
Okay,
your wife, Mr. Colker. Tell her you won't be home for a while. And wait, then. Watch the barrier of faces form at the doorway, the same faces that gather always when sudden death is done. Faces tempered only by the quality of shirts, neckties, and hairdos. Quality this time, tenement, frayed. And in a while, the medical examiner, the nod toward the dead, the black satchel opened, and the stethoscope that hears no heartbeat. The official pronouncement that a woman named Lucille Baker, age about 32, married, no children, had been strangled to death. And the other nod to the two men who had been found with her. Take them along. Get out. Go. And back to the office. Give orders to interview everyone at the party. Turn Mr. Baker over to the officer whose extracurricular duty includes the sobering of suspects. Question Mr. Colker again. His story sticks. Then a door opens and a very sober man walks in.
I don't believe what they just told me. I don't believe... What are you doing here, Bob?
I just told them what happened. I told them we came back to your place.
You wait outside, Mr. Colker.
Sure, whatever you say. Just take it easy, Charlie boy.
Sit down, Mr. Baker. Your wife is dead.
Lucille.
I want you to try to tell me just what happened tonight.
The office party. I went there. I was having a fine time. Yes, I was. I was having a wonderful time. Look, it was the end of the day, and at first I wanted to go home, but they wouldn't let me. They said, look at all this free booze, lap it up and forget it. And now...
Go on.
Well, I tried to call Lucille 3 or 4 times, I don't know how many times, to tell her I was having a good time, not to wait up for me, but the line was always busy.
What else do you remember?
Bob said, come on, let's go home. When we got there, that last thing I remember, Lucille lying there. I sang to myself just like this, I am drunk. You think you see all sorts of things when you're drunk, and this is one of them. That's not Lucille. I'm not even home now. I'll wake up and it'll...
And the room shorn suddenly of everything but a man sobbing. And this is only one in the long array of grieving that has been displayed you over the lost years. The grief for the loved dead, sometimes with laughter of strange texture, with silence sometimes, anguish, bitter, and sometimes this, like this man's, and always the walking away from it. and release him and his friend Bob Kolker. Go home, sleep. The next morning, back to the tenement where a woman had been strangled. Ask questions through inch-open doors, and the children of the tenement shrivel away from you as if you were a cold wind. The doors that are never opened to you, the furtive whispers and scurrying behind them, the giggles. And finally, at the mention of the dead Mrs. Baker's name, a woman who begins a weeping suitable for police callers invites you in.
Oh, that poor, poor creature. Taken from us like that, choked like that, cast away. Please, won't you come in? I'm Ruthie Alexander. Let's just shut the door, shall we? My neighbor's curious, nosy, so pathetically nosy. May I get you something? Hot chocolate, tea, something with a bite to it?
No, thank you. You knew Mrs. Baker?
I knew Lucille. Better than... How awful to be a man and have to suffer weeping women.
You were saying you knew Mrs. Baker well.
Better than she knew herself. And the promises life offered that girl. Although Lucille wasn't pretty, mind you, not in the real sense of the word. But she had her qualities hidden, kind of. Sly. It intrigued you men.
You're saying that she...
Nothing of the sort. Why, Lucille, the poor unimaginative creature, and I say this of her, and I was her best friend, mind you, and have the right. Lucille backed away from men. I honestly think they frightened her.
She was married to a husband who loved her.
Of course he did. Of course he did. Why shouldn't he? She could have even had a man like Teddy Fletcher. Teddy was dying for her. Lucille told me all about it.
Fletcher?
A fellow who works at the Dorsey Company where Lucille's husband worked. I told her so many times, a man like that, Lucy, they don't grow on bushes. They... You know something?
What?
That Lucille, she was a deep one. Sly, like I said. I just wonder if she and Teddy... How awful of me. But will you have a cigarette at least? I'll light it for you. Draw the first puff.
And refuse the kind offer, king-sized, cork-tipped, gratis and all. Give her back her solitude. Leave her to her tearless weeping. Now she'd have something really to cry about. She'd wasted a cigarette. To the offices of the Dorsey Novelty Company, Incorporated, Limited. Be greeted, be given a catalog concerning current novelties, be frowned at because I didn't want it. Be listened to, be ushered past the office force and slogans about geniuses at work and courtesy and cleanliness and accuracy, and be shown to a cubicle.
Yeah?
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, what is it?
I'm Danny Clover from the police.
I'm expecting somebody from down there. Sit down, please.
Thanks, sir. I'm trying to get some information.
Yeah, I know.
All right, you know. Tell me what you know.
Just one thing. You think I killed Lucille?
Did you?
I was in love with her.
Did you kill her?
I just told you I was in love with her. For 2 years now, I built my plans around her, day-to-day plans. That adds up to being my life, doesn't it? You think I killed her? It'd be like killing myself, wouldn't it?
All right, we'll go on the premise you didn't kill her, Mr. Fletcher. Tell me about last night.
I was at the party. Everybody got loaded. Not me.
You don't drink, huh?
Now, when it's better to say sober. Last night was such a time.
Oh, why?
Last night, Charlie Baker was here getting tanked. Last night, Lucille Baker was home being lonely.
Then you left the party because her husband was here and went over to see her. Is that it?
It's the way I planned it. It didn't work.
You want to tell me why?
Yeah. I called Lucille from here during the party a lot of times. She said, I'm a wife with a husband. Stay where you are. Admirable, huh? A wife if it killed her. And it killed her.
Then you gave up and went home.
I needed solace. I found Isabel by the water cooler.
Isabel?
Isabel Mitchell, pal and buddy, sweater and skirt. We smiled at each other over paper cups, linked arms, and went to her place. Drank and did childish things like pin the tail of the donkey. Drank.
Your alibi, huh? I want to talk to her.
I guess she's still at home getting rid of last night's head. She didn't show up today. Nice kid.
Where does she live?
2 rooms on West 37th, 905, apartment 2. Look, Mr. Clover, that Hamilton wall clock says noon, and it's never wrong. You're not going to join me for lunch, are you? Thanks a lot.
And the ride now to West 37th, to the block of the brownstones and the low rent and the corner grocery store. And next to the tailor shop that advertised proudly how it had held the line since 1950, find the number 905. Walk past the door to apartment 1, and a few steps more to apartment 2, apartment of Isabel Mitchell. Knock and get no answer. And open a door, walk in. The living room decorated in row house decor. Dregs of last night's drinks, Coolidge modern and empty. And the kitchen. The light still burning, the perpetual distant sound in the exposed water pipes. And strung from them, the girl twisting this way and back. Only slightly. The lifeless girl. The murdered girl.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Confidentially, Edgar Bergen has a split personality, and it's hard to say whether he's funnier as the harassed Bergen or as that saucy figment of his own imagination who does the harassing, Charlie McCarthy. We leave it to you to figure out, between the laughs, every Sunday night on most of these same CBS radio stations when you hear Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
In the days before Christmas, Broadway puts on its flashy clothes and the flashy smile. Everybody's on his way to con Santa Claus. The blonde who walks with you stops to adjust her nylons in front of the jewelry store. The brunette who tells you to pick her up for lunch in the lingerie department. The redhead who behaved all year long. And while the reindeer dash across the tundra of the spectaculars, the recruits from the Bowery shake their little bells and nod lovingly at Tiny Tots. Get out the Christmas list, kid. That's where your friends have been all year long. And at headquarters, consider other things. Official musings, the dying of Lucille Baker, a woman strangled. Consider what chain of circumstance led from her to the murder of another, Isabel Mitchell. Consider... and be interrupted by a police sergeant named Gino Tartaglia, who sometimes had things in his mind.
I got a headache, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Why don't you take an
Such condolences are touching, Danny, and I thank you for them. However, my symptoms are psychosomatic.
Psychosomatic?
A word Mrs. Tartaglia read to me last night from a book. It's the type headache which is prone to deep thinkers, so science explained to Mrs. T, and she to me.
You've been thinking deeply, Gino?
Indeedy, as concerns the current situation in the murder of Lucille Baker and the subsequent same of Miss Isabel Mitchell.
Oh?
A theory to wit. Mr. Ted Fletcher's a killer. Murdered the woman whom he loved, Mrs. Baker. Then murdered the girl he flirted with, Isabel Mitchell.
But Isabel was his alibi, Gino. Why should he murder her?
I got my headache making it sound reasonable to me, Danny. But I think I know why he killed Miss Mitchell.
Yeah, I can think of a reason, too.
You mean like that, so soon?
Well, it'd figure, Gino.
You tell me yours, I'll tell you mine.
The way it stands now, Gino, Fletcher can't account for his actions of last night. Nobody remembers when he left the party. Let's just assume he left with Miss Mitchell. He took her home and left her...
You've been peeking into my brain, Danny.
He left her, went to see Mrs. Baker, killed her. Came back to Miss Mitchell and asked her to be his alibi. She refused.
Indeed, Danny, indeed.
So she was the only one who knew he was a killer. She refused to help him. He killed her.
Our theories make a lot of sense, don't they?
Maybe. Have Fletcher picked up, Gino. I'm going out.
Okay, Danny. Where can I reach you if I need you?
At that novelty office. Maybe I can find out why that happy party had so much murder in it.
You're the guy who told the girl you're a detective?
That's right.
Show me, show me. Girls get impressed with guys who show them shiny badges. Don't bother to read the small print. All they care is that a muscle man with a favor to ask.
You through with it?
Yeah, take back your badge. I produce novelties like that by the carload. Just had to be sure you weren't giving the girl a fast shuffle.
Some questions I want to ask you, Mr. Dorsey.
About time you got around to me, huh? It just so happens I'm the head man in this little enterprise. Maybe the personnel didn't get around to telling you.
They didn't need to. I saw your publicity on the wrapping paper.
Yeah. You had a little confab with Ted Fletcher, the girls tell me.
Sorry, it didn't occur to me I need your permission.
Oh, it's not that, kid. It's just that I got a happy enterprise here. You walk in, talk murder talk, it spreads gloom. Everybody gets unhappy until I think of something.
The office party the other night, that was one of your thoughts?
Yeah, it was. Happened to be my birthday. I let it be known in a loud voice. And before long, the personnel is pitching dimes into a kitty. A good time was had by all. What did you think of him?
Who?
Ted Fletcher. Personally, I can't stand the guy. Good worker, but I can't stand him. What do you think of him?
Just keep talking.
Fletcher. Not much to look at, but oh, you kid, what he does to the emotions of the ever-loving opposite sex. You know what I mean? You gotta agree because you got him tabbed for killing Mrs. Baker, I understand. I tell you, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Charles Baker works for you, too. Give me your thoughts on him.
Baker's a good boy, nose to the grindstone type. I got a lot of plans for him. Been to his home, ate his impress-the-boss type of food. Met his wife, the former Mrs. Baker.
Yeah, and you have an opinion?
Mm-hmm. Dull woman, plain, boring. You know, Baker's better off without her, in my opinion. I tell you because you asked.
And Isabel Mitchell, who also worked for you, who was also at your birthday party, who was strangled, murdered.
Kind girl. Had a kind word for everybody, but everybody. Prove it to you. Fletcher meets her at the water cooler at my party. Isabel gives him the kind word. Fletcher takes her home. That was a busy, busy night for Fletcher, wasn't it, Guy?
Anything else, Mr. Dorsey?
That cuts it as far as I'm concerned. You too, huh? I bet you got loads of things to do, just like me. So goodbye, huh, Guy?
Mr. Clover,
Yes?
is it all right if I just walk in here into your office?
Of course. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I'm Lois Nolan.
Yes?
I work at the Dorsey Novelty Company in the office. I run an IBM machine, time study cards. I don't guess you noticed me, did you?
Well, seems that I do. I guess you're wearing another dress.
No, I was wearing this dress. You just didn't notice, that's all.
Why have you come here, Miss Nolan?
I wasn't at the party last night, so your men haven't questioned me.
I see, and you want to be questioned, is that it?
Well, I was a friend of Isabel's,
You were?
though we had differences of opinion, as they say, about friends, boyfriends. Personally, I like fellows from whom I can better myself. And Isabel,
Yeah.
she was not the discriminate type. Life, she once said, was a laugh and a song. Look what it got her, some laugh.
Yes. Well, now, if you'll pardon me, Miss
Some
Nolan.
laugh. If you knew where I just came from, you wouldn't say some laugh.
Where did you just come from, Miss Nolan?
From her uncle's house. In buckets, that's the way he was crying. He didn't say a word. But if you could have seen his eyes, those tears. Then he said, Lois, I cannot cry any more. Isabel was a good girl, and now she is gone.
I didn't know she had a family. No one's claimed
Because that
Isabel's.
man is a nervous wreck, after all Isabel did for him.
Where does her uncle live?
In Brooklyn. 2020 Stockton Street. I hope I have been of some help, since Isabel was a dear friend of mine. I was always broad-minded enough to forgive the things.
You've been a great help, Miss Nolan. Thank you very much. And the house in Brooklyn, like all the other houses in the long file, the peeling paint, the sagging porch, the parlor curtains drawn aside to reveal a Christmas wreath, then drawn further to permit a clearer view of the man who walks their quiet street. And having noted your passing, open their windows, crane to see at whose door you'll knock. Then in faraway voices announce it to friends, relatives, and neighbors. The voices drain away. Then, for a moment, the stillness is almost complete, except for the wailing of vessels in the harbor, the cry of wind trapped against street lamps. Then break it. And the man in the woolen sweater wonders at you with pale eyes, washed away eyes.
Oh, you must be from the mission. I phoned. I have the magazines all tied and ready. They're...
I'm from the police.
About Isabel.
Yes.
Oh, come in. You'll take your death of cold. I haven't been to claim her body because I didn't know if it was right. I'm just her uncle, and Isabel moved away from me over a year ago. I thought maybe she'd got someone closer to her.
That's not why I came.
No? Then why?
Well, I thought maybe you could help us. Maybe you could tell us things about her that'll help us find her murderer.
Isabel came here to live with us when her mother died. Then my wife died, and Isabel stayed on. It was nice when she was here. And then she went away.
Tell me about it, Mr. Clayton.
It was nice, gay, exciting. Young men called on her, brought her things, brought me cigars, sat and talked with me while they waited for her to dress. She was pretty, real pretty, worth waiting for.
You remember the men who called on her?
No, just boys, nice-looking fellows.
And you haven't seen Isabel since she left?
Oh, yes, I didn't say that. I saw her many times, but only quickly. I'd call her and tell her to come pick up little things I had for her.
Oh?
Things, presents. They weren't really from me. They were from this nice fella. He must have liked Isabel a whole lot. You know how I know?
Tell me.
Well, he'd bring her these things and make me promise not to tell Isabel they were from him. He said he'd tell her when the time came when he was ready to. And I'd say, Charlie?
Charlie
Baker. Nice fella. You know, he made me tell Isabel I was giving her those things. Look at me. What would I have to give a girl like Isabel?
This is the first time I've been in a place like this, Mr. Clover. I've passed the jail many times, but I've never been in.
These are just the detention cells, Mr. Baker.
Detention cells? You mean they're not permanent? You're not sure about Fletcher?
Fletcher was picked up as a suspect, and that's still all he is.
He's a killer.
We'll find out.
I still don't know why I'm here.
I want to put your story together with his.
Oh, then you'll know, huh?
Then we'll know. Oh, Fletcher's sleeping.
With a conscience like his. Look at him. All right, come on, Fletcher. Wake up. Wake up, killer. On your feet.
I brought you a visitor, Fletcher.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. That what you got to say to me? You my friend, killer?
Break it up, I said. Break it up.
Yeah. What am I, crazy, dirty my hands on him? You know what they got for you, killer? A chair. And you're going to sit in it.
Fletcher, I told Baker how it was between you and his wife, Lucille.
I'm glad you did. We were going to tell him we didn't get a chance.
Lover boy. Killer boy.
I didn't kill her.
Is that what he keeps telling you, Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
That's why you just keep him in the detention cell, huh?
That's right.
Look, Charlie.
All right, I'm looking.
You got to understand, Charlie, about Lucille and me. I loved her. She loved me. If we could have worked it out, I would have married her.
Loved her? Loved Lucille? You?
She wasn't a beautiful woman, Charlie. You know that. She was a gentle woman. Talking with her, you weren't afraid of the world anymore.
Well, Fletcher, if that's what she did to you, that's what she did to you.
Didn't she do that to you, Baker? You were pretty broken up when she died.
Did you ever have a wife who was murdered, Mr. Clover? No? Then don't tell me how it should feel. You and my wife, huh, Fletcher?
I didn't kill her. I swear I didn't kill her, Charlie.
Yeah, sure. What happened last night, Fletcher? Lucille waved you goodbye and you let your emotions run away with you? It was all over and you couldn't remember a thing, so you say you didn't kill her?
Is that what happened, Mr. Fletcher?
I told you what happened. Get him out of here.
Just a few more things. About a girl who worked at your office, also murdered, Isabel Mitchell.
You had your hands full last night, didn't you, killer?
I ask you, get him out of here.
No, I want him to hear something. There's another way this thing adds up. You could have killed your wife, Baker.
What are you talking about? I was at the party. Everybody knows that. Everybody will vouch for me.
I don't know. A party like that, people coming in and out, nobody remembers much about anything.
You building something, Mr. Clover?
Maybe. You could have left the party long enough to kill your wife, then go back to it. No one would have known the difference. Then play drunk, have a friend take you home, find your wife dead.
Have a seat, Charlie. You might as well. His cots take a little while to get used to.
Now listen, Clover.
Then early the next morning, cry on my shoulder, be released, go round to Isabel's place and whisper to her the happy news about your wife's being dead.
You're crazy. Why would I go to her?
Because you were crazy about her?
Crazy about her? Isabel? Isabel?
What are you laughing at?
He's right, Fletcher. You shouldn't laugh. Mr. Baker was crazy about Isabel, gave her presents.
What are you talking about?
But on the sly. Isabel didn't even know where they came from. After you've gotten rid of your wife, you could tell her, huh, Baker? But she wouldn't have any part of you. You killed her.
In love with Isabel. Her? A girl like that? Oh, Charlie, you stupid man. A girl like that when you had your own wife.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Isabel was sweet and she was wonderful. You know how I know? She wouldn't look at me because I was married. That's the kind of a girl she was. She was good. I killed my wife for her, and she took pity on me. She was good.
But she still wouldn't look at you, so you killed her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I had no more to live for. Why should she go on living? Why should somebody else have her? Who else would have done for her what I did for her? Nobody. Just me. But she didn't want me. And she had to die.
It's an enchanted island, this Broadway, or a desert of dust. Look at it, and it's a magician's pitch with golden mirrors and fountains that plume with jewels. Then you blink, it all dissolves. It's a crumbling wall, corroded with pain. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Featured in tonight's cast were William Conrad, Harry Bartell, Peggy Weber, Lou Merrill, and Herb Butterfield. All the best fun-making from Arthur Godfrey's daytime shows on CBS Radio. That's what you hear every Sunday afternoon on most of these stations when King Arthur Godfrey and his round table hold court. Hear it tomorrow afternoon. And remember to enjoy King Arthur Godfrey and his round table every Sunday afternoon on CBS Radio. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, those lovable rascals Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style, use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. This Saturday night I'm going spellbind, you avowed. Caught me while spending a week and the fee from my last case in zestful living at a summer hotel, which was so swanky that the help hardly spoke to the guests. For $25 a day, I had one of the 50 bungalows on the hotel grounds. For $30, I could have had one with a window. Well, anyway, there was a girl up there. Isn't there always? She was named Janice Cole, a sort of a social secretary to the hotel. She was about 28. Her eyes were so big and blue they made you think of mountain lakes, and her hair was as black as a jealous rage. She had a figure that made you think you'd seen her before in a swimsuit. Oh, she was real quality. Much to my high blood pressure, she was engaged to a society playboy with $1 for every suntan in Florida, and his name was Clint Hayes. There was dancing going on in the ballroom of the hotel, and Janice was dancing with Clint. But she was watching me. I thought I saw fear in her eyes. They finished their dance right in front of me. Well, I certainly enjoyed that exhibition, Clint.
Glad you liked it, Rogue. Dancing with Janice is a wonderful way to spend an evening.
I believe that. Well, how about the next one, Janice?
Oh, I can't, Richard. I don't feel very well.
Oh, really, darling?
Yes, I think I'll go to my cabin, Clint. I have a terrible headache.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Is there anything I can get for you?
I've got some aspirin.
Oh, no. I think I'll just lie down for a while. I'll be back as soon as I feel a little more like enjoying the party.
After Janice Cole left, I ducked Clint and mingled with the crowd, fencing in and out of polite conversation and keeping up a gay front to cover the worry which was stampeding around in my mind. I couldn't forget the lost look in the eyes of Janice Cole, a look that was so full of fear and hopelessness that it haunted me. I decided, after sweating out 30 minutes of wondering why she was so frightened, to drop by her bungalow and have a fatherly chat with her. I casually worked my way along a chain of conversations to the open door and faded unobtrusively out into the night. There was a light in Janice's bungalow. I walked rapidly toward it. The door was ajar. When I knocked on it, it swung open. And I saw Janice lying there, a red pool expanding on the Navajo rug under her head. I took a few steps into the room. Oh! I was on the inside of a giant bell, clinging to the clapper with the strength of desperation. It swung through eternity like a giant pendulum. And at the end of every arc, the universe was shattered by the sound of the tolling. I couldn't stand the noise. I let go on the tremendous upsweep and was catapulted through space at a terrifying, breathless speed. The ringing of the bell grew fainter and fainter. And then, there was quiet. I drifted peacefully for a while and landed as gently as a snowflake on a sparrow's wing. And I rested on cloud 8 in the blackness of complete oblivion.
Hey, Chiefy! Chiefy! You better come out of it!
Oh, go away, Igor.
No, I'm sorry, Rogie, but you've got to get back on the ball or you're going to find yourself behind it. Come on now. Come on.
Igor, go away. I'm not well. I've been hurt.
There are things going on that you ought to know about, Rogie.
I don't care. I'm on my vacation.
You're in trouble, Rogie. Bad trouble. Remember that dead girl?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Let him get away with it?
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Let me alone.
Well, I guess you've been hit on the head once too often, Rogie. Lost your nerve, huh?
What do you mean, midget?
No fight left in you. It's too bad.
I've got plenty of fight left in me. What's going on down there?
Well, you better go down and see, Rogie. Come on. I'll help you over the side.
Okay. Come on, give me a push, Igor. Oh, you're a fine alter ego, and I'm proud of you.
I try to take care of you, Chiefy. Over you go, Rogie. Over you go.
I dreaded opening my eyes because I remembered that dead girl lying there. But I opened them at last. And what I didn't see made me think I'd lost my mind. Where the body had lain, staining the Navajo rug, there was a Navajo rug, but no stain and no body. I wobbled to my feet. My knees were made of soup. I grabbed the bed for support and threw my massive intellect into high. There were strange things happening here, and they were happening to me. I decided to stay mum and get back to the dance to see what I could discover from the behavior of the inmates. I took out my pocket comb, dressed my hair around the bump on my head so I wouldn't look like I had two, wiped the bed and the doorknob clean of my fingerprints, and looking much better than I felt, rejoined the party. Clint was talking with Nancy Bowman, another luscious lady on the hotel social staff.
Hello, Rogue. We've been looking for you.
Oh, hi, Clint. Hello, Nancy.
Hello, Richard. Where have you been?
We're getting a little fresh air. How about this dance, Nancy?
Can't. I promised Clint.
Oh, go ahead. I'll be noble. Janice should be coming back soon anyhow.
Well, all right then. You're on, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, for you, my dear, both of them. See you later, Clint.
Bye.
You know, Nancy, that Clint's a lucky man getting a girl like Janice. She's what the boys in the back room call a dish.
I suppose Janice isn't lucky getting a man with $1 million.
Not my type. Now, I don't have the million, but I have
then let's just dance.
Oh.
Now that Janice has her millionaire, I'm out to get mine.
You girls old friends?
No, I've worked up here with her summers for a couple of years. She's a grand girl. Everybody loves her.
She's engaged to this creep with the millions?
Yes, they're going to be married in 2 weeks. Don't you ever read the newspapers?
Oh, guess it wasn't on the sport page.
Probably not. Though the way Janice stopped him, it could have been.
Kitty, 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 kitty.
May I cut in?
Hi, Frank. That's up to you, Richard.
Well, I never give up beautiful ladies to strangers.
You don't know Frank, the ladies' home companion?
That can be taken care of. Introduce me, Nancy.
Mr. Rogue, this is Frank Pitts, friend of Janice.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Rogue. Where is Janice anyway? She promised me some Roombas tonight.
Well, she wasn't feeling very well. She went to her bungalow to get a little rest. You insist on cutting in?
Unless you have some very fine arguments against it.
Well, I guess I haven't. Nancy, I hope I'll see you later.
You will. This is a temporary thing, Richard.
Oh, what happened to your dance, Rogue?
A man cut in on me.
Oh, that's Frank Pitts. He doesn't belong here, Rogue. He's all shoulders and no money.
I understand that he and Janice are old friends.
That's right. Frank Pitts has been in love with Janice for years. They're from the same town back east.
No kidding. Oh, well, he was in love with her, too, huh?
Desperately. But I don't feel sorry for him. He's not good enough for a girl like Janice.
No, Clint, a girl's entitled to old friends. You seem to be the jealous type. No, I used to be a little like that about Betty Callahan.
I'm not jealous, Rogue. You'd hate to see a girl like Janice making a fool of herself over a no-good like that Pitts. Ever since he arrived today, she's been moody and dejected.
Oh, that's the way it is. Oh, that's the way it is, huh? You and Janice had a spat over the old flame.
We did not. You're being most impolite, Mr. Rogue. Janice and I happen to be in love.
Yes?
There's a man outside who would like to talk with you for a minute.
Why?
It's most important, Mr. Rogue. Please come with me.
Okay, excuse me, Clint. Well, you look a little upset. What's the matter?
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
May I ask what you're talking about?
No, I can't tell you, Mr. Rogue. But in all my years in hotel management, this is the most terrible thing that's ever happened to me. Here he is, Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills is our district attorney, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Mills. What can I do for you?
You're Richard Rogue, the private investigator from Los Angeles?
That's right. Why?
Well, I'd like to talk with you, Miss Rogue, about a murder.
Oh, yes. Why, sure, Mr. Mills. Always glad to lend my talents to law enforcement.
That's nice of you, Mr. Rogue, because you can help a lot on this case. Why did you murder Janice Cole?
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, dandruff on the shoulders and coat collar of a well-groomed person is as out of place as snow in July. That's why so many persons who want to have a smart, well-groomed appearance use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. For Fitch Shampoo has a special solvent action that dissolves unsightly dandruff. When you apply Fitch's to your hair and scalp before adding water, this solvent action goes to work. So it's important to remember not to wet your hair before the shampoo is applied. After massaging your scalp briskly for a few minutes, then apply water. An abundance of cleansing lather will form to carry away the dissolved dandruff. Then the lather rinses out easily and completely, leaves the hair immaculately clean without a trace of dandruff. Yes, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is a real aid to good grooming. Use it regularly. You can buy an economical bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop. Now, back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My guilty conscience was calling me names and giving me bad advice as I strolled out of the ballroom with the DA. He had accused me of murder. I knew who was murdered. I'd seen her in her bungalow, dead. Janice Cole. The DA was as quiet as a grave during that walk and not a bit more cheerful. I made a couple of abortive attempts at conversation, but I might as well have been talking to a totem pole. I couldn't understand why he was heading for my bungalow until he opened the door, and I saw Janice lying there on that blood-stained Navajo rug, just as I had seen her a half hour before in her own bungalow. I tried to say something, but the words couldn't get by the lump in my throat. I just stood there, my mouth hanging open, and my stomach frozen in a hangman's knot. I could feel the DA's eyes boring into the back of my head.
Well, Rogue, why'd you do it?
Well, I didn't kill her.
How do you explain the fact that she was killed here in your cabin?
She wasn't.
Now, look, Rogue, you better organize yourself, huh? You're supposed to be a smart investigator. Give me a gun.
I haven't got it on me. It's in that drawer there.
Yeah, we found that one. This girl was shot to death with a .25 automatic.
Any prints on it?
We're going to take yours for comparison.
Am I under suspicion for this murder?
At the moment, that's all you're under. I fondly hope you'll be under arrest for it the next half hour.
Oh. You know, Mills, in a homicide, you usually have to have a motive. Hey, what's that? Why are you waving those newspaper clippings in my face? What are they?
The motive. You were blackmailing Miss Cole, Rogue. We found these clippings in your briefcase.
What do you mean I was blackmailing her? I didn't even know her.
Now, look, Rogue, you're smarter than that. Here's a whole envelope full of clippings covering Miss Cole's trial for the murder of her first husband back in Passaic, New Jersey. Her name was Jane Sherman then, and she was released for lack of evidence. Remember the trial?
Of course I do. Poisoning. But what's that?
So you found out that this Jane Sherman, now known as Janice Cole, was all set to marry $1 million. And you've been blackmailing her.
Oh, I don't know anything about it, I tell you. I don't know how those clippings got into my briefcase. It must have been planted there when I was knocked out in Janice's bungalow.
It's a switch, Rogue. You were knocked out in her bungalow, eh? When?
Look, Mills, I know this whole thing's going to sound fantastic, but I want to tell you the whole story. I came up here on my vacation. I never saw Janice Cole or whatever her name was before tonight. Disbelief walked across the DA's face as I unspun the web of circumstances which tied me into this murder. As I listened to my own story, I knew I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't been there. I showed him the bump on my noggin. He just nodded. I talked on, and as I talked, I realized that I was acting like every murderer I'd ever questioned. I know my face was red, my eyes were shifting as I browbeat my brain into trying to think of some circumstance which would at least give me the benefit of a reasonable doubt. Finally, I stopped talking. He took my fingerprints, and we went to Janice Cole's bungalow. There I got my first break.
All right, Rogue. Now, where was the body lying when you first saw it?
Right here. Come here. Look here. Look under this rug.
Uh-huh.
And blood on the floor where it seeped through the rug that's now in my bungalow. Do you see it?
Yeah. Blood, all right. Well, Rogue, that's the first thing that's made sense since we got together. I suppose there is an outside chance that somebody's trying to frame you.
Enough of a chance so a conviction would be hard to get, Mr. D.A. Look, you know me. I've got a little standing in my profession, a little substance. Give me 24 hours to get this thing hung around the right man's neck.
All right. If I don't have you locked up tonight, will you try and have the right man for me in the morning?
I'll have him. Now, tell me, who knows about the murder?
Well, the maid who went into your cottage to turn your bed down for the night, and the manager. Though I've told them both to keep quiet until I give them the go-ahead to talk.
Then none of the guests know about it yet, except the killer.
That's right. As far as I know.
Okay, Mills. Okay, now. You keep it that way until morning, and I'll come up with a guilty man for you. Big talk. I had been framed with loving care, like a sweetheart's picture. The DA shoved off to take care of the grisly details of moving the body from its temporary resting place on my bungalow floor, and I started shaking Janice Cole's bungalow down. There were particles of curved glass on the floor near where the body had been lying. I picked them up carefully and fitted the larger pieces together. They could only have been the crystal of a small, square wristwatch. It might be the clue to the killer. I went back to the main hotel building. The Saturday night party was still going strong. I rejoined the merry throng and looked for Frank. He seemed to me to be the logical suspect. He was from Janice Cole's hometown. He would have known about her trial for murder. I found him talking with Nancy in a corner, and he had on a large, round wristwatch. Nancy's watch was a dainty diamond and ruby affair, small and oblong.
Hello, Rogue. Nancy's been beating the bushes looking for you.
I have not. I just was mildly curious about where you disappeared to. I wanted to get rid of Frank and finish that dance with you.
Wow, this is as good a time as any. May I have the next one?
You may have all the rest of them if you like. Oh, what's the matter, Richard? You have a pensive look.
Well, I was just trying to figure something out.
Oh?
I was supposed to have a dance with you at 9 o'clock. Where were you?
I was here. I got here just at 9. Didn't I, Frank?
Don't try to prove anything by me, baby. I don't know. At 9 o'clock, I was having a drink with Clint Hayes in my bungalow.
Well, there goes your alibi, Nancy. You weren't here.
Alibi? Why would I need an alibi? I was here, you weren't. I looked all over for you.
Oh, now, let's not argue about it. Let's have the next one, huh? I'll be right back.
Okay. No tricks now.
Hi, Clint.
What?
Oh, how come you're sitting this one out?
Oh, hello, Rug.
Well, I'm sorry I startled you.
I was just in a deep fog.
Nancy come back yet?
No.
Nancy, I just changed her name there, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about her.
Well, she's subject to headaches like this, poor kid.
Maybe you'd better run over and have a talk with her, huh?
Oh, I hate to bother her when she's feeling bad.
Look, Clint, just to settle a little argument, were you and Frank Pitts having a drink in his bungalow at 9 o'clock?
Oh, yes, matter of fact, we were. How'd you know that?
He just told me. Just a silly little argument.
I wish Janice would hurry back in time for the last dance, at least.
Clint Hayes had on a large, square wristwatch. And he and Frank had unbreakable alibis. Nancy had none. They were my 3 prime suspects, and it looked to me like Nancy was about to be elected. I was sitting there looking for Nancy and carrying on a pointless discussion on headaches, their cause and cure, with Clint, when Nancy came running over.
Come on, Clint. You too, Richard. We're all going down to the pool for a moonlight dip.
No, I don't think I want to, Nancy.
Oh, come on. Just because Janice is feeling rocky tonight is no reason for you to be grumpy. Come on, Richard. Get your swim trunks and give the girls a treat.
Huh? All right. I'm in. Come on, Clint. A little dip or two you got.
No, I don't think
come on, Clint.
Oh, might as well, Clint. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Well, Nancy, you got it all organized?
Yes, Richard and Clint are crazy about the idea, aren't you?
Oh, okay. I'll join you for a while.
Nice man, Clint. Hurry up now. See you at the pool.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, a word to the ladies. Are you planning to have a new permanent to help you achieve that cool, crisp look this summer? If you are, here's a good point to remember. Shampooing with Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo will put your hair into grand condition for that cold wave or permanent. That's because Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is such a thorough cleansing agent. It gets the hair immaculately clean and dandruff-free. Then, since it's completely soluble in water, it rinses out easily, leaving no dull, soapy film. Your hair is left radiant with no dirt, dandruff, or soapy film clinging to the hair strands to obstruct the work of the waving solution. Yes, permanent wave equipment manufacturers, such as the Realistic Permanent Wave Machine Company, E. Frederick Incorporated, and Duart Manufacturing Company, all agree that really clean hair is the first requisite to a successful permanent wave. For a soft, natural-looking wave, prepare your hair first with Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Then use Fitch's regularly to keep your wave looking lovely. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My performance in the pool that night made Nero's fiddle solo in the light of a burning Rome seem like the height of propriety. Here was Richard, the fall guy rogue, swimming and laughing with Frank, Clint, and Nancy, a bunch of murder suspects. A matter of hours before the law put a pair of stylishly plain bracelets on me and claimed me for its own if I hadn't solved the murder of Janice Cole. But there was method in my madness. That swim gave me the information I wanted. In fact, it gave me the murderer. I left before the swimming party broke up and went to one of the guest bungalows. An open window made the job of getting in as easy as falling in love. I found what I was looking for in a chest of drawers. Then I sat down and waited for my victim to come in and turn on the lights.
Rogue, what are you doing here?
Waiting to talk with you about a murder, Clint. Shut the door. Come in and sit down, Clint. I want to know all about what happened to Janice.
Janice? Something's happened to Janice?
Yes, Janice, and don't act so innocent. What do you know about her murder?
I didn't kill her. What makes you think I killed her?
I didn't say you killed her, but I'm sure you know something about it. You know, you shouldn't get involved in murder, Clint. It's too complicated.
You're just talking, Rogue. You killed her. You were a blackmailer and you killed her.
No, Clint. You weren't supposed to know anything about that. In fact, you couldn't have known anything about it unless you were the guy who framed me so nicely. I'm a little mad at you for that, you know. I'm going to get a confession of that murder out of you some way or other. Now, do you feel like talking, or do I have to beat it out of you?
What makes you think I did it, Rogue?
Take off your wristwatch. Now, look at your wrist.
What?
You see that small square of white skin where you used to wear your small square wristwatch? That was the giveaway, Clint. You see this watch here, the one I found hidden under the shirts in that chest of drawers there? The crystal's broken, Clint. That was broken in the struggle with Janice tonight just before you shot her. The broken glass was found on the floor of the cabin right where the body was before you moved it to mine. Now, do you feel any more like talking, Clint? Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her.
I got until morning for you to start talking, and I've got more socks in a 10-story laundry. Now, let me know when you want to start singing. You know what happened in that room, and you're going to tell me.
I didn't kill her. I didn't, I swear. I didn't, Rogue. I was there. Sure, I was there, but
If you didn't kill her, who did?
I can't tell you.
Come on, Clint. You're not smart enough to work out that frame on me. Who was in this with you?
I wouldn't answer that if I were you, Clint. Drop the gun, Rogue.
Oh, hello, Frank. Well, you're mixed up in this, too, huh? Well, maybe we can arrange a double execution.
I didn't tell him anything, Frank. I didn't tell him a thing.
I know it. I was listening. Sit down, Rogue.
Sure. Glad to. You were the brains of this deal, weren't you, Frank?
It's pretty obvious that quivering mess over there wasn't, isn't it? It's a good thing I was keeping my eye on him tonight. You see, Rogue, when he opened the door and turned on the lights, I saw you sitting there, and that's why I came in the back way. I was afraid that Clint would talk too much.
You think of everything, don't you?
I try.
What are we going to do now, Frank? This Rogue, he knows I was there when Janice was murdered.
Knows you were there? Well, you might just as well know that you shot her then, huh? You did, you know.
Well, it was an accident.
Was it? I'll decide that.
Aren't you forgetting me, fellas?
Oh, no. No, we're not forgetting you, Mr. Rogue. It really doesn't make any difference who killed Janice as long as you disappear with all the evidence pointing to the fact that you did the job.
No, Frank. I don't want any more killing.
Shut up. I'm handling this affair.
What?
I'm going to keep you out of the gas chamber, Clint, if you'll just shut up and do as I tell you. Take Rogue's necktie off and tie his hands. We're going to knock him off and throw him over a canyon where he'll never be found.
Oh, you are? Well, I might as well take a crack at it. Give me that gun.
Grab him, Clint. Grab him.
Well, thanks, Clint. You were very handy with that chair. How come you hit him?
I couldn't let him kill you. I just couldn't.
All right. Take his necktie off and tie his hands with it. We're going to take him for a ride down to see the district attorney.
I killed her, Rogue. I killed Janice, but it was an accident. I swear it was an accident.
Well, you'll have a dandy chance to explain that to a jury, Clint. But now, come here. I've got something for you.
Oh!
That's for helping to frame me. Oh, brother, is that DA going to love me? Well, that was the end of the case. Frank had been blackmailing Janice Cole ever since her engagement to wealthy playboy Clint Hayes was announced. And that night, when Frank went to Janice's cabin, Clint followed him. When Clint arrived on the scene, jealousy took over. Frank drew a gun, and Clint jumped him. In the struggle which followed, Janice was shot while the gun was in Clint's hand. Helpful Frank accused scared Clint of the murder and talked him into framing me. Frank saw lovely visions of many happy years of blackmailing a millionaire. That broken watch crystal was the only thing that kept the frame from working. So I get my brains beat out, I put the arm on a killer and blackmailer. My vacation is broken up like a drop light bulb, and I didn't make a dime. Oh, well. Let's face it, if I hadn't been so clever, I'd be doing a life sentence instead of Clinton Frank.
I wouldn't like that.
No. I've heard that stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. But it's hard to illustrate the truth of that old saw to a guy who's behind the former, looking through the latter. You know what I mean? This is Dick Mushmouth Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next Sunday, will you? We have a story for you about a doctor, a dentist, and a miserly old lady who comes up dead. We call it, Where There's a Will, There's a Murder. Thanks for listening, and now here's James with a hair Doyle.
Listen again next week at this same time to hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. And by the way, Dick will soon be seen in his newest Columbia picture, Johnny O'Clock.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.
Calling all detectives. When an old woman was murdered, the footprints in the snow spelled out a clear story that nobody could read. That is the situation on this book, this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. Like any other private detective, I, Jerry Browning, am a great believer in the evidence of clues. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide and I were driving to Bensonville, a small town in the truck farming district about 40 miles from the city.
Don't kill us, Jerry. That snow's dangerous stuff.
I nodded. I'm being as careful as I can, Dawson, but we've got to get there before the evidence is all messed up. Dawson slumped back in his seat.
Jerry, I've known Kitty McDonald since she was a baby. Her father and I walked the beat together in the old days. He saved my life one time. Now you've got to save his daughter, because there won't be anything I can do out here.
I'll do my best, Dawson. An hour later, we were in the lonely farmhouse where Bridget Hood had been savagely beaten to death.
I'm Sheriff Johnson. Don't need no help from you city cops. Got this all solved by myself.
I'm no cop, Sheriff. I'm a private detective hired to look after Miss McDonald's interests. The sheriff curled his lip.
She needs a lawyer, not a detective, because here's what she done. Sometime after 2 this morning, she cut across the field from her own house to here and beat in old Mrs. Hood's head with that there fire poker.
I suppose you found her fingerprints, Sheriff?
Fingerprints? 1,000,000 of them. That's not all. You come with me.
The sheriff let us out the back door, then pointed to the ground.
Look there, mister. That's fresh snow. Stopped falling at 2 a.m. Look at them footprints leading from the back door straight across the field to the McDonald house.
I looked and saw the footsteps. 2 sets made by the same shoes. The clear, small prints of a woman's shoes. The only prints marring the expanse of freshly fallen snow.
Them prints are made by Kitty McDonald, and they'll send her to the chair.
Dawson and I walked across the field from the murdered woman's house to the McDonald home.
Jerry, I just don't understand it. I can't believe she did it. A girl like Kitty McDonald.
I didn't listen to him. I was looking at those telltale footprints. There was something peculiar about them, though I couldn't tell exactly what. Kitty McDonald, her mother, and the hired hand were in the kitchen of the house. So were 2 men from the sheriff's office. When Kitty saw Dawson, she ran over to him, put her head on his shoulder, and started to cry. I walked over to the sheriff's man. Has she made any statement?
Sure. She says she was over to Mrs. Hood's place last night about 10 o'clock. Any footprints made then would have been covered because it snowed for another 4 hours.
How about this morning? Does she admit being there at any time since it stopped snowing? The sheriff's man shook his head.
No, but you wouldn't expect her to admit that.
Well, even assuming Kitty was there this morning, what reason would she have for killing the old woman? The hired man strolled over to us. We've been having a heap of trouble with that Mrs. Hood. First she poisoned our dog. Then she let her cow get into our tomatoes. Done everything she could to make it hard for us. I took a good look at him. A man about 40, tall, raw-boned, and flinty-faced. What's your name? I'm Luke Jennings. Been working here since 4 Mr. McDonald died. Tell you Mrs. Hood hated us. Said city folk had no business out here. I nodded, turned back to the sheriff's man. Have you any objection if I talk to Miss McDonald alone? The man hesitated.
Well, guess it's okay.
I walked over to Kitty and Dawson. Miss McDonald, I'm a friend of yours and I want to help you, if you'll confide in me. Kitty looked at Dawson, who nodded encouragement.
You go with Jerry, Kitty. You can trust him.
I talked to Kitty McDonald for almost half an hour. She confirmed the feud between her family and old Mrs. Hood, admitted that she'd been to see Mrs. Hood the night before, but only because she hadn't seen a light in the old woman's house and was afraid she was sick. Kitty found her in bed, really sick. Kitty made a fire, using the poker, brought some food upstairs, and left about 11 with a feeling that she'd made a friend of an enemy. Okay, Kitty, you stick to that story, no matter what anybody says. Dawson, come on outside a moment. Dawson, have they measured these footprints?
I asked them that. Yeah, they measured them. Only Kitty wears this size shoes. Ms. McDonald is a big, heavy woman. She couldn't even get her feet into Kitty's shoes. And she's sick, hasn't left the house in over a week.
I stared at the footprints. They still looked strange. Dawson, measure the distance between the footprints. Dawson frowned, then bent down to the ground. A few moments later...
That's peculiar. Jerry, there's over 3 feet between these footprints.
That's what I thought. Dawson, a small girl like Kitty wouldn't take strides that long. Dawson shook his head in bewilderment.
I suppose she could.
No, not in heavy snow like this. She'd take small steps to keep from falling. Dawson, Kitty never made these footprints.
But then, who did? Nobody in this house could wear shoes that small.
I bent down. The ground was frozen hard so that I couldn't determine the weight of the person who'd made the prints. But an idea was beginning to form at the back of my head. Dawson, is there a barn or a tool shed of some kind on this property?
A tool shed over behind the house. Why?
I'll tell you later. Come on. The tool shed was littered with rusty tools, junk of all sorts, and a pile of used lumber. Luke isn't a very orderly hired man, is he? I went over to the pile of lumber, started pulling it apart.
What on earth are you looking for, Jerry?
2 heavy pieces of wood, 2 to 3 feet long, 4 to 6 inches wide, and with nail holes about halfway up, or small cross pieces nailed to them. Look, Dawson, here's one of them. Dawson looked.
Stilts. Jerry, I've got it now. Somebody went over to the Hood house on stilts, and with Kitty's shoes at the end of the stilts.
Here's the other one. I told you Luke is careless. He didn't even bother to rip off the cross pieces after he was finished with the job. We went back inside. Luke saw us with the stilts and tried to run. Dawson grabbed him. Luke was guilty, of course. He had to be, since Mrs. McDonald was much too heavy and ill to walk half a mile across and back through fields on stilts. Luke confessed finally, admitted killing the old woman when he heard she was helpless. He'd been planning it a long time, not because of the quarrel between the 2 households, but for the money he was sure she had hidden someplace in the house. There was no money. The murder was as useless, as it was brutal, as it was cunning. Like I said, I believe in the evidence of clues. The only thing I don't believe is the way some people interpret that evidence.
Arthur Godfrey, who usually comes around with his talent scouts at this time on Monday, has just about finished his summer holiday.
Godfrey will be back with us 1 week from tonight on August 28th.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's the place you drift to because the other promises you made to yourself never happened. You leave your life behind and stand on a street corner beating down the scream in your throat. It's the best of the 1,001 nights you dreamed of. The one place in the world where something happens to you outside of the movies. It always happens. Something starts it, the tap on the shoulder, the laughter that floats down to your end of the bar, the smile, the special delivery, the phone call.
Your phone's ringing, Danny.
Thanks, Gino. Danny Clover speaking.
You gotta help. You gotta come here. You gotta come to my home.
Who is this?
Mrs. Corey. Please, my husband.
What is it, Miss Corey?
A suicide pact. He's trying to force me to kill myself. I don't want to die. He's gonna make me...
Hello. Hello. Who is this? What happened?
Mr. Corey, I've just killed my wife. Now it's the time for my dying.
Listen, don't be a fool. Hello. Tartaglia.
Wait a minute, Danny. What'd you say, operator? Oh? Uh-huh. Oh. Yeah. Party hung up too soon. Couldn't trace it, Danny.
It began that way, with a desperate protest against private agonies. The protest that can't face the loneliness of death and must kill the loved ones so that the path into darkness will not be walked alone. The man Corey murdered his wife and then himself. And the glittering, blood-spangled shriek for attention, final identity, set into motion only an old, a familiar routine. The official collecting of the dead. But first we had to find them. Detective Muggavan brought in the phone book. We sat over it, turned to the seas, found there were 25 Coreys. We divided them, went our way. The treasure hunt for the dead. The first Corey was very much alive. She told me so.
Nobody dead here, mister. Everybody much, much alive. Come on in and I'll prove it to you.
You live here alone?
Uh-huh.
I'll take a look.
Love it. Come on in. See? Alone. Just you and me. Touch me. I ain't dead.
Yeah, sure. My name's Corey. Why do you have to know?
A man named Corey killed his wife, said he was going to kill himself.
Killed his wife, huh? Guts? That takes guts.
Where's your wife, Mr. Corey?
She's in the kitchen washing out my work pants so I can go out and look for work. Come on, I'll show it to you.
Look, mister, even if you're a policeman, it doesn't give you a right to ask me a thing like that. I love my wife. We never say a harsh word.
Where is she?
She's asleep.
This late?
She sleeps this late every morning. I was just preparing her breakfast.
Call her.
Look, mister, you don't know what you're asking.
Call her.
Fanny, wake up for a minute. It's a policeman. He wants to know, did we have a suicide pact? Fanny.
Suicide pact? Tell him no, but thank him for the suggestion.
You finish your list, Danny?
Yeah, Muggavan.
Find him?
No. You?
No. Maybe it was a joke, huh, Danny? A practical joke?
I don't think so. Did you finish your list?
No, I got 2 more to go.
I'll take them.
The reason I didn't finish, Danny, I had to come back to headquarters to... I just got tired.
Forget it. Give them to me.
Yeah, here, Danny. 2 more.
Maybe Muggavan was right. Maybe it had been a joke. Someone's grisly idea of a joke to play on the gullible police. There are people like that. There are people who make a pact to die. The first Corey on Muggerman's remaining list of 2 was an invalid, a bedridden woman tended by her middle-aged bachelor son. He asked me to stay and chat with them. It was such an interesting thing to have happen to them. At the last place, the manager of a plush apartment house just off the park told me, indeed, yes, indeed, he had a Mr. and Mrs. Corey.
Oh, yes, indeed. They've been with us, let me see, 5 years, I should say.
What apartment are they in?
3A. You understand, of course, that solicitors and peddlers are not allowed on the premises.
No, I'm from the police. See? Police.
Police. What is your interest in Mr. and Mrs. Corey?
You're perfectly right. Which way is 3A?
Down this center hall. But we'll announce ourselves first, shall we? No answer. Well, they're either not at home or they've overslept. With Mr. and Mrs. Corey, I should say they're not at home.
Let's go find out and bring the key.
Oh, but that's...
Bring the key.
Oh, very well. Here it is. After me, please. Mr. Corey. Mr. Corey, I'm sorry, but there's someone from the police. Mr. Corey? Mrs. Corey?
Open it.
But
Open it.
See? There's no one at home. They've gone out.
Where's the bedroom?
Through here, but I don't believe you have the right to intrude like this. As you can see, everything is in apple pie order. What are you looking for? Why do you pry so?
They're dead, that's why.
What? Oh. Oh. Well, in that case, you might be interested in something
In what?
A woman called me just a while ago. Said she'd been trying to reach Mr. and Mrs. Corey all morning. On their private phone. There was no answer, so she left the message with me.
What message?
Her name, her phone number. They interest you?
Get them for me. Now, get them. This time it was easier. The message was from one Zella Stanley with a phone number to match. As easy as investing a nickel in the nearest phone booth and telling Zella Stanley you were the police. Asking her if she had been calling the Coreys and would she be home, and I wanted to talk with her. Miss Stanley was in turn non-committal, puzzled, cooperative. Please come up, Mr. Clover. The address is 1520 West 46th, apartment 2A.
Mr. Clover?
Yes.
Please come in. Will you sit down? Let me get these things out of here. I was so tired when I came home last night, I undressed walking into the bedroom. Now, won't you sit down?
Thank you. About Mr. and Ms. Corey.
Now, don't put me on the defensive, Mr. Clover. I want to help you with whatever it is, so just let me tell you.
Good. Go ahead.
I've been calling Alice all morning.
That's Alice Corey.
That's right. There's been no answer at her apartment.
Is that something unusual?
Not in itself. I've called people before, and I suppose you have. Called them, and no one answers.
Was it important that you get in touch with Mrs. Corey?
Not in itself. I just wanted to talk to her.
I see. Just a kind of, good morning, Alice. How are you? Is that it?
Something like that. Just let me tell you. Will that be all right, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, it'll be just fine.
Yes. Well, I was at the Coreys last night for bridge. There was something in that house that had never been there before.
What?
Please.
Oh, sorry.
Something was wrong. No laughter between the two. Silence, mostly. And now and then a bitter word. I've known them for years. The Coreys have been the cliché of matrimonial bliss. It embarrassed me. I left early.
May I?
Of course.
You said you were playing bridge. You, Mr. Corey, Mrs. Corey. Who else?
And Tom's partner.
Tom Corey's partner.
His business partner, Henry.
Henry who, Miss Stanley?
Henry Fairchild. Fairchild of Corey and Fairchild, you know.
No, I don't, Miss Stanley.
A factory. They make small things, electrical parts or something. I don't know.
Tell me a bit more about last night.
Well, just that Tom was depressed. Alice looked, well, frightened. I never seen Alice look frightened, but I think that's what it was. Henry did everything he could to brighten things up. It didn't work. You go ask him. Ask Henry. Henry Fairchild of Corey and Fairchild. Ask him.
My secretary tells me you're from the police. I can't tell you how delighted I am to see you. Delighted.
Thank you, Mr. Fairchild.
Come over here, Mr. Clover. Quick, come over. I want you to see something. I'll draw these drapes back so you can see something. Look down there. What do you think?
Yeah, it's quite a little factory you have there.
It's more than that, Mr. Clover. It's 10 years of our lives. 10 years of blood, sweat, tears. No other way to say it. 10 years of that. And he walks on it, squashes it like it was a cockroach we'd built.
Oh?
They're ruined, destroyed, milked dry, all that work sucked dry because he was greedy, hungry for more money. $50,000, like that. Like he was taking it out of a piggy bank. Arrest him, Mr. Clover. Go arrest him.
Who?
My partner. I'm Corey. Arrest him for grand larceny. Arrest him for dipping his fingers into our till. Arrest him for being an ungrateful, greedy...
Tom Corey did that?
Yeah, here are the books. Look for yourself. But you wouldn't know about a thing like that. Your experts will, though. They'll see how month after month he stole 5,000 here, 3 here, 10 here, 2 here.
Uh-huh. When'd you see Corey last?
Last night. We were playing bridge. He was moody. Rude to his wife, to Alice. I tried to cheer him up because I thought it was dyspepsia or something. This morning I find it was this. When you arrest him, Mr. Clover, tell him I'll make it a point to visit him in jail. It'll give me kicks to see him there every chance I get.
Corey killed his wife this morning, then himself.
What? He didn't have to do that. He could have come to me. I'd have helped him. Honest,
We can't find them. They're not at the apartment.
How about their place on Fire Island?
Where?
They have a house on Fire Island. You think we should try there, Mr. Clover?
We did. Mr. Fairchild drove me out to the landing dock, hired the power launch that took us to Fire Island. Then the short walk across the bone-white sands and a small cottage. The front of it was draped with a yellowed fishing net and life preservers whitewashed for the season. Starfish had been nailed over the door. The top of the door was glass porthole, and the door was open.
First time this has ever happened.
What?
Leaving that door open like this. Come on.
Now, where's the phone?
In the other room, Mr. Clover.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
What? Oh.
Dead. Shot through the heart.
Poor Alice. She had nothing to do with it. Poor...
What about her husband?
What?
Where is he if he shot himself?
Where is he?
That's what I said, Mr. Fairchild. Where is he? Wait a minute. Blood here on the floor. See it? Trailing toward the back door. Here. Now the blood stops.
But no Tom. Where is he? You said he committed suicide.
I was wrong. He committed murder.
You were listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Next week, along about this time, Arthur Godfrey and his talent scouts will be on hand again to delight and entertain you. You'll find that Godfrey's amateur but knowing scouting have dug up some wonderful new discoveries for you, and they'll be here Monday after Monday all season long. By the way, next Monday also marks the return of My Friend Irma, the Lux Radio Theater, and the Bob Hawk Show on most of the same CBS stations. Don't miss next Monday evening with CBS, the network of the stars.
There's this about Broadway. It wants everything neat and in place. A word misspelled on a spectacular can stop traffic. A girl lamenting a run in her nylons, likewise, and for longer. The scream of the loudspeakers has to be adjusted just so. And the deep, anguished weeping in a darkened doorway, not too much. Even death and violence have to meet Broadway's standards. The death of Alice Corey by a bullet through the heart, that would measure up. This violence committed upon her by her husband, it would measure up too. Very poignant, very Class A. We've stood in line for worse, huh, kid? A man makes a pact with his wife to commit double suicide, kills his wife, only wounds himself. That's hard to do when you're hungry for dying. and harder still to be wounded and disappear from an island.
If I'd wanted to kill myself, I'd have succeeded. How could Tom only have wounded himself, Mr. Clover?
Maybe that's all he intended to do.
Meant to murder Alice?
The policeman has to consider the possibility, Mr. Fairchild.
Then how, what I asked you before, how could he have only wounded himself?
He shot Mrs. Corey in the heart. He must have thought that was the best way, in the heart. When he shot himself, he must have flinched, a reflex against his own death. He flinched. He saw he wasn't dead. He liked it that way. It's been that way before.
But you said he committed...
Murder? That's right. When someone kills someone else like that, we call it murder. Is there anywhere else on the island he might be, Mr. Fairchild?
No, we've covered all of it. Places I never knew existed. I don't mind telling you, I'm tired, Mr. Clover.
And he must have crossed over to the mainland. You know these people at the landing dock, Mr. Fairchild?
Most of them.
Call out and ask if anyone took Tom Corey across.
All right. Did anyone here take Tom Corey across today? Did anyone take...
Oh, Graham did, Mr. Fairchild.
Where is he?
Just the other side of the landing. See his boat?
Let's go, Fairchild. You Joe Graham?
Hi there, Mr. Fairchild.
Hello, Joe. This is Mr. Clover, Joe. He's a detective. He wants
I want to know if you took Tom Corey across today.
You want to know, too, Mr. Fairchild?
We do, Joe.
Yeah, I took Tom across.
When?
You say something, Mr. Fairchild?
When did you take him across, Joe?
Early today, around noon, Mr. Fairchild.
Did he say anything to you?
Tell your friend I'm a very sociable man, Mr. Fairchild. People talk to me. I talk to people. People I care about.
Mr. Clover asked that because Tom Corey is a murderer. He killed Mrs. Corey this morning.
Guess that's why Tom wasn't very talkative. Had things on his mind, just kept biting his lip, just sat huddled there. Didn't think it proper to ask him why. Glad I didn't.
Where'd you take him?
Where I always took him, Mr. Fairchild. Like I've taken you and him and Alice many times. So you could go back to your factory over there.
Ask him if he'll take us back.
Will you take us back, Joe?
You and the detective?
Yes.
It'll cost you more for him. Hop aboard. I'll take you.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino. What's on your mind?
It came through, Danny. I'm going to miss you.
Why are you going to miss me, Gino? What came through?
But Captain Julius okayed your vacation request, and so did the inspector, and so did the commissioner. Then back again through the inspector and Captain Julius. So, here it is. Where you going, Danny?
I haven't made up my mind.
I've been mulling over the travel folders, me and Mrs. Tartaglia, and we feel the place for you is Mexico.
Mexico, huh?
See, in Ensenada, in Mexico, in the Riviera Pacifico. Imagine you with a serape over your shoulder, huaraches on your feet, and a la cucaracha on your lips. See, Mexico, mon amigo.
Me amigo.
And we are friends, aren't we?
Gino.
Lieutenant Clover?
Yes. What is it?
I'm Dr. Haskell. They told me to come right in.
Of course. What is it, Doctor?
They said you'd want to see me, that you were working on something that might have something to do with what I want to see you about.
All right. What is it?
About 20 minutes ago, a man forced his way into my office. I say forced himself because he had a gun.
What did the man look like?
Oh, about 40, strongly built. I wrote it all down here because I knew you'd want to know. Here.
Oh.
I knew you'd ask me.
Uh-huh. About 20 minutes ago, he came to see you about a bullet wound, didn't he?
Yes. How did you know?
We're looking for this man. How badly is he hurt?
He'll die. Unless a miracle. But then I'm only a doctor. I gave him plasma, extracted the bullet, shot him to the heart. He wouldn't let me give him anesthetic. He's hurt. Unless he's found immediately, he'll die.
You let him go?
I told you he had a gun.
Oh, I see. Where do you live, Doctor?
Here's my card.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
No, I believe that's all.
It just came in, Danny, over the teletype.
What did?
Item about a woman you talked to earlier, Zella Stanley.
Off the dime, Muggerman. What about her?
She was found in her apartment, shot to death. Pretty expensive dress she's wearing, Danny.
Uh-huh.
She must have been very pretty once. Zella. New girl in high school. Her name is Zella. Way she's lying. He must have shot her the minute she opened the door, huh?
Yeah. Take the other room, Muggavan. I'll go through this one.
Okay, Danny. Danny?
Yeah?
The radio? Radio phonograph combo. Also very expensive. The bed also, the furnishings. Wonder how she managed. Maybe she was rich, huh?
Maybe.
I think I find out how, Danny.
How what?
How she managed. These men's shirts in the bedroom closet. This robe.
Let's see them.
Embroidered initials in silk. Wish I could afford things like that. T.C., Tom Corey, Danny?
Uh-huh. T.C. Tom Corey. So it began to take shape. Tom Corey had killed his wife, turned the gun on himself, had missed his heart. Then he had decided to rid himself of the source of his trouble, Zella Stanley. Committed grand larceny, committed murder, 2 murders. Now he was a dying man someplace in the city. Find him. We tried all points bulletins, newspaper releases, call on the hospitals, then back to headquarters and wait. Then nodded a man who nudged his head through a door and listened to his story.
I run the Diamond Hotel on 37th Street. A little while ago, a man came in my place to register.
Why do you think that's of interest to me?
The man had no bags. I saw that right away when I handed him the pen to write. Then on top of that, he said, "You write my name for me. It's Smith." That's what he said. "Write John Smith." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I got my hands in my pockets, that's why." I said, "Oh, do you?"
Come to the point, will you?
The point is this. I looked over the desk at these hands in his pockets just to see what went. What went was the side of his coat was blood. And I got cagey.
Cagey?
Cagey. I said, "How long you want the room? Months? Day? Week?" And he looked funny and said all he wanted to do was rest a while. I said, because I saw trouble. He left. I came here. I did right, didn't I?
Danny Clover speaking.
There's a man in my house.
Who is this?
Mrs. Barry. I live on West 57th Street, 1209. I'm frightened. There's a man...
What man?
He rang my bell and pointed a gun at me and walked into my house.
Is he still there?
Yes. He looked tired. He sat in the big chair in the parlor. He fell asleep. He's there now, sleeping.
I'll be right there.
Can't you understand? He's gone.
But just 10 minutes ago, you called.
10 minutes ago, he was sitting in that chair sleeping. He woke up and left. He had a gun.
All right, all right.
All right, he says. He had a gun pointed at my nose. What did you want me to do? Hit him over the head with a candlestick? Huh, not me. He left. Look, left blood, too. All over my rug.
Back to headquarters again. Then a phone call from a pedestrian who had just seen a man who fitted Tom Corey's description on West 62nd. The man was staggering, Mr. Clover. So Mr. Clover dispatched a squad car to the area. The man was nowhere in sight. Then Mr. Clover sat down and thought about it. Tom Corey left Fire Island by boat, found a doctor on 12th Street in the village. Put a thumbtack on the map. Tom Corey has tried to get a room at the Diamond Hotel on West 37th. Thumbtack. Tom Corey had murdered Zella Stanley, West 46th. Thumbtack. Tom Corey had been asleep in a parlor on West 57th. Thumbtack. Then a phone. Man, probably Tom Corey, was seen staggering on West 62nd. Thumbtack. Tom Corey was headed uptown. Tom Corey was crazed with pain. Then a recheck of my notebook. Tom Corey had a partner named Henry Fairchild. Henry Fairchild lived uptown. He lived on West 70th. Maybe I could get there before Tom Corey.
Who is it?
The police. Danny Clover.
Come in, quickly. Oh, I'm glad it's you.
You afraid of something, Mr. Fairchild?
Huh? Am I?
The door bolted, locked. What are you afraid of?
I read it in the newspapers. Tom, he's still loose.
You still haven't answered my question. What are you afraid of?
Isn't it obvious? Tom has killed his wife, killed Zella. Now he's... That's why you're here, Mr. Clover. You know Tom is on his way.
Uh-huh. I figure he is. I'm just wondering why you figured it.
I just said it's obvious. Tom is out of his mind. He killed Zella, didn't he? You know why, too, don't you?
No. Tell me why.
You found his shirts there, didn't you? At Zella's.
How'd you know that, Mr. Fairchild? It wasn't in the newspapers.
Why, no, it wasn't. It's simply that Tom told me all about it, about Tom and Zella, how expensive she was. That's why he stole all that money.
I see.
Mr. Clover.
Put down that gun.
But...
Give it to me. I said give it to me. Now stand right where you are. I'll take care of it. Come in, Tom.
Shoot him. Shoot him. He'll kill me.
I'll take that gun, Corey. Come on, Corey. I'll help you. Sit down over here. There.
Don't believe him, Mr. Clover. Don't believe anything Corey says.
Huh?
He's going to tell you I killed his wife, that I shot him, that I stole the money. Ridiculous things, crazy things, because he's crazy now.
Tom?
Of course, Tom. He's crazy. He's going to say that Zella and I arranged the whole thing to make it look like a suicide pact, that I killed Zella. Tom.
That's right. Tom's dead. He just confessed to a dead man. Broadway stretches out in front of you, a livid scar slashed into the night. It's a cruel and fantastic carousel, a palace of fun, a hall of mirrors. You pay your way and you take your choice. Me? I get in on a pass on Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Herb Butterfield, Janet Logan, Ann Stone, Junius Matthews, Byron Kane, and Jack Crucian. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's program concludes the present series of Broadway's My Beat. We thank you for listening and hope to return in the near future when Danny Clover will bring you more adventures along the Great White Way. Meanwhile, listen to Arthur Godfrey, who returns at the same time next Monday with his Talent Scouts. There's always plenty of fun on hand when you hear Columbia's Monday night program, Too Many Cooks, the hilarious misadventures of a father, mother, and 10 children. Stay tuned now for Too Many Cooks, which follows immediately over most of these Columbia stations. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, where you live life with Luigi on Tuesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade.
If you're up against something over your head and need help that's strictly confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Mr. Valentine, let's see if you're as good as your ad says. I am up against something that's over my head. A river. The river my company's trying to push a tunnel under. But we're getting nowhere fast. And I hate to think what the reason would be. If you figure you can help...
If you figure you can be of help, I assure you we won't haggle about price. It's signed, William Kane, President.
Kane and Bowers Tunnel Construction, huh?
Now, I wonder where I could find a diving suit with a new look.
Now, seriously, Brooksy, you must mean the West End Tunnel, the one they're having all the trouble with breakthroughs and cave-ins.
I could drop in at the Globe department store.
Okay, Angel, okay. But this seems like a job for an engineer, not for me.
Well, there's still no harm in talking to the nice man who insists he's not going to haggle about price.
As long as you insist on being mercenary, let's get going.
Valentine, you don't know how much it means to a former sandhog like me to wind up building his own tunnel.
I think I can imagine, Mr. Kane.
He's like a kid with a chemistry set, suddenly finding out he's discovered the atomic bomb.
I realize this tunnel project's a pretty big thing, and you've had more than your share of hard luck.
Yeah, way more than my share.
What did you mean in your letter that you hate to think what the reason for these accidents might be?
Well?
I suppose I gotta tell you.
Oh, now look, Kane, if it comes that hard, maybe you want this letter back so we can forget the whole thing.
No, it's just that it's tough putting it into words.
Yeah?
Yeah. Me and my partner, Jim Bowers, we drove tunnel all over the world. Started as muckers, shoveling mud and slime. Got to be miners together, using dynamite and drills when you didn't even know what was going to happen next under the river. You'd think you'd get to know a guy after going through all that with him.
Well, let's be blunt and put it this way, Kane. You suspect your partner, Bowers, is holding up the works here, is that it?
Yeah, but I gotta be sure.
What makes you suspect him at all?
I found out that the company we outbid to get this job made Jim a big offer to come with them.
But if he's a partner here, what's the percentage for him in a deal like that?
Well, Jim's always resented that I'm better suited to run the front office up here while he has to work with the men.
Oh, I get it.
So if he could bunch up this job, if we lost it to the Cameron Construction Company, they'd take him in there as a big shot.
Well, you certainly must have talked this over with Mr. Bowers.
Yeah, I did, miss, and he said that he turned the Cameron offer down flat. But how can I be sure? Now all these accidents.
With Bowers always on the spot to make them happen, if that's what he wanted.
Frankly, Valentine, I don't even know how you can help me. Sandhogs are a clannish crowd. You can't go wandering around down that tunnel snooping around.
Well, Mr. Kane, suppose you let me give it some thought.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
How'd you like to buy a for instance?
Okay, Brooksy, I'll buy.
Well, for instance, if you were a reporter and I were a photographer, we could be doing a story for a national magazine. That would get us down into the tunnel to snoop.
Say, that might be an idea at that. Then you could look around. I'll tell Sanders to expect
Oh,
you.
now, wait a minute. Hey, look, Brooksy, that's a good for instance, all right. But this business of we...
Of course I meant we. Why do you think I came up with the idea?
Okay, you arrange it, Kane. I think we're going to take a crack at it.
Just how far down does this elevator go, Mr. Sanders?
About 30 feet, miss.
Oh, well, that's not too bad, is it, George?
Oh, no, that part of it's all right. I'm thinking of what happens later.
What are you so smug about? What do you know that I don't know?
Hey, you want to tell the lady what happens next, mister?
Well, miss, it's getting into the tunnel that you've got to worry about.
Oh?
There'll be about 40 pounds of pressure per square inch on you down there. That's why if we get to the bottom, you still got to sit a half hour in the manlock.
Manlock? What's that?
It's kind of a sealed-up room, miss. We keep shooting pressure into that while you just sit. That's so it ain't so bad for you when you get into the tunnel. Get it?
I got it.
To put it more concisely, my sweet, unless they're very, very careful, the pressure of the river would come down on you and flatten you out like a jellyfish.
Oh, lovely thought.
Well, here we are. Hey, Charlie, come here.
We got visitors. A reporter and a young lady to take pictures.
Oh, visitors, huh?
Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Kane knows about it.
In that case, I'd better sit in the lock with them.
Yeah, you better warn the boys. Put their shirts on, Charlie. Ladies' Day.
Right here, folks.
Okay.
All right, step in.
Thank you.
Hey, looks like a bank vault.
Yeah, almost. Important thing is to seal it airtight. You'll see what I mean when I close this door.
George, what's that?
Huh?
That's the air from the tunnel coming in through this valve, lady. When the pressure in here is the same as it is out there, that big door opens by itself. Then you're ready to go under the river.
Won't you sit down, Miss Brooks?
Yeah, it usually takes about a half hour.
Oh.
Yeah, just about a minute more now.
You all right, Brooksy?
I'm just swell. But my ears.
It's even worse coming out. You're in too much of a hurry. That's when you can get the chokes and the bends.
Nothing like having things to look forward to.
You'll have to put these little metal tags around your neck.
Huh?
What are these, Charlie?
All sandhogs wear them. It's in case you're found staggering around. Tells the cops not to throw you in with the drunks, but to rush you back here to this decompression chamber. If they don't waste much time, you'll probably live.
Oh, goody.
Hey, you sound like an old sandhog yourself, Charlie. You can't stay away from tunnels, huh?
Old, Mr. Valentine? I'm just like Jack Benny. I'm still 38. I was the same age when I helped build the Holland Tunnel back east. Just got out here a few months ago. Well, that's that. There goes the door. It's okay for you to go into the tunnel now.
All right. Come on, Brooksy.
It's like the inside of a furnace in here.
But there's all this nice water to slush through.
Golly.
That ought to help keep cool things off.
George.
Hey, you can still put your bank in there with Charlie.
Oh, no. I was just thinking of my nylons. Let's go.
Okay, everybody, clear. We're blasting.
Blasting, George.
Go ahead, Hagen.
All right, let her go.
That'll do it. Now we can go up to the other. Hey, where'd you two come from?
You Bowers?
Yeah, what are you doing down here? And with a girl that bring me more trouble.
Trouble?
Look, Mr. Kane said it was all right for me to do a story about the tunnel. The young lady is here to take the pictures.
Story? That all Kane's got to think of up there? I'd like to go up and tell him a few things.
Howard!
Hey, what's going on?
Howard!
Yes?
Got a breakthrough at the tunnel head.
What?
Yes. Bad this time. The scaffolding came down with a lot of guys on it.
Scaffolding come down on every job.
Young Davis is down there, caught under all that rock and sand. We got to get him out.
I'll get the ambulance, Harrigan. But you get back there. Heights up that break. Go on.
Davis wouldn't be there now, Bars, if you sent that gang up tunnel far enough when the blast come off.
Look, Sandhog, don't tell me how to build a tunnel.
I'll tell you anything I want.
Okay, if you want to play pick yourself up and do what I said. Okay, reporter, there's a story. How we lost another day.
Yeah, what about the man you just lost?
This is one accident they won't blame on me. A woman in the tunnel's the worst jinx there is. Kane knows that. I got to phone upstairs for an ambulance.
Well, I see the two partners are working late tonight. That's good.
Valentine.
To get a good story out of that accident today?
Now, look, let's stop kidding each other. You know I'm not a reporter, Bowers.
I wasn't born yesterday. I know Kane had you checking on me.
Why shouldn't I? You know we can't go on much longer this way, and you're in charge. A little bribe from the Cameron Company, and you...
Another crack like that, and I'll fix you.
Okay, break it up, boys. Break it up. Let me do some talking. What I have to say will be short and to the point.
Yeah?
Yeah. I did some checking today. Bowers isn't the only one who might profit by these accidents. You could too, Kane.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Let's hear some more.
I had a talk with the city engineer. He said he doesn't know how you can do this job on the bid you put in.
I admit I was figuring close to the line, But we would have made it if things went right.
Ah, so the boy in the stiff shirt comes up with another bad deal, huh?
And, Kane, you had the foresight to take out insurance to protect you in case you went broke building this tunnel.
Well, that's a natural precaution.
Oh, yeah. But it was a personal insurance policy, taken out in your name, not for the firm.
What's that, Jim? I know how you've been spending money, so I paid the premiums, but I was only thinking of the company.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, Kane. The insurance company would pay off if none of these accidents could be traced to you, and you'd be saved from a ruinous bid.
Yeah, but that's how it might look.
Gentlemen, look, if there's one thing I don't like, it's to be kidded along. Now, do you still want me to find out what's behind those accidents?
I have nothing to fear, Valentine. That's why I hired you.
I know I'm clean. Go right ahead, Valentine.
Okay. If you're sure that's what you want.
Of course.
You heard what I said.
Yeah, but just remember, if I dredge up something from the bottom of that river that you don't like, you're the guys who ordered it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about parlor pastimes. Remember this game a few years ago? Somebody would say, knock, knock, and you'd say, who's there? Many a good gag and many a laugh came out of this game. But at the same time, there was another kind of knock-knock that was no laughing matter, for it was in your car's engine, and engine knocking often caused overstress of parts, severe temperatures, waste of power and gasoline. Today, motor fuel engineers have this problem under control. At Standard of California, they blended several different gasolines into one great motor fuel, Chevron Supreme gasoline. Laboratory tests and road tests prove that premium quality Chevron Supreme burns smoothly, has high anti-knock value. In your new car or an older one, try Chevron Supreme yourself. Besides anti-knock value, you'll find it has all the qualities your car needs for good going. You can get Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine and a $1 million tunnel burrowing deep under a riverbed, a series of unexplained accidents that stopped the job cold. Why? That's the answer George has to supply. But so far, all he's learned is the rather startling fact that both partners in the contracting firm of Kane and Bowers have their own good reasons for wanting to see the tunnel left unfinished. Right now, George and Claire have just entered Hogan's hog pen hangout of the Sandhogs, where Big Bill Kane is talking to his workers.
And I know we've been falling behind down in the tunnel, but you know Jim Bowers and me were Sandhogs ourselves. We can lick this job. And I've even hired Valentine here to make sure about them accidents. Now, here's an offer. You make up for lost time, and I pay time and a half to every man from then on.
I could swallow that better, Brooksy, if I didn't know about that insurance policy Kane took out.
Yeah.
Now, look, boys. That offer my partner just made you suits me, too. Just wanted you to know.
I could swallow that easier if I didn't know about the offer Bowers got from that other construction company.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I still have my doubts.
Oh, it's our cheerful old friend from the MANOR.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Kane. I like making extra money. But when a job like this gets off on the wrong foot, it never straightens out.
All right, Charlie, you're just getting the jitters.
All right, go on and laugh. But I wouldn't be surprised that if we pushed that tunnel another 50 yards, we'd run into a ledge of gravel and hardpan. Boulders will never get past. Just more trouble.
Now, what we want to know from you boys is, are you with us or not? Oh, fine. That's all we want to hear. The drinks are on Kane and Bowers. Go and get it.
Come on, Brooksy.
Where are we going, George?
Just riding a hunch. We've got to be someplace before 5 o'clock.
I wish you'd hurry, Mr. Valentine. You know the Bureau of Harbors and Waterways closes at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, sure. Be through in a minute. Yeah, I think I found the map I wanted.
Topographical survey, riverbed, section B, Oleander through Perry Street.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's just where the tunnel is being built, George.
Huh? Very interesting. Yeah, and this would be around Pier 19.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure, Brooksy. But we're going to ride that hunch a little harder. Hey, you the watchman on this pier, Pop?
Yep, been here for the last 15 years.
Huh? Hey, would you tell me something?
Yeah?
Those white bubbles coming up there in the river.
Yeah, that's where they're working on the new tunnel, son. That's as far as they got in all these months.
Yes, we've read they're having a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they keep working day and night, too. Can always tell by the position of that trawler out there just where they're working.
You don't say.
Yep, she's there every night, too. Sort of keeps right ahead of the tunnel. I can tell that by the bubbles that come up out of the water.
I wonder what the trawler has to do with the tunnel.
Yeah, I don't know. Man goes over the side in a diving suit every night. Suppose that's got something to do with the tunneling job, though. Probably he's kind of a traffic cop down there. Clears out the fish so that they can go ahead.
Traffic cop, huh? Hey, Pop, you've been a great help. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now where, George?
Angel, what do you say I hire a motorboat and we take a nice romantic ride on the river?
Okay, George, I agree with you. A trawler on top of the river has nothing to do with the building of a tunnel under the riverbed.
Then, Brooksy, why is it here every night? Always just ahead of the shield of the tunnel. Now, that's more than a coincidence.
There it is, up ahead.
Uh-huh.
What are we going to say to whoever's aboard? May we drop up for a cup of old-fashioned clam chowder?
If you don't mind, young lady, I'll do the talking.
As always.
Hey, up there. Hey, can we come aboard?
Anybody home?
No, and get away from here.
Well, the truth is we ran out of gas,
Did
and
you
we thought...
hear me? I said get on your way.
Well, surely you can spare enough gasoline just...
I see you didn't understand what I said.
George!
Hey, what are you trying to do?
Next time I won't miss. Now get away from here and stay away.
George, what's going on around here?
Look, Brooksy, I caught the name on that trawler. It's the Martha M. Tomorrow morning, first thing, check on the registry, see who owns her. Then pick me up at the tunnel.
You were down in the tunnel early this morning, Mr. Valentine.
I had to look around, Charlie. How long have I been sitting here in the manlock?
Oh, just about 15 minutes.
Seems like I just got in here. And Charlie, I don't feel so good.
You'll be okay. You're an old hand at this now. You've been up and down here a couple of times.
But it seems like I got hammers in my head, beating away. And you look like 6 guys lined up 6 miles away.
You'll be okay when you get some fresh air.
Hey, look, officer. I know where I want to go. Help me, will you?
Yeah, you need a lot of help, mister. I've been watching you weaving down the block.
I'm very sick. I feel rotten.
I wonder why.
I think I got the bends.
Yes, and you've been bending over the bar too much.
Hey, take me back, officer. The tunnel.
There's only one place I'm taking you, to jail, so you can sleep it off. Come along with you now.
Look, Mr. Kane. Mr. Bowers, I know Mr. Valentine was here at the tunnel this morning.
Okay, but what you so excited about, Miss Brooks?
He was supposed to meet me at the shaft, and he never would have gone without leaving some kind of message.
I wouldn't worry about Valentine.
I found out what he wanted to know, and he was waiting for that information.
Information about the tunnel?
What kind of information?
I'll let Mr. Valentine tell you. Do you mind if I use your phone?
No, go right ahead.
Hello? Police headquarters? Let me talk to Lieutenant Riley. Okay, I'll wait.
Look, we hired your boss so we could keep this thing confidential.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's forget about ethics, boys. The man who's among the missing is someone I happen to care a lot about. Hello? Oh, Lieutenant Riley, this is Brooksy. Oh, I need your help. I can't find George. Oh, look, Lieutenant, will you check the jails and the hospitals and see what you can come up with? Oh, believe me, Lieutenant, I know what I'm talking about.
We traced him down for you, lady, but you're not taking him out of here.
Oh,
Brooksy, my
oh,
head.
take it easy, darling.
Best thing is to let him sleep it off.
Can't you see this man is sick? He's got the chokes, the bends. We've got to get him back to that decompression chamber at the tunnel.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, I'll show you. Wait a minute. Look, this tag here around his neck.
I can't breathe.
Oh, so they took it off him. Well, here, they gave me one, too. Here, read it.
Huh? This man is a sand hog. Decompression chamber. Rush.
Yeah.
Okay, lady, you win. And I hope we make it.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never open your eyes.
Hey, why doesn't somebody turn that radiator off? It's hissing.
We're back in the manlock, George. That's why you're feeling so much better.
Oh. Hey, but what happened?
Well, you were down in the tunnel this morning, and you must have come up too quickly. That's why they picked you up in the street wandering around.
Oh, yeah. I remember coming up. Then everything suddenly going blank.
I got all the dope on that trawler, the Martha M.
Yeah?
Well, it has nothing at all to do with the tunnel. It's registered in the name of C.W. Egan and his wife, Martha M. Egan.
Oh, yeah, and the Egans were out fishing. C.W. in a diving suit and Martha M. with a rifle instead of a rod and reel.
George, there's something else.
No, there couldn't be.
There was another accident in the tunnel.
Oh, what kind of accident?
I don't know.
Let me get over to that phone on the wall, Brooksy. I want to talk to Kane.
Okay, George.
Hello.
Yeah? Hello?
Bill Kane?
Yeah.
This is Valentine, Kane.
Yeah, Valentine. We're having a lot of trouble. You okay?
Oh, sure, just dandy.
Heard you had a narrow escape.
Oh, what kind of accident was it now?
The whole tunnel nearly got flooded.
Yeah?
Yeah, just a good thing the new ship wasn't in yet. Poor Charlie, the lock tender, got killed.
Charlie?
Nobody will ever know why he was down at the tunnel face with a drill, but when we found him, he was over his head in a muck pile.
I see.
I don't know what the answer is, but it's the end of old Charlie Egan.
Egan?
George, what is it?
Sure, you know Charlie?
Egan. So that's the answer.
What's that, Valentine?
Look, Kane, get Bowers and wait for me in your office. First, I'm going to see a lady about a boat. Then I got something to say to you.
Valentine, you don't know what you're saying.
Just the same, gentlemen, it was Charlie Egan who was responsible for all the trouble here at the tunnel.
That doesn't make sense. He was just a lock tender.
We gave him the job more out of pity than anything else.
Okay, then listen to this. Do you remember what Charlie said at the hog pen?
Not particularly.
He said if the tunnel went another 50 yards, it would run into a ledge of gravel, hardpan, and boulders.
Well?
Well, the map of the Bureau of Harbors and Waterways didn't show it. But Charlie knew exactly what he was talking about.
How would he know that?
That's funny.
I asked myself those same questions. How would an ordinary sandhog just in from Chicago know the exact topography of the riverbed?
Yeah.
He suspected I was getting wise and saw to it that I got a good case of the bends this morning. Just to make sure I was a dead duck, he took that tag from around my neck.
Yeah, but why? Was he crazy?
Well, that's a matter of opinion. I didn't want to believe the reason myself when I found out. I talked to Mrs. Egan. She's the lady on the boat. Now, she's in the outer office right now. Suppose we have her in and see if it's any easier for you to believe her story.
Anything you say, Valentine.
Okay. Will you come in, please, Mrs. Egan?
All right.
I want you to repeat just what you told me.
Well, what shall I tell them? That two people wasted their lives looking for a will-o'-the-wisp? A treasure you were always going to find the next day?
Treasure?
Yes. Sensible people don't believe in buried treasure and sunken ships bulging with gold, but Charlie did.
Now, wait a minute.
He was the eccentric C.W. Egan, who spent a fortune and 20 years of his life looking for ships that had sunk with treasure aboard.
And fantastic as it may seem, gentlemen, he found one. didn't he, Mrs. Egan?
Just a couple of months ago. He went down into the river every night. He kept prowling around the hull of that boat. He knew that there was gold there somewhere. He kept saying he'd find it any day now, his treasure.
And then Kane and Bowers started to drive a tunnel.
Yeah, Charlie knew it was going to meet head-on with the Granada, the old Spanish galleon he knew was there. It became a race against time.
That's why he got a job here. Did all he could to keep the tunnel from getting any farther.
Yeah, and at night, every night, he'd go down to look some more. And I'd help him.
And today was his last desperate attempt to flood us out.
Yes, he wasn't going to see anybody get to his treasure as long as he lived. And he kept his word.
Well, Brooksy, here's the check from Kane and Bowers. That's all washed up. So what do you say we go out stepping tonight?
Well, darling.
Hey, did you see the paper this morning?
No, why?
Well, they raised the Granada out of the river last night.
They did?
And there was a treasure chest, just as Charlie knew all along.
Oh, so old Charlie was right after all.
Yep, a chest packed to the brim with old Spanish coins.
George, how romantic.
Oh, yeah, but old Charlie wouldn't have been too happy about it.
No, why?
No. The whole batch was worth about $100.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. Maybe you've got your vacation trip all mapped out, but how about the family car? Before you start out, better make sure it gets a thorough vacation check at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station. They'll inspect your tires, battery, spark plugs, and oil filter. They can tell whether there's any risk of your fan belt getting out of kilter. And they'll make sure that each vital lubrication spot is okay. Besides helping you get off to a good start on your vacation, there's another thing about independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Wherever you motor in the West, you're never far from their quality products and superior services. And don't forget, whether you're on a vacation or just motoring around town, these are the service stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Brooksy, I want you to get down to headquarters as soon as possible. Have them get that whole crew together, all those pixies that were at the seance last night.
Including the spirits, George?
Including Miss Turner. Have them all brought back to the sanctuary.
But why?
If there really was a murder, Brooksy, I won't be able to live with myself until I find the reason for it. Right now, I got a date with a crystal ball, and maybe I'll get a preview.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Francis X. Bushman as Kane, Herbert Litton as Bowers, Ruth Parrott as Mrs. Egan, Joe Duvall as Charlie, Franklin Pinky Parker as Sanders, and Leo Cleary as Harrigan. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Broken Wing.
There's a saying I've heard around Cairo that all a man needs for happiness is good food and good companions. Me, I add one thing more. That's lots of sleep. So naturally, I don't like it when somebody comes pounding at my tambourine door at 2 o'clock in the morning. But that's what happened. And the pounding got wilder and wilder. So I finally got up, put on my shoes and a robe, and went down the balcony steps into the cafe.
Mr. Jordan! I beg you! Open the door!
All right! Cut up the noise. I'm coming.
Please, Mr. Jordan, make haste!
I switched on the front light. Through the door glass, I could make out a stooped figure, gray-bearded, in burnous and fez. I threw the latch, opened the door, and he bowed down, groveling at my feet. Look, Buster, just get up and state your business.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, my true Effendi, I come to you on my knees.
Ben Abram.
Halwa, it is I, Ben of the once honored house of Abram.
Ben Abram, you don't have to bow down to me. You should know that.
Thus, I express my distress, Mr. Jordan.
Well, look, if there's something wrong, tell me.
My good Effendi, you will recall that when you first came to Cairo, I was able to do you a small service.
Oh, you bet I remember. You stood between me and certain of your own people who wanted to give me trouble. Believe me, I've never forgotten it.
It was not with the thought of ever asking a service in return.
Sure, I knew that. I owe a great debt to you, Ben Abram.
Mr. Jordan, I must entrust to you my greatest treasure for you to guard and protect.
Treasure? Well,
There
sure.
are many things I cannot explain to you, my Effendi. You must only trust.
I trust you just as you trust me.
It has been written, a promise is a man's most priceless gift.
You have my promise. Now, where is his treasure?
Allah be praised. Wait here but a moment.
Ben Abram ducked quietly down the sidewalk to a dark doorway. In another second, he was coming back. But this time, he wasn't alone. Just 2 steps behind came someone else. I didn't see who it was until he stepped aside to tenderly draw her before me. A slight but erect figure in native robes. And all I could see was her soft, dark eyes above the veil that covered her face.
Mr. Jordan, my only daughter, Tarina.
Your daughter? Mashallah.
She is my treasure. Guard her with your life.
Oh, wait a minute, Ben Abram. You can't be leaving her with me.
I have no choice. It is your promise.
Oh, I know I promised.
Farewell, Tarina, my child.
Saida, my father.
I commend her to you, Mr. Jordan. Hide her quickly. Allah protect...
Ben Abram, wait. Beats anything yet.
My master is not pleased.
Oh, everything's just fine. Great.
I am most happy, my master.
Look, would you mind not calling me... skip it.
As you wish, my master.
It's just that there's no place for a girl like you.
But you are here.
That's just it.
My father says that you will protect me.
From what, Tarina?
He does not permit me to tell. But in all else, I am at your command.
Sure. What now?
Where do you want me to sleep?
Sleep. Oh, up those back steps. It's all yours.
But will you not show me?
Yeah, that's the way you want it. Up this way.
I will follow my master.
There's the bed. Fresh sheets are over there.
Where will you sleep?
Outside, lady. Just give me time to get a few things out of here. Wait, Tarina.
Yes?
What happened to the veil?
In her own quarters, a woman does not wear the veil. Did you not know?
No.
I trust my master will sleep well.
Thanks. Then I was outside, but I still had my problem. A girl with the innocent round face of the Nile people of foreigner rarely sees. face that trusted me for protection. From what, I had no idea. I started for my office downstairs, then changed my mind and bedded down on a stair landing just outside the door. The floor was hard, and the strange puzzle that had been handed me didn't help with the sleep. But I finally dozed off. I slept for maybe 2 hours, and I was suddenly sitting up wide awake. I slammed the door open in time to see 2 big robed figures coming in through the shattered window from the adjoining roof. I made a dive for the first one. It was like tackling a stone pillar. He wrestled me more like a bear than a man. I got a lucky chance, and he went over my head and sprung. I was set for the second one, and my fist drove him back. He lunged at me. I ducked and let him go by and turned to meet number one.
My master, the chair!
I saw the chair coming down, but I was too late. It caught me above the left ear. I was on the floor telling myself to get up, only I didn't. When I finally cleared away some of the cobwebs, the room was empty. From below, I heard the crash of a door being broken open. I threw on some things in quick time, was down through the cafe, through the open door, and out onto the street. Far off down the dark street, I heard running footsteps, and I followed. They were always far enough ahead so I couldn't see. When I reached the Sharia Ragoon, they were still nowhere in sight. I hesitated, and I stopped as a little form moved out of the shadows.
Bakshish, Effendi. Bakshish for a poor blind man.
How much does it cost to see a few things?
Oh, Effendi, I am a helpless man, very poor.
A couple of big Egyptians with a girl. Which way they go?
But the dark, it is everywhere. I see nothing. No bakshish.
Yeah. This help?
The piastas. But wait, Effendi, wait.
Come on, you don't have to test them. They're good.
As you say, Effendi, they are genuine.
What do you see now?
Only 2 piastas.
There's some more, but not till you tell me.
Suddenly the eyes of this humble man pierced the veil.
I'd make it 4 piastres.
They went into that great White House over the Nile.
Now, dear, go buy yourself some carrots.
Nota Shakir. Bakshish.
In 2 minutes more, I had reached the great house on the Nile, all white, a symbol of power in Egypt. A front gate led to the wide courtyard, and I kept going past the fountain toward the main door till 2 guards quickly moved from their posts to bar my way.
The intruder will be gone.
I got lots of business here.
The house of Sheikh El-Had Bey sleeps.
Well, let's wake him up.
Back. The unbeliever is asking trouble.
A lot of trouble you don't want to get mixed up in, brother.
To the streets with you. It is a command.
Yeah, well, I'm going the other way.
But it is El-Had Bey.
Who comes to disturb the quiet of my house?
An Americani, master.
Let him approach me.
The guards let go of my arms, and Sheikh El-Had Bey waited on the steps before the door. I couldn't help being fascinated with what I saw. Not the colored robes, or the fez that topped his slim face, accented by a well-clipped beard. It was something perched on his shoulder. A Baza falcon, its beady eyes, hooked beak, and talons gleaming in the moonlight.
By what right does an infidel come at this hour?
Little case of kidnapping, El-Had Bey.
What is your name?
Name's Rocky Jordan. Now, where's Tarina?
She is quite safe. She is of no interest to such as you.
Think again. Tarina was sleeping at my cafe.
Mashallah.
She was brought there by her father, Ben Abram. I promised to protect her. You know what a promise means.
It was not yours to give.
But you admit Tarina was brought here against her will.
By the orders of my honored nephew, Fingal Jarous. I, as his guardian since the death of his father, give my blessing.
Your nephew sent those 2 muscle boys to drag the girl from her bed?
It was his right.
Yeah, well, not in my books, El-Had Bey.
Mr. Jordan, it is obvious you have much to learn of the ways of the East. Until then, you had best accept my word.
What about Ben Abram's word?
It is like dirt at my feet.
Supposing the police get wind of this, what'll they think?
May I suggest that you go now and find out? And leave this house in peace.
Yeah, not till I see Tarina and get her story.
You will not defile her again by your presence?
Let her decide that.
Then I have no choice. Batal, Shamak! Throw this unbeliever into the streets.
I master.
I rolled over 3 times, got up and started back for the gate, till I saw the knives the guards had pulled out from somewhere. Then I knew getting to Tarina right now would be about as easy as stealing the Sphinx. But it looked like the best thing I could do was to go to Ben Abram and admit I'd failed him. That took me all the way across Cairo to the East Hills. When I got to Ben Abram's house, it was empty. There was no sign of him, so I waited in the court. He finally showed up almost an hour later. He came staggering in at the point of exhaustion. Great red marks across his face and his robe spotted with blood. I got to him and helped him to a bench.
Please, my friend. My welfare is nothing.
But you've been hurt. Look, I'll get you to a doctor.
No, tell me of my daughter. Why do you not guard her?
I've got bad news, Ben Abram.
Oh, tell me quickly.
Tarina's in the house of Elhad Bey.
It cannot be.
I know, I promised. But well, 2 men got in from the roof. They were a little too much for me. They got her away, and I followed them to Sheikh Elhad Bey's house.
Then there is nothing more.
She was taken there by orders of his nephew. Elhad Bey told me he had the right.
Yes, it is as he says.
No man has that right. You know, I think it's time you made a few things clear.
Yes, I must tell you now. Mr. Jordan, I loved my daughter more than my life. It was my desire that she marry in dignity. It has been written, an unwed daughter is like a broken wing.
Sure, Abram.
3 years ago, Mr. Jordan, while Tarina was but a child, I promised her as wife to Fingal Jarus, the nephew of Elhad Bey. But since then, I have learned many things about Jarus. He is a kelp, a vicious man who would bring her nothing but sorrow.
I think I'm beginning to see.
A few days ago, Jarus came to me demanding that I bring Tarina to him as wife. I begged him to release me from my promise, but he would not listen.
Yeah, but as her father...
No, Mr. Jordan. She was his by right of our law. And Fingal would not listen. He threatened to take her from me. I could not entrust her to one of my own people.
That's when you brought her to my place.
Yes, I was willing to face dishonor, to suffer humiliation, but my daughter must be protected from that man. What happened to me was nothing.
Looks like I let you down.
I am only grateful for your efforts, Mr. Jordan. No, there is no way of getting her back.
But look, we can do something.
No, man's efforts are as nothing against the will of Allah. It was his decree that my promise be fulfilled.
I tried a couple of arguments, but all I met with was despair. I could tell Ben Abram wanted to be left alone, so I finally walked away. Just as I reached the gate, a black limousine pulled up. The back door opened, and after carefully adjusting his fez, out stepped Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo Police.
You will stay with me, Jordan.
What's the complaint, Sam?
You will learn in good time once I have talked with Ben Abram.
He's right there in the courtyard.
Come along. Ben Abram.
Bismillah, Sapaya Bey.
It is with regret that I do not come as a guest of your house.
Then for what purpose?
To ask if you last night were in the home of Sheikh Elhad Bey. You do not answer.
Supposing he was, Sam. What about it?
One moment, Jordan. Ben Abram, the marks on your face as from sharp claws. How do you explain them?
It is as you say. They are the marks of the falcon. I was at Elhad Bey's house. With the bird, he drove me away.
Okay, Sam, maybe you'll be interested to know I was there, too.
I do know. Jordan, have I not warned you to keep away from such affairs as this, which do not concern you or any other foreigner?
Abram entrusted Tarina to my care. To me, what has happened is kidnap. I know our ways aren't always the same.
Indeed, they are not, Jordan.
Look, how about getting to the point?
The nephew of Elhad Bey is dead, slain by the knife.
You're not accusing one of us.
Perhaps that is not necessary.
Wait. At what time was Fingal killed?
But a short time after your daughter was brought to the house.
Very well. It is best that I confess.
Then
I killed Fingal. Now do with me what you will.
You are listening to The Broken Wing, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Don't miss the brand new comedy show coming up tomorrow night on most of these same stations. And steady now, it's called Breakfast with Burroughs. Yes, the fella who wrote The Girl with the Three Blue Eyes, the man who gets up so late he has breakfast in the middle of Monday evening will be on hand with a bright, new, highly original program. And as though you hadn't guessed, his first name is Abe. So tomorrow, please don't go to bed until you've had breakfast with Abe Burrows on CBS tomorrow night at 6:30. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, the Broken Wing.
Well, ordinarily I don't mix in family feuds, especially in Cairo. But I owed a debt to Ben Abram. When he entrusted his daughter Tarina to my protection, I had no choice. And I failed. Tarina was captured by her promised husband. Shortly after that, he was killed. When confronted with the news, Ben Abram confessed to the murder. Sam Sabaya took us to headquarters, got my story, and put Ben Abram in a cell. Then he let me stay with the old man for a few minutes, and I tried to get some sense out of him.
My good Effendi, it is for the best.
I don't see it that way, Ben Abram.
But you must not concern yourself about me.
I just don't think you're a man who would kill, that's all.
Mr. Jordan, can you not see? What does murder mean to a soul that is already lost? Tarina is now free from the rash promise I once made.
Look, you still have time to change that confession.
No, please leave me now. I ask but one thing of you.
Yeah?
The happiness of my daughter. I leave her in your hands forever.
I left him then. Ben Abram had given me a tall order, but I had to do what I could. Anyhow, I wanted to clear up a few things in my own mind, so I went back down to the big white house of Sheikh El Had Bey on the banks of the Nile. There was a steady stream of friends and relatives going in by way of the court. The Bey was there at the door, greeting the mourners. The falcon still perched on his shoulder.
Have I not sent you once from this house?
I just came back to set things right, El Had Bey.
At another time, Jordan.
My most gracious El Had Bey.
What would you have, woman?
It is I whom you summon. For a few pieces of silver I come to mourn for the departed one.
It is well. Take the silver. Retire now to the upper chambers and wail with the others.
Not a shock here.
A moment, woman. Your grief is most restrained. Perhaps a few more pieces of silver.
The Bey is most generous.
Hey, now, how about a word with me, eh?
Have you not gone?
I just want you to know getting mixed up in this wasn't my idea.
You have come to tell me that?
Sheikh El Had Bey, the last thing I want to do is meddle in the affairs of your people. I hope you believe that. I regret very much the death of your nephew.
I will make peace with you, Bismillah.
Thanks. Do you mind telling me where Tarina is?
She has no place in my house now. The girl is gone.
Where?
I do not know.
I see. Oh, one thing more. I'd like to see Fingal's body.
It has not been prepared for burial.
As a special favor? Then I'll go.
Very well. I cannot refuse. This way, please. The adjoining room. My nephew is here. The only son of my elder brother.
Yeah.
I pray you spend little time.
A bandage on his chest.
The knife was there.
You think Ben Abram did it?
By his own confession. For this outrage against my house, he also will die.
Well, I took my cue and got out. El Had Bey had no reason that I could see to lie about Tarina. And I knew she wasn't there. But there was no stopping now, till I'd found her and set Ben Abram's mind at rest. I took the long trip back out to Abram's place, but Tarina wasn't to be found. I tried a few people I knew were Abram's friends, and they'd seen nothing of her. For an American man to find a veiled Muslim girl poses too many problems. I was finally back at Ben Abram's cell, telling him his daughter was gone.
You must find her, Effendi.
Where would she be? What's she hiding from?
She's a tender child, only frightened. This has been a terrible ordeal for her.
You still say you killed Fingal?
There was no other way. Can you not see?
I had a look at Fingal. I'm surprised you went for his throat.
It had to be done quickly. The knife at the throat is certain.
Ben Abram, you got a promise from me. That still stands. But from now on, I gotta have the truth.
I do not understand.
Fingal was stabbed in the chest. Only you didn't know that. Not the throat at all.
It does not matter.
Well, it does to me. Now, come on, admit it. You didn't kill him.
Say what you will.
I thought so. You're covering for Tarina, aren't you? You think she did it? She could have.
Please forget this thing, Mr. Jordan. I am an old, disgraced man. She is young with a full life before her.
But the fact that you didn't do it...
I alone am responsible for her sorrow. Should I not pay the penalty?
I'm not the one to decide that.
Mr. Jordan, before Allah, I swear the guilt shall remain on my shoulders.
That's when I left Ben Abram. From now on, it was up to Tarina. She'd have to make the choice. But right then, I was kind of beat. I went back to the tambourine, drew a beer from the tap, and went up the steps and went back to my room where I could do some thinking. Where I'd find Tarina or where the search would begin was anybody's guess. But when I opened the door to my room, that much was answered.
I await my master.
Tarina! Where have you been?
It was the command of my father that I remain here. I return as soon as possible.
But how? Nobody saw you.
A veiled girl could not enter by the door of this place. I came as the others last night, by the roof.
You sure know how to get around.
My master, I would learn of my father. Where is he?
He's in jail, Tarina, for the murder of Fingal.
But what does my father say?
He confessed. To me and everybody else.
It is as I feared. I prayed to Allah it would not be so.
Yeah, now it's up to you whether he stays there or not.
I do not understand. I would do anything.
So happens I know Ben Abram didn't kill Fingal.
You say he confessed. Is it not so?
Only to protect you, Tarina. He thinks you did it. And maybe I do, too.
No, that is not true.
I said it's up to you, Tarina. Keep quiet and you know what'll happen to your father. He thinks that'll make you happy, but I don't.
My master, let me speak. It is true that my father gave me the knife, charging me to protect myself. When I was taken before Fingal in the house of his uncle, he swore he would have me as wife. It was then that I drew the knife.
All right, let's have the rest of it.
I drove it at his chest, but I am weak and he was strong. The knife only scratched him. He threw me back in great fury and left the room, shouting I should be taken to the harem. I did not see him again.
You think anyone's going to believe that, Tarina?
They have only to look at the wound, my master.
Captain Zavaya speaking.
Rocky, Sam.
Yes, Jordan.
Has there been an autopsy on Fingal Jarus?
Certainly not. For what possible reason do you ask?
So you better do it, Sam. You'll find out some things.
I will do no such thing. Besides, the burial procession leaves within the hour.
Then get busy. There still may be time to stop it.
Jordan, you know that cannot be done without cause.
All you have to do is check on Sheik El-Had Bey's background. He was quite a gambler, Sam. Find out how he stands financially. You'll get a surprise.
What are you driving at, Jordan?
Fingal was the only son of El-Had Bey's elder brother. Now they're both dead. Who stands to benefit most by Fingal's death?
That is of no consequence. We have the confessed murderer.
But it's all wrong. Hurry, Sam. Meet me at El-Had Bey's house in 10 minutes.
Jordan, you will not go to that place at such a time.
Think again, Sammy. I'll see you there.
What would you have me do, master?
Stay right here, Tarina. Keep those pretty little fingers crossed. I was off again for the big white house of Sheik El-Had Bey. This time I knew the reason why. In 9 minutes flat I was there, and I didn't make it any too soon. The funeral procession was already moving out across the court. They had a drum beating, and along with the wailers, all in all, it promised to be a first-class affair. Right in the lead came Sheik El-Had Bey, falcon and all.
Stand from the gate, Jordan.
You're rushing things a little, aren't you, Elad Bey?
Can you not see the procession has begun?
Why not the usual 3-day wait? Afraid the police will come nosing around, maybe?
Silence. The infidel would not desecrate the dead.
Yeah, by the way, just how did Fingal die?
By the knife of Ben Abram.
Sure. You want your nephew buried real quick so everyone will keep on believing that, right?
Of what do you speak now?
Supposing an autopsy proved the knife wound was nothing but a scratch. You knew Tarina tried to stab Fingal, but didn't kill him. So you decided to finish the job.
Guard your words, Jordan.
How'd you do it? With poison? Well, it's easy to find out, Elhud. The main thing is you knew the blame would go to either Tarina or Ben Abram. You didn't care which. And you'd have the family of wealth.
Guards! Remove the lying infidel.
They needn't bother. I was just going for a chat with the Cairo police. Before I could turn, the giant falcon was on me, striking with terrific power and driving me to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, shielding my face with my arms as the bird knifed in with its sharp claws. My shirt was in ribbons, my arms and head slashed in a dozen places. Now the falcon began circling and striking with its powerful wings, driving me down again. I braced myself for the third strike, but it never came. There was just one shot, and the winged killer lay dead at my feet. Maybe it was loss of blood, or exhaustion, or downright fear. Maybe all three. Anyhow, for a while after that, I didn't know much. It was water on my face that brought me out of it. I was lying by the fountain. The procession had vanished, except for a couple of police at the gate. I was getting personal attention from Sam Sabaya.
No, lie quietly, Jordan. I will soon have the bleeding stopped.
Oh, is there anything you can't do, Sam?
When one must contend with your unpredictable escapes, Jordan, much knowledge is necessary.
What about Sheik Elhad?
As you said, Jordan, Fengal's knife wound was superficial. The Sheikh is being held pending an autopsy.
Oh, then my hunch was right.
The fact that the Sheikh made this bizarre attempt on your life is proof enough at the moment.
What about Ben Abram?
I've ordered his immediate release. Jordan, is there nothing more you wish to ask?
What about?
Tarina. As Ben Abram reminds me, a promise is a man's most priceless gift.
What are you getting at?
He says he has promised his daughter to you, Jordan.
Oh, no. Not on your life. Look, you've got to talk to him.
Calm yourself, Jordan. I have convinced him that you will release him from his promise. You will not have to marry the girl.
Sam, why don't you mind your own business?
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Rocky Jordan, written by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman, stars Jack Moyles in the title role and was produced by Cliff Howell and directed tonight by Gordon T. Hughes, with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Calling all detectives. When it comes to murder, I've had some strange cases, including one where the victim named his own killer. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Believe me, Jerry Browning, private detective. When it comes to murder, nobody's word is good. The The man who entered my office about 3:30 one afternoon looked vaguely familiar to me. He was middle-aged, stoutish, with a round face and serious eyes. He was wearing an overcoat, tightly buttoned up.
Harold Maynard is my name, Mr. Browning. I'm your neighbor. I have an office down the hall, room 643.
I recognized him then. Yes, I thought you looked familiar, Mr. Maynard. Sit down. You look a little tired. Maynard smiled gratefully and eased himself into a chair. I waited a few moments. Then, is this a social call, Mr. Maynard? He tried to smile, didn't quite make it.
I'm consulting you professionally, Mr. Browning. Do you investigate murder cases?
Under certain circumstances. I work closely with the police. Maynard nodded.
Good. Mr. Browning, I'd like you to investigate a murder. A few minutes ago, I had a visitor at my office. Tall, dark, heavy man. Called himself Franklin King. Don't think that's his right name. I'm a promoter, Mr. Browning. Invest my money in new patents. This man...
His voice trailed off. I waited a few moments, and when he didn't say anything more, tried to prompt him. What about the murder, Mr. Maynard? Who's been killed? Maynard stood up, tore at his overcoat, flung it open.
I have. I've been stabbed. Catch him, Browning.
I ran over to him, but I needn't have hurried. He was dead. A neighbor in my office building came in and asked me to catch his own murderer.
Jerry, do you mean to say this man actually walked in here and named his killer?
I wiped my brow. That's exactly what he did, Dawson. Why, don't you believe me? Lieutenant Dawson looked down at the body.
Don't get sore, Jerry. Of course I believe you. What I don't understand is how he could have walked the length of the corridor and sat here talking to you with a wound like that.
Dawson shook his head.
He must have kept himself alive by sheer willpower.
At Maynard's tiny office down the hall, Dawson and I learned nothing. Maynard had no stenographer, and none of his immediate office neighbors had heard any commotion or seen the mysterious Franklin King that Maynard mentioned to me. In Maynard's filing cabinets, there was no folder on King, nothing that could give us any further clue to the killer's true identity. In Maynard's wallet was a card listing his wife as the one to notify in case of emergency. Now Dawson and I were on our way to his home for just that purpose. We had a terrible half hour. Mrs. Maynard was a nice-looking woman who appeared considerably younger than her husband. Because there's no easy way of breaking the kind of news I was carrying, I simply said, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Maynard. Your husband is dead. He's been killed." Yeah? She collapsed. After a while, she came to and tried to answer the questions we had to ask her. She'd seen her husband only a few hours earlier. They'd lunched together, and she'd driven him to his office. At that time, he was cheerful, discussed a new electronic device in which he expected to invest, made no mention of a tall, dark, heavy man called Franklin King. In her present condition, that was all Mrs. Maynard could tell us. Finally, "Mrs. Maynard, you're in no condition now to do any thinking, but after you calm down, please search your mind. Your husband must have said something about this King man. We want to catch his murderer. The slightest hint may help us." I dropped everything else I was doing and concentrated on the Maynard case. I spent one whole day in room 643 sifting through every single document, every letter in Maynard's files. There was correspondence with literally hundreds of inventors and businessmen who wanted Maynard to invest in their various projects. Not one of them was Franklin King. I sat in Lieutenant Dawson's office and listened as he patiently questioned Mrs. Maynard, took her through every moment of the time she'd spent with her husband in the days immediately preceding his murder. They both looked completely exhausted. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer. "Look, Mrs. Maynard, you're trying too hard. Maybe if you don't force it, you'll remember something suddenly. And if you do, no matter how silly it may seem, call one of us at once." The break came the next morning. Mrs. Maynard had remembered a name, Benjamin Arthur. Dawson came right over to see me.
"We've got it, Jerry. The guy called himself Franklin King, but his real name is Benjamin Arthur. Benjamin Franklin King Arthur, get it?"
I got it. It sounds awfully pat to me, Dawson.
No, it's just logical. When a man takes a phony name, he always picks something close to his own. This Benjamin Arthur tried for months to sell an invention to Maynard. There's a letter in Maynard's file dated about a year ago in which this Arthur guy accused Maynard of stealing his invention. He's our man, Jerry, and we'll have him under arrest before the day is over.
Dawson had Benjamin Arthur under arrest in less than 3 hours. The man was living under his own name at the Westville Hotel.
Why did you kill him, Arthur? Why did you do it?
Benjamin Arthur was a small, studious man who refused to get excited.
Gentlemen, at one time I suspected Mr. Maynard of trying to steal my invention. However, I never met him, and I certainly didn't kill him.
Nobody could shake Arthur's story. And what's more important, nobody could shake his alibi. It was absolutely ironclad. On the day Maynard was murdered, Benjamin Arthur had been in a city 300 miles distant, where he had spent the entire day in conference with the complete board of directors of a chemical plant. And that was that. I drove directly from police headquarters to the Maynard home. And when Mrs. Maynard ushered me into the living room, I'm not going to ask you any more questions, Mrs. Maynard. I'm just going to tell you a story about a man who's been stabbed and knows that he hasn't got much longer to live, but who forces himself to live long enough to invent, during his last moments of life, a name and identity for a fictitious murderer. This man, your husband, picks a name out of the air, Franklin King. But the name isn't as fictitious as the dying man thinks. Franklin King, Benjamin Arthur, an association in the mind of a dying man. An association that a smart killer who is being pressed realizes and offers to the police. Mrs. Maynard, you killed your husband. You stabbed him in the course of a quarrel, and he didn't want you to go to the chair for it. Dying, he still tried to protect you. I always suspected you a little, because your husband was wearing his overcoat when he came into my office. You stabbed him in your car, didn't you? Yeah. She finally admitted it. That was how it happened. He was an old man with a young wife. They quarreled incessantly, once too often. Like I said, when it comes to murder, you can't believe anybody. Not even the victim.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. If it's so fantastic you can do nothing about it yourself, then you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the writing and rewriting of this letter has proved one thing to me, that I can't find the words to convey my desperation. Somehow, in a way I can't explain, my life has been touched by evil, pure, undiluted evil. There is something here too strange for me to comprehend, something unworldly almost.
Unworldly almost. It is not only for my sake that I ask for your assistance, but for the continued sanity of my fiancé. Accept the enclosed check as a retainer, Mr. Valentine, and please call on me at once. And it's signed, Gilbert Dressler. Oh, this doesn't make sense, George.
Well, it makes enough sense to show that Gilbert Dressler is pretty panicky.
I know, George, but there's something too strange to comprehend. Unworldly. Sounds like he's having trouble with banshees.
Well, whatever his source of trouble, it's our source of income, Brooksy.
But how do people let themselves get into this kind of situation?
This kind of situation pays the rent. So let's go find out what's on Gilbert Dressler's unhappy mind.
In my 10 years on the desert, Mr. Valentine, I've witnessed events that would freeze the very marrow in your bones.
Yes, I'm not doubting your word, Mr. Dressler,
Terrifying events. Things that are only spoken about in whispers, behind locked doors.
Yes, but let's be a little more specific.
Magic. Voodoo, if you will. An evil beyond evil. They're right here in your own city.
But why are you hiring us?
Yes, Mr. Dressler. You mentioned something about a fiancée in your letter. What about her?
Yes, Gabrielle. I love her.
Oh, we're sure of that, Mr. Dressler, but you also wrote something about fearing for her continued sanity. What makes you think her sanity won't continue?
Margot.
Margot? What's that supposed to mean to me?
Oh, forgive me. I was referring to Madame Margot. She claims she's a medium. I claim she's a purveyor of black magic.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. You're trying to tell us Gabrielle, your fiancée, is somehow being influenced by this Madame Margot.
Yes.
How?
Why, she's taking all her money away from her.
Oh, how long has this been going on?
Since Gabrielle's mother, Mrs. Turner, died.
Oh, what happened?
Mary Turner was cleaning her hunting rifle, and it went off. Very unfortunate. The sporting world lost a great devotee because of Mrs. Turner's accident.
All right, what do you want us to do?
Expose Madame Margot. That's what I want you to do.
Expose her?
Certainly. I've arranged for you to visit Madame Margot this very afternoon. Here, this is her card. And tonight, you shall attend a seance at the Turner Mansion.
A seance? Oh, George, there's nothing I like better than an evening cavorting with the spirit world.
Okay, Brooksy, we'll give it a whirl. I never saw a ghost yet who didn't scream when it was pinched.
There's Madame Margot's place, George, 214.
Yep, I'll pull up in front.
Well, one thing I'll say for her, George. She's not squeamish about operating in a tough neighborhood.
Uh-huh. Well, looks all very proper, Brooksy, even to the neat little sign on a window. Madame Margot, clairvoyant and mentalist, seances by appointment. Okay, let's go.
Well, ring the bell, George.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
Oh, great. Listen to that local color, will you?
In a joint like this, I'll settle for nothing less than a swami.
Yeah.
You have been expected. Please enter, Sahib.
Sahib?
This way, if you please. Madame Margot offers herself to meditation. However, she will receive you shortly.
Straighten your turban, George. Do you mind if we sit down, Mr.
Hasim. Upon this level, that is the name by which I am known. Please be seated.
Yes, thanks.
And now Hasim will leave you. Seek to attune yourself to the vibration of the sphere.
Oh, sure, we'll do just that, Hasim.
Well, there's your Swami, George. Wonder what bottle he floated out of.
I'll bet when that towel around his head is unwrapped, it reads Oasis Motel.
Hey, this Madame Margot must do all right. Look at the jade vases, carved teeth. Look at this rug.
Oh, Brooksy, for a candy bar in North Africa during the war, I could have filled a barracks bag with this junk.
Junk? Why, some of these things are priceless,
Bargain
George.
basement gadgets, Brooksy, part of a pitch.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but
Look, Claire, I haven't heard of a setup like this yet that wasn't phony. A shrewd operator in a bathrobe and a crystal ball can make a fortune feeding customers the things they want to hear.
Yes, but this Madame Margot is supposed to be uncanny. Yeah. Anyway, that's what Mr. Dressler seems to think.
Well, I don't know what her act is, Brooksy, but I'm making book that Margot's got a huge investment in trapdoors and mirrors. And one of these days, she's going to trip over her own ectoplasm.
George.
Huh? Oh.
I know, of course, that Mr. Gilbert Dressler sent you to me. He gave no reason for the arrangement except that you were his friend.
Oh, well, Mr. Dressler just likes to be mysterious. I understand that 10 years on the desert can do that to a person.
He is obsessed with the idea that I bring harm to Gabrielle Turner. He is a stupid man.
Yeah. Well, what about this crystal ball here? What can it tell you about me?
Very well. Seek yourself in the past and the future. Margot will seek with you. Believe Margot, and the dimness in the crystal will be swept away and will become as a sudden burst of light, revealing all. See? Even now the shadow's clear. The image asserts itself. There has been violence and terror in your life.
Well, I can't say you're wrong about that.
As if many men had come together to do you harm, in a vastness too great for the eye to scan.
A vastness?
In a desert, perhaps. Many men and many machines. Yes, it is a desert. And you are wearing a uniform.
George, that's amazing.
Yeah. Can you tell me where this desert is? In what country?
Oh, it is plain. Should it startle you that I know? To Margot, the crystal has no secret. It is the Sahara.
North Africa, huh?
Of course, Mr. Valentine. What made you ask that?
Oh, come off it, kiddo. How gullible do you expect one man to be?
What are you talking about, Mr. Valentine?
Madame Margot, if you get paid for this sort of thing, I'm going out and rent a sarong and a Turkish towel. That's all I need for an easy life. That and a detective phone with a hidden mic.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. I've got a couple of other things that I would...
Get out of here. Hassim!
Oh, why don't you let that poor guy alone, Margot? Making him stand behind those drapes all this time?
Perhaps one day you will laugh yourself to death on your poor humor, Mr. Valentine.
George, he's got a gun.
Don't worry, Brooksy. Madame Margot can't afford to get rough. This kind of melodrama sometimes leads to scandal. That wouldn't be good business for her.
He wearies me with his glibness, Hassim.
You should have kept looking in your crystal ball, Margot. Then you could have warned your number one boy. Always keep that gun close to his side.
You fool.
Let's get out of here, Brooksy.
Okay, George.
You will regret this.
Oh, look, honey, don't go dramatic on me. Save those pear-shaped tones for Gabrielle Turner.
I don't understand, George. How did she know you were in North Africa?
Because she had us tuned in with her little detector phone before she came into the room.
Oh.
Brooksy, when I was telling you about it, I lied to you purposely. I saw North Africa once from an airplane 10,000 feet up at nighttime.
Well, now that we know that Margot reads past, presents, and futures by direct wire, what are we going to do?
Have dinner, Brooksy.
Oh, fine.
And we've got a date with a few assorted ghosts.
Oh, fine.
But how about the rest of these people here, Mr. Dressler? Are they friends of the family, too?
A cult of vultures, Mr. Valentine. Parasites of the late Mattie Turner, whose interest in spiritualism is heightened by the free champagne served before every seance. Oh, Gabrielle. Gabrielle, my dear. This is Mr. Valentine. And Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I suppose you're welcome here, both of you. Even though you've come to sneer at us.
Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Gabrielle. We're just here to take a look.
There have been scoffers before. Please understand that you've been invited only because Gilbert insisted upon it.
Gabrielle? Oh, there you are. Have you explained to Gilbert's guests how stupid they are?
Hey, where'd you get all your information, lady?
I am Gabrielle's aunt, young lady, Vida Patterson.
Oh.
I happen to concern myself with the caliber of people with whom Gabrielle is forced to associate.
What makes you think Miss Brooks is a bad influence, Miss Patterson?
Oh, Gabrielle is emotionally high-strung. People like you, people from the outside, upset her.
Ah, from the outside.
My dear, the rest of the party is going into the sanctuary. Madame Margot is waiting.
Oh, George, not again.
Yep. Let's give the old gal another rumble.
Oh. Hey, George. The hair on the back of my neck is going to look funny with my permanent. This thing is scary.
Yeah, with all the trimmings. This sanctuary is a great backdrop for Dracula. Candlelight and polka music for a vampire.
Have the courtesy to be quiet. Nothing must disturb Madame Margot while she reaches her control.
Control? What's that?
A voice, Miss Brooks. Margot's link with the spirit world. You'll see, it's very weird. The voice with which Margot speaks will not be her voice at all.
Oh, Gilbert, why did you bring these people here?
Hush, child, hush.
There are alien presences here. Contact has been difficult, but there is a message to one who has traveled from a far place to be here.
George.
Listen. Listen.
So many years. So much time. Gilbert. Listen to me, Gilbert.
It's Janice. This is impossible.
Please listen to me, Gilbert.
Janice, what are you doing here? I thought you ran off to Cairo with Cecil.
Rid yourself of those who would bring harm to Margot. They are evil. Remember, Gilbert, I've always known what's best for you, my dear.
You haven't changed a bit, have you, Janice? Always showing up at the wrong time and knowing what's best. Janice, go away.
Get rid of them. Get rid of those who do us harm.
You never told me about her, Gilbert. You never mentioned a girl named Janice.
She was always interfering. Always. I hardly expected her to pop up again, my dear.
There is another message here from one who has newly passed over. She is suffering greatly.
Oh, no.
She has been murdered, shot. She suffers from the anguish of knowing her murder.
Oh, no. I couldn't help it. I couldn't.
Gabriel, what is it, child?
Her murderer has not been avenged. There is blood on the hands of one who has shed it. Listen. She is trying...
Stop it! Make her leave me alone. I killed her. Of course I killed her. Leave me alone, all of you.
Oh, George. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Yeah, this time, Brooksy, the spirits have the right word for it. Murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about problems, major and minor. You know, a ring that refuses to come off a finger may seem like a major problem, but usually a bit of soap and water does the trick. Stuck rings in an automobile engine would be something else again, and could be very costly, in fact. But today, compounded RPM motor oil keeps the danger of stuck piston rings at just about zero. Even more important, the added compounds in RPM put a stop to the biggest bugaboo of engine wear, internal rust. They also prevent crankcase foaming and stop the formation of gum and lacquer in your car's engine. And a cleaner engine system means extra life for your car. Add up all these advantages of RPM motor oil, and it's easy to see why motorists choose RPM 2-to-1 over any other motor oil in the West. Try this premium quality motor oil tomorrow. Get RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, there's an old saying that murder will out, but when it comes pointing its finger from the spirit world, then George finds himself tangled in one of the strangest cases he's ever come across. And at the precinct house, the day after the seance, Lieutenant Riley puts it this way.
Valentine, ever since I heard that girl confess to murder while she was talking to a ghost, I've just been breathless waiting for you to drop around.
Yeah, it's a weirdie, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Well, maybe your boys just didn't feel like being clever the day Mrs. Turner was murdered. Is that why you called it a hunting accident?
Now, look, Miss Brooks, I'm not perfect like your boyfriend Valentine.
And I'd be the first one to admit that. Yeah. But as a matter of fact, I personally contribute to the support of you guys, a little thing called taxes. I'm just perfect enough to want a little action for my money.
Valentine, 3 months ago, we were called in by Beta Patterson to investigate the death of her sister, Mattie Turner. We called it an accident because that's the way the setup looked. Because there wasn't any reason to call it murder.
Well, whatever happened to that suspicious nature of yours, Lieutenant?
Yeah. A prominent society woman is found dead, shot. A woman who surrounds herself with a house full of sponging friends. Don't you remember what your correspondence course says about a situation like that, Lieutenant?
Look. When a person is found dead with her finger on the trigger, we consider the reports of ballistics, medical examiner, and a dozen other experts. Then we fumbling police arrive at certain conclusions. In the death of Mrs. Turner, that conclusion was accidental death.
Hear, hear.
Bravo, Lieutenant. But how could so many people fumble about the same thing?
Yeah.
Does that confession mean that Gabrielle is going to stand trial for murder, Lieutenant?
Well, I doubt it. In that household of crazy people, she's the squirreliest of the lot. Unless her Aunt Mrs. Patterson isn't just a little bit ahead of her.
Then Gabrielle will be committed to an institution.
Yep. She's home now under the care of a physician and under police guard. She can't even remember confessing, much less how or why she killed anybody.
Uh-huh. You wouldn't mind if Claire and I dropped in on the Turner family, would you, Lieutenant?
Well, sure. Go ahead. You'll be in good company. But take my advice and hide when the wagon comes. Those young interns sometimes have trouble figuring who fits the straitjacket.
Lieutenant, I secretly love all men who say nice things like that.
Oh, it's you two. I was beginning to hope that I'd only hired you in a dream.
Look, Gilbert, let's both get real grown up and face facts. You really did hire me, and we're both stuck.
I'm not in the habit of paying people who bungle their jobs. It must be quite obvious that I don't need your alleged services any longer.
But we haven't finished our job, Mr. Dressler.
So if you will return my fee, which you have not earned...
Oh, yeah. Well, let's chat, Gilbert. Mind if we come inside?
I certainly do.
Thanks a lot. Close the door, Brooksy. Now, look, Gilbert, you hired me to do a job. I'm not backing out of it. Why should you?
You admit you failed, don't you?
You don't have much room to talk, Mr. Dressler. Who was that Janice you were talking to last night?
Janice is dead. She died nearly 10 years ago.
10 years? Then how did she
I dislike to say it, but even I am now convinced that Margot is not a fraud. How could she have known about Janice?
Oh, it's very simple. You blurted out Janice's name as soon as Margot began to broaden her age.
Yeah, it's a good thing Margot didn't drop her H's, Mr. Dressler. You might have come up with the name of some little barmaid in Soho.
You're not very amusing, young lady.
Now, what about Gabrielle? Where is she?
They've taken her away, Mr. Valentine. Poor girl. I was deeply attached to her.
Uh-huh. I'll bet her aunt is overcome, too.
Vida Patterson is a remarkable woman. She buries her sorrow in her books.
Books. Ledgers would be a better word. Where is she?
In the library. She explicitly informed me that she wishes to grieve.
Well, now, that's very touching. Come on, Claire.
What is it, Gilbert? I told you I wanted no interruptions unless it's absolutely necessary.
It's absolutely necessary.
Oh, it's the intruders again.
Yes, I hate to take you away from your tears, Miss Patterson, but there are a few questions I want to ask you.
And by what right? You're not the police?
Oh, this won't take long. Just a moment of your lonely time, and you can go right back to eating your heart out.
What is it you want?
I want to know a little bit more about the murder of Mattie Turner. It was murder, wasn't it?
Oh, imagine the ingratitude of the child. Killing my poor sister after all the wonderful things we've done for her.
Oh, yes. She was so overcome by those wonderful things, she can't even remember killing your sister.
Oh, Gabrielle has lapses of memory. An unfortunate trait which she inherited from her father's side of the family.
Oh, well, this wealth you were talking about, what happens to that?
Oh, how can you mention money at a time like this?
Well, let's mention it anyhow. Who gets it?
Well, of course, Gabrielle inherited the mother's estate, and now that she will be declared insane, why, I suppose well, I don't know. I've never given it a thought.
No, I'll just bet you haven't. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Patterson. I just know it'll kill you every time you spend a penny of all those thousands of dollars.
Get out of here!
Miss Patterson doesn't like us, George.
Yeah, we've got crazy ideas, Brooksy. All right, come on. Let's go see whether one of them will pay off.
What makes people like that, George?
If you're talking about the zanies who wander in and out of the Turner mansion, the answer is money. From here, that's the only way the rag makes sense.
Well, I don't want to crowd you with funnies, George, but there's Hassim again.
Huh?
Yeah, he's planted up ahead there. The corner of the house this time.
How do you like that?
See him in the shadow?
Yeah. Let's find out what he's got on his mind.
Still looks sinister, even in a pinstripe suit.
Yeah. Well, Hassim, doing a little snooping on your own?
You go to great lengths to involve yourself in difficulty, my rash friend.
Brace yourself, Hassim. You're no friend of mine.
Furthermore, you are in our way.
Georgie's still got that gun.
Watch it, Brooksy. All right, pick up the gun quick.
Yeah, George. Here you are.
Yeah, you shouldn't carry such things around after dark, Hassim. And so it doesn't accidentally go off and hurt somebody, I'll just take out the clip. And the extra bullet in the chamber.
You will be sorry you did this.
There you are. Take your plaything. I'll keep the bullets. Now, why did Madame Margot send you here?
I know nothing.
You're so right. Okay, take off, Nature Boy. Beat it. I'm tired of playing patty cake with people out of storybooks. You know what? It adds up, Claire. It really does.
It does?
Huh? Brooksy, I want you to get down to headquarters as soon as possible. Tell Lieutenant Riley to get that whole crew together, all those pixies who were at the seance last night.
Including the spirits, George?
Including Gabrielle Turner. Tell the lieutenant to bring them all back to the sanctuary.
But why?
If there really was a murder, Brooksy, I won't be able to live with myself until I find out the reason for it. Right now, I've got a date with a crystal ball. And maybe I'll get a preview. Margot, in the jargon of the street, your chances aren't worth a dime.
Stop speaking in riddles, Mr. Valentine. What's on your mind?
You are, Margot. Madam Accessory after the fact, Margot. The fact being murder.
If I were acquainted with your brand of humor, perhaps I would be amused.
I doubt it. Look, you're worried, honey. That's why you tagged that small-time Svengali on me. You can be sent to jail for years and years, and that's really something to worry about.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I hate to sully those shell-like ears of yours with nasty words, Margot, but Just take my advice and be my buddy for the next few hours.
Why do you speak to me like this, as if I'm
As if you're a phony, and you are. You can throw your voice pretty well, but last night you threw it a little too far.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to finish that seance you started. It never did get done.
But for what reason?
So you can turn state's evidence. Now, a clever girl like you can appreciate a good twist.
I think I understand.
Yes, I think you do. So let's not keep the cult waiting, Margot. Besides, Lieutenant Riley is a very impatient man.
Valentine, if you can figure out how this girl murdered Mattie Turner by asking Mattie Turner how she did it, I'm going to turn in my badge, buy a turban and a crystal ball, and apprehend criminals while I sit in my easy chair.
Just stick around, Lieutenant. This Margot will give you a lesson you'll never forget.
You know, that's the wonderful thing about being a police lieutenant. Every amateur I meet wants to give me lessons.
But Margot's no amateur. All these people think she's the greatest thing that ever happened to them. They believe whatever Margot says.
Valentine, haven't you been the cause of enough suffering for poor Miss Patterson? I feel it is my obligation to defend her against your ill manners.
Yes, and I demand to know by what authority you have entered my house. Why have you brought Gabrielle here? I'll have the law.
You already have it. Lieutenant, this is Miss Patterson. She lives here.
You got troubles, Miss Patterson?
Oh, why, no, it's just that it's Gabrielle.
Gabrielle's okay. She's in the sanctuary with the doctor. I wouldn't worry about her.
Maybe we'd better go in. Margot's had plenty of time to get wound up.
Okay.
Hello, Gabrielle. How do you feel?
I don't understand. This all happened before. Long ago. A very long time ago.
Yes, now you're all right. Just take it easy.
I really didn't mean to. I didn't hate my mother, you know.
Just sit tight, Gabrielle. And whatever happens, don't say anything. You understand? Don't say anything.
Of course. Of course, I understand. I killed her, but I didn't mean to. Tonight, for the last time, we seek to journey together into a strange land. A strange land where familiar faces and forgotten dreams dwell without perishing. Already the vapors which cloud our way are cleared. There is someone here who is trying to get through. She wishes to speak.
Is this why you dragged me here, Valentine? I know a ventriloquist when I hear one.
You know a lot more than the rest of these people. Just get this pitch, Lieutenant.
Has been grievously wronged. There is so much that stands in her way of happiness here. She wishes to speak to us. She says an injustice has been done. The way is clear. Peace.
Stop her.
Peace.
Can't you see this is a fraud? You don't know what you're doing. Send her back.
Listen.
You're breaking up the party, Miss Patterson. Why don't you relax?
Have they harmed you, Gabrielle?
Maddie.
And you, Vida. All that blood.
Oh.
Your sister's blood. Mine. Murderous.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, please.
Murderous. You watch me die. Death becomes you, my sister.
Oh, send her back. Oh, let's stop it. I did it. I killed her.
I'll take over from here, Valentine.
Well, how about that, Brooksy? A killer trapped by a ghost. Only there wasn't any ghost.
George, if I've got to say it, and I've got to say it,
Huh?
you're a genius.
Oh, that's okay, Brooksy. You can say it. But all I had to know was that Margot was a phony, and Vida Patterson thought Margot was always on the level. Except once, that is.
Astound me, genius. What do you mean, except one?
Vida paid Margot to produce Mattie Turner and frighten Gabrielle into confessing.
Why should Gabrielle confess to a murder she didn't do?
Brooksy, there's a lot of evil people in this world. Vida Patterson is one of them. She knew her niece had a memory blank the night of the murder. So all this time, she's been making Gabrielle believe that she killed her own mother.
So all you did was make Margot produce Mattie Turner again.
Yep. Only this time, Mattie smoked. When Vida heard an imitation of her sister's voice, she thought it was the real thing. It was too much for her.
Oh, well, there's just one thing I still don't understand, George. What happened when you went back to see Margot?
Oh, she read my palm. Yeah, she said I had a wonderful heart line.
Oh?
Uh-huh. Margot looked at my hand and said I was a lover.
Oh. Well, I got a pretty good heart line myself.
Yeah?
Look at it, George.
Yeah.
You know what I think, George?
No, tell me what you think.
Well, I think we ought to get our heart lines crossed and see what happens.
And now, a word of importance to motorists. Maybe you've run into the kind of motorist who always says, grease is grease, and it doesn't matter where you take your car for lubrication service. Well, don't you believe him. At independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, they use many specialized grades of RPM greases and oils to give your car a thorough lubrication. And each one is tailor-made to do a wear-saving job at some vital wear point on your car. The regular 1,000-mile grease job at these stations is done by trained experts. They follow a lube chart approved by the manufacturer of your car, and they take pride in doing a spick-and-span clean job for you. Next time your car is due for lubrication service, rely on the standard station or the independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, Brooksy, tell me something.
Yes, George?
How would you like to play Cigarette Girl at the Kit Kat Club tomorrow night?
You mean in one of those fluffy short skirts and long black stockings?
Yeah, the works.
Yeah, but what are you talking about, George?
We're going to stage a little drama, Brooksy, with a cast of two. A Carnation and Art Gary. And I have a hunch the Carnation will be the star of the show.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by Morton Fine and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Don Morrison as Gilbert, Irene Tedrow as Margot, Sarah Selby as Vida, Gene Bates as Gabrielle, and Lalchan Mehra as Hasim. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Police headquarters. Just a minute, I'll give you the Identification Bureau.
Identification Bureau, Captain Roberts.
This is Patrolman Guy Webb, Captain, on the riverfront beat.
What's up, Webb?
A couple of fishermen just fished a corpse out of the river down near the Low Sun Wharf.
Chinatown, huh?
Yeah.
I see. Did you identify the corpse?
No, sir. Not yet. It's a man. American, about 25 or 30.
Where's the corpse now?
Laying on the bank beside the wharf. I got the fishermen guarding it till I get back.
Okay, Webb. Hop back and stay there. I'll be down in about 5 minutes. If anyone comes nosing around, hold them.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Get a short call car to pick me up in front. Get Williams and Murphy. We're making an investigation down on the river.
Yes, sir.
Where is it, Webb?
This way, sir. You better use your light, Captain. It's as black as pitch down there.
Aren't there any street lights around here?
No, sir. The one you passed 3 blocks back was the last one. This part of the river isn't used very much.
Where's this wharf you spoke of?
The Low Sun Wharf?
Yeah.
Over there. It's not used anymore except by a few Chinese fishermen.
You say fishermen found the body?
Yes, sir. I got their names and addresses and let them go.
Where'd they find it?
Under the wharf, sir. It was weighted down with iron.
It must have been pitched off the wharf.
Yeah, that's what I figured, sir. Now, here's the body, Captain.
Lend a hand here, Williams, and we'll drag it out of the water a little farther.
Yes, sir. Gee, that water looks black, sir.
Yeah. Flash a light on him, Webb. Young fellow, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ever seen him before?
No, sir.
Let's see what he has in his pockets.
Nothing, sir. I went through them while I was waiting for you. I found this scrap of paper, that's all.
Let's see it. Hold your light over here, Williams.
Right.
Looks like a piece of paper sack.
Yeah, there's some writing on it, too, Captain. A Chinese name.
Yeah. Sun Yat Key. Ever hear of this Sun Yat Key?
Yeah, he's supposed to be a big shot down here in Chinatown. Never saw him, though.
Yeah, this guy's got a bump on his head. Well, it's pretty plain what happened.
You mean it was murder, sir?
We got a dead man here. What does it look like? Post office?
No, sir.
Here's something, Captain.
Oh, piece of black silk. Where'd you find it?
In his hand. Looks like it was torn off in a struggle.
Yeah. Well, a couple of you boys stay until the wagon gets here. We'll try to identify this guy down at headquarters.
Yes, sir.
You come with me, Webb, and write out your report.
Yes, sir.
Identification Bureau, Captain Roberts. Oh, hello, Commissioner. No, sir, we haven't identified him yet. Looks like it'll be another one of those Chinatown mysteries. Yes, sir, I will. Come in.
Captain Roberts?
Yeah.
I'm Ferguson. Milton Ferguson, Government Narcotic Detail.
Oh, yeah, sit down.
Thanks. You fellows did some work for us a while back on a dope raid.
Yeah?
The chief sent me over to enlist your help again.
Sure. What's up, another raid?
Not this time. Missing man.
Who is he?
Tommy Woods, our ace undercover man. He's been missing 2 days now.
Where'd you last see him?
Chinatown. He went into a restaurant down on Friend Street near the river. As far as we know, he never came out.
Did you search the place?
Yes. Fu Lang Sin, the Chinaman who runs it, says Woods never came in at all.
What did this Woods look like?
Oh, he was a young fellow, about 30, weighed about 130 pounds.
Blonde hair, gold front tooth?
Well, yes. Have you seen him?
Not less than 5 minutes ago. We've been trying to identify him for the last 24 hours.
You mean he's
Dead. Somebody hit him over the head and tossed him into the river at the foot of Trent Street.
Are you sure?
He's in the morgue if you care to look him over.
Wait a minute. How was this man dressed?
Cheap linen suit, yellow shoes, red tie.
That was Tommy, all right.
Here's something we found in his pocket. Scrap of paper with the name of Sun Yat Key on it. In his hand, we also found this piece of black silk with gold embroidery. Looks like a part of a Chinese robe. And in his watch pocket, we found a few grains of rice all colored up.
Rice? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Captain Roberts, Tommy Woods was killed by an opium gang that we've been trying to round up for the last 6 months. He's the second man we've lost.
You got any evidence on the gang?
Nothing direct. We've been told that this Sun Yat Key is the head of it. We also have reason to believe that the opium is dispensed from the rear of Fu Lang Sin's restaurant.
Well, why don't you send a crew to wreck the place?
Haven't enough evidence. This Sun Yat Key is a very clever man. Imports his stuff direct from Persia.
No, I thought all opium came from China.
A fallacy, Captain. Persian opium of good quality contains from 10 to 15% of morphine. And Shandu, made from Persian opium, would contain perhaps 25%. That's why Sun Yat Key deals exclusively in Persian opium. If we can break him, we break the ring.
Why did you get him, then?
No evidence. Our men can't get near him. Some doubt if he even exists.
Well, how about one of our boys?
No better. They seem to be able to spot a cop a mile off.
Say, I got it. How about a woman?
We thought of that, too. But the chief vetoed it. Too dangerous.
I know someone who'd give her right arm to bust that dope ring.
Who?
Our police matron, Carrie Welch. She lost a younger brother down there on the riverfront about a year ago. A narcotic-crazed Chinaman shot him.
You think she'd take the risk?
Sure, she'd love it.
All right, Roberts. We'll see that Carrie Welch gets the chance. Call her in. All right, Mrs. Welch. There's the restaurant just ahead. You enter the front door, walk to the back. You'll see a little door with Chinese letters on it. Go through that door and ask for Sun Yat Key.
Understand everything, Miss Welch?
Yes, Captain.
Here's a $10 bill. It's marked money. Now, as you can, make a buy of opium, walk out the same door you came in. Roberts and I will rush back, recover the money. Your job is to get away with the dope.
I understand.
Now, if you get into trouble, call for us. We'll be sitting in the back of the restaurant eating. But, of course, don't recognize us when you come in.
Yes, sir.
Now, all right. Give us about 5 minutes to get inside. Come on, Robert.
Yeah.
This Fu Lang Sin who runs the place is a crafty fellow. They'll never get the idea he's not smart. He speaks English better than you or I.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Supposed to have graduated from one of our colleges.
Yes. Here we are. I'll talk to him. That's a warning gong. It sounds whenever police enter the place.
Here comes a Chinaman.
It's Fu Lang Sin. Well, hello, Fu Lang Sin.
It is with much pleasure that this lowly person again has the honor of being visited by the police.
A wise guy, aren't you?
The gods say, in a realm of fools, it is easy to be wise.
We're not interested in what your heathen gods say. You don't like it very much when we drop in on you this way, do you?
It is written, my dear lieutenant, that he that exciteth anger is a fool. He that retorteth with anger is still a greater one.
It should also be written, Fu Lang Sin, that it is unwise to arouse the anger of the police. This is Captain Roberts from headquarters.
I am deeply honored by your presence, Captain. What may this lowly servant do for you?
Oh, we're just down here looking around, Fu Lang Sin.
It is written that fate has no pity for them who take needless risks.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing, my dear Captain, nothing.
The captain and I came down for dinner.
I am honored. A table for the occasion?
Yes, in the back, where we can keep an eye on you.
It shall be as you wish.
You have them well trained, haven't you? Say, what are all these fancy grains of rice?
Merely a custom of my ancestors. Ceremonial rice.
Ceremonial rice, eh?
Yes. Each grain is carefully polished and painted by hand and placed in one's robe until the Day of Atonement.
Well, quite a job to paint all those grains by hand, isn't it?
It is written that the work of the idol is dear. Your table is ready, Lieutenant.
Oh, thank you. Come on, Captain.
Lead the way, Ferguson.
We'd better get back to our table in a hurry. Mrs. Welch will be coming in to make the buy. Here, this is it.
Yeah. Sit down. I'll sit facing the front. Say, where did I see those rice grains before?
In Tommy Wood's pocket.
That's it. Say,
Shh. Come to Mrs. Welch. Look at your menu, Robert.
Yeah.
She walked right through without looking right or left. And, Roberts, for the first time, that warning gong didn't sound.
Good. Maybe she'll be able to swing it. If she makes a buy, we'll take in everybody in this joint.
I've men outside to surround the place at the first sign of trouble.
Good Lord.
The gong.
Who was that?
A woman screamed. Come on, Carrie Welch is in trouble. Through this door back here.
The door's locked.
Take the chair and break it in.
Yeah.
That's it. You're getting it. There, it's open. Come on.
Black as pitch in here. Better be careful.
Use your light. Wait a minute. What's that?
Carrie Welch. She's hurt. Yeah, give me a hand.
They're knocked out. Look out!
What is that?
A knife. It just missed you by an inch. Quick. Came from behind those curtains.
Yeah.
There he is in the back room. Sun Yat Key.
Yeah.
Get him. He's coming for you.
Yeah.
He's still moving. Give it to him again.
Yeah.
The gun won't stop him. He's still moving. No, it's no use. You might as well be shooting blanks.
Now, here's an axe. There, take that, you yell. Well, I'll be.
Wax. It's a wax figure. On a track. No wonder we couldn't find Sun Yat Key. He was a wax figure.
Yeah. It's hollow inside. I got it. Whoever is passing out this dope was using this figure so he wouldn't be recognized. He spoke to the peddler and passed out the dope through this wax figure. A front.
And here's a tin of opium. Well, what do you know about that? Here's something else. Look, Captain.
Well, I'll be.
All right, Fu Lang Sin. Put him up. Put the cuffs on him, Robert.
Yeah.
There has been trouble? It is written...
It is written that one Fu Lang Sin restaurant owner has been caught selling opium under the name of Sun Yat Key and has been caught.
It is written that obstinacy is the firmness of unreason.
Oh, yes? You had a pretty clever game, didn't you? You used that wax figure so nobody could see your face. You even had it fixed so it would move. But you didn't fool us.
One does not have to fool...
Quiet. I've listened to enough of your Chinese philosophy. Look here. This is what caught you and linked you with the murder of Tommy Woods. Rice. Ceremonial rice. One of Captain Roberts' bullets cut through your robe, and you spilled a trail of colored rice from the back room around the corner and back in here. I'm sorry, Fu Lang Sin, but we've got you dead to rights.
It is said that fate writes with an invisible hand.
Police headquarters. Right. Hello, Tim. Send a wrecking crew down to Fu Lang Sin's Chinese restaurant on Trent Street. Captain Roberts will meet him there. Police headquarters.
Again, we bring you the police reporter with the store of odd happenings taken from the police records of the world. These stories are true and dramatized for your entertainment. You will now hear the voice of the police reporter bringing you another true murder mystery.
In Paris, 17 years ago, on a lovely spring morning, Roger Vaughan, a young man of no particular abode, is sprawled indolently on one of the benches that line the Bois de Boulogne. An old lady, in passing, tries to hold the youth in conversation.
It's a grand day, isn't it?
Yes, for some people, maybe.
Aren't you glad spring is here?
I've nothing to be glad about.
Oh, are you unhappy
Yes,
then?
I am.
Won't you tell me why? Perhaps I can help.
I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon, and I haven't slept in a bed for 4 nights.
Why, you poor boy.
I don't need sympathy. What I need is food or money to buy food.
Would you be offended if I took you to my home and gave you something to eat?
Where do you live?
Just across the street. I have rooms on the 4th floor of that building over there.
Well, perhaps I'm not showing the proper spirit. Maybe you'll find me surly and resentful. But I can't help it when the rest of the world is gay and happy while I'm like this. I'm grateful to you. But I deserve better than a bench to sleep on and scraps of food flung at me by strangers. But I suppose I should be grateful even for that. Yes, I suppose I should.
"5 minutes later, in the old lady's apartment.
Sit here in the kitchen with me, and we can talk while I prepare your food.
Thank you. Do you live here? Alone?
Yes, I'm a widow. My husband died 12 years ago.
Then you must have some kind of an income.
Enough to keep me.
You're lucky.
Oh, I think so. That's why I try to help those who aren't so fortunate. Would an omelet and coffee be satisfactory?
Very. Now, you must have a lot of friends.
No, not one.
Aren't you lonely?
Not particularly. I have my books, my cat, and the whole of Paris to amuse me. After my husband died, I couldn't afford to keep up with my old friends, and I was too old to make new ones. So I packed all my treasures in that chest you're sitting on and moved in here. And here I am, contented.
So I've been sitting on a small fortune and didn't know it.
Oh, hardly that. The chest contains things of a sentimental value. Their value in money would be small.
Aren't you afraid someone might rob you?
Who would want the few paltry francs I have?
Someone as desperate as I am. Someone you might bring up here and feed just as you've brought me. Someone like me to whom a few francs is a fortune.
Oh, I'm not afraid.
But you should be.
Why did you lock that door?
Just making sure I won't be disturbed.
Disturbed?
Yes. I don't want anyone coming in here during the next half hour.
What are you thinking of, young man?
I'm sick of being poor. I'm going to rob you.
Oh, you couldn't do that.
Couldn't I? Watch me. Where's the key to this chest?
I won't tell you. I'll save you from being a thief in spite of yourself.
Where's the key to that chest?
I'll not tell you. Help! Help!
Shut your trap!
I'm being robbed! Help!
Keep quiet, you fool!
Oh, put that knife down! Put that knife down! Help! Help!
5 days later, the police broke into the old woman's rooms and found her body. The only clue to the identity of her assailant were a few bloody fingerprints, the fingerprints of a man unknown to the police and, consequently, almost impossible to trace. 2 years pass, and the murder of the unknown woman is still unsolved. Roger Vaughan is in prison, awaiting deportation to l'Île de Ré, a vermin-infested penal colony which French criminals dread more than Devil's Island. We find Vaughan sitting with his cellmate, an old offender named Bébert.
What are you so gloomy about, Bébert?
In another 2 weeks, they'll have enough poor devils like us, and we'll be on our way, Vaughan. You for 10 years, and me for life.
L'Île de Ré can't be any worse than this prison. So why be gloomy about it?
Oh, can't it? I've been there, I know. There isn't a worse place on the face of the earth than that hole. I'll tell you what it'll be. All day long, every day you'll slave in a blazing sun, and at night they'll throw food at you that a Paris street mongrel wouldn't eat.
It'll be food anyway.
Then you'll sit around and talk about Paris until your heart's broken. Then you'll go to bed. But for an hour you won't sleep because of the heat and the insects. But But even they can't keep your tired body awake any longer than that, and you'll drop off.
I've slept in prison before.
Yeah, then at sunrise they'll wake you up and throw more garbage at you. And it'll start all over again. And the only time the monotony is broken are the days when they tie you to a post and whip you. And you think it can't be worse than this? Ha! Don't make me laugh.
Well, it can't last forever.
It will for me. I'm going for life.
Why don't you commit suicide?
I haven't the nerve.
You're a brave man, aren't you? You can kill others, but you haven't the nerve to do it when it comes to yourself.
Well, at least I have the nerve to kill others, which is more than a petty burglar like you can say.
Oh, yeah? Well, I did kill someone once, but I was never caught for it.
Who was it?
An old woman. She took me to her house to feed me, and I killed her and robbed her.
And the police never found out who did it?
That was over 2 years ago, and I never was caught.
You expect me to believe a story like that, eh?
Well, it's true.
It's just the silly bragging of a small thief.
Oh, is it? Well, I can prove it. Her name was Messetier, and she had rooms on the 4th floor of a house just off the Bois de Boulogne.
Well, how was she dressed?
She had on a brown dress, and she was cooking some food for me. When I made up my mind to rob her, I told her my intention. She began to scream. That got me scared, and I grabbed a kitchen knife off the table and stabbed her. She died almost instantly.
You're not lying to me?
I'm not. I swear I'm not. But why is this so important to you?
I'm going to use it to save myself from going to L'Île de Ré.
You're going to tell on me and hope for mercy?
No. I'm going to confess to it and go to the guillotine.
You'd rather die than go to the penal colony?
Yeah, much rather. Better an actual death than a living one. While it seems hard to believe that a man would confess to a murder which would surely cost him his life, that is exactly what Bébert did. We find him next in the office of the warden, where he is being questioned.
So, Bébert, she resisted your attempts to rob her, and you killed the old woman.
Yes, sir.
What was she preparing for your meal?
Well, some meat and potatoes.
And when she screamed, you stabbed her with a kitchen knife?
Yes, sir.
It's a very good story, Bébert.
It's a true story, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
It's strange that the Paris police know nothing about it.
You mean that there was never a murder committed?
That's just what I mean, Bébert.
Well, he lied to me then. That petty stealing rat, he lied. That Roger Voron. He let me think that if I told you this story, I could cheat L'Île de Ré. Now I've got to go away.
Quiet, Bébert. Hello? Hello? Bring me Roger Voron to the prison and governor's office immediately.
You're having him brought up here, eh?
Yes. I'd like to talk with him.
So would I. I'll tell him a thing or two.
You'll keep your mouth shut while he's here. Bébert, thanks to you, we of the police have solved a very baffling case.
What case?
The one that we were just speaking of.
Then the old lady was killed.
Yes, but you didn't do it.
How do you know I didn't?
Your fingerprints don't tally with those of the killer. Besides, the old lady wasn't cooking meat and potatoes. It was an omelet.
Then you tricked me into giving away Voron, eh?
I'm sorry, Bébert. It was the only way. Come in.
Yes, Roger Voron.
Bring him in.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Voron.
Yes, sir.
You'll excuse me a moment while I look in the files for your fingerprint card. You two men may talk.
I've nothing to say to him.
What's the matter, Bébert? What did the prison governor send for me for?
You'll find out soon enough.
Is it important?
To you, yeah.
Well, then, here we are. Now let's look these over. This is your fingerprint card, Voron?
Yes, sir.
Bébert had just come to me with a confession of murder. The murder of an old woman who was stabbed to death just off the Bois de Boulogne.
Yes, sir, but how does this concern me?
Bébert didn't do it. But I have a feeling that you did.
I, Governor? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? Then how did your fingerprints get on the knife with which he was killed? Look, you can see for yourself.
I didn't do it. I wasn't in Paris at the time.
What time?
Why, when the murder was committed.
Oh, don't waste your breath, Voron. Bébert has told me all about it.
You low, sneaking police spy, you. You come into my cell and beg and plead with me to save you from L'Île de Ré, and then you tell the prison governor everything.
Well, why didn't you tell me the old woman was cooking an omelet?
Well, what difference does that make?
All the difference in the world, Voron. We knew what the old lady was cooking, and we knew that the murderer knew. But Bébert didn't know.
And an omelet will cost me my head?
Yes, Voron. An omelet.
An omelet. Four months later, Roger Varon was executed in the same prison where he had made his first confession. Once more, the police had won.
You have just heard another true murder mystery brought to you by the police reporter. Listen in to the dramatization of our next unusual happening taken from police records. This is a radio release production. The police reporter brings you another true murder mystery.
On June 29, 1915, Vienna, Austria was still a city of lights and gaiety. In the suburbs of this lovely European capital, there lived what appeared to be a happy family. Rudolf Falk, a retired businessman, Mrs. Falk, and a brilliant young medical student, Anton Herzog. Rudolf Falk believed such young men should be encouraged, so he helped Anton over the rough spots by giving the student free board and lodging. It was a hot June night, and Mr. Falk had gone to his room while Mrs. Falk stayed downstairs to read. At about midnight, she decided to go to bed. As she passed Mr. Falk's room, she noticed the light still burning, so she stopped.
Rudolph? Rudolph, are you awake? Rudolph! Oh, you men. Oh, just as I thought. Asleep in your chair. Aren't you ashamed? Rudolph, go to bed. Oh, what's the matter? Why, Rudolph, you're sick. Oh, I'll get the doctor right away. Oh, Anton, is that you?
Yes, Frau Falk. I just came home.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Well, what's the matter, Frau Falk? Something wrong?
Oh, it's Rudolph. I think he's had a heart attack.
We'll call Dr. Reiter. And in the meantime, I'll give him a stimulant.
Oh, hurry, hurry.
Wait till I run up to my room and get my hypodermic and some strychnine. Get the doctor right away.
Oh, I will. I will. Quick, Anton. Do what you can.
Don't worry, Frau Falk. I think we can save him.
By the time Dr. Reiter arrived, Rudolf Falk was dead. He had rallied slightly after Herzog's injection, then collapsed and died. In Vienna, sudden or unexpected death must always be certified to by the coroner. This gentleman made his examination and pronounced it a death from heart failure. Inspector Vorst of the Vienna police had been present and watched the whole proceeding. And when the coroner left, he stayed behind.
Frau Falk, I'm Inspector Vorst from the police. There are some things here that are not quite clear to me.
If I can be of any help, don't hesitate to ask me.
Thank you. When you found Herr Falk, didn't it strike you as strange that he should be wearing his bathrobe?
Oh, yes, it did. Especially his heavy woolen one. All day he'd been complaining about the heat. You know, his heart trouble made him suffer more than ordinary people.
That's what's been running through my mind. Your husband wasn't crippled in any way, was he?
Oh, no. Why do you ask?
Look at the way that bathrobe is buttoned. Does it look right to you?
Why, no, it's buttoned the wrong way.
Exactly.
Rudolph never buttoned his clothes that way. I wonder how that could have happened.
So do I, Frau Falk.
Strange, isn't it?
Yes, it's so strange that I shall have to have his death certificate held up until this has been investigated.
Is there anything else?
Not just now. If you don't mind leaving us, I'd like to ask the doctor and young Herzog a few questions.
You mean you want me to go?
If you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. Excuse me.
Well, Herzog, what do you know about this?
You heard what I told the coroner, didn't you?
About being at a party all evening and not getting home until midnight? Yes.
Well, that's it.
You've nothing to add to that?
Nothing?
Dr. Reiter.
Yes, Inspector?
If you found a man suffering from a heart attack, what would you do?
Give him an injection of strychnine.
And that's just what I did.
Yeah, I know. You told us that. When was the last time that you saw Herr Falk alive, Doctor?
When I left here about 10 o'clock this evening.
Where did you go when you left?
I went for a walk. I got home about 10 minutes before Frau Falk telephoned.
Do you come here often?
About once each day. Besides being my patient, Herr Falk was an old and dear friend.
How was he feeling when you left this evening?
Very lively. In fact, too lively. That's why I left.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we had quite a heated argument.
About what?
Old coins. We are both ardent collectors of old coins.
And how was Herr Falk dressed when you left his house?
He'd been suffering from the heat all day, so he'd put on his pajamas.
And his bathrobe?
No, just his pajamas.
Did you button or unbutton the bathrobe when you examined him?
It wasn't necessary. As soon as I saw him, I realized he was dead.
And what did you think had caused his death?
A bad heart attack.
That's all that you have to tell me?
Why do you ask all these questions? Is there something wrong?
I feel there are a lot of things wrong. Herr Falk's death is very suspicious to me, and I'm going to continue this investigation.
And Inspector Vorst did investigate. He called an ambulance and had the body taken to Professor Hermann G. Jesserich, a scientist at the University of Vienna.
Professor Jesserich, I hate to bother you so late at night, but I feel that this is important. Herr Rudolf Falk died tonight under what I consider suspicious circumstances, and I'd like to have you make an immediate autopsy.
You think he was murdered?
I don't know. That's what I want you to find out.
Where's the body?
Outside in an ambulance.
Have it taken to my laboratory, eh?
At once, Professor.
What about the room where he died? Did you find anything there?
Nothing of any value.
You police never half look.
Oh, but there wasn't anything to be seen.
Oh, not with the naked eye, perhaps, but the microscope finds things the eyes cannot see, you know.
Well, what do you want done?
Well, have a man go over Herr Falk's room with an empty vacuum cleaner and bring me the dust he picks up.
I'll have it done right away.
Is the dead man still wearing the same clothes he had on when he was found?
I brought him exactly as his wife discovered him.
Then we can get to work.
I believe in thoroughness, Professor. But is all of this microscope business necessary?
You know I'm interested in the scientific detection of crime, and you must let me do this in my own way.
Well, that's all right with me. But I would like an immediate autopsy on Herr Falk's body.
You shall have it. I'll get to work immediately, and by noon tomorrow, I'll give you a detailed report. And while the professor worked untiringly all night examining the body and clothes of the dead man and giving a microscopic scrutiny to the dust from the room, Inspector Vorst had also been busy. Several detectives had been sent out to pick up whatever information they could about the principals involved in this puzzling case. Promptly at noon, the professor came into Inspector Vorst's office.
Well, Professor, what did you learn?
Quite a lot. There was a constriction around his heart that would have taken a month to develop naturally, and he would have been ill all the while.
Yes, but he wasn't. He's been feeling fine.
And then his condition was caused by a poison that brought it on artificially.
Did you find the poison?
No.
Well, then how do you know he's been poisoned?
By his condition.
Is there a poison that would cause such a condition?
Yes, there is. The poison of a certain African scorpion.
Oh, come now, Professor. This is getting fantastic.
And I have definite proof that there was such a scorpion in the room.
What?
Yes. There were 2 of the insect's bristles among the dust in that vacuum cleaner. And there were definite traces of scorpion poisoning on the sleeve of Herr Falk's bathrobe.
Then he was murdered.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, how could anyone be killed accidentally by a scorpion here in Vienna?
It is possible, although I don't think this particular death was accidental. There are too many things that point to murder.
Well, both young Herzog and Dr. Richter are in positions where they could obtain scorpions. The thing we must discover is which one did buy such an insect.
That's simple enough. Get the names of all the purchasers of scorpions. These little beasts can only be bought by accredited students and men of science, and even they must sign for them. There are only 2 places in the whole of Vienna that handle them. It should be a simple matter to investigate, yes.
An excellent thought, Professor. Then at least we'll know if either of our suspects has purchased such an insect during the past month. Whoever has will have to account for it. Now, excuse me.
What are you going to do, huh?
I'm going to get the information. Hello. Give me Grossman's office. Hello, Grossman. Vorst talking. Send men out to dealers in scorpions and get their list of purchasers for the past month. Let me know immediately if Anton Herzog or Dr. Riker's name are on either of these lists. That's all, but work fast.
And now I suppose we sit and wait,
No, I have Exhibit A and B waiting to be questioned.
Oh, where are they?
In the next room.
Well, we'll have the doctor in first, eh?
Yes, I found a lot of interesting information about that gentleman. I'll call him. Well, Dr. Richter, will you step in here, please?
Why, certainly.
Sit down, Doctor. Well, we found that Herr Falk did not die of heart failure in the ordinary sense. His heart failure was induced by a powerful poison.
What?
Yes. So I'm compelled to investigate. Doctor, have you ever seen this tray full of coins before?
Why, I know those coins as well as my own collection. It's part of Rudolf Falk's.
Our old coin expert found them in your cabinet.
In my cabinet?
Yes. Do you know how they could have gotten there?
Why, I haven't the least idea. It's all very odd.
It isn't possible that you might have, taken them?
Why should I? If you look in Rudolph Falk's will, you will find that he left his coin collection to me. So why should I steal them?
Well, we've looked, and that's one point that's been bothering me.
Now, is there anything else?
Yes. How many pair of rubber gloves have you?
Only one. They are hard to procure since the war started.
And, where are they?
Well, they've been in my office, but they're not there now.
They might have been in your office, but you're right, they're not there now.
And why are my rubber gloves important to this case, may I ask, sir?
Because whoever buttoned Herr Falk's bathrobe wore rubber gloves, and yours seems to be missing.
Well,
might I suggest that all this evidence tends to prove that the old gentleman's death was murder? But in my mind, it also proves that the doctor isn't the guilty man. He's too intelligent to make such stupid blunders. Someone has been trying to throw suspicion on the doctor.
Yeah, perhaps. We'll see what Herzog has to say. Oh, Herzog.
Yes?
Come in here, please. Sit down.
Thanks.
So you were at a party on the night that Rudolph Falk, shall we say, died?
Yes.
And you didn't leave all evening?
No.
Well, we've discovered that this isn't true. You were gone almost the whole time between 10 and 11.
Who said that?
Your host.
He's mistaken.
He doesn't seem to think so. Herr Falk was very fond of you, wasn't he?
Yes.
So fond that he left you quite a sum in his will.
That's true. What of it?
You could use that money, couldn't you?
Are you suggesting that I killed him for money?
I'm not suggesting. I'm just trying to prove it.
Well, it's not true. You've got the wrong man. Why do you keep hounding me? Why not investigate Dr. Richter?
We have been investigating both of you. And that telephone may tell us who is guilty. Hello? Yes? Yes, Grossman? Yeah, that's all. Thanks. Anton Herzog, it becomes my duty to arrest you for the murder of Rudolph Falk.
You're making a terrible mistake, Inspector.
I don't think so. You were the one who made the mistake when you purchased an African scorpion 2 weeks ago. My evidence is now complete. I shall have no difficulty in convicting you.
When the chains of evidence had finally been welded together and Anton Herzog could no longer deny his guilt, he confessed and threw himself on the mercy of the court. The jury, however, found him guilty and he was executed. So, a master of the art of murder was caught by a master of science.
You have just heard a dramatization of a true story in a series collected from the police and newspaper records of the world and brought to you by the Police Reporter. This is a radio release production. The Police Reporter brings you another true murder mystery taken from the records of the world.
Billings, Montana, the home of Jesse Ingram and his family on North 20th Street. The time, early in the evening on the night of January 28, 1930. The family consists of Mr. and Mrs. Ingram, their daughter Mildred, age 16, and their younger daughter Serena, a deaf mute.
Ma, will you ask him?
Oh, ask him yourself.
Oh, please, Ma, go on.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm sick of fighting with him.
Why, no, he won't let me go if I ask him.
You can do a lot more with him than I can.
What's all this whispering about?
It's nothing.
Something you don't want me to hear?
No, not exactly.
Well, let's hear it then.
Well, we're having a high school party, and...
And you want to go, is that it?
Yes.
Who'll be there?
Oh, everybody in my class.
Just girls?
I said everybody in my class.
That means there'll be boys there, too. You can't go.
Oh, please, Daddy.
I said no, and that settles it. You know how I feel about you going around with boys?
Jesse, what's the harm?
Plenty harm. I want Mildred to study and amount to something. She can't do that if she's got boys on her mind.
The young people has got to have some fun.
She can have her fun with other girls. First thing you know, she'll get stuck on some no-good bum and marry him.
She's only 16.
You were only 17 when we got married. And Mildred ain't going to make the mistake we did. I got things planned for her. I don't want her living in no four-room shanty with a mess of brats like us. If our parents had watched us careful, we wouldn't be in the spot we're in.
We always got along all right.
Maybe you're satisfied with getting along all right, but I ain't. If I hadn't married so young, I might have amounted to something. Look at me. A switch tender in the Northern Pacific yards who don't earn enough to support his family. You have to work in a cannon factory, so we have enough to live on.
Lots of men's wives work.
That ain't no reason why I should want you slaving for a couple of bucks a week. That ain't no reason why Mildred should make the same mistake we did. And I'm going to do my best to keep her from making it.
Then she can't go to the party?
No.
I think you're the biggest killjoy I ever saw.
When you get older, you'll thank me for my interest.
Jesse Ingram, you're a mean, narrow-minded bully. You've taken the best years of my life and robbed me of my fun, and you're not going to do the same thing with Mildred. I stood it just as long as I'm going to. She's going to that party, or I'll know the reason why.
There's a 5-minute whistle, Ma.
Oh, I hear it. And I'm going to work. But when I draw my pay tomorrow, you and I are going downtown, Mildred, and buy you a nice party dress.
You don't dare.
Don't I? Wait and see.
I'm still running this family.
No, you're not. You've run it long enough. Now I'll take a hand. From tomorrow on, things will be different around here.
Your ma's hot-tempered, Mildred. She don't know what's good for you.
Well, I guess I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what isn't.
You do want to go to that party awful bad, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, can't you see I'm just looking out for your own interests when I don't let you go?
Ma says I can go, and I will.
I'm your father, and you'll do as I tell you.
Oh, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to bed.
Well, you think over what I've told you, and if you've got any sense at all...
On January 29, the people of Billings read the following in their morning papers. Father and daughter in mystery shooting. Police were called to the home of Jesse Ingram on North 20th Street early this morning, and there found the body of Mildred Ingram, age 16, lying on her bed with her head and body torn by 5 bullet wounds. In another room, the unconscious form of her father was lying on his bed. He, too, had been shot, the bullet entering the base of his skull. Mrs. Ingram was not at home and was later discovered at her mother's house, where she was questioned by the police.
You'll have to pull yourself together, Mrs. Ingram, and tell me what you know.
Oh, what's the use of all the questions? He killed her. I know he did.
Oh, I ain't so sure of that, Mrs. Ingram. It's pretty hard for a man to shoot himself and then hide the gun.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, why do you keep questioning me? I wasn't home last night.
Where were you?
Working on the night shift at the cannon factory.
Why didn't you go home when you got through working?
My husband and me had a fight last night, and I didn't want to go home until I was sure he'd gone to work.
But you knew there was something wrong over at your house when I come in here, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, how'd you find that out?
From my daughter, Serena.
Didn't she tell you what it was?
No.
Why not?
She can't talk. She's a deaf mute.
Can she write?
No. But I could tell from the way she acted that something was wrong.
Well, then why didn't you go home?
I didn't think it was anything serious. My husband was on a rampage, and I didn't want to get mixed up in it again.
Well, then this child knows all about it and can't tell us. Is that right?
No, I guess so.
What makes you say that?
Well, she was the only one at the house all night.
Come on, you.
What are you doing?
I'm taking this girl over to the house with me. Hey, what's the matter with her?
Well, she's afraid.
Well, I'm sorry, but she's the only one that knows what happened, and somehow or other I'm going to find out what she knows.
You let her alone. You want to scare her into having a fit?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ingram, but I've got to find out what happened at that house.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. My husband killed my daughter and then tried to kill himself.
It couldn't be. Your husband couldn't have shot himself. There were no powder marks near his wound, and the gun hasn't been found.
Well, I didn't do it.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to find some way of proving that, Mrs. Ingram.
Well, you can go down to the factory. They'll tell you I never left my bench all night.
Then there's only one person left.
Who?
Your deaf daughter.
Oh, she wouldn't do a thing like that.
I'm not so sure, Mrs. Ingram. You never can tell about dummies.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Blaming such a terrible thing on a poor, unfortunate deaf mute.
Maybe so. But I'm going to keep a close watch on her till this thing is settled.
At the hospital next day, Jesse Ingram regained consciousness, and the sheriff hurried over there to get his statement.
How do you feel, Ingram?
Oh, my head aches, but I'm feeling a little better.
I come over to find out how you were hurt.
Oh, I don't know how it happened.
Well, did you shoot yourself?
No, I didn't.
Well, did you see who did it?
No.
Why not?
Whoever it was must have sneaked in and shot me while I was asleep.
Well, what happened to Mildred?
I don't know. The doctor said she died.
Well, did he tell you that she was shot 5 times?
Yes.
So how about that deaf daughter of yours? Do you think she did it?
No.
How do you know?
Why, she don't know how to handle a gun. I don't think she's ever seen one.
Well, there's one thing that puzzles me about this whole business. The bullets that were fired into your daughter weigh 128 grams, but the one taken from your head only weighs 30 grams.
Well, they must have been fired from different guns.
Oh, there's something screwy about this whole business. Why did the murderer fire 5 full-size .38 bullets into your daughter and only 1 quarter-size bullet into you? Come in. What is it, Chris?
We just found the gun.
Where was it?
Under the mattress of Ingram's bed.
How many shells fired?
5, Chief.
Well, that makes it all look different. As long as we couldn't find the gun, it was all a puzzle to me. But now it isn't. Are you still sticking to your story, Ingram?
I don't know nothing about it.
Well, maybe I can tell you then. You killed your daughter and then fixed a bullet by taking out most of the powder and cutting down the lead. You shot yourself with that bullet, shoved the gun under the mattress, and played unconscious till this morning.
That's a lie.
You'll get a chance to prove that at your trial.
But Ingram couldn't prove it to the satisfaction of a jury. He was found guilty of murder, but the evidence being circumstantial, he escaped the gallows and was sentenced to life imprisonment. After he'd served about 2.5 years, he sent for Sheriff Howard.
Well, Ingram, what was it you want to tell me?
I got something on my mind. It's been bothering me.
Well, spill it if it'll make you feel any better.
Well, you remember I told you about the fight I had with my wife just before she went to work that night?
Sure.
Well, I didn't tell you the truth about the finish.
Is that what you want to tell me now?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Well, after my wife left, I started to talk to Mildred. I said to her, I'm your father, and you'll do as I tell you.
I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to bed.
Think over what I've told you, and if you've got any sense at all, don't you walk away from me when I'm talking to you.
But I want to be alone. Please don't bother me tonight, Father.
We've got to settle this right now. I don't want you going to bed thinking I abuse you.
Well, don't you?
You know I don't. You know you're all I've got. Haven't we been pals since you were a little shaver?
That's all over now.
You mean you're going to spoil all my plans?
I'm not going to let you spoil my life with your so-called plans. I'm going out and get a job and live the way I want to.
You can't do it, Mildred. You can't throw me over like that.
Well, I will. I've had all your bossing I'm going to stand.
Oh, be a good girl, Mildred, and I'll let you go to the high school party.
It wouldn't be any fun now. I told you what I'm going to do, and that settles it.
Oh, don't you go away from home, Mildred. I couldn't stand it without you. Don't you know what you mean to me? You're the only thing I got. I won't let you go away. I won't let you.
You can't stop me.
Can't I? Well, we'll see about that.
I'm leaving right now.
Oh, Mildred, don't act like this.
Take your hands off me.
What's the matter?
I hate you. I hate you. That's what's the matter, and I never want to see you again.
Don't go through that door. I'm telling you, Mildred, don't go through that door.
Goodbye.
And I killed her, Sheriff, and dragged her up to her bed. That's the truth, and I'm glad I told you. The rest you know, and I don't care if I never get out of here.
And today, Jesse Ingram sits in the Montana Penitentiary waiting for death to release him from his memories and his conscience.
You have just heard another true murder mystery brought to you by the police reporter. We'll be back again soon with another stranger-than-fiction story. Listen for us. This is a radio release production. We bring you the 10th true murder mystery by the police reporter. Murder seems to be an international pastime, so today we dramatize for you a very odd crime that happened in Prague, Czechoslovakia.
Marie STANOVITCH, a typist in the office of a large chemical plant, has just finished work and is getting ready to leave, when one of the chemists, a deformed, middle-aged man named Joseph Capriva, enters.
Well, Marie, going home?
Yes, Dr. Capriva.
Do you want me to walk with you?
Why, I'm sorry, but I...
You mean there's someone else who has asked you first?
Yes. My fiancé always calls for me and takes me home.
And is that why you can't see me evenings? Does he take up all your time?
No, but he objects to my going out with other men.
Old-fashioned fellow, eh?
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, stop lying, Marie.
Dr. Capriva.
Marie, I've followed you every night for months, and you always go home alone. I've never seen you going anywhere with a young man. So your fiancé story won't go down.
Well, what of it?
When you first came to work here, you were very nice to me. But lately, you've been avoiding me.
You've been too attentive.
And are my attentions so distasteful?
It isn't that, Dr. Capriva.
You've probably misunderstood them.
Maybe that's it.
I've a good position in this plant, Marie. I'm chief of the research chemists. I could give you a nice home and take good care of you.
Are you proposing to me?
Yes. I'm in love with you, Marie. I want to marry you.
But I couldn't marry you. I don't care for you.
You could learn?
Never.
Am I so repulsive?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Capriva, but you are. Oh, I've tried to avoid this, but your persistence has brought it on yourself. I never could marry you. I never could go out with you. I'd be ashamed.
Is youth and a straight body all that counts with you, Marie? Doesn't intelligence mean anything?
All the intelligence in the world could never make me forget that you're a hunchback.
Do you have to insult me to my face?
You asked for it, Dr. Capriva. Now I hope you'll stop bothering me.
Yes, I'll stop bothering you. But you've hurt me, Marie. Hurt me deeply. And someday you'll be sorry. I'm going to make you sorry.
About a month after this meeting, Marie's health began failing. She suffered from insomnia and severe pains in her wrists and fingers. The doctors she visited could not seem to understand what was wrong with her. 3 months passed. It's late in the afternoon, and Marie is at her work, at her typewriter, taking dictation from Fyodor, the office manager.
Replying to your letter regarding sodium sulfate compound, I can only reiterate that... What's the matter, Marie? Why don't you finish the letter, What's the matter, Marie?
Oh, I can't see. I've gone blind.
What?
I can't see. Oh, when I was typing, my eyes suddenly failed. Oh, help me. Help me.
Don't lose your nerve, Marie. I'll send for a doctor.
No, don't leave me. Oh, I'm afraid in the dark. Oh, my eyes are wide open. I know they are, but everything is black. Black.
Quiet, Marie. Quiet.
Oh.
What's the trouble here?
It's Marie, Dr. Capriva. She's gone blind.
Blind?
Yes, she says she can't see.
Run, get a doctor quickly. I'll stay with her. She's fainted. Marie.
She can't talk.
Telephone for a doctor at once.
Yes, sir.
Marie. Can you hear me? Fyodor has gone for a doctor. But it won't do any good. The doctor will be too late. So you thought I was repulsive, eh? Well, I'm alive and have all my faculties while you're lying there helpless. You were young, beautiful. Now look at you. Blind, paralyzed. Who'd want to marry you now? Not even poor crippled me. Ha ha! I told you I'd make you sorry for hurting me the way you did. Well, I've done it. Marie, do you hear me? Can't you even moan? Marie, I'm speaking to you, me, Capriva. Poor, crippled Capriva, whose affections you disdained a few months ago. Wouldn't you like to trade places with me now?
I've telephoned the company doctor. He'll be here in a few moments.
He's wasting his time. Marie is dead.
The medical examiner came and described Marie's death to a number of causes, signed her death certificate, and she was laid to rest. Nothing more would have happened had not the medical examiner mentioned the strange case to a specialist friend. This man, a very fine physician, became interested and decided to investigate. He called at the office one evening about closing time.
You were with Marie STANOVITCH when she died?
No, I wasn't, but I was here in the office with her a few minutes before.
Tell me just what happened.
Well, she was sitting at her desk over there when she suddenly stopped typing. I asked her what was the matter, and she said she had gone blind. I wanted to get a doctor, but she didn't want me to leave her alone.
But you did leave before the end?
Yes. Our research chemist heard the commotion and came into the office. By that time, she'd lost her power of speech.
And you left her with this research chemist?
Yes, but only while I went into the outer office to telephone the doctor.
And while you were gone, she died?
Yes, sir.
I see.
It's getting dark in here. I'll turn on the light.
No, please don't. I like it better in the dark. Had Marie complained of not feeling well?
Oh, yes, occasionally. She said her wrists and fingers hurt her terribly sometimes. She thought it was rheumatism. But I've never heard of anyone dying of rheumatism the way she did. Have you?
No, of course not. But then Marie STANOVITCH didn't die of rheumatism.
Well, have you any idea what was wrong with her?
Yes, a very good idea. Somehow it doesn't seem quite rational. I just can't believe it possible. All those symptoms point to just one thing, and that thing...
Look, the typewriter. Marie's typewriter, look at it.
What is it?
It's glowing with fire. I'm going out of here.
Wait a minute. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, what is it? What's making you do that?
Radium.
Radium?
Yes. And that's what killed Marie STANOVITCH. Radium poisoning.
Marie's body was exhumed, and indisputable proofs were found that this was the case. The police gave Dr. Zernoff authority to bring his investigations to a definite conclusion. Was it all an accident due to carelessness, or was it a definite plot? We next find Dr. Zernoff again questioning the office manager.
You sent for this man, Capriva?
Oh, yes. He'll be here shortly.
You kept your word and told no one of this investigation?
Oh, of course, no one knows of it except we two.
Thank you.
You wish to see me?
Yes. Dr. Zernoff wishes to talk to you.
I'm at your service, sir.
I understand that you're a first-class chemist, Dr. Capriva.
I am.
He's head of our chemical research department, yes.
Would you mind drawing the blinds in this room and making it as dark as possible?
Of course.
Now, in a few seconds, our eyes will become accustomed to this darkness. Now, Dr. Capriva, I want you to look over at that typewriter. Do you see anything?
Not yet.
Then you expect to see something?
Your question led me to believe that I would.
I see. Do you see anything now?
Why, yes. The typewriter keys are glowing.
What, in your opinion, causes them to glow?
They've evidently been painted with some tincture of radium.
I see we agree on that. You can put up the blinds now.
Yes,
Dr.
Doctor.
Capriva, how do you suppose that radium got on those keys?
Someone must have put it there.
And you are the only person in this plant who has access to the radium. Perhaps you can tell us how this was done.
Are you insinuating...
No, I'm simply putting it up to you. Will you answer my question?
Yes. Someone connected with my laboratory must be responsible.
It couldn't have been an accident?
Obviously not.
Well, then, since we both agree that it wasn't an accident, that leaves only one alternative. It was a deliberate act to either kill or maim Marie STANOVITCH. Do you agree with me?
How could anyone disagree with such reasoning?
Dr. Capriva, you were in love with the girl, isn't that true?
Yes.
But she would have nothing to do with you?
That's true, too.
Now, you're an intelligent man. So am I. What conclusions would you draw from these facts if you were in my place?
If I were you, Dr. Zernoff, I'd arrive at the same conclusion you have.
And that is, Dr. Capriva, that you murdered Marie STANOVITCH?
Yes. I didn't intend to, but I did. I meant to maim her, cripple her, and in that way bring her down to my level. But I went too far and I killed her. I loved her more than anything in the world. But she refused me. She was horrified at the idea of me even presuming to expect her to care for me. I couldn't bear the idea of her belonging to anyone else, so I murdered her. Yes, I did it. Oh, why did I do it?
Do you realize what this confession means?
Yes, I know. But it doesn't matter. I'd rather be dead. But I won't hang. You'll see. You'll see. I'll never hang.
And he didn't. Dr. Joseph Capriva committed suicide in his cell long before his case ever came up for trial.
We hope that you have been thrilled and entertained by our true murder mysteries, and will listen in again to the police reporter when he comes back to you over this same station. This is a radio release production.
Calling all detectives. Putting prizes in merchandise packages is an old stunt. But when the prizes are precious jewels, that's a new wrinkle. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Let me, Jerry Browning, private detective, tell you about my sweetest case. The box of candy came by parcel post. I opened it, found a plain white card simply signed Joe. But I didn't know any Joe, so I examined the wrappings. The label was neatly typed with my name, my office address, and bore the imprint of the Best Ever Candy Company. Well, a private detective can't be too careful, so... Cliff, I'd like you to do a chemical analysis for me. Right, Jerry. What's the matter? Somebody feeding one of your clients pie a la arsenic? I'm the client. I'd like to know if there's any hanky-panky with these chocolates. Cliff grinned, took the candy, and went to work. Colloidal test. Check. Precipitate. Check. Milk solids. Dextrose. Vanillin. Vegetable oil. This stuff is chocolate candy, Jerry. With nothing added, huh? Not in the pieces I checked. Well, let's do one more sample on one of these buttercreams. Cliff cut into it, but not all the way. He couldn't. The center resisted his knife. He poked into it, fished out something the size of a small pebble, washed off the cream covering the stone. Hey, this kind of poison I wouldn't mind getting. Jerry, whoever sent you the candy forgot to mention they put real diamonds in the buttercreams. When I had a mysterious gift of candy analyzed, I learned that one of the pieces contained a valuable diamond. The clerk in the Best Ever Candy shop had to leaf through a stack of back orders to find the one with my name in it. It had been placed a week and a half before, and the name of the sender was Justin O. Everett. Did you send me a box of Best Ever Candy? Why, sure, Browning. Just a little extra thanks for the way you uncovered those missing bonds. Well, thanks, but how did the name Joe get on the card, Mr. Everett? I phoned that order in, gave him the message, and said to sign it J-O-E, my initials. A phone order, huh? And you never saw the candy? No, of course not. I've got a charge account with Best Ever. Oh. Well, thanks again, Mr. Everett, and so long. I drove back to the Best Ever Candy Company, but this time I headed for the factory. In the president's office, Mr. Archer, I have reason to believe your company is in for serious trouble.
Trouble? You don't know the half of it, Browning. Look at these telegrams and letters. The people of this city are insane.
Archer pointed to his littered desk.
Claim they found glass in our product. One guy, an actor, broke a tooth. He wants $100,000 in damages. I tell you, the world's crazy.
Not so crazy, Mr. Archer. Your buttercreams were loaded with diamonds.
Ridiculous. We manufacture under a double-A sanitary rating. Our chocolate is imported from... Did you say diamonds?
Yeah. Somebody added an extra ingredient to your buttercreams. Diamonds. Archer gulped.
Mr. Browning, you're a detective. Please find out who's responsible for this outrage.
I took the case straight to the police.
Missing diamonds? Sure, we're on the lookout for a flock of them. Week ago, Thursday night, Conway and Larkin, the wholesale jewelers, was busted into. Thief got away with a bunch of unsorted stones. A burglar alarm went off all right. Our boys chased the guy, but he got away.
Did anyone get a look at him?
Nope. All we know is that he was a young guy. Must have been. He jumped a high fence, lost us in the vicinity of Troop and Commerce Streets. We threw a cordon around the whole district, but the guy must have slipped through.
Thanks, Sarge. I may have something for you real soon. Driving back to the factory, I knew I had 3 leads, all pointing in the same direction. 1, the best ever candy factory was at the intersection of Troop and Commerce Streets. 2, when somebody's being pursued, he reverts to animal, holes in at the place he knows. 3, anyone who didn't belong in the factory would stick out like the proverbial sore thumb. Conclusion? The diamond thief was an employee of the best ever candy factory. Are these big vats, are they always filled like this with batches of caramel and cream? That's right, sir. I'm an inspector here. Ted Bowen's my name. I can tell you all about the mix. You see, these machines operate by centrifugal force, and I had to hold still for Bowen's lecture on candy mix and making. And what it yielded was exactly what I'd already figured out. The panicky thief had flung the diamonds into a vat of buttercream filling. The automatic machinery had fed cream and stones to the dippers, and the finished product had gone all over town. I checked with the company's personnel manager. We have 200 employees, Mr. Browning. Women workers? 60%. 60% of 200 left 80 men as possible suspects. Of this group, half worked the night shift. On the night in question, Mr. Browning, there was no absenteeism. Okay. So if 40 men were on the job the night of the robbery, then 40 others from the day shift were on the loose. Once I figured out who the guilty man was, I'd be sure to find somebody who'd remember seeing him in the plant that night. So I started reasoning. 28 men of the day shift were office workers. I eliminated them, since any one of them showing up at night would have been instantly noticed. 28 from 40 leaves 12. Of these 12, I canceled out another 7. Elderly men without the strength or agility to vault high fences and outrun cops. That narrowed the field to 5 men. Bob Smith, Cy Johnson, Wally Murdoch, Harry Mooney, and Ted Bowen. I got their stories for the evening of the robbery, checked alibis. Every alibi checked. I was fresh out of suspects and fresh out of reasoning. The next evening, I was back at the candy factory, ready with some nice new reasoning. Namely, that one of the men on the night shift was guilty. Somebody who had managed to leave his job long enough to pull the robbery and get back without being missed. It wasn't much of a theory, but it was the best I could manage at that point. Ted Bowen, the inspector, came over to me. Hello, Mr. Browning. What brings you back here? Something I can't seem to figure out, Ted. How a man could leave a machine for an hour or more without being missed. That's impossible, Mr. Browning. I nodded. Yeah, I guess it... Ted, aren't you on the day shift? Why, yes, but when a new batch is being mixed late in the day, I have to stay over and see it through. Doesn't happen very often. I stepped up to him. Bowen, I'll bet it happened a week ago Thursday. The night a jeweler was robbed. You did that job, and the reason nobody here noticed anything strange was because they're used to seeing you on both shifts. The only person in the plant who can come and go day or night without being questioned. Tried to make a break for the door, but I was expecting that. Yep. He was guilty, of course, though he didn't admit it until his thumbprint matched up with the one print the cops had found. He thought the robbery would be a cinch. And when it proved far from that, he lost his head, ducked back to the plant, and got rid of the loot in the vat of candy mix. Like I said, crime may look as easy as taking candy from a kid. But don't be fooled. A crook always turns out to be the all-day sucker.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to tell you about something Dr. Watson shared with me the other night, some Petri California sherry. Did you ever have a glass of Petri sherry before dinner? Well, that's a swell time for it, because the Petri sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. What a wine. You don't have to serve it in fancy wine glasses either. Not Petri sherry. That wine would taste wonderful if you drank it out of a water glass. You can just taste those sun-ripened grapes. And incidentally, if you like your sherry dry, you know, not sweet, then just do what I do. Ask for Petri Pale Dry Sherry. It's a good idea to always have a bottle of Petri sherry in the house because it's just the thing to serve when company catches you unprepared. And believe me, you can serve that Petri sherry proudly because it's a fact that the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's visit with our good friend, Dr. Watson. I know he's expecting us.
Come in. Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Evening, Doctor. Oh, you have the old black tin dispatch box out again, I
Yes,
see.
my boy. I've just been refreshing my memory on one or two points in connection with tonight's story. Draw up a chair.
Thanks.
That's it. The tobacco's in the jar beside you.
Thanks, Doctor. I'm particularly excited about hearing your story tonight. Last week, you told us that Sherlock Holmes' brother, Mycroft Holmes, took part in the adventure.
That's quite right, Mr. Bartell.
I didn't even know Mr. Holmes had a brother. I wish you'd tell me something about him.
Well, Mycroft was 7 years older than Sherlock, but the difference between them was amazing. While Holmes was lean and consumed with a burning energy, his elder brother was fat and lazy. And yet Holmes has often told me that Mycroft was his superior in powers of observation and deduction.
Well, now that you've thoroughly whetted my appetite, Doctor, how's about it?
Very well, my boy. I suppose this story really began in Mycroft Holmes's room at the Foreign Office in London. Although I've said he was a lazy man, he did hold a position of considerable importance. In fact, you may remember that on more than one occasion, Holmes has said Mycroft is the British government. But to get back to my story. It's on a June morning in 1912, just before the First World War, that a young man in the Foreign Office named Guy Travers stood talking to Mycroft Holmes, who sat sprawled in an armchair before him, his feet resting on another chair, his cupped hands cradling his ample stomach.
Mr. Holmes?
Gone to sleep, have you, sir?
No, Travers, I'm not asleep. I'm just waiting for you to get to the point.
Well, sir, the point is that I'm on the track of a most elusive female spy.
Dear me, how exhausting.
She's dangerous, sir, very dangerous. She's not only a collector of information, but a sort of central clearinghouse of military secrets as well.
You seem to be a little young, Travers, to be on such a case.
I asked for the assignment, sir.
Eyes aren't as glamorous as they sound, you know.
No one knows that better than I do, sir. You see, my brother got mixed up with this girl 2 years ago. He was cashiered from his regiment and committed suicide.
I'm sorry, Travers. Tell me what you found out about her. You say you've been on her track?
I've traced her to a number of seaside towns, but she keeps slipping through my fingers.
Have you...
What?
No. You read them to me.
Well, I first got on her track at Weymouth, Bournemouth, Portsmouth, Bognor, Worthing, Hove, Brighton, and...
I trust you drew the obvious conclusion.
I think I did, sir. Several of those towns are naval bases.
No. The list you've just read me is a recognized theatrical circuit.
Oh, I never thought of that.
The simplest way to track down your spy is to find whether she was appearing in either a play or variety act in all of the towns on the dates covered by your inquiries.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I'll do that at once.
Just close the door quietly, won't you? I'm confoundedly sleepy.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes, you haven't gone to sleep again, have you, sir?
Oh, it's you, Travers. Well, what did you find out?
A great deal, sir. The only theatrical show that was appearing at all of those towns was a magician's act called The Great Gandolfo.
I trust you went and saw the performance.
Yes, sir. Last night at Hastings.
And?
The magician's assistant was a girl who looked exactly like the one I saw my brother with 2 years ago.
Did you go backstage and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Like the other girl. I swear she isn't the same one. This girl seemed utterly charming and sincere when she told me she'd never heard of my brother.
That's the danger of putting you young fellows on a case of this kind. A beautiful woman and a good actress can fool you 9 times out of 10. What's your next move, Travers?
Well, sir, I was hoping perhaps you might come down with me and see the act. It's playing at Eastbourne tomorrow. It's not very far, sir.
Stir my 20 stone. leave the comforts of my office and club to track a spy. No, my boy. However, your mention of Eastbourne gives me an idea.
Yes, sir?
My young brother Sherlock is living on a bee farm a few miles outside Eastbourne. He might help you.
He's a great detective, isn't he, sir?
I have never regarded him as one, though I will admit that for a man with such a shocking excess of physical energy, he possesses a relatively superior mind. Yes, go and ask Sherlock.
Thank you, sir, I will.
Tell him that if he can't solve the case, I'll...
And so, Mr. Holmes, I did as your brother suggested and came down here to Eastbourne to tell you about the case.
Boy, I'm certainly glad that I happen to be staying down here with you, Holmes. You'll handle the case, of course.
I'm undecided, old fellow. The problem presents some interesting possibilities, and yet my life here among the bees has taken on a pleasant and soothing pattern. Oh, I hate to disturb it.
Oh, come, Holmes.
As I left your brother, he told me that if you couldn't solve the case, he'd do it for you, without leaving London.
Dear old Mycroft, he meant that as a challenge. Hand me the paper, will you, Watson?
Yeah.
Thanks, old chap.
Oh, what are you looking for?
The amusement guide. There it is. Devonshire Theatre, Eastbourne, twice, nightly varieties, 6:30 and 9.
The theatre with me tonight, Mr. Holmes?
Certainly. I can't allow Mycroft's challenge to go unanswered, and I'm sure that Dr. Watson will accompany us when I tell him Miss Sissy Gitana is also appearing on the bill singing, an old favorite of his. There was I waiting at the church, waiting at the church, waiting at the church.
Lord, how it did upset me. All at once, he sent me round a note. Here's the very note. This is what he wrote. Can't get away to marry you today. My wife won't let me.
That's a most entertaining woman, Sissy Gitana. And that's good looking, too. My wife won't let me.
The great Gandolfo's next, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I'm just studying the program. Oh, the world's staggering illusionist. Presenting the ceiling cabinet mystery, assisted by Miss Florine Lasseur. Oh, dear me, how very florid.
I must say I love this old music hall flavor. I remember going to the Palace Theatre a few years ago to see a perfectly charming girl who wore a white dress that made her look like a little white rabbit. That dress did look frightfully becoming, I must say. I sent my card round the stage door with some flowers, of course, but to my amazement...
It's a fascinating story, old fellow, but I'm afraid you'll have to finish it later. The curtain's going up.
There he is. That's the great Gandolfo.
By Jove, this assistant's very attractive, isn't she?
Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here before you tonight. I may say that the ceiling cabinet mystery that I am about to present has entertained and perplexed half a dozen of the crowned kings of Europe, together with their queens.
Come, don't talk so much. Get on with the trick.
And I may say, I'm hoping that you, ladies and gentlemen, will give me the same courtesy and attention that was given me by the royalty I have just. Now, before I present my illusion, I should like to ask for 2 volunteers from the audience who will come up here beside me on the stage so that I may be watched. Two volunteers, please.
Wait for us here, Mr. Travers.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Come on, Watson.
You mean that we're going up on the stage?
Yes, it's a wonderful opportunity.
Do I see 2 gentlemen rising? Splendid. 2 gentlemen are coming up from the audience. Seen before. Watch the step, please. Have you ever seen me before?
Never.
And you, sir? Don't be afraid to speak up, sir.
No, I haven't.
Miss Lasseur, please see that the gentlemen are seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to watch me closely. You will observe that there is a wooden cabinet on the stage. There is also another cabinet of the same shape and size, and in which you can all see. A glass of water, please, Miss Lasseur.
Oh, go on. Put a sock in it.
What did you say, sir?
You heard you ain't got cloth ears.
We will dispense with the glass of water. Now, my assistant, Miss Florine Lasseur, will step into this cabinet on the stage. I want you 2 gentlemen to watch very closely. Miss Lasseur is now lying inside the cabinet, is she not?
Yes, she is.
Very well. I close the lid. So, I lock it with these bolts. And now, I ask one of you gentlemen to attach this padlock to the box. You, sir, will you oblige me?
Very well.
I thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before your eyes you have seen Miss Lasseur enter a cabinet on this stage. A cabinet that has been bolted and padlocked. You can still see the duplicate cabinet hanging above me by an attachment of wires and pulleys. I now count a 1, a 2, a 3, and fire this revolver at the cabinet above me. Now, if you two gentlemen will kindly help me, we will lower the ceiling cabinet to the stage. You will notice that this cabinet is also bolted and padlocked. I will ask one of you two gentlemen to unbolt it. I thank you, sir. Gentlemen, I shall hand the key of the padlock. Kindly unlock it, sir. I thank you. And now, if you will both raise the lid of the cabinet, a sewer. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you.
Why did we have to leave, Holmes? I was having a wonderful time.
Sorry to drag you away, Watson, but there's work to be done.
Mr. Holmes, if you want to go backstage, I'll introduce you to Miss LeSueur.
Oh, that's a splendid idea.
Before we do that, Mr. Travers, there's one important fact I want to know.
What is it, sir?
I presume you have a dossier of the available facts concerning this spy?
Yes, sir. Everything that we've been able to find out.
Among that evidence, do you by any chance have any fingerprint records?
Yes, sir, I do.
Splendid. Then let's go at once to the nearest police station and compare the fingerprints on this glass with those in your possession.
Where did you get that glass, Holmes?
You remember that Miss LeSueur, before she entered that cabinet on the stage, handed Gandolfo a glass of water.
You mean that's the glass?
Why else should I be carrying a drinking glass with me, old chap?
Very neat, Mr. Holmes, and right under the nose of a magician, too.
Well, I'm not exactly inept at the practice of legerdemain myself, Mr. Travers. Come on, let's have a talk with that local fingerprint expert, shall we?
Mr. Holmes, the fingerprints on this glass you brought me are not the same as the ones shown in this record. Oh, absolutely, sir.
Just as I thought. I'm much obliged to you.
Always glad to help a gentleman like you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, and good night. Come on, Travers. Watson?
I wish you'd explain what you're up to, Holmes.
So do I, sir. I'm completely in the dark.
Surely it's obvious. The only way Gandolfo by using twin girls, dressed identically, of course. One in the cabinet on the stage and the other in the cabinet hanging from the ceiling. I don't know whether you noticed it, Watson, but there were small holes drilled around the base of the box, undoubtedly to enable its occupant to breathe.
By George, of course. That would explain why the girl I spoke to didn't seem to know me, or my brother when I spoke of him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And in any case, how better could a spy hide herself from a role where her employer, a magician, must, by the very nature of his trick? The question is, which girl is the spy? This fingerprint test has given us the answer.
You mean it isn't the girl on this assisted Gandolfo?
It certainly is not, old fellow. Your spy will be in the cabinet, suspended high above the stage of the Devonshire Theatre at 9 o'clock this evening. But this time we will watch the performance from the audience.
Now, watch me closely, ladies and gentlemen. There is no deception. 1, a 2, a 3. And now, if you two gentlemen will kindly help me, we will untie the ropes and lower the ceiling cabinet to the stage.
Holmes, we must never get away.
Don't worry, old chap. You may have a surprise for us.
And I will now ask one of you two gentlemen to unbolt the cabinet. I thank you, sir. And now, if this gentleman will take the key and unlock the padlock, I thank you, sir. And now, if you will both raise the lid of the cabinet, I thank you. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is Miss Florine LeSueur. Miss LeSueur, step out, please. Miss LeSueur, bring down the curtain. There's been an accident.
Come on, Watson. Let's get up on the stage.
Right, you are, Holmes.
What happened, sir?
It's Miss LeSueur. She's been injured.
I'm a doctor. Let me look at her.
I'm afraid she's beyond the help of doctors, Watson. Look at that bullet wound in her head. She's been murdered.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's suggestion. If you like good food, who doesn't, you'll find that good food always tastes better when accompanied by a good glass of Petri wine. And Petri makes wonderful mealtime wines. If you like a red wine, you know, to go with any meat or meat dish, you really like Petri California Burgundy. And if you prefer a white wine to go with chicken or fish, you couldn't ask for a better turn. Remember those two wines, huh? Burgundy and Petri Sauterne. They're Petri wines, so you know they're good. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, The Great Gandolfo. What happened next, Doctor? You just got to the part where you and Sherlock Holmes, on the stage of a vaudeville theater, were examining the dead body of one of the great Gandolfo's assistants.
That's right, my boy. As you can imagine, the excitement was intense. The local police were soon at the theater, and the officer in charge, a certain Sergeant Buff, seemed to take a very great personal dislike to Sherlock Holmes.
The great Sherlock Holmes comes out of retirement to teach our police force how to handle a case.
Oh, Sergeant Buff, you're being ridiculous. I'm not trying to teach the police anything. You follow your own line of investigation, and I'll follow mine.
And supposing I say I don't want private detectives poking their nose into a police investigation?
Then, my good man, I shall report your conduct to the local chief of police and obtain the necessary permission.
No need to get uppity about it, Mr. Holmes, but too many cooks spoil the broth, you know.
Oh, an extremely profound remark, Sergeant. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've work to do.
And so have I. And we'll see who gets to the bottom of this first. I'm going to Gandolfo's dressing room.
Oh, about the dead girl's twin sister. I've been looking for her everywhere, and no one seems to have seen her since the tragedy occurred.
Naturally, my dear chap, you'd hardly expect her to reveal the secret of the cabinet trick by exposing the fact that the dead girl had a twin.
But I never thought of that. But we saw her there on the stage when the trick started. Seems to me that she's in great danger.
She is in very great danger. But don't worry. I've taken the precaution of having her guarded.
Oh? How, Holmes?
I'll explain that to you later. In the meantime, we have to work fast. It appears that Sergeant Buff is out to try and show me up by solving the case first. That makes the second challenge I've received today.
Well, Mr. Holmes, and how are you getting along?
Splendidly, thanks. And you?
I'm beaten, I don't mind it. One man it couldn't be was Gandolfo because he was on the stage all the time. But then it seemed to me that he might have fired a live bullet when he shot at the box on the ceiling.
The angle from the stage wouldn't coincide with the bullet hole in the bottom of the box, Sergeant. That shot must have been fired from the audience below.
Mr. Holmes, you know who did it, don't you?
Yes, Sergeant, I do.
I wish you'd tell me, Mr. Holmes.
It should be obvious, Sergeant. Watson, you examined the corpse. Please tell the sergeant your findings.
The girl was lying on her back in the box. There was a small hole in her forehead and a large one in the nape of her neck.
Exactly. And since the point of entrance of a bullet is smaller than the point lying in the box from above, once the box was in position over the audience, it had already been killed when the box was hoisted to the ceiling.
By Jove, yes. And only one person could have done that.
Only two.
How do you figure that out, Mr. Holmes?
The dead girl's sister had the same opportunity as the great Gandolfo himself.
Of course she had. Now I see why. If you'll excuse me saying so, sir, I'm beginning to think it's a good thing you're on this case after all.
Oh, that's very generous of you, Sergeant. And now, perhaps, if you'll do me the favor of keeping an eye on Mr. Gandolfo yourself.
Of course I will, sir.
Where are we going, Holmes?
To the Jolly Fisherman Hotel, La Sueur.
How do you know she's there?
I just received a message from young Travers. He followed her on my instructions as she left the theater. Come on, old chap. There's no time to be lost. Ah, there you are, Travers. Miss La Sueur is still here, I trust?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She's up in her room.
I wonder if you'd mind asking her to come down and see me. I'm sure that we can talk privately in the lounge over there.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes. I'll go and get her.
What are you going to say to Miss La Sueur, Holmes?
That depends on her attitude, old chap. Come on, let's go into the lounge, shall we?
It's a lucky thing that you had her followed.
It was an obvious precaution, Watson. You see, I realized from the very nature of the cabinet trick that Miss La Sueur would have to leave the theater after escaping through the trapdoor below the cabinet that was on the stage, before her twin sister descended from the cabinet that was suspended from the ceiling.
And she doesn't know that her sister's been murdered, huh?
If she's innocent, she doesn't. And if she is innocent, then we'll know that our murderer is Gandolfo. Shh. Here she comes.
I've told Miss La Sueur that you want to talk to her privately, Mr. Holmes.
If it's the act you want to talk about, Mr. Holmes, I've nothing to say. Magicians have a code of honor, you know.
I quite appreciate that fact, Miss La Sueur. Won't you sit down?
What do you want with me?
I have news for you. News of your twin sister.
I haven't got a twin sister.
My friend knows exactly how the cabinet trick is done, my dear young lady.
Yes, you might as well tell the truth, Miss La Sueur.
Well, all right then, so I have a twin sister. What of it? No crime in that, is there? What are you getting?
My dear, you're going to need help and courage.
What are you getting at? Look, come on, tell me.
I'm sorry to be news. Miss La Sueur, your sister is dead.
Dead? Huh. I don't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true. She was murdered.
You're lying. This is a trick. You're trying to make me give myself away.
I'm trying to get at the truth. Your sister was found tonight.
I still don't believe it.
Why should my friend lie to you?
How was your sister the last time you saw her for the commencement of the act?
No different from any other time.
Who was responsible for superintending her entry into the cabinet?
Gandolfo, or me. She used to go into it before the performance, when the stage was dark and deserted.
Did you help her enter the box tonight?
No. Gandolfo did.
You knew, of course, of your sister's activities.
How do you mean?
That she was engaged in espionage.
That's not true.
Very well, Miss Lesueur. You won't be honest with me. I'm afraid I'll have to turn you over to the police. I think you'll find their methods are a little more crude than mine, though.
The police? Oh, no. No, don't do that. Gandolfo's got me so frightened of him. I was lying to you. I knew that my sister was working for him. I tried to stop her, but she loved money. And Gandolfo gave her plenty. She knew you were on the stage at the first performance. Gandolfo had spotted you, too, because she was frightened. Said she knew you'd catch her, and she wanted to run away. Gandolfo told her that she had to appear tonight, and they were still arguing about it when they left the dressing room. The dirty swine killed her because he was afraid she'd give him away. And now he'll kill me, too!
Don't worry, my dear. The great Gandolfo will be beyond the help of magic before this night is out.
Yes, he'll be behind bars where he belongs.
Travers.
Yes, sir.
And stay here with Miss Lesueur. There is unfinished business awaiting us at the Devonshire Theatre.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I can't tell you how grateful I am. Gandolfo's safely in prison, thanks to you, and now you tells me you don't want no credit in the case.
Oh, my dear Sergeant. I'm really a bee farmer, you know. In it for your faith in private detectives. The next time you meet one, I'm sure you won't be so unfriendly, shall I say?
I'm humble, sir. I'm very humble, and I thank you very kindly for all you've done. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Holmes, this telegram arrived for you at the theater while you were away, and here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant Buck.
No, sir, it's me that should be thanking you, sir.
Who on earth knew that you were at the theater tonight?
I will soon find out.
Well, what does it say, Holmes?
It's from my brother, Mycroft.
Mycroft? What's he got to say?
Oh, really? He wouldn't have to, and he never did leave his armchair in London. Listen to this. Have just checked on Gandolfo's repertoire of magic tricks. Send it from ceiling of theatre. Elementary. Eh, my dear Sherlock?
Why, Joe Holmes, he really is amazing, isn't he?
He is also a prophet, old chap.
Prophet? How do you mean?
Well, he indicates the handwriting on the wall. I'm past my prime. I'm too old for alert detection. It's back to me bee farm, old fella. It's back to me bees.
Doctor, that was a swell story. I bet it was an interesting...
Yes, it certainly was. I've always had a fancy for the theater, you know.
What you really mean, Doctor, is you always had an eye for a pretty girl.
Mr. Bartell, you're a very blunt fellow.
Why not? I must admit, I like to look at a pretty girl myself.
You, Mr. Bartell?
Why shouldn't I like to look at a pretty girl?
Oh, go right ahead and look, my dear fellow. Go right ahead. You just sort of surprised me a bit, that's all. I never thought you gave a moment's consideration to anything but Petri wine.
Now you're really pulling my leg. I must admit, I do talk a lot about Petri wine, but after all, Doctor, it's worth talking about. What other wine has such tradition behind it? Petri wine is made by a family, the Petri family. They've owned and run their own business ever since its inception, back in the 1800s. The Petri family's been making good wine for generations, and they've been handing on down in the family from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And that sure adds up to a lot of experience. You can just bet your last dollar that no matter what kind of wine you want, when you ask for a Petri wine, you're asking for good wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, how's about giving us a clue to next week's Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a most unusual story that took place aboard a small steamship as it plowed through the stormy seas of the Indian Ocean. I call the adventure Murder by Moonlight. Oh, before I say good night, ladies and gentlemen, the nation will observe Navy Day. This is your opportunity to thank your fleet for its magnificent contribution towards victory. Don't forget, will you?
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Second Stain. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting